Dang, I pressed the wrong dang on button. Ain't no map. Hey y'all, hit the likes. I see like 7 people in here. We just restarted the live. See if we can get some more people up in here. Share. Hit them shares. Hit them likes. Get this guy. Give it back started. Hold up. Right.
I'm back tapping the screen for you right there.
There we go. Oh yeah. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's see. I ain't going. Is that a fairy?
My fingers going so fast. How many I gave you? All
That's
right,
what she
that's
said.
20. I'm trying to
Two
get
two 19.
you right. I was tapping that screen so dang on fast just now.
Boy, teach him, teach him. That don't tap the screen and you're in the box. You can get live. Oh no, no, they changed that up. They already changed that.
Let me
It
tap
used
the
to be like
screen.
that, but they switched it up.
Right, don't tap the screen if you're in the box. It
Yeah, it
can
used
get
to
the
be
live.
like that.
Yeah, it used to be like that. It ain't like that now. I know what you talking about.
Yeah, yeah, they need an update on that.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate you though. Appreciate you,
Yeah, that's what's
Shay. I
up.
know she
I'm back.
came
Yeah.
back with the phone in her pocket again. I don't be knowing what that noise is.
Oh, huh? Oh, that's how the sound be making. You hear me? Oh, that's how the sound be making. Oh, Lord.
It's something. I don't know what.
Why is not letting me mute?
Who's not letting you mute?
Nah, you probably gotta. That's what be happening to mirrors sometimes. Might have to drop and come back up. He said we
Because she
won't.
got mad. She's like,
Mother. Right.
yes.
Like, whoop, not down to do another praise. Just cuss. Like, no, no, no.
Okay. Come on now. Lord knows I'm tired.
Yeah, because that's stupid.
It's stupid. Look how she was happy to hit the mute button real fast. I said,
There you go. She Gucci now. She Gucci now.
I'm
Look
about
at
to
that
test it
boy.
out.
Look at that boy. That boy. I can't even be private, man.
mm-hmm. Man, oh man. Let me see. You know what? I got in this thing and I ain't even pay attention to the questions that was on the on your thing, kid.
Mm-hmm.
I
Because
That's
we
what
was
just
we be
so
doing a
up
lot.
the
We do that a
hill.
lot. I
I
had,
Yeah.
just
I remember I had 300 people in here. We was still was stuck on the second question. or That's how
I
it be
was
sometimes. But as long as it's like productive or
yeah.
Right.
educating, that's I mean, we talk about anything though.
hmm Yes, indeed. Well, Rush, I'm glad you brought me to this room because you know I don't be liking negative spaces, and I'm glad we
Yeah,
was
no,
able
right.
to. I just can't
And
deal
then
with
I'm like,
it.
But then you came over here
I'm
and
scared
she
of
was
that.
acting
Nicki
like that. And I'm
Minaj.
like, no.
She was like, I want Kim to stay. Till we, 'cause we can't be being ignorant all our life. Like, you
Cause
know.
I really feel like she took her first shot like when she first joined the live, and then within an hour,
Like
and
she
she done
just
took
kept
like 10
knocking them back.
shots.
I think so too. It was like, how could it? Yeah,
Cause she was just only being defensive at first. Then
right.
she started being defensive and
And
just
belligerent.
yeah, more and more slurring. I'm just like, Lord, child.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, that's actually I would say it's a dangerous thing, man. We gotta, like, I know it's fun and games. We want to have fun and stuff, but you gotta realize what you're doing and where you're doing it at, and how you making an image of yourself and stuff. So,
Mhm.
like,
right,
so
and
she,
that's what I was trying to say. And that's all I was trying to say, Kev. I wasn't trying to like put her down or make her like she's like, oh, y'all talking about my parenting. I'm like, bro, I'm not talking about your parenting. I'm not doing none of that. I'm just letting you know what's happening right now in real time, right now. You know what I'm
I don't
saying?
believe her.
I'm sorry, we got a new person in. Oh, you took him out.
not no
Okay.
more. We already that's one of them trolls.
Okay, got you.
He got that exit to the shoulder realms. That's what they call it
Okay.
nowadays. Come on up, Marco, man. That my bro. I think I see my boy cousins. I had to do a quick restart and stuff. We had 27 people up in this boy.
Okay,
Y'all
we
keep
got
on
one.
hitting them likes and shares. Don't just let my
Yes.
two peoples in here that only doing the likes. Y'all can do it for help out real quick.
Yo,
We're
I
trying to
ain't
get some more
staying too
people back
long.
in
It's
here.
4 in the morning, bro.
No, nope, 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 nope,
Listen,
nope. What is sleep? What is that? It's like, no, but no,
Bro,
for
you
sure,
gotta
man.
get some sleep now.
We the night crawlers. We done slept
All
during
right,
the
man. Night
daytime.
call.
Man, y'all got that.
I got me some sleep. I woke up late anyway. I woke up like 3 o'clock, 3 p.m.
Mm.
Put a couple more hours in this thing real quick.
Shoot, I just
See if I
got
can
way
meet
too
some.
much to do
See if I
today.
can meet some more good people. You know what I'm saying? It be worth it sometimes. You know.
Oh man, hey, I just got a lot to do today.
You about
I
to do
feel you,
what?
brother.
I got a lot to do today. Shoot, church start in about 4 hours.
I know that's
Mm-hmm.
right. No, that's right. Where you at, Marco? And what's the name of the church you go to?
I attend church online, so I go to
Okay,
Change Church and I go to
okay,
the Power Church.
okay. That's what's up. That's what's up.
Uh,
They said, why are many people like that? They seem to forget
well, y'all,
as y'all can hear, I'm still at
I'm
work.
about to try to actually get some rest though.
Enjoy your
Mm-hmm.
sleep.
Y'all take it
Pray
easy.
for
Y'all have
us.
fun talking about this interesting man, Kevin Samuels.
You know it. I'm gonna connect the bridges,
This
man. We got to
interesting
stop
dude.
all this hatred against one another for supporters and non-supporters. We can come to
Well,
an
yeah,
agreement.
love him or hate him. The fact of the matter is, he had some good information.
Yep. And that's how I feel. I literally just said
You
that.
know, I felt like he had his own way of teaching about emotional and leadership intelligence, but some people just didn't like his delivery, and
For the
that's
most
just
part, yeah.
your opinion, and that's the fact of the matter. People have an opinion.
Yeah. Everybody got their
Unfortunately, some
reasons.
people
There's only so much everybody can really take, though. So we all different. But
exactly. That's only but so much of a other person's opinion one person can take, and that's just kind of how it goes.
Pretty much.
Like I never understood it about him. There was nothing about him that was dangerous.
I mean, I think that it's see that's the difference between that's remember I don't know if Kevin you remember earlier it was like women need to coach women and men need to coach men because it starts to come into like all women this and all women that and this that and the third when it's just
That's
really
true.
this
It's true,
particular
and I think
person.
they need to really debunk that theory. About men coaching men and women coaching women, because it's not really coming from a factual place. Because
Right.
I've learned from both. I've learned from men and I learned from women, and that's how you end up with a balance
It
between
just depends
masculine and
on the type
feminine.
of people. Yeah, I get you on that
I
though.
was
That's the
just
reason
Yeah,
gonna
why
say that. I was
I feel that too. But I feel like well, both of y'all saying though, because I know Kim, you was saying that earlier though.
yeah.
I mean, on my end, I don't. I mean, I think it can work though, but I'm a little bit different. Like me, like I'm not about to just have a whole me myself. I don't hold a platform. Like I'm only going to hold men accountable. I feel like humans just should hold humans accountable
you
because
know
that
Exactly.
what?
helps
Like
all of
we
us,
talked about
especially
that in the
us.
barbershop today. We
Yeah,
talked about that in the barbershop today. We talked about the benefits of emotional intelligence and how it's a great equalizer for a person to unlock their best self.
Mm-hmm.
And you unlock your best self when you find the fine balance between your masculine and feminine. And you're only able to do that, especially if you're a man, if you develop your EQ in addition to your IQ.
Exactly. Come on now, talk now, because see, a lot of people don't understand the EQ and the IQ differences and what that entails and how it can help you out, even if you do have a high EQ. A lot of people, a lot of men, not just put up, just saying like all of them, but a lot, feel that an IQ is the thing to have and not an EQ. When you have an EQ, you're able to be emotionally yoked a little bit more with your partner. But
I
that's
like
something
that.
that
I
you
like
gotta.
that you used emotionally yoked because
Yes,
that's exactly what equally yoked means.
yes. That's what it is. So it's just if we work more on that, you get what I'm saying, then everybody will be, it'll be
Exactly, because how you do one thing is how you do everything. And
right.
that's how I understood that when people say that it starts at home. When people say it starts at home, it doesn't mean that your parents are your first teacher. It means that your first practice needs to be
At home.
at home
household. Man.
with you.
Yep, starting in home. And it don't even have to be like a building. In home could mean, like you said, in you, like in your body, in home. My body is my
Yep, that too.
So I got to start within me, start working within me, my spiritual, my health, my mental, my me. Let me work on me before I start trying to tell everybody else what they need to be doing.
True. Well, you gotta love yourself first. That's
Mm-hmm.
why
That's
you
what
gotta
I
have
was talking
peace
about.
within yourself. That's why you gotta have happiness within yourself,
All that
and
stuff.
that's when it come out genuine. Because if like, what are you expressing that you don't know yourself? You know what I'm saying? That's why people
Right.
go into things.
Exactly. And that kind of reminds me of a verse out of the Bible that says that out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaks. And that scripture is
Man.
referring to EQ.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know,
Yep.
really pretty much is saying how you do one thing is how you do everything.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yep.
know.
Yep. True. True.
That's why emotional intelligence is such a powerful skill because it really does 10x your skills you build based off of knowledge.
Hold on. Is that me?
Oh, probably so. Because look, anytime you maximize your logic, when you add a little bit of more of that super, that emotional, and the natural, that intelligence, that's when you really 10x and you go to a different level. You know, that's what I learned from my mentors, my advisors, all my leaderships, my coaches. Emotional intelligence is the part of good leadership. Good leadership comes from good coaching.
And I'm so glad that they instilled that in you, like to give that to you, because it's hard for us, in our community, and I just got to be real. In our community with men, it's kind of hard for them to understand. Let's start here first. To even understand EQ, knowing what that is, and then two, walking in that EQ light, like you know what I'm saying, and not being afraid to, you know to move in that realm. I think a lot of men are afraid to move in that realm because they get called out on it, if that makes sense. You know, you guys call each other out like, oh man, you suck, man, you did. Why you thinking like that when it's like that's how, like, as a human, we should be treating each other this way with grace because your emotional intelligence is
True.
telling you not to knock this guy upside the head, but to actually shake his hand and say, brother, it'll be okay. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Exactly. I mean, it's when you tell somebody it's not that big of a deal, it's a way of showing some sort of emotional intelligence. Even when that's some sort of emotional
Well, you sound like you
intelligence.
get further and further from the mic.
Marco, you gotta come close. We can't hear you. You sound like we in the
Oh, I keep
front of.
covering up my mic. That's why. Sorry.
Oh, that's what I'm looking like. What the?
Yeah, this is why I like to have my headphones on, but I lost one of my headphones the other day, so I haven't been able to put it on.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so it's a lot that encompasses both. But what I want women to understand is if you're having difficulty with a man, it just means that he might be at an emotional literacy that can't communicate with you right now. And that's what leadership can do. Leadership helps you understand when your employees aren't performing to their maximum capacity because of how they communicate with you. And that's the mark of a good leader, is how his communication is impacting the team. And that's how you're able to gauge your leadership intelligence and how it's getting better.
Yep, you hit it right on the head, and I think I'm gonna start using that analogy. Like I'm gonna start using that analogy when I speak to men or when I talk to men, and we just so happen to get into this wonderful weave of a conversation. I think I want to use that, like what you
Yes.
just said,
And
because
that's
But
where the
here's
concept
where
behind Steve Harvey's think like a man is interesting. But when I watched the movie was like, oh, this is not what I thought it was.
yeah, the movie had nothing to do with the book.
Exactly.
The book was completely different from the movie. I just didn't understand the movie after reading the book, and I was so into the book. Like, yeah.
Like I watched the movie, I was like, oh, you just teaching people how to hunch.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't want to
I
say
was like, hold up.
I didn't want to say it.
I
I didn't
said,
want
I'm
to say
definitely
it,
not
but
reading the book now.
what is going on?
But I mean, I took it
so I
as
want to
it was
comment
a
on the
great
leadership
movie.
thing.
It was a
Go
great
ahead.
movie. It was a hilarious movie. But I
So I
took
want
it
to comment on the
as
leadership thing. So like I feel like what happens is I agree 100% with what both of y'all said, right?
yeah.
But here is what is some of what's happening. We have leaders that don't have emotional intelligence
Come on.
having these managerial positions and jobs
That's
in
real
our
Yeah.
life. It's like
schools.
real life. It's real life. That's why I
It's
said I'm gonna
called
use
a that's called an alpha male.
that. I'm gonna use that. I'm
No,
gonna
not an
use.
alpha
No,
male.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
that's
no.
definitely called an alpha.
Yeah,
Alphas have a lot more logic than they do
Yeah, I was gonna say no. That's called.
emotional
that's why I
intelligence.
said alpha male.
Exactly. And that's just kind of common. So when a lady is dealing with an alpha, she needs to understand she's dealing with an alpha.
Right, and know your
And
role, baby, and stand up in it. Cause I wouldn't mind.
exactly. Exactly.
Cause I'm tired of being an alpha female. I'm ready to go sit down some day and go well.
And
What?
I've had a hard time with that definition because I've heard people say, well, there's a such thing as an alpha male, but there's no such thing as an alpha female.
How could you say that?
I don't know because from the documents that I've read, even in the animal kingdom, um, there's an alpha female of some
No,
Exactly.
let
sort.
me know that.
There
Well,
is.
have
There
you? Let me
is.
see what that's it.
Because there's an alpha
Oh,
female
really? We can
that's in
Google
the
it.
pride.
Yeah, let me know if it's such thing. I never heard that one because the alpha
Yes.
male, that like even them, they
Lioness, if
going to lose their
anything.
position in the animal kingdom because there only be one alpha.
No, 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 baby. It's an alpha
I wonder if
female.
it's
It's
a
alpha.
lioness.
Right. Hello, it's the lioness. She is in. Let's not get into astrology here, but I
Look
am a
it up.
Leo.
You can look it up. I ain't about to
No,
I'm
argue
an
it.
let's
Just
not
look
get
it up.
into
Aquarius.
astrology here, but I'm a Leo. So yes, there is
Yeah, I
that.
ain't know you can have an alpha male and female in the
You
same
can't
area.
have you can't have no alpha female. That takes the man situation out of it. There are no
Hold on,
alpha
wait a minute, but time out. Yes,
females.
there
Oh,
is.
oh,
Oh,
we
you
got
said it too many
opposition.
times.
What about
Moses is in the building.
if we're talking about hold on, wait, I got if we're talking about the animal kingdom, we're not talking
What's the
about the
deal,
human
Moses?
kingdom. We're talking about the animal kingdom. There is certain animals where there is
The
females
lions.
that's the alpha. What did you talk about? The queen bee, that's the alpha female. She's
No, but she
over
don't run
everything.
the dude. She
Kev.
don't run
Yes,
a
she do
guy
run
though.
the dude.
Who? In what part?
I'm
I
talking
can
about a
only
real
think
being. I'm
I can
talking
only
about a
think of
real being.
one animal.
I'm talking about
And
a
it's
real
because they
being.
have hold on, let me explain, man. I can only think of one animal.
Okay, wait, time out. Let me
And it's
pause.
because they have a female genitalia and they have a male
You
genitalia.
talking about the
That's a
hyena?
hyena.
Hello, exactly. Come on. I know what
Okay,
I'm talking
okay, but
about.
That's a
that's one. But
hermaphrodite, though. That's
we
true.
talking
Okay.
about us
But
as
that's not
mean
exactly. Wait a minute, sir.
human
You just
beings.
came into the conversation. Time out, sir. You just came into the conversation. So we were not talking about us. We were talking about animals distinctively. That's what we was talking about. Mark 6, you're here. Please let Mr. Matthew know that that's not what we were talking about. If he would have just sat back and listened a little bit to the conversation fully, he probably would have
Exactly. We're talking
understood
about
what we were
animals
talking about.
because by his logic, he debunked his own theory.
Exactly. Come on now.
I'm telling you,
Do
I've been
lions
in
and
this room.
hyenas and then say that they're different, but
Kev
then also
seen
say
me.
that they're the same. You can't do both.
Kev, listen, Kev seen me, but what I also said was they have a male genitalia and a female genitalia. That's what I said. I didn't debunk anything, brother.
Exactly.
I'm telling you, we don't look. I'm talking about for the most of us. The most of us don't have male and female genitalias. So that means they got testosterone running through their body. A
What
lot
about
of it.
hermaphrodites?
I said the most of us.
There you go.
Sex now.
Even them, they only gonna have one functional thing.
There
So
That's
you
right.
go.
But at the end of the day, that's not what we was talking about, sir. So
yeah, we're
I
not talking about that
understand
though.
what you're
Exactly.
saying.
But I
Right,
do
but
want
that's
to
not
see
what
where
we're
you
talking
said
about.
that where is an alpha female and a alpha male is around. I'm
Yeah.
trying to see how that works. Cause well
Exactly. So
Moses,
what you're
it
gonna have to
takes
do is
Moses
look
to
up
looks
Go
it
go
up.
peer
So
review
go
let's
ahead.
articles.
go
Go
ahead
ahead.
and
Put
throw
it.
that
Go
up
ahead.
there.
Go ahead. Put it
You're
up
Come
gonna
there.
have
on,
to look up
Moses.
peer review
You
articles.
did the whole thing.
Come
There's
on,
no such thing
Moses.
as an alpha
Moses.
female according to definition. A male is the only person that, or the leader of a pack. Name one pack that you know where the woman.
That's not peer reviewed.
Come on now.
Are you
Exactly.
done? You done real quick, bro? I'm gonna finish now. So
Go ahead,
in
have it.
whenever it comes to animals, the
Thank you.
dominant
Animals.
male,
Come on now, baby. That's why we talk. We're not talking about humans. We talk about animals. Thank you, Moses. Come on, keep going.
the dominant male in the pack who controls the sexual reproductive rights and of
Right.
every individual in the pack is an alpha.
Right.
That's just for wolves. When it comes to
Thank
an alpha, in terms of theology, the highest ranking individual of a dominance hierarchy. There are
thank
dominance
you.
hierarchies when it comes to animals, and the
Thank you.
dominance hierarchies even when it comes to people inside of the family. Women are
Thank
not
you.
alphas.
Thank
Women are not alphas. That does not mean that they're valueless. It just simply means that they don't hold and maintain the position of provider and protector, as well as reap those that we call benefits from
This
that
brother better
position.
preach.
right.
But that
He
does not
preaching.
you whenever a man comes around, a woman is no longer alpha, which means that she was an alpha to begin with. That's okay.
Oh,
If we're going to talk about alpha males, or if we're going to talk about alphas, sigmas and betas as it adheres to
Mm-hmm.
burdens of sacrifice, then women don't have that burden of sacrifice. But if we want to talk about alphas and betas and sigmas with regard to temperament or with regard to responsibility, okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come
then
on.
we could talk about then alpha is always going to be at the top of that dominance hierarchy, which means that they possess the characteristics, mannerisms, and stock of those individuals that are hyper their sex. I'm going to explain what that means.
Come on.
mm.
Come
If
on.
you
Tell
are
him
a
now, Moses.
if you are
Come on,
if
Moses.
if you are a male, to be alpha inside of the male dominance hierarchy, you must exhibit those characteristics heavily associated with traditional values, mannerisms, and characteristics. Okay, so that means, and why do we say traditional? The reason we say traditional is because to be alpha means that you have to be willing to die on the burdens of sacrifice that are your role.
Right.
Okay. So for men, it would be provision and protection. For women, it would be nurturing and submitting. So the most alpha of females are the most feminine or hyper feminine of females because they exhibit traits that are heavily associated with femininity, which is their mark of dominance. The
Exactly.
most feminine women always typically or typically attract the most masculine men.
Alpha male. Yep.
Okay.
Mm.
So when we
And
talk about the
But
reason we have a problem and we keep is because people continue to try to compare men and women as though our burdens of sacrifice are the same. Yes,
it's
we can
not.
say that
And it's right
we can say that there's an alpha female, but the problem is we're assigning pseudo masculine characteristics to the alpha female.
to that female.
That's
To
the wrong
that female.
characteristic to assign to an alpha female. The characteristics we assign to alpha females are all those characteristics that are hyper feminine, not hyper masculine. So being able, this is why men don't take seriously a woman that says, "Yeah, I provide for myself. I'm independent. I'm strong." And the reason we laugh at
Because that
that,
don't mean nothing.
the reason, right? Well, the reason we laugh at that, it does. Well, I'll say it. It's fine. We can even say it does mean something. Well, congratulations, you're an adult. But the reason.
Right, because you're just a human
Right.
being. That's what I
Right.
mean.
And the reason men say, well, congratulations, you're just an adult, is because it's not just that you make the money. The men look at it as that's the beginning of our burden of sacrifice of provision. If you were to take that very same money and shoulder the burden of provision for us and the family, then we would applaud you. But women do not make money and typically shoulder that burden of provision. And even if they do, they don't do it for extended periods of time. And that's biological. They will be turned off by a man that does not provide. Our money is, or your money is our money, and my money is my money. That's how women typically think when it comes to finance. And that's
Unless they get taught right. But you're right. Keep going, Moses. Keep going.
right.
Tell them now.
Well, I don't. I'm kind. It depends. For me, it depends on. It depends on the the woman and whether or not she understands the tenets of what it means to be a helpmeet.
Exactly.
If she understands that, then typically, not only does she not have a problem with
Right.
helping to contribute,
Mm-hmm.
but typically she doesn't do it reluctantly
She's
because
not
she
gonna be
understands.
mad about doing it. She's
Yeah,
gonna be
she does it. She does. We
gonna be
have a word
motivated
for
to
it.
do
It's
it.
even, men have a word for it. We could tell when women love us when they practice something. The word is enthusiastically. Okay, so when it comes to sex, are you giving head begrudgingly? Are you having sex because it's a chore? When men hear women say emotional labor, that means that you begrudgingly will do things around the house. No man wants a woman that doesn't take pride in her role of being feminine.
Hmm.
It's the same thing as a man. If a man came home every month and he paid the bills, but he was always upset because he had to pay the
Got it.
bills,
Then
he
guess
was
what?
always upset because he had to protect, because he had to shoulder his burden, women would not be attracted to that for long. I want a woman that
Facts.
actually takes pride in his role. And it's the same thing for
Right.
men. I want a woman that takes pride in submission and nurturing.
That makes
I want a
sense.
woman that takes pride in giving me the sexual fulfillment that I need in the household. If I don't have that, then not only does it make a man feel unsafe because who the hell knows when she'll turn that anger into something vitriolic, but also it doesn't attract him because he wants a woman that loves the fact that she's in her role. She knows her place the same way he does. So alpha and beta and sigma, they are characteristics according to personality types and traits or leadership capabilities or lack thereof for both male and female. But the problem is we have a tendency to assign those pseudo masculine characteristics to women.
And that's the thing.
So I got a question
Go
then,
ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
cause so what is the middle ground? Is that the sigma one? The middle ground?
Right. So
Oh,
look at the hierarchy between alpha, sigma, and beta. Alphas
mhm.
will be your assertive. Let's just use men for right now. Alphas are your assertive men. All right. They're
Yeah.
high in they're high in trait disagreeableness. They're brash. They're typically bold. They typically adhere very closely to the heteromasculine normative that we set. So if they were to fight a man, for example, alpha men typically wouldn't kick a man when he's down. He realizes he's wanting to fight. That's how he stands on principle still, even in that regard.
Mhm.
The sigma man is a man that's indifferent. All right. So if you asked it, so for the women out there, when you ask a sigma man what he wants to eat, he'll say something like, "It doesn't really matter to me wherever you want to go," but or he might even just say, "All right, do you want to go here?" He's not going to assert himself, but at the same time, he's not going to be passive about it either. Whereas the beta man, if you ask him where he wants to eat, the first thing he'll say is what? "It's on you, wherever you want to go, baby." Right? That man does not want to make decisions. Another trait of beta males is indecisiveness.
Yeah.
These men are typically dangerous
Mm.
A
because
Libra. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Oh my
no,
god.
you know,
I'm just playing. I'm just
you
playing.
know. So yeah, there is a difference between the three, but this also has to do now. This is the thing: women will tell themselves they're not attracted to beta males, and some will tell them that they are. The reason you would be attracted to a beta male is because you know it's easy to dominate that relationship. He's gonna now that feels good for anybody short term,
I'm finna say that don't feel good all the
but
time, but
but
let's
over a
just say
long
that
period of
short
time, a
term.
woman starts to be unattracted to that because she starts to feel unsafe. Provision is the baby cousin to protection,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, in other words, the primary role of any man is to protect first. I can't provide for what I don't even have dominion over. So he has to protect first. That's out of the two roles, provision and protection, that's the most important. What do we do every time we start a school year? First thing we do is we work on safety drills. Why? Because if a campus is not safe, no learning can take place. Right? So safety is always paramount in any environment. Right? Safety is always paramount in any and every environment. But if a man can't protect, then he most certainly will struggle at provision. So when it comes to those three characteristics, I mean those three personality types, depending on the type of man you want to be, um, that will probably dictate what type of woman you attract. But I'm sorry, Kev, I might have gone to, but I just wanted to make sure we had an
No,
understanding.
you do your thing. I was
No,
learn.
you
I'm
did
learning
good.
from what you were saying though. Cause I did want to find out what that middle ground was though. Cause I don't know. I be me myself, from my opinion, I be feeling like both of them is extreme though. I
Yeah,
always
no,
been
yeah,
like
yeah,
a
no.
neutral
Most
type person.
most
Huh?
men most men fall inside of the sigma characteristic.
Okay.
Most men, and when I say most men, they fall in. I'm saying for most things.
That's a
Right.
Most men are typically balanced. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And
Yeah.
we also don't respond. Most alpha males typically only respond to other alpha males. In other words, you put an alpha male inside of a. I'm sorry. You put a sigma male in a room with nothing but alphas. That sigma will be eaten because they
Hmm.
all assert themselves. But then right after they eat that sigma, guess what? They're gonna start trying to eat each other.
Eat each other. Right. Exactly.
Right.
That's what I thought. That's what
You
I'm
know what I'm
saying. Cause
saying?
it
Because
only be like one alpha, right?
I say that if you're talking about tyrannical and deviant alpha men, there is a population of alpha males. Now this is a very small population. We're talking about a population of alpha males that are Christ even called himself brutish. Okay.
Hmm.
He called himself brutish because he's a strong alpha male, but he still functions on the tenets of righteousness. The hard thing about being an alpha male and functioning in righteousness is typically when you're the alpha male, you're the most robust individual in that environment. That's very hard to stand on and not boast. When
Hmm.
you're the best at something, just think about the best boxer, right? How many times have we seen a black male that was a boxer that didn't talk shit but still won? Very, very, very
Mm.
infrequently. Why? Because it's very hard to hold that mantle and not stand on boasting about it because you are the most alpha of men at that point.
Hmm.
Whereas a Sigma male, he would get there and then he would not boast, but that's not normal because the other characteristic he has to have to even get to that circle is he has to be the strongest man in the room. Sigmas are indifferent. 9 times out of 10, they don't even have it in their capacity to want to put forth that much effort. With
Okay,
their
Moses, let me ask you, Moses,
yeah.
let me ask you. Because you came up here and said the same thing I said, but you
Mhm.
much more articulate
Oh, no doubt.
and you're much more well versed than I am. Is
No.
this such thing as an alpha woman?
Well, like we said, I mean, I think we can I think we can say there's a such thing, but I think that we have a tendency to assign the wrong characteristics and mannerisms to it. Most of the time, when women talk about being alpha, they're referring to doing things that mimic manhood. I provide for myself. I'm independent. I do things on myself. I can protect myself. That's what you
Mm-hmm.
hear alpha women say. What does that sound like? That sounds
I'm
like a
not.
grown ass.
Well,
That
I,
sounds like a grown ass man.
yeah, that's a man. But my
Right.
alternate
Right.
is
Is
my
that
female.
So
is that a
that's
good
not
thing,
no
Moses?
no no
Is
that's
that
a
a good thing?
absolutely not. That's a terrible thing. Now, if she wanted to be an alpha woman, the thing she would say is,
Hello.
I'm looking for a man that will protect me. I'm
Exactly.
looking for a man that, to the best of his abilities, will provide for me. Because see, an alpha woman also understands this: that being with a man is not representative of how much he has, but how much he's willing to
How
sacrifice
much you
in the relationship for the family. Okay. So that means even if he's making $50,000, $60,000 a year, she'll take that man and she'll still submit to him. That's a hyper feminine woman.
Exactly.
That is
And
extremely
that
rare.
and
It's
that woman.
extremely rare.
Wait, listen, Moses. And
Mhm.
that woman is moving alphally. She's moving as an alpha when she moved that way. However, I want to say that like we're talking about humans, but when Matthew came in, we were talking literally about animals.
Yeah, we
So
was talking about animals at that
yeah, we
time.
were talking about animals, but now that we have gone to
My
the
fault.
females, to
My fault
human
if y'all done
beings,
seen my
right?
y'all know it's not like I'm sorry real quick. My fault if y'all done seen the little bonnet I have on, man. I just woke up, man.
Caught you already. It's a
Oh,
wrap.
you
Ain't no
good?
screenshotting it
You
now.
already got caught. We seen you,
Nah,
buddy.
I don't I sleep. I got to keep my hair up out of my
I
face.
get-
My bad. Y'all know that. Y'all
But
know.
yeah, I had to get that because I asked Black Jesus that too though, because I was just trying to see what the middle ground is. Because like I said, to me myself, I feel like that both of them just extreme, and that's why I'm like, man, I ain't trying to. Because me myself, I be feeling like alpha males be doing too dang on much, and I'm like, I know I ain't no beta male. I'm like, I said I'm in the middle. I just don't know what to call it.
Well, here's the thing
Because it's
though.
like it's too much.
Here's the thing though. While it seems like alpha males do the most, they do the most typically associated with principle and value. Because at the
Yeah,
end of the day, most people don't want no conflict with no alpha man, no way.
true.
So he doesn't really have to do too much. He sets the standard and then he moves about. If you don't
Yeah.
fall in line with that standard, he impresses upon that entire environment the need and the importance of that standard adhesive to discipline. So, usually if you'll notice, the alpha males are the least combative typically.
True, a real
When
alpha
you talk
male
when you talk
ain't gonna
about men
talk
in
too
prison,
much. A
right?
real
When you
alpha
talk about
male don't say nothing too much. I done been
well,
around plenty
well, no,
alpha
no, I'm
males.
not.
They just move.
Well, I'm
They
not
don't
going to say
gotta
that.
say nothing.
No, I'm not going to say that. Alpha males can be talkative too. I'll say it this way:
Boy, I was about to get on that too. Right.
alpha males can be talkative. Like this notion that if you call yourself an alpha male, you're not one. Bullshit.
No,
Why?
no, no, no. I can't say
The
that. I can't say
reason,
that.
and why is that bullshit? Because we've seen alpha males that talk shit. Muhammad Ali, alpha male. How do we know he was an alpha male? Because men, when do we respect a man that say he'll knock everybody ass out in the gym? When do we respect that
Mm.
man? When he
When
knock
he do
everybody
it,
else in that
When he
gym,
start
right?
knocking niggas out at
When
the
he
gym,
knock everybody else out in that gym. So Muhammad Ali would say it, but then we saw him get in the ring and actually do it. Same thing with Mike Tyson, same thing with Floyd Mayweather. These are all alpha males. You know what I'm saying? Any boxer is an alpha male. The beta males are the individuals that are in prison. Why? Because the one thing you couldn't do was control your emotions. That's a beta male characteristic. Alpha men, they're
they
typically
can't hold their emotions.
unbothered.
You're
When you look
right.
at a lion, does he look bothered in the wild typically by anything?
no.
And he'll tear a hole in damn near everything too, right?
Yep.
Alpha male, right? The last thing he gonna be worried about is a pack of hyenas knocking at the door of his den. So what? All right, come on, I'm hungry anyway. That's how he looks at that. But when it comes to a beta male, the first thing he'll do is crash out. I'm upset. I can't control these emotions. This is the difference in the dichotomy between the warrior or the soldier and the convict. They're both just as dangerous as each other. The only distinction is a soldier has two things, has one thing that the inmate doesn't, and that's discipline. You want a man to be you always, this is for the women, you always want a man to be two things, dangerous and disciplined. And a man that is not dangerous, so to speak, is more dangerous than a dangerous man, if that makes any sense.
Mm.
A man that is
Mm-hmm.
not dangerous is more dangerous than a dangerous man. In other words, the weakest men, you think about all of your school pewers. Were they dudes that looked like they was in shape? Nah, last year we had I think we had 9 trans shooters. These were men that did not have success in the areas of manhood. You weren't a provider for anything. You didn't protect anything. You were upset that you didn't reap the benefits of what those men that are providers and protectors got, which was pussy. Let's be honest. You got some women. You know what I'm saying? You didn't get all of those things.
Can I put my
No,
input,
seriously. But
please?
if you no,
I
seriously,
just
they
want to say
all wrote
something real quick.
most school pewers write manifestos, and one of the common grievances is that they didn't get attention, adoration, and affection from the women in their environment.
I just want to say something real quick
Sure.
about that. So you basically saying that men who look lesser like men and who don't present that masculinity thing that's why they turn out the way how they
No,
do,
no,
like
no,
the weirdos in society
no,
or
not about
whatever.
looks.
So saying, don't you think it's that society problem then? It's
No, it's
not
not.
their
Well, it's not
fault
about
as to the
looks.
reason why they're like that or they did what they did.
No, it's
That's
not. Well,
society's
real quick.
problem.
It's not about looks. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't have to look. You know, alpha men can come in any. You know, we don't. That's probably one. The aesthetic is probably the one thing that is not of any consequence when it comes to
I mean,
what
but
category a man falls in.
everybody doesn't know that though. In general, that's what we see. That's what it,
Now,
what
when I
we see
say
and what we think. That's
right,
what we think. But I guess nobody will never know. I guess but in general, those are the ones that
right, the feminine men are
the
your most
non-masculine ones or whatever who don't get the coochie or whatever.
right. The
But
feminine ones are the. Okay, I'm sorry.
um. But I think, okay, so since men are like that, I really believe that that's society's problem for making them feel some kind of way about themselves. Because I feel like it's nothing wrong with
When you
people.
say
It's nothing
society,
wrong
you
with
have to
gay
put
people.
a marker
Just,
on it.
I feel like the school system messes people up by bullying and things
Okay, now
like
wait, hold
that.
on, real quick. Hold on. Now, who is the school system dominated by, in terms of profession? Who dominates the school system?
I have no idea. The
Women.
students, they
Women.
dominate it because
Women
I don't
dominate the
remember.
school system. And what have women decided to do? Take essentially everything associated with male characteristics,
I got you.
especially alpha male characteristics, out of society, out of the environment. So by attempting by attempting to demonize masculinity and manhood, you've made your environment that much more dangerous.
Moses, do you really think that it's women that's at the head of the educational system? I just want to ask that question.
I'm not talking about I'm not talking about at the head though.
So you said,
We're
hold
not talking
on,
about the
I'm
head. What we're
sorry,
talking
He
but
about
just talking
you
about the
said
ones
they
that,
don't,
what we're
you
talking
said
about
they
are the
don't
ones
have
that actually see the
masculinity in
children, because we're
school.
talking about the children right here that grow up to be that, right? So if we're talking about those children, then who do those children come in contact with most? And when you know any child that goes to school, he's going to be in contact with his teachers more so than administrators, more so than parents, more so than the school board, more so than the superintendent.
So, but we can't put that. We cannot, Moses, and I gotta stand firm on this. We cannot put all that burden on the teachers when the teachers are getting instructed from the people that's above them.
Oh no.
That's all I can say. Now you could,
Because we're talking about what happens in the classroom.
Oh,
We're
okay.
not
Okay.
talking about policy. We're
yeah,
talking
he
about
just
what
talking
happens in
about
the
the big,
classroom.
yeah.
You make a
Yeah.
decision. It has
But
never been a policy.
society has made it like that. Mainly, I think men has
Wait. When
made
you
it
say
like that.
society, you have
Because
to
when
add.
women
You have
started
to tell
getting
us who you're
jobs, we
talking
started
about.
getting jobs that's associated, I guess,
Wait, but when you say
started making it
society, you have to
associated with
tell us who you're talking about
women.
in society. Who do you mean in society? Because
I'm
society
talking
is made
about
up of
like
people.
men who made the school system, they're the above the administrators or the ones who's hiring the people, teachers and things like that. I think it's men. Men rule the society and they rule the world
But that's what I'm
basically.
saying.
But
Men rule the
teaching,
society,
anything
right? But
medical
what we're
field,
talking about.
it's a lot of women who are involved in that. So
But wait, hold
Our
on.
black men don't rule no society. The
They
white
run.
men is who control the society, and they are at the top of any organization that's happening. So I understand what Moses is
in
saying. I
America,
understand that the
yeah, but
kids is
not
constantly in
overall,
touch with them,
but
but
in
those
other
teachers had to
countries,
be told
it's
to do
they're
something.
only less.
But who runs it is inconsequential, because that's not what we're
No, it's
talking. We're
not.
talking about
No, it's
those
not.
people.
No, it's
Yes, it
not.
is. Yes, it is. We're talking
It's
when we're
not
talking about
inconsequential
males
because
and
if them teachers
wait, hold
don't
on,
do
wait a
what the
minute, wait
people
a
had
minute,
told them to do,
wait a minute,
then they're gonna get fired. So
hold
it's
on,
not
It is
inconsequential.
who runs it is inconsequential, because we're talking about who makes who has a larger hand in making these beta dangerous males that we're talking about. If we're talking about the school system, you have to talk about who comes in contact with these individuals the most. Not who runs the system. Who comes in contact with
70%
them.
of women. I
Because
can
at
give
the
you the
end of the
But
number.
what has the women have
day, even
anything
if
to
it's a
do with
policy, and I
The
them
was a
choosing
teacher.
women
the
are
Wait, hold on,
schools?
wait, excuse me, real quick. I was a
I
teacher
think
growing up.
it
KF,
I
comes
taught.
from
Wait, hold on,
whoever
real quick.
school.
whoever
It comes from
KT
probably the home. I don't know.
Wait, yeah, okay. So now let's talk about the home. Who dominates most parental coalitions at the home? What is the number one parental coalition at the home?
Well, in
other
my house, it
women,
was my man.
and that's also problematic.
The
Right.
most
You
pro-
can't say that
the
because
most
everybody's house
prevalent
is different.
the most prevalent parental coalition at the house is a single mother-led household, which is another reason why you have beta dangerous males. You can't raise a boy to be a man. You don't know how to. You don't have the equipment.
Well,
You
then
don't
the
have the
man shouldn't have
resources. You
love.
don't have the
Not,
understanding.
you can't
And
see how we
biologically, you're
look at
not a male, so.
it's the human being aspect, bro. We're not sitting to say men and women and all of this. It's just human beings. It's human beings. If the human wouldn't have left that other human, then that other human would have been able to be reared in the right kind of way. We
If
can't
the
like.
human, wait, no, we're gonna say male and female. What do you mean
Okay,
if the
well, then I'm out of conversation because I don't want to like. Human is human, like you know what I'm
No,
saying. We
human,
can't
yeah, but
blame
human is
nobody
Yeah,
else.
also broken up. But human is
I,
also broken up into subcategories, and those subcategories matter. Male and female matters.
I'm not saying it don't matter.
Right.
Like
So I'm saying
not
in the
everything matters,
household, when you
but
said, but you said, essentially it sounds like you're saying the man that left is the problem.
no, I know that's where the conversation went to because the conversation was going back to the home and we was initially talking about
Right.
the school.
But what
So
is,
when it goes
so
back to that, it's like the leader of the household, like
why
right.
do men, why, right. And leaders do
And
not
then we're gonna go
tolerate,
back to
wait, hold on.
society. Then we're gonna go
Right.
right back and turn right back into society. How
And
society broke up the
but
home and
leaders
stuff
do,
like that. It's a
wait,
circle.
okay, but leaders do not tolerate petulant followers. We have one of three options when we are dealing with somebody that decides they don't want to follow. We can either attempt to force them, which we would call abuse. We can attempt to reason with them and stay there in dysfunction, or we can leave. Men choose the safest of the three options for everybody, which in itself is still a masculine characteristic. That's what it means to lead. It means to think about the best decision for everybody involved first.
So dysfunction means staying with a woman that's dysfunctional if the
Most of the
relationship
time,
is
why do men, when men leave relationships?
non-problematic.
All right, when men leave relationships, what are the reasons that men leave relationships? I'll let the fellas answer this one or whoever else. There's reason why do men leave relationships?
Let me go. Let me go. First of all, 78% of people that are married, women leave. Men don't.
no,
So let's
yeah, I
get
feel
this
you on that, but
understood.
Right. So if we were to start, there's only about 22% of men that actually initiate the severance of any type of relationship, whether that's a marriage, whether that's boyfriend and girlfriend, fiance, etc., right? Go ahead.
Yeah, they can ride. I just don't want this narrative pushed that men are just leaving marriages. Men don't. It's women that leave marriages because y'all are unhappy. Whether
Let's just say
Okay. I think
we're
some of
just
them
talking
are
about the
unhappy because of
22%.
toxic
Typically in
masculinity.
that
yeah, he talking
22%,
about the yeah. So if you
why do
saying
women leave in
men,
that
I would
22%?
say I think somebody just said it down there.
Like
Might
this
be
whole like
maybe this.
submissive thing, like that's
Hold up, real quick,
probably
Shauna.
going to scare me away when I get into
Hold
a
up,
relationship.
hold
Because
up, hold up, hold up. I was saying that if you saying that, I would say that somebody put it in the comments. It might be disrespect. I can't think it's hard because it's rare that men leave though. So from what I know, I think it might be just some form of disrespect or something like that.
Right.
Maybe
Typically,
cheating. I don't know.
nope. The funny thing is it's not cheating. Typically,
I don't.
one of the
Yeah.
reasons men have a tendency to leave is sexlessness. Right.
Hmm.
That's one of the leading reasons why men have a tendency to leave. Now we can identify that a lot of times that happens because the woman might not be attracted to the man, and the man might not be attractive to her based upon his lack of assertiveness. You know, in other words, he's not exhibiting those characteristics at home that she's attracted to that are typically and traditionally male. So therefore, she's kind of turned off. She doesn't really want to get with him like that. That's one reason why men have a tendency to leave. And that's probably the leading reason. And the reason it's the leading reason is because typically most men only look for that thing in women. We're not looking for you to provide for us. We're not looking for you to protect for us. And we could care less about all that other shit that y'all are talking about. You know, emotional maturity and intelligence and in-house labor. All that shit doesn't matter to us. It really doesn't.
yeah, because honestly, my last relationship, I didn't know that he was pansexual, but he was kind of like the
What
You
kind of
is
told
that?
that.
relationship I
What
was
did you
in. He was
feel?
kind of
When
doing
you
things
turned
that
that?
was
When you were
like
told that, what
feminine.
did
I
you
was
feel?
like, oh God, I left him alone. But honestly, I think that's
So you were
true with that
instantly turned off.
femininity stuff. I can't do it.
You were so you were
What's a
turned off from a
pansexual?
sexual standpoint.
I guess it's like men and women, bisexual or something like
But
that.
okay, so pan is you are attracted to all genders, but you are considering what they are biologically.
So you buy.
He was basically like
Listen, you gay.
bisexual, but he never messed with a man before.
At the end of the day, you just gay.
That's a cute way to say bye.
You know, pansexual are for those individuals that want to be self-righteous and try to act as though it's a different sexuality to engage with the people of the same sex as well as people of a different sex. We used to call that bi. That's all that means.
That's all I said. That sounds like a cute way to put it. I'm wondering. Okay.
But at the end of the day, you were turned off because that man was gay.
Yeah, I felt like he was gay, and I feel like he should have at least let me know.
You felt like he was gay, or was he gay?
He was gay.
In the pansexual, he was gay.
Like we met.
That's all I said. That felt like
the bio, and it was like when I left him, then I read it, and I was like, oh, okay, it's pansexual.
So, did he do something to make you think that he might be before you found out?
Yeah, it was things he was doing, like the way how he act and his movements sometimes were like feminine.
Like the hand
he was like a
flicking.
suburban black dude too, so it was, you know.
So
let me ask you something, Shauna, and it's gonna be kind of personal.
That's exactly why you gotta be a man. You gotta be a man's man.
Did you hold on, Sil, I got you, big bro. Did you ever toss his salad?
Whoa, what? Why would you ask a question like that? That's crazy.
Because I'm trying to see because she was basically perpetuating that behavior. And she did it.
Turned him out, huh?
Yeah, that man got his leg bent over his shoulder.
You know what? I like that. Let's continue that.
Hey, can I say one thing? Gotta be the biggest. That's why I be destroying y'all dudes. Cause at the end of the day, I'm a man's man. Meaning I do what I need to do. Okay.
Oh Lord. Now we got a male version of what we had
Boy,
earlier.
what the heck is going on? This Saturday for real.
I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. Y'all ain't talking about nothing real. Y'all ain't talking about.
You ain't doing it either, my brother. What's going on, dog?
Wait, hold on. If I put my camera on and you see my hands, boy,
I'm excited.
I'm a real man's man. The hell y'all talking about?
You all right, my brother?
I'm out here doing it.
Why do you pick TikTok? Why do people do that? Pick TikTok to go to after they done been sauce mode?
We need water time. We
just got there doing a prayer after this last one. Now we got to do it again. That's crazy.
Water commercial break, because baby, let me
First off, are you telling me why do I scream?
I'm telling you, you gotta drink you some water, my brother.
At the end of the day, I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I need a man up. All y'all need a man up. Hell y'all
I feel
talking
you,
about.
my brother. I feel you, brother.
All right. All I'm telling y'all is to man the hell up and get this money.
You need to sober up. Let's both make a deal.
I get this money out here, boy.
I ain't gonna lie to you.
Baby,
stop. Like this
what? Can you stop? What? Can you stop?
Hold on real quick. Okay.
Baby, get off my back.
All right. Yeah, you had your fun, bro.
Yo, listen, check it. I ain't gonna lie to you. Every time I see this is the second time I done ran to him. He'd have been like this every time. I think that's just him.
What? The freak?
Nah, he really.
Please don't say that's him.
No, he really don't. He really don't mean nothing by it. He just be, that's just how he be acting, bro. Like he
ain't no way. There's no way. This dude sound like he drunk, bro.
But I do want to go back to that statement about the whole salad tossing thing.
Moses, before we do,
the reason I do though is because I don't think I wouldn't say I necessarily agree. Anything you do with a woman sexually is not gay, but at the same time, I would call it a perversion and disgusting. That's an area of the body that's an area of the body that is meant to be exit only, and it's also for excrement. So
true.
There is disgusting. That's a perversion. That's what the Most High said. He gave us up to a reprobate mind. That's what that is.
Come on now.
Okay.
But I wouldn't call it homosexual though.
I get you though on that. I get you. Yeah.
That is still a woman at the end.
It's still a woman.
Right. Yeah. So if that man went down the road of being, broken wrist committee after that, then it wasn't because the woman prompted him to. It's because he was already there. He had already been playing with him before he got to you.
His inner him. His
Yeah,
inner
okay,
him
right,
came
right.
out.
All you did was make him comfortable around women sexually by doing it with him. That's the only thing that happened. But he was already homosexual before he got there. If he
Yeah.
Wait, so are you talking about me or somebody else?
No, I'm saying that for any woman, because let's be honest, that is an erogenous zone still.
Sure
You
is.
know, that's the issue. Listen, because
Sure is.
if we understand
But you,
anatomy, now it's not in there. That's the common mistake women make. If you look at a diagram, the scrotum is or the
exactly.
what's the
Come
word I'm
on.
looking for? 'Cause let's get biological for a second.
The gooch.
No,
That
because
is
Oh,
not
it's
what that's.
it.
oh,
I'm sorry. The word I'm looking for is the word I'm looking
He
for is
say he
prostate.
gonna be
prostate.
scientific.
Okay, okay.
Wait,
That's
hold
not
on.
the scientific
Wait,
word,
hold on.
Matthew.
Hold on.
Matthew, that is not the word.
Wait, hold on. Okay, hold on real quick. Mute up for me real quick. The prostate is not located in the anus. There's a thin layer of tissue that separates it from the dumpster, so to speak. Okay? And there's multiple reasons for that. Number one, it wouldn't be sanitary. You would probably kill all your sperm if that thin layer of tissue was not there. I'm not even sure if biologically they've named that thin layer of tissue, but it does. There is a separation because the tissue is so thin there. It can be felt through the back door. All right. But at the same time, men recognize that that's an uncomfortable feeling for them too. While you'd have to make a man feel comfortable enough to explore back there. Most men won't. That's just plain and simple. Most men ain't gonna feel that way. And even if it did happen, it's because he thought you was down there doing something else, and then you ended up back there. That's how that that's how that would happen for a dude, typically. You know what I'm saying? But aside from that, it's not located in the anus itself. So when they try to make it seem as though that's how you can milk a there's other portions, there's other way you could touch a dude's stomach in a certain way and it'll get him to that point. That's
How do
literally
you know so much about it?
because I study biology.
Hmm.
Well, I went to school and I have a pure math degree. My mother's a scientist, so
It seems like you're just a doctor, a genius about everything.
no,
Everyone just listens to you like you know everything.
oh no, I
Who
just
is this? King
I
World?
only
Come
speak
on
My
now.
about
boy sound a little envious or something real quick. With
I
that.
only speak about no, it's okay. It's okay, y'all. I only speak about the things that I know. That's why I seem to sound so educated. Most people talk about shit that they don't, which is why they
If you
might
want to
seem to
talk to the
not.
most educated person in here, you're talking to me.
Okay, listen. Go ahead, talk. We're listening.
Everybody's educated. Don't put one over the
Not
other.
everyone can be
He's educated,
educated. I
sir.
just want to touch on one
Everybody's
thing.
Let's
smart.
hear it.
I
So
just want
Let's
to
hear it.
touch on one thing. Now, you touched on it one thing about the schools and how about how the kids and all that and the masculine. I would say the boys aren't masculine anymore. And I heard someone say that, oh well, it's both people's fault, both the mother and father's fault, for the single households, because a lot of single households they produce different type of men. But the thing is, we have to get to reality, right? It's not about whose fault it is. The fact is, the reason why these kids and these boys are coming out so feminine is because that's all they know. You get what I'm saying? So Moses, I'm just playing with you. Have a lot of knowledge, but
It's all good.
it just kills
I was
me
about to
to
say.
see these kids go through this school system.
Oh yeah, no. It's like, listen, I taught school for 8 years. I mean, if I turn on my camera, I'll show you all the posters I had up in my room for everything. And I didn't teach no. I hate to say it this way, but us STEM field teachers, we have a different level of pride in our shit. So I
Ask
didn't
him.
teach no.
Ask him if you understand what STEM means.
I didn't teach them. Yeah, I didn't teach. What they call it, throwaway subjects. That's what we used to call them. Just regular. The electives. I taught math, pure mathematics. So that's one of the hardest subjects. And when I taught that, I recognized that almost all the influence that these youngsters had was female. So yeah, I mean, like I said, you were accurate in that. That's what I had stated before, but I also do think that's a product of an even larger overarching system that the women are talking about, which is that very small percentage of financially solvent males at the top that make those laws and those practices and policies. Those men up there do exhibit beta characteristics.
So I have a big
Because
question to you.
go ahead.
So do you believe, now everyone might be upset with me, do you believe that they should have took the bullies out of school? I believe they should have left them there.
You said the bullies?
The
Yeah.
bullies.
No, I think
Because here's my idea.
Bullies are necessary.
let me answer it real quick.
Here's my idea of it,
Bullies are
right?
No, real
necessary.
quick. Let me answer it real
Okay.
quick. No, I don't think they should have taken the bullies out of school, but I don't think they should have kept them either. What I think they should have done is added parameters or instituted parameters around bullying. In other words, bullying can only go this far,
Because
right?
think about it. Like a
When you
lot
out
of
of
kids will walk
control,
around and they think things are okay, and society will say that, hey, that's not okay. The bullies would straighten certain kids out, and it also taught you where you stood in the not the hierarchy, but the almost like the king of the hill type thing.
yeah, but it
And
also
rejection.
but remember what it
Bullies are
also does.
necessary.
Remember
Does
what it
that
also
compute?
does. Remember what it
Yeah.
also
Your
does.
brain, your
Let
brain are
me
your brain is processing a lot right now, and I understand. But bullies are necessary. They're people.
I
They're
disagree.
necessary.
I disagree.
Bullies are necessary.
I disagree.
It's just so you disagree. That's fine. I'm not about to go back and
See,
forth.
What are they necessary for?
Yeah.
Bullies are
it gives you a
necessary. It
constant
teaches.
trauma, PTSD.
I don't like bullies. I just had to come back.
Could you
Well, you
imagine?
just hurt
To
my
say,
head,
to say
bro.
that
But
to
it
say that
made me who
bullies
the
to
person that I
say
am
that
today. I
bullies are
appreciate it.
necessary to say that
Could
bullies are
you
necessary
imagine your whole life?
to say
Hold
that
on.
bullies are necessary because they teach is to say that you can't think of any other way or any better way to communicate a lesson
That's not their
aside from
fault.
bullying. And
They're
that's
they're a
not
product of their environment.
no.
It's
I'm not
not their
saying wait,
fault. It's not the bully's fault.
excuse me. I'm not saying it
The
is their
bully.
fault. I'm saying yo, I'm not saying that it is their fault. I'm saying that if you're saying that bullies are
But you're
necessary
blaming.
because oh my God, bro, you gonna be up in your
Can you
feelings the
imagine a
whole time
lot
we
of these
talking right
kids
now?
these days grow up
You
But
gonna
you're
be
to
in
be
your
blaming.
grown
feelings.
men?
Listen to his words.
You gonna be
Listen,
you gonna be in
a
your
lot of
feelings the
these
whole
Listen
time.
to the
men.
words.
Can y'all let them finish real quick? Y'all acting like
Right.
interjecting like a female and stuff. That's not crazy.
Right. That's what I'm
Let
trying to
them
say,
finish.
bro. Settle down. I'm saying that if you're saying that bullies are necessary, it's almost as to say that you can't think of a better way for people to learn outside of being bullied. And that I don't agree with. I understand differentiated instruction. So I've taught multiple ways I've taught multiple things in multiple ways to multiple students. All right. So you have your kinesthetic learners, you have your visual learners, you have your auditory learners, etc., etc. So I'm saying that to say that bullies are only necessary when you don't have other metrics in place that teach students, and those metrics are strong.
And what about the kids who go through their whole
So
life
he's
to be
talking about
grown
key
men
performance
who've never had
indicators,
to defend themselves?
KPIs.
Hey, what do you say?
There's certain men
I
out,
don't know.
certain
They
Okay,
like
boys
cool.
go.
twins or something. I don't know why they keep talking at the same
Hey,
time.
I'll talk real
cool
quick
world.
and I'll
Hold on
be
real quick.
done. This is
Cool
the
world. Hold
last
on real
thing I
quick. Wait,
gotta say.
cool world. Hold on real quick. Hey, call me. What you say?
You're talking about KPIs, key performance indicators, metrics.
No, I'm not.
That's what you are.
No,
That's
I'm
what you
not.
just said.
No,
What are
it's not.
metrics?
No, I'm
Teacher?
talking. But you in your feelings, ain't you? Like
No,
you
I'm
seem
not.
real upset and
I'm
triggered right
actually
now,
just
bro.
playing.
You seem kind of feminine right now, though, bro. What's wrong with you? You all right?
No, because what you're about to do.
What's wrong with you? You all right?
Yes.
All right. What
If
we
you
talking?
ask that question
That's not what
again,
I'm talking about. Okay, I'll ask it again. You all right? And what you gonna do?
yes.
Kid? Right. You ain't gonna do shit about it. You gonna sit there and get asked that question again. That's all you gonna do, bro. That's all you gonna do. Settle down. It ain't that serious. All I'm saying is that that there are multiple ways to teach, and the only reason you feel like bullies are necessary is because you're not focused on the other ways for students to learn lessons.
Okay.
All
So a lesson, right? When we get into the discussion of lesson, being taught, okay? So what I did was when I was in school, when I was in college, what I did was I had to learn, right? It was my responsibility, right? So are you saying a bully shouldn't be taught a lesson either? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the lesson the bully typically gets is one with a target on his back.
So
Bullies don't
what? So
typically
what?
wait. Hold up. You wanted me to answer the question. Hold on. Give me a second.
Okay.
When a bully gets taught a lesson, typically it's overboard because he's bullied so much and so often, right?
Right.
So when that person, when that individual, whoever it is, does end up hitting back, what do we see happen a lot of times? We see somebody pick up a weapon because this bully done won so many fights. I don't think I could beat him. We see this man he might get jumped because multiple
So are
people
they not
bullied by him,
necessary?
etc. Right.
So
So
we should teach them too.
no,
Let's
what I'm
teach them
saying
how
is
to be
that they
better
shouldn't
people.
be the bully so that they don't have to worry about that. There's a better way to learn how to
I
lead
just said.
aside from bullying. That's what I'm saying.
So a bully isn't necessary. So what he said was, this individual
A
that
bully
has
is not necessary.
decided. What he said was, this individual that has decided to be a bully, maybe because it was socioeconomical. It's so.
Socio
They
First
could be
off, what it
bullies.
is, it's
That's not the reason.
psychology,
That's
it's
not the reason they decide to
sociology.
be bullies.
He doesn't deserve the bully.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't deserve to be here. Is that what you're saying? He need to be
What
removed
the?
from school?
I'm trying to figure out how you heard that based upon what I just
That's
said.
what you said.
I've never said anything like that. I didn't say anything like that.
You.
If he say I feel like I got enough.
Because I'm just listening.
Nah, I didn't
No,
say
he
anything
did.
like that.
He said that.
I really didn't, bro. You don't listen well, man.
I do listen. I listen greatly.
Ask anybody in the box if I said if I said that bullies don't deserve to live or be in their
You
environment.
just
Ask anybody. You ask anybody in the comment section.
okay. All right. Hold on. Let me ask. Okay. So Kim, did he or did he not say that?
Ooh, baby, how you just gonna call me out like that? I was
No.
She wasn't even paying attention. It's over. You picked the right person. I'm gonna say no. Heck,
But
you know,
I
I
don't
didn't.
remember him saying that
He said that though.
exactly. Not to
He
be
said that.
killed and all of that.
It's 92 of y'all. So did y'all hear him say? Well, some people probably just came in here now.
Somebody say TKO ears be bullying him. I'm done, y'all.
Well, he's getting bullied by his
No,
own feelings.
Moses did not say that. Moses did not say that they shouldn't be here.
I didn't say that at all. I said I don't think that they're useful. You said bullies are important. I said I disagree.
No, I said they're necessary.
Okay,
Important and necessary are two different things.
All right, wonderful. You want to split hairs?
He
Fine.
just wait for one thing to correct you on. That's crazy.
Yeah, like he just like I don't understand why he wanted. But you see the
No,
alpha.
I'm not.
But that's what I'm saying. You like even in this regard, you see the distinction between alphas and sigmas. I'm not gonna even call him a beta because I don't think he is.
What
I
about
think he's just
omegas?
kind of indifferent. But you can tell how I'm not bothered by it. It's not that serious to me. I'm
But what
really
about
trying to get to the
omega?
root of what you're
You're
talking about.
You're forgetting one.
No, I'm just not mentioning one.
Yeah, you forgot.
No, you can't tell me what I forgot. You
My
have
God. Like,
it
okay,
in
let's
your
I'm
head.
gonna say this
Okay.
right now.
All right.
This dude seems like he trolling from this point.
You,
Yeah.
the spirit
No,
of
I'm not.
argument
Actually,
is
I'm trying to make a
In
point,
essence,
but
anyway, so
I
just
want y'all to
All
listen.
right, so can't call, man. I had enough of you, man. Cool. What you had for him?
All I was trying to say
Let's
was
listen.
there's a lot of kids or young men that grow up their whole lives and they've never had a confrontation. So what do they do when they're 20, 30 years old, they have families, they've never seen confrontation? I'm just saying.
Who you asking?
well, then that means
Are you just asking everybody?
I'm asking you, everybody. So what? It just seems like these kids, like, I
that
mean,
means they
seriously,
was
like, can
raised
you
right.
imagine growing up your whole life and you never even
Because other
like
than
scrap
that,
with a boy, unless except for the kids that play football, right? But
I don't think that
everybody
you
else,
need.
I
I don't
guess,
think that you need to be in confrontation in order to be a good protector.
how
Absolutely.
do you even know
These
how
two
to
things
Good
are
defend yourself?
definition.
these two things are not synonymous. Now, I think you
Okay.
need to have training in order to be a good protector. But confrontation and conflict, no. We understand this because the military exists. It's a place where they literally attempt to
So,
outlaw all conflict, but rather build camaraderie.
mm.
But at the same time,
I was
train
in the
those.
military.
Ooh,
We
no,
did
hold on,
nothing but
hold on. Don't
conflict
argue
in the
that. Don't
beginning.
argue that with him. Don't argue being in the military with
Bro,
him.
you had your turn, man. You good, man. Just let
Oh,
Cool
me?
talk now.
All I'm saying was, I mean, I was in the military, and I went to Fort Knox, all male basic training. And when you put a bunch of 300 guys all together, that's all you have is conflict for the
It's
first 2 weeks.
conflict.
You at a holding company.
But my point is what do your instructors attempt to
How do
do
you resolve?
when conflict arises? Do they just let conflict breed?
How do you resolve conflict?
Exactly. They teach you resolution skills, and they teach you that the man next to you, even though you're in conflict with him, he's about to go into battle with you one day, and he's gonna be your brother. That's what they teach you. So what I'm saying is they still attempt to eradicate the conflict. They keep the training, they keep the discipline, but they attempt to eradicate the conflict because the conflict does not serve a purpose in the military. You're trying to get everybody on the same page as one unit.
When in the
How
hell
can you
did the
do that if you
military
haven't ever had
when did the
conflict?
He's saying
military ever
eradicate to
try,
get rid of.
Right.
who said the military ever tried to eradicate that stuff inside?
Did
Are you
your
kidding me?
instructors just allow conflict to breed? Did they let me ask you this. When two soldiers got into a altercation, did they allow the conflict to breed, and were those soldiers allowed or not reprimanded when they acted on the conflict
They
they
were
felt?
only reprimanded when they actually told on someone. If they didn't say anything, they
Mm,
would say
mm.
you guys, okay, you guys are getting to know each other. You
And
guys
what does
are
that teach? And what does that teach?
to not go run to mommy and daddy.
Nope.
You know,
No.
it teaches
No.
snitches.
No. It teaches
I'm
what
being
it's
serious.
no,
I'm just
that's
telling
not
you
what
from
it teaches.
That's
experience.
what it
Right,
teaches.
and that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's why you're missing the lesson. That's not what
Are
it
you
teaches.
going
It
from
teaches.
experience or
It
books?
teaches. You don't have to go from experience to understand the
Wow.
principle of
Oh,
this.
Okay.
You're
I'm
missing the
done
principle of
talking
it.
then.
that
Let's
told me
just
a
read
lot.
the books.
Good.
Goodbye.
All right. Cool. Now I can explain what I was saying. That's not the lesson that you learn. The lesson that you're supposed to learn is that that's your brother, and you don't roll over on him for anybody, including a superior. That's the lesson that you're supposed
How
to
the
learn.
hell are you going to tell me the lesson? You ain't even been through the lesson.
You don't
The
have to
lesson when
go
you
through that lesson.
listen.
I have been through that lesson. I just haven't been through that lesson in the military.
Oh shit.
I didn't have to go through the military to learn that lesson. I learned that shit from my own parents.
The
You had to
military
go
and your
to a
parents are two
military.
separate
You had to
things,
go
my
to a
friend.
military to learn it. That's why I'm telling you I understood the lesson. I
Your
got that lesson
parents
when
and
I
the
was a
military
child.
is two different things.
So you saying that the military don't eradicate conflict? Then
No,
that
that's
means
not.
they problematic in
Boy,
itself.
What the hell are you talking about?
y'all don't listen. Y'all don't listen.
No, you just talk about when you got to the
I
point in the
said the
military, it's just like, what are
military
you talking
attempts to eradicate the conflict. In other words, they give a stern and harsh punishment for those soldiers that are at odds with one another and act on it.
You
I
really
don't
think
care
so?
whether it's physical training.
You
I
really
don't care
think
Did she
so?
whether
just
it's
bring Mr. Drunk
police
back up?
duty. I don't care whether it's whatever. Yeah, like this is just a simple. This is just a simple
I'm
logical
gonna
reasoning.
hotel back
You
up
would
in
never be
Florida.
able to if you didn't eradicate
Oh
conflict.
shit, man.
If you didn't eradicate conflict, or at the very least try to in the military, you wouldn't have a military. All the dudes would just be beating each other up, and they would never get on the same page about anything. I'm not saving him. He ain't my brother.
You
That's
don't
what I
think that
do.
goes on? And when you actually go overseas, which I have, you're just trying to come back home. All that shit gets pushed aside. So you don't know what the hell
Exactly,
you're talking
because you
about.
learned the lesson, and the lesson you learned is that that's my brother regardless. When you went overseas, you took that lesson with you.
Oh
That's
shit,
why you
man.
come back home.
I'll let you just talk your nonsense.
Listen, if you don't understand it, I understand that. I understand, logics at that level isn't easy for everybody. I get it. But that's a lesson that you learn. Brothers in arms learn that lesson. I know plenty Marines. I know plenty military men, infantry, or in the military, not in the military. I know plenty of them. There's plenty of dudes over there that follow me that I'm cool with. I know plenty of brothers, and they all say the same thing.
But look at D done put this damn picture up of this
I feel like the
mayonnaise person.
military's toxic masculinity on a whole next level.
You think that military is a toxic masculinity, but it's the one thing that makes you feel safe enough to say that the military has toxic masculinity.
Wait,
You wouldn't be talking that shit in Maoist China. If you was in Maoist China, the moment toxic masculinity came out your mouth, you end up being somebody's sex slave.
Oh my.
No, for real.
I mean,
I don't
he's not
think that
lying, but
happened.
I
For
mean
real.
that's why we in
So the
America.
reason, so to say,
We
listen,
got free
I don't
troops.
agree with the purpose. I don't agree with what the military fights for, but I do respect the fact that they are warriors.
So what does China have anything to do with what did you just say?
Yeah, that part
I
went
said,
over
I
his
said
head.
He's
Maoist.
just
I
trying
No,
to
said
sound
Maoist
intelligent.
China.
he's making this
Understand?
thing.
Wait, listen what I'm saying. I said Maoist China. Maoist China. Mao was a dictator in China
They
who
don't
ruled.
know. They don't know Moses. They don't
Right,
know
I'm
what
finna
you
teach.
talking
I'm
about.
finna teach. It's okay. Maoist was a dictator in China that ruled with an iron fist. He ruled damn near or even worse than Putin. Okay, so what I was saying is that if you were to express that in a country like that, you would find out just exactly how non-toxic. I'm sorry, how non-toxic our military is. That's what I'm saying.
And
Mm.
that's why I say they lucky that we is in America, because
Right,
them
right,
people would have been at her door,
right,
knocking at
Facts.
her door, soon as she
right.
said that,
You
and
haven't
she would have
seen
been
toxic
getting flushed out.
masculinity. You make that
If I
same
would have
you make
said
that same
something about
statement.
toxic
If you make that
masculinity,
same
it's toxic
statement in Iran,
masculinity.
is
No,
what I'm saying is
because you're in
So what?
America.
no. What I'm
But
saying is yeah, you're saying that from a privileged position. If you were to say
right,
make that same,
Mm.
if you were to make
right.
that same statement in Iran, they would take your ass out and probably behead you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
True.
No, I'm
True.
just being. I'm not. Listen,
True.
I'm not saying this to down you,
To
mom. I'm
make you
glad
feel
you're
so
away,
here.
my
but
I'm
thing
that's
glad
is,
you're
why
here,
do
accurate.
they
sister,
do
because
things like that?
She
I'm
just
glad you're
wants you
here
to look in
because
reality. That's
So
right.
you
reality.
have
I'm glad you're
control
here
over
making that
the
statement
country
because
or
at
over
least you're
women.
safe, and that's a good thing. That's what we've created over in this country. I'm
Hello.
glad you're here making that statement. I would hope, and black women that are going to other countries, they're learning this slowly but surely. That running their mouth like they do over here will get their ass nowhere but in jail.
Get
Mm-hmm.
killed, get their
That's
hands
So,
chopped off,
crazy.
Unalive, unalive,
get their
unalive.
lips
exactly,
cut off.
Yep.
They don't
exactly.
play.
So that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. I'm
because
saying
this.
so when you
So
call, so
yeah,
be very
okay.
careful
So
that when you call
from my
masculinity toxic,
understanding, it's like y'all want it to be that way.
want it
No,
to be
we
like
That's
what?
just. Oh
problematic.
my gosh, bro.
Want it to be what way?
Like what you just said. Like toxic masculinity is everywhere.
No,
But
it's not.
Look at
That's my
Shonda,
point.
what you
Nigeria.
trying?
Literally, the
Go
least
ahead.
prevalent
That's
place,
where
the
majority of
least
black people
prevalent
come
placed
from. Like
masculinity
our
that
ancestry. Like it's everywhere. They got in Nigeria and Africa. They got women who are slaves, and also they take, and also African women are they go to the Middle East and they get beat up because they
But
prostitutes and things like that.
Here's the thing, though. Here's
It's
the thing. I
toxic
want you to make sure. Oh, wait,
masculinity.
hold
They
on. Wait,
get
real quick.
getting
Real
killed
quick.
and all
Okay, wait,
kinds of
hold on.
stuff.
Miss Shauna, hold on real quick. What happens to the men in those environments?
I don't know.
They're dead. They get burned alive. They
Mm-hmm.
get shot at. So what? So when you keep talking about toxic masculinity with reference to women, almost every country has an agreement that they will not take the life of women and children.
Mm-hmm.
That's the furthest thing from toxic. The
But
absolute furthest thing.
but Moses,
Regardless of
I
what
think
country, regardless of what country you're in, regardless of whether or not you're enemies,
Okay, well,
because
since it's like that, then don't. So y'all making it seem like y'all want it to be that way with this toxic masculinity
wait,
stuff.
want it to be
There's
what
no
though?
Saying
such
something like,
thing
don't
as
do that to
toxic
women and
There's
children.
no such
Then
masculinity.
thing
don't do
as
it.
don't do that, cool
It's
girl, because we
against.
know that
It
it
should be
is.
against
There's no
human
such
law,
thing.
honestly.
no, it's
But
not.
Moses,
Understand? Listen, I
Opposite
want you to
ways
understand
too.
when you use the phrase toxic masculinity, what it says to men is that there's something inherently toxic about our very biology. That's bullshit.
But
That's
but that
bullshit.
you
biology has
can't
nothing
say
to
that
do
you.
with
But
mentality.
Moses,
That's like saying there's toxic femininity. Do you believe like there's something
yes,
inherently
and I
toxic?
believe that it
Wait,
is.
okay. So you believe that
no,
there's
no.
inherently something
I think
toxic
men could be
about.
toxic and women
Wait,
could be toxic.
Yes,
wait,
right. But you
Again,
can't have toxic
Both
femininity
can be
and
toxic,
masculinity.
but
Just toxic
wait,
people.
hold
just
on.
because somebody is a
Wait, hold
man
on.
thank
or a
you,
Wait,
woman, that
Kev.
don't mean
That's what I
wait.
nothing.
mean. It's just
Y'all
people
not
being
hearing what I'm
toxic.
saying. Y'all not hearing what I'm saying. I'm
I ain't
saying
never
Like
heard a man
most
say that
men
a woman
nowadays
was
are
too
like
feminine.
feminine.
I ain't never
But
heard a man say she's
I
just
can
too
beat a man
feminine.
up.
I agree with that. I agree with Matthew.
I'm just telling you, it's the truth. They use everything against us, brother. I've never heard one man say that,
That
she's
toxic
too feminine
femininity.
for me.
But you know what? You don't say that word, but the
Get
thing is
the
this.
hell out of here
Listen,
with
Matthew,
that
hold on.
nigga.
Y'all don't say, oh, she too feminine or whatever, but you always say, oh, she always wants something. She wants you to do this or she wants you to do that. That's
That's
the same thing as
masculine.
saying that she's too feminine. If she wanted you to buy her some
That's not
food,
too
that's the
feminine.
same thing.
That's just
But y'all
greedy.
don't use those words. But anyways, I was going to say to back to Shauna. I get what Shauna was saying. She's like, oh, you know, why we talk about China and things like that. The reason why those countries was brought up was to show how privileged we are as Americans.
hmm
As American people, regardless. Not saying if you white American, black American, Hispanic American, it doesn't matter. You are an American. Even if you're a Chinese American, you are an American. You have a privilege. That's your privilege. So the fact that you're able to say, oh, we're able to say these things that we're saying, that's a privilege all in its own because you are a female. In those other countries, like Moses was saying, girl, we'll be in the middle of the town square, with a rope around our head. You get what I'm saying? Because we not going along with what the country has said.
but as of right now,
Well,
who is the highest?
honestly, this is what I think. The
Who
country
is
is
the
problem.
highest
Whoever
arrested and
made laws,
imprisoned?
they problematic. But I feel like people are human. It don't matter if they
Shauna, here's the other
are
thing.
women and
This is the
men
other
or
reason why
primarily women.
black
Like, what?
men turn off a black woman when she says
Y'all don't have
toxic
no. They
masculinity.
don't have no control over
I
Who's
can't hear you,
talking?
politics. People
Moses.
can do whatever they want to do. They'll
So
decide to
Shauna,
run
this
away
is
from
the
their
reason. This is
country,
the other reason why black
which
men
I
turn.
heard that in North Korea they get
bro,
Shauna,
she ain't hearing anything.
I
Uh,
can't hear
we can
Moses.
so real quick, I'm gonna let Moses finish what he's saying, then let D in because other people got still talking stuff. So go ahead, Moses, and then D next.
This is the reason black men turn off our ears when we hear black women talk about toxic masculinity. It's because we could tell it's a white feminist talking point because your men have never been in a position to do the things that you claim we do adhesive to toxicity. We've never been
honestly.
in that
That's how I feel
position.
about everything is a construct. That
No,
whole
everything is not a
black men are
construct.
in lower positions. That's a construct.
Wait, what's a
You
construct?
believe that because you
Wait, hold on. Wait. What's
honestly,
a construct?
it's like, oh, it happens, but
Wait,
you
excuse
you
Shauna.
What's a
your
construct? Why you
mentality is
just?
like
Oh
you're
my
allowed it.
gosh.
You can be more than that.
Shauna, what is a construct? You
I
said it
don't
was.
let none of that stuff get to me. I don't care if you
Oh my
white,
Lord.
black.
Oh
I
my
don't
gosh. She's just
care.
rambling, bro.
It's like she can't.
So
Say,
honestly, it's
Shauna, are
black
you
men's
listening right
fault
now?
for like lowering
Shauna,
themselves to put
She in
themselves
her
Shauna,
own live.
Shauna, are you listening right now? Can you hear us? I think she might just have a lag. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
Hey, I
You said
like
it's
how
a
you trying to help, but nah, it ain't no like
oh,
that. Wish it was.
okay. Shauna, when we said you said it
to
was a
do.
construct, what do you mean? What's a construct?
A construct is human made. It's
No.
labels. That's what it
Okay.
is.
Okay, something is human made. So you're saying it's a construct. That means that everything outside of nature is a construct. If you're talking about aesthetically speaking, that would be fine. All right. But what I'm saying was, what is your point in saying that it's a construct? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Race is a construct.
True.
So
Toxic
you're saying
is
that we don't. So you're
what
saying that
you
we don't
believe. So they
have
do
different
what they
races.
believe.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying that we don't have different races on Earth adhesive to lineage? Is that what you're saying?
I never said that.
Then it can't be a construct.
The
Then.
term black is a construct, white is a construct, Mexican is a construct. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
it's
Okay, but the
different
race of
because
people, which
it's
is adhesive.
scientifically, I think it's different,
Okay, but the
but
race
it's a
of people that
label
adheres
on
to
that.
lineage is not a construct. Sure, if you want to
What?
call the terms that we use to identify those people as a construct, fine. But the
True.
race of those people is not a construct. Bloodlines and lineages exist.
Yeah,
True.
scientifically, that's what it is.
Right, so that means that everything is not a construct.
Right. So yeah, I hope she
The
got that out the
word
way.
is a
So
construct.
Somebody in the comments
let's
I
said
didn't.
separation is a construct. No, it's not. If you look in the wild, what do we see? Everything is separated by its group. Lilies don't grow with roses. Roses don't grow with dandelions. When you look at animals, cheetahs don't hang with lions. Lions don't hang with
Yeah, because
jaguars.
based off what they look like.
No, it's not based off what they look like.
I'm
No,
pretty
it's
sure it
not.
is because
No, it's not. It's not. It's
I'm
not
pretty
based
sure
off
that's what
what
it
they look
is.
like.
It's what they were born into and what
Okay,
they look
Sean,
like.
I'm trying to tell you that no, it's not that. You keep saying you're pretty sure it is. I'm saying we've done the research is out on this. It's not. It has to do with territory. It has to do with safety. It has to do with making sure that that species lives.
With their own species.
Yes, it would be your own. All right.
Come on, D.
just get D in
You
the
gotta
building,
say
man.
I feel
something, D.
like
You gotta say, hey, I
before
Yeah,
got
hold
something
up
to
real
say.
quick, cause we
1400,
gonna go forever with
everybody
your
was
feel
by
likes.
themselves and what they owned
Hold
their
up,
own
hold up. I
pets.
know she just want to get these up. Okay, there you go. Feel like that and mute real quick. Go ahead, D. You need an aspirin, my brother.
Hey D, this should bring you to tears, won't
Man,
it?
look, I came in here for one thing and one thing only. The most important thing I came in here for was justice for the brick. That's all I want.
Come on.
You know what I'm
We
saying?
know you the whole time, and you over here talking about some bread. Come on, dog.
Yeah,
Give
I
us
just
something
want
else.
justice for the brick, bro. That's it.
Give us something else, D. Come on, dog.
I'm just saying because, you know, somebody else brought up constructs and you know, education and all this other shit.
There's no justice for the brick because it wasn't no brick, D.
Hey man, I'm
You
just
mean
saying
justice for
that's why I need
That's
justice
why he needs
for
an
him.
you
Hey
he
mean
needs an
you
listen,
mean
apology because he was
you mean
that's why I
justice for
need
the
justice
woman?
no
for him, bro.
Florida. So the Brig needs to have a chance to speak
Listen,
out and have people understand how he
Got
was used.
lied on.
listen,
Rush, rush, rush and D.
Ben
D
Carson, Cornell
D and
X.
Rush. This what we doing, y'all? This what we doing right
I'm
now?
just saying, listen,
Matt,
brother,
you just gonna sit here and watch it
Moses,
too, huh? You just gonna sit here and watch it, Matt?
Moses.
So you eat victim blaming?
After the circus you just went through,
Hey,
I
hey,
think you would appreciate this
Right.
shit that we giving you right now, my
you
boy.
right. Yeah, you heard what I just had to deal with, bro. You right. Yeah, I need it. I need it. Bring some more in here.
Thank you.
Bring some more in here.
Right. No, honestly, Brig needs some financial compensation for this.
Something, man.
Right, man. It was that
Getting lied
defamation of
on, man.
bricks.
Don't be
You know what I'm
tired of
saying?
that. Whole water bottle this time, whole time. Only thing they got thrown at her.
Whoa, clear my throat. No, we not doing that. What's going on, Juice?
So what's the third paragraph say? Why are married people mad at this single man for giving advice?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? When the Brig found out the news,
And
he
is they really ready?
Yeah, I mean,
Is they
Man,
really
look.
happy? I mean, oops.
you know, there's an air of superiority and I don't want to say conceited, but an air of righteousness, a virtual high ground that people that get married have a tendency to stand on, and I don't like that. You know, if you have a husband and a wife, the first thing you should be doing is making sure that the door of your house is closed. The only people that should know you are married are the individuals that you held yourself out to be married. And when you
Hey,
find
Mm-hmm.
out why you're
Moses, I have a
walking around
question for you.
telling everybody you're married, I'm not quite sure. It doesn't make much sense to me.
Mm.
With that being said, the reason I think they're married is because they think that they have the answer to how to be in a relationship because they're married. The only problem with that is there's a difference between being in a relationship and being in a happy, successful one.
I have a
So
question
Mm-hmm.
for you, Moses.
every time I hear a
Here's an
woman
honest
say,
question.
I'm happily married, my first thought is yeah, is your husband happy though? And
Ooh.
if you're on an app talking about how much men don't do A, B, and C, you're not you're married, but he's not happily married. In other
Right.
words,
So
your marriage
my
is destined to
question
fail.
is, what
I
would
had a
what would
question
that
first,
person be
Shauna.
happy
You
about?
heard me sitting there waiting
I
over
mean, like,
here. I have a question for Mr. Moses. Mr. Moses here, you talk about the marriage. It's an
Listen,
honest question. So you have 80% of women that
like you said,
initiate
she
divorce.
said that he or she
Bro,
said that
Shauna,
twice about
Wow.
can
saying
you
that
listen?
the man is unhappy. What is what?
y'all, I'm
Can you
telling you, I don't
elaborate?
Don't
think
you
she can.
hear? No,
I don't
Shauna.
think she can
Shauna, you
be.
got one more time, I swear to.
Kev, are
If
you
it's
sure?
one
I don't
person
think she
talking,
can
you
hear.
gotta let one person talk, man.
I don't think
Mob
she
me
can
up,
hear,
Kev.
Kev.
Mob me up,
She
bro.
gotta be
Mob me
punking
up,
us right
bro.
now, bro. Either her
So,
microphone is messed up or something. She can't hear
so,
us.
here's my question. So 80% of certain women initiate divorces, right?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So do you believe, and I kind of, I was been thinking about this. Do you believe the other 20% are the leaders and the other 80% that initiate the divorces are all followers because they following all each other off a bridge, except for certain, uh, DV type relationships?
The leaders of whom?
There's, the 80-20 rule. 20%, there's 20% of leaders in the world, 80% of followers.
Oh,
So you
well,
get what I'm saying?
I mean, not necessarily, because I believe even in that 20%, there's a cadre and a cast of women that will stay in abusive relationships. We've seen this happen multiple times.
No, but I'm
Okay,
saying the 20%
so
actually
even the
stay in
well,
the
no,
relation. Like
but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes even that 20% is stupidly staying. They probably should have joined the 80%. I'm just saying sometimes. I'm not saying all the
I'm
time.
not saying what's right or wrong. I'm just talking about the reality of the
No.
80-20 rule.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I understand, but I'm saying I would have to break that 20% up into categories. Did you stay because you just had a successful, healthy relationship? Or did you stay out of fear, stupidity, anger, anxiety, fear of missing out, lust? What is the reason you stayed? I think that matters. But I can say that the staying power itself, the proclivity for the woman to, regardless of what's going on, remain in that marriage, I can say that is a leadership quality that we would want to see more so in women.
Is
Yeah.
a leadership quality that we.
I can say that we would want to see more so,
Can I say something real quick?
yeah, go ahead.
Because I'm obviously a woman, but I think that I've never been married. I'm young as hell, so I don't really care
How
about
old are you,
marriage.
Shauna?
Very young.
Well, I'm just. Are you over 18? Is what I'm asking.
Yes,
Okay, go ahead.
but I've never been married or nothing like that. But I have been in a relationship. But I would say I think it's mainly due to not being like lonely.
Yeah, that's possible. I think women, and I think that's a smart decision. Women recognize, even though they would act as though they don't, they recognize that their sexual marketplace value has a timer on it. And they recognize that if they leave that relationship, the likelihood of them finding a better option, I'm not saying that it's going to be great, but a better option than the one that they're with is very slim. They understand that. So a lot of women do, yeah, like I said, they stay out of fear of of um of not being able to either upgrade or plateau. And I mean, in some cases that makes sense.
Can I also say something real
Sure,
quick?
sure. Go ahead.
So I understand that. So I also, so about the whole fear part and things like that. Okay, and they would stay in an abusive relationship because of fear. Honestly, like, and that's the whole nother thing, the whole submissive and things like that. You allow somebody to treat you a certain way, and that's why they doing that. That's why they abusive. That's why, like,
You were sold a
so you
lie.
cause the fear on yourself.
Okay, who's next?
I'm sorry, I didn't know what did she just say. I don't.
We got a new person up here, Trey. Come
Oh,
off mute.
we just skipping that. Hey, Rush,
Oh,
we just skipping that. Okay, we just, okay.
how y'all doing?
But y'all don't listen. I'm listen. I want to engage her. I mean, she's young. She said that, so I'm not. I
We,
don't want to.
Yeah, and please
we got
don't
other people up
dismiss.
here.
What she just said that goes into boundaries though. Like,
Yeah, I
okay,
just want
you
her
said
to. I just want
somebody.
her to explain things so we can understand it and have a contextual conversation around it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to disregard her.
No, it's cool. It's just sometimes that explanations don't get straight to the point.
Yeah, that's what, because she said fear and things like that. I'm like, okay, well, yeah, people allow things to happen to them, and men keep saying, oh God.
I think Shauna, I think you're
Shauna, what is your
getting
hang up
from
with
a
men?
space.
It seems like
No,
it seems like you're upset with men. What's your hang up with men?
No, because it's like when I used to talk to dudes or whatever and things like that,
Mm-hmm.
it's like little things that they would, that, the last one I was with, it's
Okay.
little things that he did. He was like, just some words like stuff. I'm like, dude, I don't know what you trying to get at, but
Shauna,
I'm
right
not
there.
with
No,
this.
Shauna, you got to tell us the weird things. What is the weird things that he did?
Like, it
Mm-mm.
happened like twice, and it's
Okay, what'd he
weird
do?
since,
right, what he did. So
What'd
we
he
can
do?
all
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It was
yeah,
nothing.
You got to mute up. You already on restriction for the brick shit. So
Mm-mm.
because I know where they trying to
At
go
least
with
at
it.
least the
It's
brick
like,
got us from one point to the other.
yeah.
he was like, yeah, like that submissiveness, all this. I'm like,
Okay, but
dude,
Shauna, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What did he do?
no, because we was like somewhere and somebody was walking their dog or whatever, and
Mm-hmm.
he's like, yeah, that obedience, yeah, I'm like, what are you trying to get at?
I just
I
don't
feel
even.
Oh,
like
he was
you
throwing
like
signs. Okay.
subconsciously.
Wait, hold on. I don't even see that. When y'all tell these stories, it just sounds like shit
I'm
that
like,
never
you just could
happens
have
in real life, only
put
on
it in your
TV shows.
head. Like, that's what I was going
Why
with
would
it, because
any
I'm
man
like,
look at look at somebody walking a dog and first in his head think, oh yeah, that's some submissiveness that I
no,
want
no,
in my
no,
household.
no, not walking the
First, you
dog,
gave it the
but also,
opportunity. That's why.
like, the owner was playing with the dog, and the dog was doing whatever that the
It
owner
was a
said.
good puppy.
He was like, yeah, that obedience. I'm like, you could have kept that in your head. Like, you making this seem like
Where's
Okay,
Black
okay. Let's
Guru
And
let's
that's
man?
why
This
you
dude.
broke up with him?
But let's go down your route. Let's say he did.
other things as
Let's
well.
say he did highlight submission when somebody was walking the dog. As hard as that is to believe, why is it that you have an issue with submission, or do you? Do you have an
I
issue
just
with
don't
submission?
like it. Like,
Okay, so you
let's
have an
like
issue with submission. Okay,
just stop trying to put women in a position that they don't want to be in,
correct. No,
or
no.
trying to make
Listen.
it
You know
like
what?
trying
I
to make
agree with
it
that. A man
like they
should not
want it to
attempt.
be like that.
Right. I agree with that. I
Hello,
understand.
I
I
said
think that.
that
Okay.
Shauna,
I
Shauna,
agree
can
with
I ask
that.
a question?
2 times.
Go ahead, Rush.
Shauna, why don't you want to be submissive?
Because I don't care about it.
Okay. Do you care about a man providing and protecting for you when you're in a relationship with him?
I would want somebody to do that, but
There you go.
I
And so
also
this
feel
is the
like
issue.
I'm
What you
not gonna be
wait,
a
hold on,
dog
wait,
to
Shauna,
somebody. I'm
Shauna,
not gonna be that.
Shauna, wait and listen. See what you're talking about right now is you're talking about a relationship that is one way. You're receiving
Mm,
the benefits that the man brings to the table. In this case, it's provision and protection, and you're not willing to yield him the things that he would benefit from in the relationship, which is your submission and nurturing. That's why you're not having success with the men that you're dating right now. You believe
mm,
as though you should get, and not give. Relationships are about the other person. If you want to be independent, you can though. All right. Well, nobody's saying you can't be that, but you can't on one hand say you want to be independent, have your autonomy, etc., but then on the other hand say that you want somebody to be responsible for you. These two things,
Not
conflict.
responsible.
I mean,
That's what provision and protection is. It's a responsibility.
that's like going
mm-hmm.
to an employer and you putting in 40 hours and they saying we're not gonna give you no paycheck.
Mm.
That don't make any sense.
I mean,
Now,
all I
law.
gotta say is I don't really care about that whole like I said,
And
I
this
would
was
like
the
for
new
somebody to
generation
be like
we getting now.
But
fire. I
Shauna,
don't know.
this goes back to what we were talking about just a minute ago. Do you know why you don't care? It's because you already feel safe. See, women don't understand how important submission and nurturing is until they're in an environment filled with danger and chaos.
Mm-hmm.
At
You
that
put
point, you
yourself in that
recognize. Wait,
environment
hold on, wait,
though.
hold on, hold on,
You
hold
can
on, hold on.
easily nobody is
Listen what
holding
I'm
you
saying.
back.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. I'm gonna create a scenario for you. Have you seen the movie The Purge?
It's not life is not
Have you
even
seen the
related to that.
just answer the question. Have you seen the movie The Purge?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, so if we were to live in a society, right, tonight at sundown, you're gonna hear that loud ass horn, that, and
I'm
then
not telling the time up now.
the purge. Wait, hold on. Then the purge is gonna happen. Now, I'm gonna give you two scenarios, and I want you to think about your response to both of them. Okay.
Oh
The first
Lord.
scenario is you're single, and you know the purge is about to start. You have a weapon, all right. You have a gun, but you're all alone by yourself. All right. If you happen to run across a man, let's say he's Terry Crews size, right? He got a beard like Brother Matt over here, all right? No. I want you to listen to me and understand this. I'm dead ass with you right now. You think it's laughable until this shit actually happens, and
Okay,
you don't
she may be
understand,
laughing, but he's not
and you don't
lying.
understand. You don't understand how close this reality actually is to the United States.
Oh my well,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
That better
No. I'm dead
happen.
ass. So
I'm
listen,
swimming my ass to Mexico.
you're not gonna make it.
No, man,
And
let me ask you this.
oh by the way, you don't have to swim to Mexico. You can walk.
Listen, no,
Well, you
but
know they
Mexico is
listen,
got
land.
I
Hold
don't
on.
borders,
know
so
if
I
she,
can
I don't know
stay
if
Mexico
She
she
is
talking
watched.
about
overseas. Nobody.
real
Cancun. She
quick.
only think Cancun,
Real quick,
Mexico.
Mexico is
Hey, listen,
landlocked with the United States. That's why Trump said build a wall. He wasn't gonna build that wall over water. Anyway, that beyond this.
listen, hey,
When
listen.
you
They had an episode
wait, hold on,
of
real quick, Trim, hold on, real quick. Let me just get through the scenario real quick. In that scenario, if you see a man named Terry Crews that got the size of you know who Terry Crews is, right? Michael Clark Duncan, big black strong dudes, right? All right. Let's say he was
It's
that.
big black strong women.
Let's go. Keep going, Moses.
6,
Okay.
Listen to the
7.
story. Listen
I'm
to what the
5'9".
man
I'm
trying to
taller than
say.
most some dudes
Calm
out
down
there,
and
Let him
listen to what the
finish.
man
especially
is saying.
Mexicans.
Let
I can
Moses
shut up and
finish.
listen for a dang old chance. Nah.
Go ahead, Moses.
Whoa. Oh, let her finish. I want to hear about the big strong women that gonna save the day. I
So we
want to
got
hear
Hell
about.
no. Hell
So we
no.
got
Let's
big.
get
So
some
we got
order.
a big
Hold
black
on.
strong
Hold
man. In
on.
that
Hold on.
moment, if he said that he wants to trade whatever sexuality that you were going to give him in return for his protection, are you going to be talking about how much you're independent and how much you don't need a man, or are you about to do what you need to do in order to keep your life?
Doing what the fuck I need to do. Oh, sorry.
Nobody never said that though.
Shauna, I'm creating the scenario for this purpose. Follow the logic in in the scenario. Which one are you going to do? Understand, this is the purge now. So if you answer wrong, he might just take it from you.
Take what from me?
Oh my God.
Oh,
All right, y'all. I'm gonna just go ahead and go on mute now, y'all. It was fun.
And that's
I
your fault. That's your
let me
fault.
say,
You wanted
let
to
me
do
say
that.
something.
I can't.
Let me say something real quick. Okay, I mean, I don't know
He
how
tried to
many people
work a
saw
miracle.
this. Listen, I don't know how many people saw this.
Yeah, he didn't
It's
see
called
half the time to explain himself. I
Bear
mean,
Grylls Island 3. Okay, they put 15 men on a island, and on the other side they put 15 women. They stripped them of all technology, everything, right? And, within a certain amount of, then they only gave them a bottle of water. I think they gave the women a little bit water than the men. Within a certain amount of days, you already know what happened. They had to rescue the women because the men had already built a system. They built a water system, everything. So they let a pig into the where the 15 people were at with the men, and the 15 were with the women, and they wanted to see what each group would do. Guess what the women did with the pig? They made a pet with the pig. Guess what the men did with the pig?
Dinner.
They roasted him and made dinner with him. They used his bones for utensils, and
okay.
they had to rescue the women because the women were about to be unalive.
Yeah.
They had to come bring in planes and helicopters and come
What
and
else did they
save the
do? Trim, now what did the women do after that?
huh?
What did the women do after that?
They were humbled.
They came to the men and asked them for some of theirs, right?
Yep. And they had to come and save the women like 2-3 times. It was like okay, it's just point blank and period. And they removed they didn't have no tech, no nothing. The men had already delegated who's gonna be the captain. They had already put laws together for
Wait, hold on,
themselves.
Trim. Go you get even more specific. Which man did they go to out of the cast of men? Which one did they go to?
What you mean? Be more specific.
The man that they went to was the weakest and most susceptible to sexual fulfillment. They went to what they called the beta male in that variety of men that were present on that. They knew, okay, if we want these men to help us, we have to go to the man that's weakest to his own anatomy. They didn't go
Right.
to the most alpha of men. You couldn't go over there flirting out and putting your hair behind your ear, trying to act like you off. Like he ain't give a fuck about none of that shit. I'm here to win. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You had to go to the weakest of men. And what did the weakest man do? He helped them. And then what happened? He got excommunicated out of that group with the other men because they was like, nah, we ain't fucking with you. You're not us. That's what happened.
Yep.
just
And
because
see,
that person
when I watched that, I started to see what Kevin Samuels was saying. He's saying that they stick their chests out now, and it's no disrespect, because you live in a comfortable society where
Yep.
if things got bad, you could call 911. If the bills wasn't the money wasn't coming strong, you have a social services. He said we have civilized this civilization with all of these resources. You can jump in your car for your own transportations. You got a lot of rights. You can go to the grocery store.
That's all
Everything
I'm
is
saying.
comfortable.
You're
So you're
absolutely
saying
correct.
that
You're
you technically
absolutely
don't
correct.
want like this society to be
No, I
uncomfortable?
didn't say I didn't want. I
That's
didn't
not
say I
what
didn't want
he's
anything.
saying, Channel.
I'm saying that everything is civilized so much that, like, if you want anything, you can get on your phone. You can have it delivered to your house. If you want to jump into your man-made car, you can get on a man-made airplane. You can go in the grocery store. Everything is mass produced. So you can say, I'm independent. I don't need a man. I can just do me. But let's strip all of those things away, and women will not talk that tune anymore.
Get out of just okay.
Yeah.
Let's not do
I don't
that.
know about
When you look
all
at
these other
when you look at
men. I
Africa,
need a
it's a
man.
matriarchal society
I
there.
need a man to throw out my trash.
They probably
I
only
need a
need
man to
men
hold
for.
me. I need a man to love. I need a man to
Hold
secure
on, Kim, hold on real quick.
me.
One at a
I
My
time.
need
thing
a
is, you
man,
can do that
honey.
yourself.
I'm tired of
Yep.
taking these groceries inside my house by myself, honey. I need a man. What is you
Oh, but I
talking
want
about?
to add something else though,
And that's the thing
because from
about it,
you putting
men.
all
That's
your
the
Hold on,
thing
wait,
about
before you
men.
go
dependence
any
on a
further,
man,
wait,
Hold
Shauna,
on,
basically
before you
for
go any
let me
everything
further,
and
say this
stuff,
one part, and
Shauna,
that's
he
the
gonna
thing
be
about men.
then he's gonna
before you
feel
go any
like
further, you were
Hold on, let
talking
me say
about
this one
stressed
part.
Africa.
out.
Shauna,
That's
Shauna,
the thing about
But I
men.
don't
We
want to do
want
that
to
no
do for
more.
this
y'all.
shit getting real.
because you're
Listen,
putting all the weight on somebody else. They're still human too.
Shauna, you brought
At
up
the
No,
end
but
of
what
the
I'm
day.
saying is
what was your
this.
point
What I'm
about
saying is this. That's the thing about men. We want to do for y'all. We don't want to be independent of y'all at all. We love y'all. We don't walk around beating on our chest. We don't need y'all. We don't need y'all. No, we do need y'all. We want y'all and we want to do for y'all.
Shauna, what was your point about Africa again?
I understand what he just said, but what I said about Africa is it's matriarchal societies there.
No, it's not.
Well, not society, but tribe. I mean, so
Right. And the reason it's a
Been
tribe
there?
is because you couldn't get that many men to be that submissive to women if you wanted to. And all of those men are men that do not want to be there. those men don't want to be
well,
there.
good.
They're
Okay,
acting against their nature. They just also, like he just explained, don't want to off the women either.
off
The
the
woman,
women.
yeah, the woman king, that's fiction. The
Right, but
Well,
tribe
it's
might
reality
men
in
exist.
so
my
much that
mind
they can have more than one wife over
I
there.
know it's
because I don't
reality in
really
your
care
mind
about
because
dudes for real. I really don't.
you said you
But
what?
however, I
You
mean,
said you what? You don't what?
I said I don't really care about men.
You know, you have this thing where you say you don't care a lot,
It
which
makes
is you know like
sense.
it's very telling of why you don't have a relationship. You lack
I
nurturing.
don't care about a relationship.
You can
Out
Man,
of the
she
actually
got
mouth,
her
As long as
mad.
you
listen,
know
She
out
that
of the
I'm gonna
mouth come
Okay,
the
decide
here's the thing
abundance.
though. Here's the
Listen,
thing. Here's
out
the
of the
thing. You
mouth
claim
do
come
what
the
I do.
here's the
abundance of the
thing.
heart.
Here's the thing. You claim you don't
you
care
can
about
actually
you
help
claim
her.
you don't care about relationships. You claim you don't care
Right.
about men,
That's
but
the
you've been sitting up
problem.
on a panel with men talking about relationships for the last hour.
Well, I was explaining what I went through in a
Understood,
relationship.
right? But my point is that you clearly care about it. You evidently care about it. It's clear. It's just
So
the
Help
fact
her.
so
that you
let's
haven't been
let's
getting
take
out there.
let's take
It's
her
I
just
hold
that
on,
mean,
let's
I
take
might
her
say I
logic,
don't
right?
care about it. I don't
Hey,
care about
let
some of the
Moses speak.
details in the relationship and what you know.
you
I
said
do
what?
care about men. I got a dad. I got a brother. I care
Yeah, but
about
you care
my
about
family.
those two people.
We're not talking about family members though.
Well, I
We're
care about
talking about
those
intimate
men, and I care
relationships. I know.
about
Wait, hold on.
the man
Let's be
I'm gonna
genuine
be
though,
with in the
Shauna. We're
future.
talking
But
about intimate relationships. We're talking about the pairing of men and women. We're not talking about family members.
because
And you
it's
don't
just
care
so
about
like
men
up and
outside of your
down. Like,
family. And you
why
know
it
why
can't
you
be
care about
50-50?
wait, hold on, excuse me. Wait, Shauna, listen. You don't care about men outside of your family. And you know why you care about the men in your family? Because the very relationship between male and female, if it's predicated on family, which is blood and or a friendship, is women receive everything and men are sacrificial. This is why men don't want to be friends with women. They know that all it's going to really amount to is them not getting any sex, but still providing and protecting.
But
That's
why
why you
would
care
they
about those
want
men,
that
is because
though?
they sacrifice for you and you don't have to do anything. That's why you like those men in your family.
mm.
And that's why I don't like men in general because it's
Exactly,
like
because you feel like
they do
because those
things
men
like
in
that,
general, because men in general
and
in the
that's
real
messed up. So
world,
that's a
they
y'all
expect
problem,
something. Exactly.
men
The
problem.
reason you don't like men in general is because they expect something from you, unlike your family members.
But they can think past that though. So why do
No,
they
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 have
can
to
cannot.
think past
automatically
what?
think that when they
They
see
can
a
think
woman?
past what? Wait. They can think past what?
The whole sexual stuff, like
Wow.
How would you
Wow.
know
stuff.
this? How would you know this? How long have you been a man?
I'm not a man,
Right.
but
So how would you know what we can and can't think past? And what you're talking about right now, understand, has nothing to do with thought. It has to do with biology.
Come on now,
It has to do
speak
with
it now.
it has to do with
Hey
anatomy.
Moses.
We do not think past our
it's giving
anatomy.
very much I bow down to
Hey,
man, Kim.
hey,
So let's just stop.
hey
Well,
Moses.
And
I
no,
do
Hey,
bow
but you
down
know
to
what you
men,
know what it's
hey,
and
also
hey,
I
giving?
do
It's
bow
But
also
that's
down.
hey,
the
giving,
problem. It's
hold
I
on.
you know
do
what
society.
it's
bow
also
down
giving?
to a man.
You know
People
I
what it's
let
also
do
this.
giving though?
bow
It's
Hold
also
down.
on.
giving
Hold
she'll
on.
What is
find
a
a man
man?
it's
They
wait, hold on, real
because
quick. What it's
Moses just
also
said something
giving,
about like
is that
it's
she'll find a man
somebody.
before you do. That's what it's also giving. So
Let's
I
take
mean,
her
if you think that's an
But somebody.
insult for
let's
her to
take
say
her
she'll bow
logic,
down
right?
to a man, so
Let's take her
Hold
logic,
on.
right? And let
Hold on. Hey
all right, my bad.
Moses.
Yeah, what's going on, D?
So let me inform you.
Mm-hmm.
I I followed you long enough to know that you've never sat and just had a discussion with a brick wall in any day of your life.
Oh nah. Oh.
I know this to be true. And before that day comes true on my watch, I've I've went down a quick rabbit hole and funneled and got my ass right up out of that. Um, don't talk to the brick wall no more, please.
Listen, man, we need disagreement up here,
No,
man.
no, no, it's not disagreement. It's not. You see,
The reason I'm saying that is because we
So who are you
know that
referring
there
to
are
as a
women
brick
that
wall,
think
though?
like this. There are women out here that think like this, bro. We know there are. You know what I'm saying? She's not the only one. She's just the voice of those women right now.
no,
No,
You know,
brother.
this look. The sad part about
It's
that though
not. It's not.
is that she young though. She at least get a pass on that situation a little bit, right? It's women that's older than
No,
her
no,
that talk
no.
the same exact way. That's the sad part about that.
Then they
No
should
one
Kev,
gets a
but
pass in
because
That's
they
where she
Kev,
saw
got
it,
it from. She got it
you
from the
would have to
older
check your
women.
maybe
DM,
because they,
Kev.
now that I agree
maybe
with Kim. Kim, I'm with
She
you on
got
that
it
one.
from the
he
older
probably was
women.
brainwashed into thinking like that. And I pretty much see everything, and I've
I mean,
been
this
raised
is
We
to.
have a lot of people watching, but we're
They just now
just
realize, oh, it's wrong.
saying
So
you can't get any intellectual
some of the people.
conversations going.
Like all I gotta say, Shauna baby, is keep living. Cause you saying it's giving me pick me, I bow down to men. All I got to say,
it's
baby,
probably
keep
her first
living.
heartbreak.
Yeah, exactly. Like I
That's
got
what I'm
that's all I
saying.
gotta say is keep
I
living
never had a
because
heartbreak. I broke up with.
and that's
I talk
probably
to the
why
people
you
that I
think the
talk
way you
to.
think.
So then
Yeah, that's
why?
what I'm saying.
Why don't
She
you
got a
like
lot of learning to do.
heartbreak even? A lot of learning. So what are you referring to as learning?
You saying that you've never
You
had
don't
a
even know
heartbreak.
what I'm meaning about it. That's why you.
You
That's why
want
you got
so
a
you
lot.
basically
You
saying
saying
that you
Let me
Just
go
keep.
back
Just
on
keep
you
mute.
want
living.
men to
let me say this. Let me say this real quick. You saying
teach
that you've
women.
never had a heartbreak
Come on,
says
man.
that you've never loved a
Like,
man. The only way you could get your heart broken is you would have had to. The only way you can get your heart broken is you will have to have loved a man first. You've never loved a man before, so you don't know what heartbreak is.
You don't know what it is,
Hey,
man.
cool. Yeah, I'm about to switch you up, my
that's
brother.
because you
Yeah.
put very
All right.
emotions
Well, thanks
over.
for having me.
Oh, yeah, for sure, brother. Just request back up. It might be a spot though.
I got you.
But
Well,
yeah,
with
the reason why I said it because it's more likely. I mean, it's more likely that the younger they are, they gonna be talking like that. They still got a lot of stuff they got to go through. I don't even like doing that young old
Kev,
stuff, but I'm just saying it's showing. It's just showing though.
But
When our
let's
parents, when our parents and
check your
grandparents used to
DM,
tell us
Kev.
keep living, there was some truth to that. They were
let's
saying you had to live long enough to have experienced the things that I'm talking about. So I'm
Yeah.
not. That's why I said I didn't want to drop her because I'm not mad at
but
her.
I'm having a
She's been
point.
listening to
I'm having a
Princella,
pointful
the
conversation
Queen
with you,
Maker. She's
though.
been listening
So
to Sprinkle Sprinkle.
Yep.
She's been listening to all that bullshit. She's never actually sat
Yeah.
and had a
oh
conversation
my god.
with masculine men before and felt what it means to feel loved. She hasn't felt that yet.
Mm.
So that's why she's
And
making
you
this
know what?
argument.
And you know
Kev,
what? Let's say we took her logic, right? And we
check
say,
your
okay,
DM,
all
Kev.
women, this is the way to think and to be. How would men and women get together to procreate to keep society going? It would be on a decline.
It wouldn't. No, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't, because
All
it's
because
actually
of a
men that
dang on
really
dog.
crazy
Ain't that
about
something?
sperm donors. So I might just do that myself.
Sperm
No,
comes
no,
from where does
it
sperm
would
come from,
because
Miss
if
Shauna? Wait, hold on. Where does
it,
sperm come from, Shauna?
You said what point I'm coming from?
Where does sperm come from? You said get a sperm donor. Where does sperm come from?
Everybody, you know where sperm come from. It come from men.
Right. So in other words, you would still need a man to make society
Oh,
be what it is. His
Just
point
like how
still
men
stands,
needed
Shauna.
women.
His point
Yeah.
still stands. Is what I'm saying. What'd you
But
say
you
about
don't
women?
like
I got you,
Shauna, you don't like
Burton
What'd you
that,
say
D.
do you?
about women?
Shauna, do you like that
Shauna,
fact?
what did you say about wait, hold on. What did you say about women, Shauna?
dang, I forgot.
We were talking about sperm coming from men. And I said his point still
Yeah, I
stands.
said that. Yeah, women, men need women.
You see how every time we might raise a point, the first thing you want to do is be in competition.
Right, it's no
No, nobody has
competition.
not been in
That's competition.
competition.
You said men need women. Men need women for what?
Right, we need each other.
No, no,
It's
For,
not
no,
about
no,
needing
no,
oh
nothing.
my
no.
We need
God,
Wait,
each
stop,
other.
wait,
the
stop,
same thing
stop,
you just
stop,
said
no.
for
Wait, stop,
society
no, stop, stop,
to
no,
produce
stop,
more
stop,
humans.
no, stop, no, wait. We do not need each other
So
for survival. Women need men for survival. Men desire women. Now, if you're talking about procreation, that's something different. And only now do we need it because, lest we forget, if you're a believing person, God created man first.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's what I was saying that we need each
what?
other. That's what I'm saying that we need each other for. In regards
So
to
you saying that a
protecting, I
man
can't protect
impregnated?
no man.
Wait, no.
I can't protect no man. But I know what I can do for a man that's gonna help him to be able to go out there to protect me some more. It's just
Miss
so
Kim, can I?
Honestly, you can protect yourself, honestly, but no.
girl,
Not
civilized
really, but
female. I don't know why these
If
people think
in a
they can
civilized
protect
society,
themselves.
you can say that. In a
Miss Kim,
civilized
Miss
as a
Kim,
man
let me ask
is,
you something. Cause Miss Kim is she's a seasoned lady. That's auntie. We
Yeah,
love
y'all
you.
can call me TD if y'all want. I don't care.
hey
Let me
T,
let me let me let me ask you. Why when women they call us dogs, but the first thing they run to when they don't have a man, they go get a dog. Why?
men do that too. So let's
You
not do
just
that.
got
No,
you
men go
just
get a dog just for just being a companion. We don't call y'all this situation.
Man, my dad, he was literally breeding dogs, and he said himself
I'm
that he needed
struggling with
dogs
that
for
one, bro, because I done
protection.
called plenty women
So come
bitches.
on, man.
I'm
No,
struggling.
no, I have called women BITCHs. I agree with you, Moses. But what I'm saying is we don't run to them in the
Right.
lack
Yeah,
of a
bro. Yeah.
woman,
I
is
get
what
what
I'm
you're saying.
saying.
Yeah.
I mean, if you was to
Yeah, that's
reverse it,
all I'm saying.
if you
They
was,
run the dogs for the lack of a man. Why do you do
That
that,
you
sounds
Miss
that
Kim?
don't
already
even
know the
sound right.
answer. Matthew,
So
you already
so the dog is replaced by a man. Come on, that don't even
no,
sound
no,
right.
I
Right,
mean, no, I
right.
mean,
hold on,
if
wait.
if
He's
you
gonna transform
understand,
into a dog.
Can we pause? Could we pause and,
Like,
and,
come
and I
on.
can answer Mr. Matthews' answer because he asked me the question. So Matthew, I think I understand your question and the reason for that. My educated guess would be is for the protection. It's not that he's replacing the dog
There
is
it is. There it
replacing
is,
the
Kim. I was just about to say it. Remember just a while ago I said that the primary role of a man out of protection and provision is protection. The
that's
reason you get
it. That's
is
what it
because you're
is.
looking for a man in an animal. That's what you're doing.
Exactly.
That's what you're
Exactly.
doing.
well,
Exactly.
see, another way I look at it as well. Women have that motherly instinct inside them. They want to mother on something. So
Secondary.
when women
Yes,
get a
I
lot
agree
of
with
these
you. That's
dogs
secondary.
and they
Mhm.
want to take care of them, like that's why they be like, "This is my son." They'll call the dog this is my daughter, and they want to take care of them and nurture them.
Maybe it's because that's just they don't. I'm pretty sure they're not referring it to their biological family, but
No,
The
like
first
like
issue
I
is
had a woman I was
we hey,
talking to one
okay,
time,
I'll
What they
let
and
refer
y'all
to
she
it
speak.
as? They refer to it as their child. They refer to their child
they
as
look
their
at a dog
children.
as family
they'd be like,
because,
"That's my
They
child." I'd be like,
refer
"Well,
to
you got
them
how
as
many kids you
family.
got?"
but I'm not sure like literally.
No, yes, literally, they refer to it as their
They do.
children. They say, "This is
Hmm.
my daughter. This is
Okay,
my son, my fur
let me say
baby."
my little piece. So the first level of the issue I feel like is when women call men dogs, that connotation to the word dog is actually wrong when you really think about how a dog's personality actually is. Women call men dogs because they're unloyal. Dogs are actually very loyal.
You
Yep.
don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do
I
Okay.
that. Once
honestly don't
again,
know the correlation
once
to it.
again, men stay, women leave.
That's what
Men are
she
more
was
loyal than
saying.
even
That
men are more loyal than women. And oh, by the way, we're more loyal than dogs because we live longer.
Moses. Moses, that's what she was saying. She was
Length
saying
of
that
life was loyal.
it's that Rush was saying that women call men dogs, but they should not be calling men dogs because the connotation on the reason why they're calling the men the dog. They're saying
No,
they're calling the
he
men the
was saying
dog because let me finish. Let me finish my statement. She was saying that the women are calling the men the dog because they're saying that the men go cheat. However, the dogs are loyal. So
Very low.
if you calling a man a dog, you basically calling him loyal. You shouldn't be calling him a dog because he out
exactly,
there cheating.
which is why I made the argument I made. You're attempting to call men disloyal, and that's my point. We're not though. We're
And that's
more
what she
loyal. We're
said,
more
right?
wait, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. We're more loyal than dogs themselves because we stay and we live longer. We're more loyal than dogs. That's the
And
reason
we
we call it.
go and make life comfortable for you.
Right.
Right.
And that's
So
basically what she was saying. She was agreeing with that to
No,
that
that wasn't an
notion.
agreement. No. Listen what I'm saying, Kim. That's why I said you're missing it. That wasn't an agreement. She was attempting to say that men are disloyal. That's what her statement was.
Rush? Are
And
you
I
talking
get
about Rush or Shauna? Because I'm talking about
come
what
on.
Rush was saying to
That's what I'm
combat
talking
what
about. What
Shauna.
Rush was saying too, adhesive to dogs. She said we shouldn't be
Okay, go
calling
ahead,
them that.
Rush.
I'm talking
We shouldn't be
about
calling them that because men are not loyal. That's what she was saying, and I'm saying
when they no,
that's
I'm saying
incorrect.
when women use the word dog, that is what they are inferring.
Thank you.
Right.
That's
And
all I'm
then you
saying.
made
I
the
knew it
point
was
that
wrong.
we shouldn't use that word because dogs are loyal. That's why I gave you pushback on that.
I don't
Dogs.
understand why
So, real quick, I'm gonna let Phone. I ain't hear her talk in a minute. I ain't hear her talk since she been up here. Phone and Smoke. What's the deal? Welcome to the live.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Just probably sorry about my accent because I'm not an English speaker.
We gonna make the best out of it. It sounds like you're doing good enough so far.
Okay, thank you.
ACO?
Sorry?
Are you ACO?
No, I'm from Haiti.
Right, that's what
Okay.
I'm asking. Are you Haitian? Are you Haitian?
Oh yeah,
You
right.
speak Creole? Je parle Creole?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. I will be able to understand you, Mama.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
It's gonna change up on us like that. Okay. All right.
English.
Okay.
We get it.
Okay. No, I'm not.
What you got for us though?
Okay. Oh, it's a lot. How do I start it? Well, for me, I don't know. From what I start to follow the conversation, it's about man, woman, and it is like something basic for life. I'm not the type of woman that gonna say I don't need a man. Regardless, I am super independent.
You just said it.
Yeah.
By saying
I'm
you're
not
independent. I don't know why you all think that there's a distinction between these two statements.
okay. Let me correct myself.
Go ahead.
I can't, because I do not really support it like that type of like feminist and everything like that. Regardless, I can almost do everything by myself.
Naughty.
Okay.
I was just saying, but people keep saying, "Oh, I need a man."
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
You can do yourself. You can only
Do you
do
drive
that
an
because of
automobile? Do
the
you drive
level
an
of comfort
automobile?
the fabric of society that men have built yield to you. That's the
Yes,
only
I
Right.
reason
do.
you can do these things yourself.
Right. You drive an automobile?
Yes.
Do you go to the grocery store?
Yes.
So you are not independent of men. You use the things that man has created, and then you call yourself independent because if you drive an
Yeah.
Well,
automobile, you're
you
Yeah,
do
using
the
I
same
something.
thing as
I
well.
think
So
based off her talking
it goes
point, she
both
really
ways.
didn't mean it the way we looking at it. Because she said that she ain't gonna say that she don't need a man. But what she using it as is just that she adult. That's all it is. She's adulting. She
A functioning adult.
she
Right.
and
It's
that's
nothing
all it
wrong with
is.
it's nothing wrong with being a functioning
I
adult,
don't
but
think she mean
see,
it like the other way that
Okay.
we
That's
See,
what I
use it
said.
over
I,
Let
here.
me correct
no, you
myself.
no, I got you. I know, but
That's
see,
what I
my
said.
thing
Let
is
me
this.
correct myself.
Yeah, I about to
Okay.
say she was gonna finish this. She was gonna.
That's what I said. Let me correct myself.
Okay.
Because protection now and day, because we are in a society that make us see things very different. When I was growing up, my mom raised us four kids alone. But now and then you got to watch more of it, because before you used to watch for like a baby girl and a boy, but now you have to watch for more than that. That's number one. And what I came here to say is like, if a woman, either you are watching or either you are on top of there, I'm not saying you have to stay in the relationship just because of your kids. But if you do care about them, you do need their dad around of them. Because at the end of the day, that's what you call families. And I'm telling you, like, none of my mom kids, we came out like bad. All of us, we are straight kids that we self-sufficient. For who was complaining about independent, because when I tell you I'm self-sufficient, I am. I don't have to give you the whole list. I am. And I don't need nobody to tell me that because I know so. But regardless, I'm still gonna give a man his place. I'm still gonna respect a man because they brought us here to get, they create the woman after. It's basically like when you have a company, the man is the owner of the company and the woman is the manager. So You always need to report to your boss. At the end of the day, he's still your boss. They can let you take the daily decision, but it would be better if you still, it's not would be better, it is the right things to do if you respect the man, because he's what is it. And I'm telling you that as a woman that married twice already, that do a lot of things alone on my own, coming in the country without nobody, live on my own, and I'm able to settle myself down. But guess what? I still need a man. So because naturally we need a man. That's all I had to say. And the last thing I would like to comment about dog. Dogs are loyal to their master, but dogs are not loyal to other female dogs. And the other reason why they say dogs, men are like dogs. I have dogs at my house, okay? When the females are in heat, this one gonna cry for the 2 weeks or the 3 weeks I got my females on heat. So meaning like it's not like about the loyalty for the dog is for the master, not for the females. Not for females dog. So I don't see why the only reason I would see just because like the dog's gonna like the coochie. So probably this is why they compare men to dogs. But not really like, to me, not really like the way they say, oh, because most of men will went after so many women. Which one? We should know from our descendants, African, there was no such of things like a man never had only one woman. And I don't want to get beat by other women here, but we know that thing is like,
who descendants are African?
when I mean descendants African, I know history very well. I'm not trying to tell you. I know people from Haiti who probably come from in a boat. And I do also know that the American, like what they so-called African American, if they came here, but they did not come here at the same time in the 1490s, at the same time when they brought the African in the boat. So we're not going to take that subject.
The Africans never came over on a boat.
They did.
Negroes came over on a boat.
Oh yeah, just
we are the same people.
Okay. We're not taking that subject because it's way different. We are talking about.
Excuse me, real quick. Hold on, real quick. I'm just saying, Africans and Negroes are not the same people. That's all I'm saying.
They are.
They're not.
Hamites
they absolutely are.
And
are not the Shemitic, Hamitic, two different lineages.
They call us a kata over there, which means cotton picker. They even know that we're not the same people. We are not the same people at all.
Black Americans do the same thing too.
Yes, exactly, because we also recognize we're not the same people.
We've been conditioned to do that and conditioned to hate ourselves, conditioned to hate anything black.
No, we've been conditioned to hate the people that put us in captivity and slavery.
Our lineage when we first came over here.
We've been conditioned to hate the people that put us in slavery.
Are you under
the impression that the Africans? Are you under the impression that the Africans enslaved themselves?
They did.
Right.
They didn't sell their own mothers and fathers in slavery.
Right. They fed their own. So just out of nowhere, an entire nation of people.
From them letting them do that.
Wait, stop. You're saying that an entire nation of people just out of nowhere became hostile to their own population. Where in history has that happened?
I'm pretty sure that in Africa it's different tribes and they operate.
You're talking about
just
tribal
like the same
conflict.
way,
We're talking about an entire
like
genocide.
White versus black, or they look at. I don't know if I'm not really I'm not from Africa, but I think
exactly that's very true. You're not. You have no lineage there.
I wasn't born there, but I have African heritage.
No, you don't. Well, I mean, you might. I mean, you could be wrong. What is your father?
I can show you my DNA.
What is your father?
Right now.
What is your father?
He's black. My dad is dark skinned.
So he's Negro.
Like Africans.
So he's Negro.
He's black.
Black,
Johnny, you know all melanated people are not the same race, right?
The African.
I don't think she understands the difference between color, ethnicity, and race.
Here or there, whatever they from fucking Africa.
No, geographical location doesn't
Just like
determine
how
your
we are.
nationality.
We look similar to them. Duh.
Geographical, Shauna, geographical location doesn't determine your nationality. Just because you live in a place doesn't make you that nationality.
Right. All melanated people are not the same race.
Right.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think we the same. I don't think that we the same. Well, I don't know what the.
Hamitic
I
people
think it's
sold
different
Shemitic
nationalities.
people
Because just
into
because somebody is
captivity.
black and they speak Haitian or Dominican, yeah, they might not look at each other as the same because they grew up or were born in different places of the fucking world.
Have
But
you
they
ever heard
black,
of
however.
the word buddy yucca? Have you ever heard of the word buddy yucca? That's
I
a
don't know
word
what
that
that is.
Africans identify Negroes as, real Africans, and a lot of the tribes of the different tribes all identify that word buddy yucca. It means sons of Jacob. That's what they called the Negroes in the ancient world.
I don't know why they would degrade themselves, but
No, they know the
no.
foreigner they know the
That
I
foreigner.
was
love
not
everybody
degrade.
that's African
That was
heritage
They,
actually they
they,
were
because we
they,
really
proud of
all the
doing
same.
that.
Like
that's the exact reason why you're saying that they would degrade themselves. Is because for that very reason, because you see that as a degrade now. That's an upgrade.
No, that wasn't the degrade for us. We
Right.
never.
No.
As of,
Hold on. Calling us Africans was the degrade. The upgrade is separating ourselves from the very people that enslaved us. But that's why they called us African, is such that you would believe that it would be a degrade to be who we actually are. That's
okay,
exactly why they
no,
did
no,
that.
no, no.
when did you start with our conversation? And I said the so-called African American, because I do know for a fact that's not the right. That's
I
not
peeped
right.
that when you said it. I
I
was peeping
said
that.
I
that.
think
I said the so-called
Mm-hmm.
African American. Because I'm gonna tell you something. There's something as
I
of
would
right
rather
now.
be called African American than black because
As
African
of
is
right
tying
now,
directly to where we're
in
from.
the north of Haiti, we're still saying if you are not black like us, you are not the original ones. We're still saying we are proud. Still some places in the north of Haiti. So call yourself like Negro or whatever what you're gonna say. It wasn't nothing like we was just not wasn't a depreciation from our race or whatever. But it was something we were proud about it. So now when you come, and I was about to say a lot of things like that, they are all like invention from the Occident. So meaning people get you how could I say that? Not even disturbed, like everything get mixed up together. So that way nobody would really know what they are like the originality. Can you
Yeah,
believe they tell us our emperor did not know how to read and write when he was a prince? And scripture was always been exist. Money was always there. This is all kind of history that they
Thank you,
invent
mommy.
so you could get lost. And it's
they
gonna
did
be
that
taking you at
intentionally.
least 200 to 400 years, if it's not 1,000, before the new generation could really realize what did happen or find out what was going on. It's a lot of time.
Yeah, a good part of this discussion remind me of some shit I went through the other day, Kev. I told a girl I got a well in my backyard. I just don't have no water. And the girl told me, "Oh, you don't need water. You just need to keep it wet."
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my! I knew that was about to be.
Yeah. That type of shit.
Oh
And
my
and, and and I'm not surprised that even though we run through the halls of this here wonderful ignorant ass app, that same type of rhetoric just seems to pop up every so often like clockwork.
God. All of them.
What
It just keeps happening.
what are you talking? What
You
are you
you
saying?
just you calm down. It'll be all right. You just stay right there. We're gonna help you out.
I
There's
guess
a
my
part.
brain has selective hearing,
I guess it does. It really does. You just calm down, just for a second. You'll be all
Sean,
right.
let me point out something. You see how he didn't say any names. He didn't really be too specific about anything, and you were the only person that unmuted and to ask him what he's talking about, because you're doing it again right now.
No, but I'm serious though, because
Oh, we know.
We
the
know,
talking I be in
and
my
then
head,
that's
and
the
like
sad
somebody
part.
else
You're
is saying
serious
something.
about nothing.
I
Go
That
was
is
ahead,
trying
pop
to.
that, pop
No,
actual.
that.
but I was just saying, like,
That's
what are
the
we talking
actual
about?
crying shame. You're actually
You didn't
serious
elaborate.
about
You fully
nothing.
explain.
That scares me the most,
There's
honestly.
nothing to be explained to you.
Well, I guess nobody will get it.
No,
You
you
got
won't
it.
get it.
Because what are you,
I think I get what you're
what were
saying,
you
but
referring to?
it's not. You're not. Your plane is just. It's not. It doesn't make sense where
Just
you
so I
coming
can
from.
know. I mean,
There's nothing for you to know.
well, don't explain. Because,
Exactly. So stop
Yeah, because you're not
asking.
gonna listen anyway.
I mean, to everybody.
All right.
Okay, bye.
You can have your attitude, but right now we have 123 people in here. Thank you, Money, for the reminder. I appreciate y'all so greatly for
20.
participating.
20K.
Yeah, 20K on the likes, please. Can we get those taps up? And please, 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 my good people, can we get these shares up to 30?
I don't know what he was talking about.
So hold it. You know what?
Okay.
I
So my
got
job.
you.
He wanted to
Don't worry
explain, so
about it.
that's all.
Hey, God bless. So in the midst of my discussion with the people about getting these taps up, we could bring her back afterwards. Right now, I'm trying to get y'all to get us up to 20K. And then we can keep the shares going. For some reason, people just like to interrupt for no fucking good reason. But get the shares up until you keep tapping the screen, man. Just keep the consistency going. If y'all like what y'all hearing, go ahead and gift the host. We got a couple of people up here on the donut, so show them some love, please. And we're gonna bring back this child that just doesn't understand.
And if y'all don't know how to share though, it's an easy way. Because I see a bunch of people down there commenting and stuff, so I'm pretty sure y'all can work them fingers and work them shares. Just hold your finger on the side that I am at, right? And you're gonna have a list of friends that pop up, and just share to all of them. You know, or if y'all got some friends that you're scared to share to, you can dodge them too. Though, just share to all of them, just to get the shares going. They can help you tap, you know, and then get me stretched further on this For You page too. I'm trying to be like Moses when I grow up. You feel me?
Yeah, right. Moses
That
is
boy
one of
got some
those guys.
solid followers, boy. He done lost about 1,300 pages and still got followers.
And Moses don't have followers, sir. He has disciples. It's a big difference. Get it right.
He has a
Get it
brethren.
together.
He has a brethren.
All right, y'all. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Please don't stop tapping the screen. Get to 20K, man. There's enough people in here for that.
That's enough. Shoot.
It's more than enough. Like, just do the math. It's a real quick math. You know, 100 people, you know, good 200 taps between each one of us. Let's knock that out. Hey, in the box, yo, if you got a box, you on stage, go ahead, FYP in the chat real quick. Show some love. FYP in the chat if you're on the panel. And you can also tap as well. Double tap dimmer, the license pro. Keep that political crap out of here. We don't care about that. This is America. Don't no politician care about you. All right. So we're gonna get back to discussions. Matthew, talk to the people.
Man, I'm gonna let Sean go because
Oh, my. Please, no. Let's get somebody. I'd rather hear phone
I wasn't even
again.
going to talk about nothing, so I mean,
Why you do that to us,
You're
Matthew?
not listening. You're not trying to listen to understand. You
I
listen
have
to
listened. What are y'all talking about?
you have not listened to single thing anybody has said tonight. And that's okay. But you just need to realize that you did it. Just be aware that you've done it.
No, I just want everybody to see what just happened. Matthew
Okay,
just
can I say something?
Matthew just Pete Carrolled our ass. Got
Hey,
Marshawn
but
into the backyard, and then he
hey,
gonna goddamn throw the ball in the middle.
hey, Auntie Rush, because I just wanted her to say some more belligerent stuff that I'm just like,
Man, ain't your
nobody
head
knows what
hurting
she's
enough?
talking
I don't
about.
get it. You addicted
I
to
told
headaches
you.
or something?
I
Because
told
she
you.
don't know any of
Yeah,
y'all
yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Pete
Let's
Carroll.
not
Be
let's
brainwashed.
Pete
So
Carroll. Yeah, he ain't
yeah,
gonna run him, Xavier.
let's not turn it into
you
that.
couldn't even elaborate what
Got
you said
got the
though.
best got the
So
best
You,
back
you,
got the
Y'all,
best
you want some
backfield in the game.
because he don't
entertainment.
even understand what he's talking
y'all,
about
It ain't
either.
gonna run the
y'all,
ball. What
y'all.
shit is that?
Hey, D, hold on, y'all. We got to stop that though, man. How we ever gonna expect our women to actually get on board if the first thing we do is ridicule and beat them down when they don't understand? She already told us she was young. She told us she ain't never been in love with a man, essentially because she's never experienced a heartbreak. There's plenty of things that she hasn't,
No, she
experienced in
doesn't
life.
know.
So if she
She
hasn't
doesn't know.
wait, stop. So if she hasn't experienced those things, y'all, you got to give her a little bit of grace. If God didn't give us if God gave us the type of grace that we giving her right now, we all be dead. Yeah,
See,
it's annoying. It is annoying, but at the
I
same
feel
time,
you. You're right, but I feel you on that though. But you can't. Okay, working on one person when it's so many other people that should be worked on, or
Amen.
we can get a wide conversation going. That's just like a waste. I'm not gonna say it's a waste of time, especially if another person ain't trying to hear you at the moment. You gotta say at the moment, right?
Right.
yeah, no, I
Because
mean,
she gonna need time to listen though. If the whole thing is kind of surrounded around one person, we'll never get
No, I
anywhere.
have. I
But
don't
I
know
do
whether
feel
y'all
you with the
because
grace
I
thing, because
did
I do
no,
try
listen.
to
So
give
what
grace
are
to
y'all
everybody.
saying?
all I'm
I
saying
But
is
it's
just
it's
just like
spoke on
knowing
what I
your
was
limits.
listening
all
to.
I'm saying, Kev, is I don't think it's surrounded around her so much as her statements, which is fine. If she has this ideology, more than likely, there's a whole host of people in here. Like I said, she's just the voice. There's a whole
True.
host of other women that probably have the same ideology too, and we're gonna need her if we're gonna
It'd be
continue
a
the
good thing
dialogue.
if they have the
Otherwise,
same
we're gonna have nothing but
ideologies.
an echo chamber up here.
Not
I feel you.
necessarily.
That's all I'm saying.
I
I
I
can
mean,
can
see
I
go.
got,
that.
I
I
I
can.
got
can
I
see
can.
something
that.
if
I
y'all
can
want to
go
shift
ahead and
People
just.
gears.
trying
I
to
got
like
And
something if
just
y'all
get
want
it
to
ready
shift
for the
gears.
like
discussion.
influence people to think different. Like, no. The way how I think is perfectly fine. Or
What?
else I would be depressed and sad and I need a man. No, I don't really need a man. I don't care. I mean, I would
No,
care when the
nobody.
time
Hold
is
on.
right,
This
but
is the thing that you fail to realize. Nobody has an issue with the way
most
you're
because when
thinking.
you
They
think
have an
about it,
issue
most
with
men
the
don't
way
care
you're
about women because that's why
interacting.
they y'all cheat. Well, men cheat a lot.
Damn
So
time.
Since
We
when
love
is
our
what?
sisters.
wait, hold on. Since when is cheating evidence of men not caring? We call cheating lying, right? Is that what you mean by cheating?
Y'all want
Wait, hold
women
on.
to
Wait,
care
on. When
so
you
much,
say
but y'all don't
cheating,
even care about women.
wait,
Y'all
hold
don't.
on. When you say
Oh, I can.
Shawnee, listen, Shawnee, listen. What do you mean by cheating?
It's this thing
And
about men
the
cheat
women
and
in
all this
What
extra
do you
stuff
relationships
mean
with
by
if they
them.
cheating?
not
What is your
married.
definition of
They
cheating,
cheat. Why
Shawnee?
they like?
Shawnee, what is your definition of cheating?
My dad cheated on my mom. Had a whole
Okay,
kid.
okay.
So
Once again, I'm
Oh
gonna ask the
Lord,
question
so
again. What is your
God.
definition of cheating, fellas? Just be patient.
I mean,
I
my
know.
dad.
Matt, you might have to calm down
That's
for a minute, bro.
man.
Listen, Shawnee, what is your definition of cheating?
Uh, infidelity.
Okay, infidelity. In other words, stepping outside of the bounds of your relationship and lying about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay, so if a man, wait, let
my
me make
dad
sure I
did that,
understand. Wait,
and I learned from.
Shawnee. All right, well, I don't need the backstory. So if the man tells the woman about the other woman, is that still cheating?
No, it's not
Okay,
cheating
so
because the woman,
okay,
both
right.
parties,
Okay,
every
I
party
got you.
agreed,
I got you. So what we're saying is
which
that
is polygamy, basically.
okay, okay. So what you're saying is that you're talking about lying about it. Nobody
Yeah,
up here, I don't think
cheating.
anybody up here
You
disagrees with
know
you
what
that
cheating
men
is,
should
so why are you
wait.
asking me to explain when you already know what it
No, I
is?
didn't know what your definition of cheating was. That's why I asked you. So you're talking about lying. Nobody up here is saying that men should be lying. Nobody's made that point at all. So
No, I'm saying when
if
men
we're talking
cheat,
about,
when
oh my
when a
lord.
man or woman cheat, they basically lied and to do things behind somebody's back that
Okay,
they
yeah,
thought they.
we've established that, Shawnee. I'm moving past that now. Okay, we've established that it's lying. Okay, so I'm saying when it comes to the lying portion, why do men lie to women about the other woman that they are in love with or want to be with? Why do they do that?
I honestly don't know. I just think
Okay,
it's because
would you like to know?
I hold on because I think because the woman is not doing what I guess what men want the woman to do.
No. Why is it that the
Bro.
man lies to the woman about the other woman? Why does he do that?
I don't know.
Okay, do you want to know?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead, Matt. You can explain it, I'm sure.
Men lie to women because you can't accept the truth.
Plain and simple. There it is. You don't even have to go any further, Matt. There it is, right there. There it is. Leave it right
Okay.
there, Matt. Leave it right there.
I was about to
Say
I
say
was
it.
gonna
You
go to my
cannot.
wife.
You all cannot
So what
handle
truth are you
reality. Wait, hold
saying?
on. Wait,
I do
wait,
not
wait,
agree
wait,
with
wait.
you.
You want me to
Hold
do
on.
it,
Hold
Moses?
on. Wait a minute, and then I'll
I
let you rock.
don't. I don't agree 100% with you about
No,
this.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you rock. I promise. I'm gonna let you rock.
Don't.
I'm gonna let you rock. Most women don't agree with that because they feel as though they can handle the truth. That's why they say shit like, "If you had just told me about the other woman, this wouldn't have been a problem." And men
What
have
truth
long
are
since
y'all
wasted.
saying?
Our
Shawnee,
biological nature.
all right, y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Our
Okay, you
biological.
just said it. Biological nature. Okay.
Do you know what our
No, that ain't fair.
biological nature?
No, 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 no,
That's all.
no, no, no.
That's what I
That
was
ain't
trying to get
fair.
at.
Don't,
Like,
no,
y'all not even
no.
elaborating on what y'all just said.
He can't do that. He told us to keep her up here, and then he gonna no, ain't no
Okay,
way. No,
biology.
bring,
Okay.
bring it
What does it
back,
have to do
bring
with
it back,
mental age?
Moses. That ain't fair. Don't do us like that. You the one who told her to stay up here.
Right.
That just sounds so
Bring
Moses don't
it
want that,
stupid.
but
back.
say
Like
Gonna leave us
manipulative.
with the torch you told us. That's why I said I'm gonna say, let me let him put his work in real quick, man. You gotta come back now. Forget all that.
okay. Moses
It
ain't gonna
sounds
do it.
like that's what y'all
I,
want to
I
do.
can
That's
do it.
but
I can do it. No, I
It
can do it.
wasn't her.
I'm
It's the hold up, see, hold up.
No,
That was
what
the time.
Moses listen,
biology. So you
what he's trying to say,
like, come
men's
on,
biological
man.
nature. Okay, let me just say it. It's not natural for men to just
Oh,
be
I was
with
about to
one
say.
to sleep with one woman for the rest of his life until all of his days is up. That's a Western society mentality. That's why when you look at all the kings in history and throughout history, they had concubines and multiple women, and guess what? Nobody had a problem with it. But
Thank you.
since people have been westernized, it's now we've been colonized. It's been taught to us that it's evil to have other women. And when you talked about Africa, right? You brought up Africa, right? In Africa, they can have multiple wives, and it's
And
legal.
I think a lot of men use that to their advantage to
I mean,
get what
they were
they
supposed
want,
to.
and that's not cool because
They're supposed to. They were
Not really
supposed
they're
well, maybe
to.
it's a
supposed
good
to.
thing
It
that
could be
women
their
act like men.
choices also. They
Right.
could choose to stay with one woman. Nobody forced them.
Because
Right.
then they would be in control of the man.
Right. No. Now,
So gotcha.
when they choose to, that's just a personal
So
decision.
they won't do what
But
they.
that's why it's always more women than men on the earth. Like if you took all the women and all the men on the earth, if you paired all the women up with all the men available on the planet, you would have thousands, if not millions, of women with no
Hold on real
husband.
quick, Trim. My bad, bro. 20K on the likes. We had
Right,
16.
what the
What the happened? I thought we was good. We was
I be
rolling.
trying not to
What
threaten them
Yeah,
with
happened?
the
so maybe
comments
it's a
though.
good
I
thing
be
that
trying
women
not to.
rule
Hold
society,
on.
rule
I
everything.
don't know why
So
you
I
doing this.
actually agree.
I don't
Because
know
then
why. I don't know why you're doing this. We talking about moving the likes right now.
they just
No, we talking about moving the
one.
likes right now.
Everybody just click the like button.
Right now. This is you can come back to your personal issues right now. We trying to get some other stuff handled. So other people can come in here inside with you and hear your viewpoints right now. But let's keep it moving. Get the 20K, and I'll give you about a minute and a half to chill out. But we got to get this 20K. We can't fault on the likes, man. All right, go ahead,
All
Trey.
of that. Yeah. All right. So, but like I said, if you took all the women in the world, and we know women outnumber men dramatically. If you took all the women in the world and you paired them with all the men in the world, it would be millions of women with no husband. And that's in biological nature. It's always been that way. Because why? Can have multiple wives. It's always been an old thing of the past. Now, in today's
That's the thing. That's the
society,
past. And I'm
yeah,
like,
no,
was it
guess
like
what?
that at the beginning of
You can't outrun
humankind?
biological nature. You can't outrun biological nature because somebody has
That would be pretty disgusting.
colonized the society and say this is the new law,
I'm pretty
and
sure
say
that's unnatural. So
what's not what's unnatural. What's unnatural?
HIV, STD, AIDS, like from
Where's all?
sharing
Why you?
one partner. Like,
Where's
come
all
on,
that coming from? Where's
that's
all that coming from?
disgusting.
We never said
So
that.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't like I don't know.
That was not in the discussion.
Yeah, well, I don't know where that came from. That just came out of nowhere. We're not talking about those kind of things. That's low vibrational stuff. But that for that
What you're
reason,
not gonna do is do that.
It is. Can I
Low
say something?
vibrational, like
It is
come on,
something
man.
very
I'm
simple.
very high
Reason
vibrational.
why men can have so many wives or whatever. We as a woman, we spend between 32 to 36 years having period. Meaning, let's suppose now a teenager like just start like to have a first period at 12. When you add up 36 years, the maximum on top of it, that gives you 48 years. At 40 years, between 48 to 50, maximum 55, this woman already went to what we call the menopause. So you can't still having kids. That's the reason why that's also explained. A woman at her 40, she more focused on material stuff because people doesn't make the difference between be able to be a mother and a woman. When you have your uterus, you can be a mother. But to still being a woman, you need to have your ovaries, which one receive orders from a gland in the back of your head they call hypophyse that make you have feelings. So if you don't have your ovaries, you're not having feelings that you no longer can be used as a woman. And if you don't have uterus, you can no longer can be a mom. So now the man, regardless the man is be on his 80s, he still can have sex and have women pregnant. And that used to be a crowd for them. Why do you ask
Why would they
for,
be 80 still doing?
why do
look at
you
Dr.
ask
Sabi.
for
Look at
having
Dr. Sabi. He
lands?
was still having kids.
Yeah, even you are in the 80s, you can have kids as a man, but woman, no.
Well, I know that, but like,
Yeah. So this is something like it's
ain't
basically
you too old
impossible
for
like
that
you can
though?
stop.
Like,
You can't stop that much because they still can. Can you? No. So now you have to have other priorities by settle down, a nice house, a bank account, and everything like that. That's why they can, and you can't anymore.
Right. And if you look at a man's sperm, it has billions
Oh
contained
yeah.
in it to make a child. Billions. You think the creator gave a man one shot has billions of sperms in it, but you're only supposed to be with this one woman. I'm not saying that every man should go out and cheat, and I'm not pushing that. I think we are also intellectual beings. So in society, if that's the agreement that you have with your woman, that hey, I'm only going to be with you, I'm only going to sleep with you, I'm only going to deal with you, a man should stand on that, because being an honest man is being an honorable man. But if a man can't stand on that, he should be honest with himself, and he should find a woman that is okay with that. Not lie and
Exactly.
say she can't handle it, because it's going to create chaos. Because she's going to find out eventually you are not who
Mhm.
you say you are, and you're not
Thank
standing on
you.
the agreement, and then it's going to create divorce
I'm going
court
through
or
this
Is
as of
this
divorce.
right
that
now.
I'm trying to see, so as we talking about that, it's in a man's nature type thing or whatever, and trying to let cheating be, that's the only thing, that's a couple of things I just don't agree with. Is that what we talking about?
Yeah, that's what we're
Because
talking
men
about.
have so many sperms, he must spread the seed everywhere around the world, something like that.
Well, the creator told him multiply and be fruitful.
Yeah, right. I
I
don't, and
actually
right, the
agree.
fruitful part, we missed that part, right? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and I think that's supposed to be with your wife though, because it also say no
Well, not just your
fornication
wife.
and no what they
Well,
call
I
the other
agree.
thing,
fornication. Well,
adultery and
well,
fornication.
there's chapters in it to how to have multiple wives. Why wouldn't
Yeah.
there be
why are
chapters
you
on how to
following
have
the
multiple
No, I
Bible?
wives?
think that was only like King David and all them that could
No,
do that. I
no,
don't think
no,
a
no.
regular guy can do that.
I
No,
can't
any guy can
stand
do
people
that
that's
as long as any guy can do that as long as he know how to do
follow
that.
yourself.
Oh
Why
yeah,
you following
just
the
show me
Bible?
them verses then. You can show me those verses though. But also the thing is nowadays they're not. It's not like they having kids with them. They just sitting there putting on on the women's booties and all that stuff. Like they just having sex with them and stuff. So they not ain't like they just having kids with all these women, and then they can't afford it either. And that's another part. So
I mean, that's the intellectual part I was just talking about. If a man can intellectually deal with something like that and he's being honest and he knows what to do, that's why it's scriptures in the Bible that how to have multiple wives, and they talk
yeah,
about the
show me
first
that.
wife.
Yeah, you got to show me that
I'm
one
gonna
though,
see.
because
Matter
I
of fact,
it's
I'll send you the
cause
whole
it.
lesson on it. I'll send you the whole lesson on, and even God Himself in the Bible gave men multiple wives.
Yes,
He
you
was
are
even. He
able
was
to have
Yeah,
even.
you got to
multiple
He
show
was.
me
wives.
that.
Yeah, he was even okay
Yes,
with
indeed. You know
Solomon.
that to
He,
Solomon.
he was
How you
even
gonna tell
okay
us
with
to have?
Solomon. He was even
A
okay with
thousand.
Even
Solomon.
that child
Hey, listen,
wanted
he
me.
was even okay with Solomon having it. He
A
just told him
thousand.
don't marry the other nations because they're gonna bring other gods to you. And doesn't God? He's the same God yesterday, tomorrow, ever and forevermore. He changes not. He doesn't need to change. Why would he give a man multiple wives and
I'm
then later
gonna
on
help
and
you
say
out. I'm gonna look it up
it's
with you, man.
Yeah, go ahead and look it up. I mean, honestly, like, my father, my birth father grew up, he's Muslim. So, and then I grew up in a Baptist household with my grandmother, not even with my mom. So I understand the variety of having multiple wives if that's the religion that you're having. However, you need to be following that religion. If you're going to be doing it in religious purposes, then if you're a Muslim, it's okay to have several wives, but each of those wives have their own household, and that man is able
Yes.
to provide for each household. So I think that, they just pick and choose what they want out of it. D, don't act like that with me because I'm talking the truth now. Uh, but at the end of the day, I just feel like with us trying to say multiple wives and things like that. If you're really gonna be into your going that way, then you need to follow the religion of those people who are able to have that. I stopped being Muslim because I don't like the fact that the men are able to choose wives from a 9-year-old child. So I
wow,
mean, you have to know your religion if you're gonna know
She
your
said,
religion.
"Wow, like
You have
is that what you
right.
want to do?"
So
wow, like that's
no,
not
wow, it's like that.
9 years old. Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. Like I know the
No, I'm
Muslim
talking
faith.
about Shauna. Like, I mean, common sense is common sense. Like, you saying, like, is that what I want to do? I mean,
No,
we be intellectual up here. She just mentioned a 9 year old. Come on now.
yeah. He said that.
Some things, what's understood don't got to be explained with certain things. And for the host, you had mentioned some verses on it. I'm gonna just give you one. Now we all
Yeah, I
understand that
just
the
looked up
Creator.
Deuteronomy and said we couldn't. But go ahead.
I
Give
should
me
be
that
the
one.
one that should be saying "Wow" over
Now,
religion.
if
Like,
you if we all understand God is perfect, He doesn't need to change at all, and God has never
Yeah,
sinned.
yeah. You ain't got to explain all that. Just give me that verse you was talking about.
Yeah, the
All right,
verse, the
so
verse.
all right, I got 1,000 of them. I'm gonna just give you one. All right, 2 Samuel's 12 and 18. Right, he says, "I gave thee thy master's house and thy master's wives, plural,
Mhm.
into thy bosom." Why would God give a man multiple women as wives if it's evil? That would you
Was
would
that
be
King David, right? King David,
yes,
right?
right. And so that would be
King. Who the heck is a king around here?
all of us are kings. We're descendants of kings. We're descendants of
Boy, I
kings.
love when people do verses like this, man.
Nah, we're descendants of kings.
I
He
think
just didn't
Samuel's
want
had a
us.
lot of wives too. I feel
Oh,
like
it's
people
hold on. You
funny,
just
dog.
mixing it up. Do you
So
know how
who the
many?
heck is
Do you know
the?
how many men in the Bible had multiple wives and
Yes,
God was okay with it?
Yeah,
yeah.
okay, was Jesus made from a bunch of?
He
Uh,
wasn't.
uh,
He wasn't here to have a family and wives. He was on a mission.
yeah,
Okay, no,
And
we're
if
not
you
I
gonna
want
we're
think
not gonna do
people
this.
we got to stop
Just
doing that.
because you
That's why
saw
we corrupting so
you
many
saw
people, man.
kings
That's some stuff
doing
I just can't
something, did
agree
not mean
on,
that
and
God
we and I don't
You
like how we use the
yeah
Bible in
no.
that way.
Just because you saw
yeah no
God doing
because
something did
because
not
it
mean
comes
that
from the
God
Bible.
approved of it.
It's
Yeah,
laws on how to
right. So
have
give me
multiple
another
wives.
passage that it don't have a king, right?
You
It have a
you need
person like Joseph. It
you
has a person like
Pull up
even Eve,
Deuteronomy
right? I mean, even
17:17.
Adam and Eve, right? Adam only had one wife.
but Kevin,
Um,
but Kevin,
so give me some more verses that you said that's not a king
you
that
actually
said a
need to
man
go
can
through
have
the
multiple wives.
so
DM me. I'm gonna give you the whole lesson on it from
what
beginning from hold on from Genesis and what happened and all the way to the end and when God started speaking and gave laws on how to operate with multiple wives because evidently you haven't been sat down
Let me
and
Google
tutored
it.
on the topic so you see all the verses and then you'll see we're gonna run through about 30 different wise men that were men of the Lord that had multiple wives and God approved of it and what he said out his own words.
Excuse me. Can y'all hear me? This is
yeah, we can
Royal
hear
Elk
you,
speaking.
Royal.
Yes.
Pull up, pull
What's
up,
up,
pull
Roy?
up, Pull up Deuteronomy 17:17.
I looked it up already. I got you already. It said let me hold on. I'll do it again. I'll read it out loud though. Said Deuteronomy. Yeah, I read
Does
this
not
one.
mean God approved of it. David also killed a man's husband. So does that mean that y'all supposed to go
Unalive.
around and killing women's husbands who you want?
Unalive.
You
Unalive.
want
Unalive.
their woman? You want their woman? So do that mean that you're supposed to go, that God approved of you going and killing her husband so that you can have that man's wife?
You're getting away from
Say,
when God gave multiple wives to a man. If you're trying to demonize a man having multiple
Deuteronomy
wives,
17:17
hold on. Let me.
says otherwise.
hold up.
God clearly says, do not multiply wives unto yourself. You don't know what you're
Why
talking
does it
about.
say that? Okay, come from context.
It
Why does
says,
it
do
say that?
not. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
It
come from
clearly,
the
God says,
context.
the
Precept
bottom line
upon
is God
precept,
clearly
line upon
said,
line.
do not. Precept upon precept said, God saying, do not multiply wives unto yourselves. Bottom line.
Are you listening
Bottom
to the
line. You
doctrine?
cannot get over that.
If you are you listening to the doctrine? You're saying do not multiply
Sir,
wives from the. Hold
I'm a
on, let me
preacher's
finish.
kid, and I'm a
That
preacher's
has
kid, and I
nothing to do
promise
with
you,
it.
this is not a debate that you're
90%
gonna
of
win
these
with me.
preachers out here don't know the scriptures, so we're not gonna do that. Listen, you're saying
I
do not
just gave
multiply
you the scripture.
wives,
There's no
and
denying the scripture that I gave
I
you.
just
The
gave
scripture
you a
I
scripture
gave you
where
is
God did
clear.
exactly. I gave
Oh
you
my
gave you a
goodness.
scripture where God gave a man multiple wives. So are you saying God is evil now, or he
King
sinned?
David.
Oh my goodness.
Are you
I'm not
saying
saying that
God
God
was
is
evil
evil.
for doing that?
What I'm saying to you
Because
is
you
that
can't have it both ways.
just
It's
because
evil and
people
then God
did
did it.
something did not mean God sanctioned it. I gave you what God sanctioned. He
He
said, do
allowed
not
whores, so
multiply
everybody's supposed to be a
wives
whore too.
until you're. Thank you, sir.
So
Whoever
okay,
said
so
that. Thank
listen,
you.
hold on. Okay,
Yes,
so
they
listen.
are.
This is where y'all not answering the
Thank
question.
you.
If God gave a man multiple wives in the Bible, would
He
God be
didn't get.
sinning?
Oh my gosh.
Hold on.
Oh
I'm
my
asking the question.
gosh.
Deal with the question with your mind. If
No,
God
I'm
gave a
dealing
man,
with it with what
hold
God
on.
said.
I'm
Can you
asking you a question.
when
Hold
you
on.
give?
No,
Oh my
hold on.
gosh.
Listen. If God gave a man multiple women in the Bible, was he sinning when he did it? It's a yes or
First
no
of all,
question.
Oh, he didn't give.
God
He
is
didn't
God is
give him
sovereign.
anything. That's some
Wait a minute.
decision he made because he was a king.
Okay, let me
It,
say
Thank
He
you.
had multiple wives,
let me just give
and
y'all
he
a
had
whole
the
bunch.
money to. He had the money to make it work
no,
too, right? Because he's a
you're
king. He's
moving the
not paying
goalposts.
taxes just like us, right? So that
You're
we
moving
so
the goal,
called kings, right? So
brother. You're moving the goalposts.
I'm not moving the
If
goalposts,
God
No,
man.
gave
I'm
a
just
hold on,
saying it's.
no, he's
no, what
not.
I'm saying, brother, is if God gave a man on the planet multiple wives, was he sinning when he did it? It's just a yes or no
He gave
question.
God gave us free
God, why
will.
would
So was he
God
sinning?
allowed the devil to be a devil? So was he sinning when he brought the devil?
You're
What
not
the heck? Like
answering.
we can't keep using them
You
weird
tap
Bingo.
dancing.
analogies.
Hold
Checkmate.
on, you're tap dancing.
Checkmate.
If
Of
he
course,
gave
I'm
a
gonna
man,
checkmate him like crazy, but I'm just saying
no,
like that. Don't be
you
crazy.
can't
People just be
checkmate.
picking and choosing. That's
You
all
can't
weird.
checkmate if you keep running from the question. It was God sinning when he did it,
That
yes or
because that
no?
question makes no sense.
It
Why would
makes
I
a
tell
whole lot
God?
of
No,
sense.
God made all this stuff though, but we don't know His plans or why He did what He did.
If he gave his,
How we
Exactly.
Okay,
gonna tell God the
let
one
me
that
just
told us about sin and say that
say,
He's sinning? Who's it? How we gonna judge God?
I want everybody to take the
Thank you.
time out and just pause for a second. There's a whole bunch of things. There's a whole bunch of perspective on polygamy in the Bible with many important figures, that have more than one wife. You get what I'm saying?
exactly.
We could go to Esau, which is in Genesis. We could go to
Oh, I got about
Jacob.
40 of them. I'm just
You
trying to
got
get him to understand that
Elkanah.
God is cool with it.
Right, you got David, you got Solomon, and it's
Oh,
not in regards of,
he is
this
not
necessary.
cool
But
with it.
let me let you know, Royal Ink. Let me just let you know. Those are, like I said, if you
The 12 tribes come from a man with
it
multiple
Hold
wives.
on,
What are
let
you
me see
talking?
what she about to say though, because I'm trying to see something real quick. So,
right, y'all just cut me off. I lucky I lost my train of thought. But I was gonna say that I understand what Royal Elk is saying, right? Because I too, I come from my great grandfather was a minister of a Baptist church. However, like I just told y'all, my father is a Muslim. You understand what I'm saying? So those are different religions that's going through different things. So Royal Ilk is standing true in her faith and her belief, like, hey, it's only supposed to be one. And she gave us her script. She gave us Deuteronomy, right? But there's also other things, there's other there's other entities that comes with other religions that also utilize words of the Bible, that also utilize the Bible as a text. You get what I'm saying? And so when we're doing that, we're able to look at the other people that were in the Bible that did have other wives. However, those other wives were being able to be taken care of because, like Kev
Yep.
said, that's the king. You get what I'm saying? In Muslim, you have to be financially stable to take care of all of your wives. A king in the Bible was able to take care of his wives. So now we're on the fence of who's sinning and who's not. That's where everybody's at right now.
What
And
about all the
honestly,
other men in the
I don't know.
Bible that were not kings that had multiple wives?
Right. But they was able to take care of those wives, right?
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay,
they
that's
were.
the same thing.
Which
But let
means
me
it
ask you,
was
Miss
no
Kim,
sin. It was no guile.
Miss Kim, let me ask you something. Did women live as modest then as they do now?
I mean, you need to flip
They
it.
wasn't wearing Gucci purses.
I think you need to flip it around.
So they didn't want a split level duplex. They didn't want a Mercedes Benz. So that's the reason. So when y'all start this, they could afford it. Well, I tell you what, men can afford multiple wives now. If y'all was living modest. Do you get it now?
And they can barely
Because
take
I
care
don't
of
think
one
y'all
freaking
get
wife.
it.
How they gonna afford multiple? That's crazy.
Hey, real quick,
I don't
man.
think y'all. I
Hold
don't
on,
think
hold on,
y'all
hold on,
getting
hold on,
this.
hold on. Hey, let's get these likes up to 30K real quick, yo. And then we're gonna get back to talk about Kev and his 99 wives and Trey and his 110 wives
Fact.
and
You funny,
Matthew's
bro.
60 something thousand wives. And Xavier got 95,000 wives. And me personally, I got 2 and 1 because she a Gemini. So I'm cool. Y'all can have all that other stuff. I just want what I got. God bless.
Yeah, one
Just
more
for Rick.
scripture. Somebody opportunity.
She probably about to use the one to, if a man took an office of a bishop.
I actually got another one, and they got a verse in here. I'm trying to find the exact one. It says 1 Corinthians 7. It states that polygamy is unlawful. That one man is to have one wife to keep her, and one man is to have but one husband. What the heck? I mean, one woman. One best. I was ready to run. And keep him. And the wife only has the power over the husband body and a right to it, and may claim and use it. This power over each other's bodies is not such as they may be consent. Either the husband allow the wife or the wife the husband to lie with another.
All right, Exodus 21:10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. And there's more laws in the Bible that tell you what to do if
Wait,
you have more. Why would there be instructions on how to do it in the Bible if it's evil?
Exodus, say that again. Now say it one more time.
Exodus 21:10. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. There's laws
Exodus
in the Bible on
chapter
how to do it.
1.
I'm gonna send you
Exodus
all.
chapter
I'm gonna send you the
1:10.
whole. No, chapter 21 is Exodus 21 verse 10. But I'm gonna send you. I'm on your DMs. I'm gonna send you the whole lesson and walk you through it from beginning to the end and show you where God does not have a problem with it.
If he have brother.
Yeah, but I'm gonna drop off. I gotta get to this work. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Y'all, thanks for having me. All of y'all, shalom. Have a wonderful day.
Yep.
For sure.
Brother, he take him another wife, her food, her duty of marriage
So that's a big issue with the book that's been translated so many
be.
times.
What you say, D?
That's a big issue with the book that's been translated so many times.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Y'all
want
did
people
me
to
real wrong,
understand
man.
this. God
I
didn't
can't.
write that book.
I want to hear Royal Ilk.
I just need that to be understood. God didn't write that book.
Y'all did me real wrong. Not only did y'all have me waiting for a while, which I was cool with, right? You just gave me a whole bunch of responsibility. Man, you gave me 99 women.
No, I said 90,000, not 99,
90,000.
90,000.
How? Hey, first of all, you know everybody gonna be mad because I ain't there.
Hey man, sound
It's
hey,
only so much for me to go around, man. I
what
would
my
have to drop my
little
number
daughter
just a
told me
little bit.
one day when I was like, hey, you didn't do this, and she said, you know what that sounds like? I said, what's that? She said, that sounds like a you problem. So all I could tell you, if they mad, that's what you supposed to hit them with. That sounds like a you problem.
Oh, bro, let's go. How y'all doing?
Hey, Xavier.
This is a cool topic y'all was having. I'm trying to find. I was focusing on something ready to respond, so I was like, I changed my response to like certain parts. So I was like, all right, I was about to respond to this. Then I was about to respond to that. Then I'm like, damn, we're going over here. Ooh.
We just did quantum physics with the conversation tonight, baby.
So what's going on down here?
So way.
I was like, I was about to throw a little bone in on the whole little poly thing myself. I was like, oh, maybe I should put I actually, in a funny way, you know how we always joke around and say, like, I guess when everybody's upset, they'll throw the insult around like all men are, you know, or all women are gay or whatever, right? And I'm like, well, no, it's not necessarily that. You know, everybody has their lane, whatever. But for the most part, everybody's straight. But what I did start to notice, I'm like, I think more women are actually naturally into women, besides just strictly straight women, because it's circumstantial, right? Because it's mostly, like you said, the multiple wives. They don't always interact with each other, but they know that there's other women, as long as they're taking care of the same, right? So I started thinking about Lion King. Somebody brought this up one time. They was like, "Hey, you do know that's natural in the animal kingdom that even the males have multiple women because even in the Lion King, who you think Simba ran past when he woke his parents up in the beginning of the movie? His aunties. So if the man either had enough money and or protection, provision, whatever, so it's like it seemed like naturally like women are okay more either sharing than men. It just shows in like certain other aspects. But
Yes, because when the money is right, sharing is caring. No, I'm just playing.
So let me say this then, because
it's
it's like
circumstantial. That's what I was
this
saying.
this funny to me though, because like it's a reason why these sections be in here though, because he ain't read the part where he even said something about. So it's always a reason why I guess why God do different things though in different sections or whatever, or why He allows certain things. Just like He allowed the devil to do certain things and be like, oh, is that a sin to allow the devil? But it's a reason why He always say these things though.
Yeah, I
Um,
thought about
so
that part the other day too. Because for one, that
so
let me know that everybody in heaven then doesn't follow His rule because He was in heaven to then be cast down, right? So he disobeyed all the way to detail. So then I'm like, all right, dang. So if everybody in heaven, even God's highest angel, didn't listen, so I don't expect everybody down here to necessarily all the way listen
so
because we're constantly using
we said the
language.
Bible too many times, Peter in here.
Oh,
It's a deal, Peter.
so
So this the part I wanted to get to about that. I'm gonna read this though because since he's just so big on trying to push Polly out, right, and show even though it's said a couple verses about he don't really want a man, and most of the one that was in Polly were kings and stuff or something behind it, or so this how the whole thing goes. So I'm gonna read one
You
through
are too,
to
Kev.
to this section, right? So it say
Go ahead.
now these are judgments which thou shalt set before them. If thou buy a Hebrew servant 6 years he shall serve, in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. If he came in by himself, he shall go out by himself. If he were married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master have given him a wife, if his master has given him a wife, she have borne him sons or daughters, or the wife of her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out by himself. And if the servant shall plainly say, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, then his master shall bring him unto judges. He shall also bring him to the door or unto the door's post, and his master shall bore him ear through with an awl. He shall serve him forever. So he ain't talking about that part serving. That's what I said. That's all I know about that. So, and if a man sell his daughter to be a maid servant, she shall not go out as a maid servant do. If she please not her master, who hath brethren her to himself, then shall he let her be redeemed to sell her unto the strange nation. He shall have no power, seeing he have dealt deceitfully with her. And dang, did I get to the part? Oh, and he okay, here we go. And if he have, dang, I forgot how to work the Bible be sometimes. Betroth her unto his son, he shall deal with her after the manner of her daughters. If he take him another wife, her food, her raiment, and her duty of marriage shall be not diminished. And if he do that, these three unto her, then shall go free without money. So what I'm getting to about that, because what he did is took out that one part. If he took out the wife, he trying to find something that can help him keep pushing this narrative about the poly relationships, right? So he didn't read the whole list of things that, and I don't even know if this was God that allowed this, right? But
him to read the whole. I said that's what I wanted him to do, Kev. I wanted him to read the whole thing, just like with Miss Royal Ilk. He was trying to tell her to read the whole thing, like read the passage before and the passage after.
Exactly.
I wanted him to do the same thing. You get what I'm saying? Because
exactly. It's something that always lead up to things like that. And that's what I'm saying. Right. People always take the Bible. Oops, I just see who in the pen. I just looked up, I read too long. I see who in I'm scared now. but my thing is like people do stuff like that to keep pushing their narrative. And I don't like when people use the Bible in that way though. So it's some reason why that they mentioned about if he had another wife or something like that, because I mean he not mentioning the part where he said selling his daughter to be a servant, right? It had to have been something at that time why these things came about. You see what I'm saying? So what people do, they take out these pieces out of the Bible and try to roll with it and then just say this is what he means. So God is allowing polygamy, and then in the other thing it says that you must be married to one. So stop. I don't know why people keep mixing.
They keep mixing it up, Kev. That's why I was saying one person is a Christian and one person.
Hold on, Miss Kim.
I can't hear you. You said my name. I can't hear you talking.
Yes, ma'am. I did. I was asking. Hold on, real quick.
Okay.
Was not being mixed up. Is these likes? We need to be at 30K.
Come on, y'all.
I've been real lenient. I'm trying not to be like Bert and call people peasants and telling them that they peons and you need to respect the God. I'm trying to be real cordial, trying to be real cool. So get us to 30K and I'll give y'all a break. I know y'all heard some shit that may have gotten y'all feathers ruffled and whatever, but hey, it's gonna be all right. Some of y'all not gonna be a multiple wife. Y'all gonna be all right. Y'all gonna be one man, one woman. And for those who want to be a multiple wife, you will be that multiple wife. But tap the screen in between times until that the whole thing get worked out for you. All right. It's gonna be all right, y'all. We gonna be all right.
Money we're looking like.
So let me get I want to get Peter in here because he do the Bible to himself though. So we had a guy that was in here, and I don't know. Let's see. I could be wrong, right? But I am a person that want to go verse by verse if I'm wrong, right? So I can understand at the same time. So there's a guy in here that's saying basically God is allowing people to be in polygamous relationships. So how you feel about that, Peter?
And wait. Before Peter start, I just want to say this so that he got the question and asking him how he's gonna feel about it. But my not a question, but my statement is this: for both of the people that they were speaking, like Miss Royal, she is a PK, she is a pastor kid. You get what I'm saying? So her belief is her belief in that way, right? However, this other gentleman, I believe that he's a Christian who's trying to
I
practice
think he Israelite one.
who's trying to practice Muslim ways, but don't understand the Muslim religion. Okay, go ahead, Peter. That's all I want to say.
Okay. This is why understanding the genealogies of Christ is important, because if you don't understand the genealogies of Christ, you'll misunderstand what happened in the Old Testament. Because what people don't realize, that when the New Testament was being lived out, they were referring to the Old Testament. They didn't have a Testament to read from. Okay. Look, when we talking about polygamy, right? God allowed a lot of things for the hardness of men's heart. See, when you're dealing with Israel, the children of Israel, God's chosen people, he was trying to protect the genealogy to Christ being born, right, into the world. A lot of people were saying, oh, he destroyed the rest of the world, but he only let people live. He was trying to protect the genealogy of his only begotten. Okay. And see, did certain things. The Israelites looked around to the heathen nations and said, oh, they got kings and all kind of stuff. And God said, I'll be your king. You don't be like the heathen nations. I'm your king. I'm your God. And they said, oh, well, we just want to be just like them. We want a king to, just like them. And so by the hardening of their hearts, he said, okay, but guess what's going to happen? You're going to get a king, and those kings are going to treat you like subjects, just like the other kings do in the other heathen nations. And I'm going to show you that you should have just had me as your leader, as your guide and your God, not a king. And so guess what? He allowed them to have things based on the hardness of their heart. So they not because God was like, well, I just want y'all to have whatever you want. God was saying, I'm going to show you where you're at. I'm going to show you what your heart leads you to. Right? So he allowed the kings to come in, right? And the kings made subject out of them. They had concubines, many wives, and everything. You don't hear regular people have many wives. You hear kings have many wives, because God allowed it so he can see that, look, these men are going to make subjects out of you. I'm not going to do this to you. I'm going to do what's good for you. They're going to do what's good for them and their reign and their lineage. And that's it. And so God did it to them as to show them what their hearts will lead them into, and what kind of calamity their hearts will lead them into, trying to be like the heathen nations. And so there was times where God said, no, you're not going to do this, because it's going to destroy the lineage of Christ. And so that's why when people say, oh, why was just the Israelites? Why did he didn't care anything about the other heathen nations? Why did he sent people to try to get the heathen nations to do what's right? But then they were just heathens. They didn't have no God. They heard about the God of Israel, but some of them said, hey, Rahab, she was like, oh, I heard about the God of Israel. So guess what? I want to be with y'all. And guess what God did? Come on, you can be with us, right? And so same thing with Lot. If I find one that's righteous in the land, right? He couldn't find one that's righteous, so he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. The only people that left out of there is Lot and his wife. And his wife turned into a pillar of salt because she disobeyed. See, there was things where he was trying to protect, where he was protecting the lineage of Christ. And so to try to say polygamy, God allowed it or whatever like that, he didn't allow it because of it was a good thing. He allowed it for the hardness of men's heart to show you exactly where it went to. See, look, Solomon, King Solomon, he was the wisest king, right? He was credited the wisest king, but his later in his life, he disobeyed God. God told him not to marry strange women. See, he allowed him to have multiple wives, but he told him not to marry strange wives from other heathen nations, right? But he did that. And now we got the writings for the Masons today use some of his writings. The secret and dark societies use some of his writings because he made altars unto their gods, right? And so this is what happened. God allowed polygamy, but guess what Christ did? Christ showed you that it wasn't so. If you go to the scriptures, Christ clears it up and was saying one man, one woman, right?
Yep.
Because that's the way God planned it. Adam, Eve, right? One man, one woman. And by the hardening of our hearts, God allowed it to show us, right? And that's what happened.
Yeah, and God allowed you to come in a little too late. When my man was talking that, I ain't gonna say it like that, but it just showed though. That's funny because it would have been something that you probably would have got him too on that one. But I forgot some people are so deep in their
Right,
situations
that's
they
right.
ain't gonna.
So it was for everybody else, not him.
Yeah, the facts.
Right?
I was about to say that. Yeah,
Right,
you
he's
right
not
about
gonna
that. I was just
believe.
about to say that. You right.
He would try to twist it up. Oh no, I
You
don't
right.
believe it says that. I don't believe it says that in the word. I don't believe
Yep.
that. See, if you don't
Yeah.
understand that now we're in a different dispensation of grace.
Mhm.
God, Jesus said, "I didn't come to destroy the law. I came to fulfill it." He came to show the whole heart of God and what God was trying to do with the people completely, right?
Mhm.
There was only parts of God was allowing for the people to see. Jesus brought the whole heart of God, the completeness of God, and the whole full picture of God and what God was trying to do. It's crazy because when Jesus was walking with the disciples didn't even know who Jesus was. He kept telling them, like, I'm this person. He said, how much longer? He said, when you're looking at me, you're looking at the Father. What you mean? Show us. What you mean we looking at the Father? What do you mean? He said, Philip, how long must I be with you? I've been telling you this, and you still don't get who I am. He said, how long must I be with you? Right? And then they didn't realize who Jesus was. They didn't realize who Jesus was until he died, resurrected, and ascended back to the Father. And it was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You know, some of them didn't realize until he died, resurrected, and showed himself again to them. And then Thomas said, oh, my Lord and my God. He realized that he was God in the flesh. But see, if you don't understand the scriptures and you trying to just, you know, pick apart what you want that's nice and not look at the Bible as a full body of work instead of just pieces that you like the polygamy part, you will miss that stuff. And you gotta look at the Bible as a whole, as a full body of work.
Oh yeah, I appreciate that, man. You cleared it. I couldn't think because I said I know it was a reason. I haven't read. I read enough about the Bible to know little things though, but it's some stuff I don't know. That's why I'll be listening to probably either you and or Black or Marty. I don't like Black Jesus. Marty. Sometimes Miss Matt, but Miss Matt, oh, man, shit. Sometimes. But yeah, yeah, I'm glad you kind of cleared that up because I don't know everything. I don't know everything about the Bible, but I'm glad you explained that.
Let me say this and I'll be done. I'm say this and be done. I'll leave it alone. Now that's the man's struggle, right? The man's struggle is to be with one woman, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's something that God has put on us to do. Just like there's a struggle that women have to do, right? We all have our own struggles.
Okay.
We do have.
Peter. I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
right.
I'm sorry.
That's our test in life. Yeah, that's our test in life.
It makes sense.
So even though we may have urges to be with other people, we have to crucify the flesh daily and say no, We have to train our minds and say no, I don't even want to look that way because I don't. You see what I'm saying? And so that's our test in life, and we all have quote unquote our cross to bear, right? And so that's our cross to bear. Part one of our crosses to bear. Hey, look, we have urges to be with more than one woman, but we're going to be disciplined. We're gonna show long suffering and patience with ourselves, and do what we're supposed to know to do is right, what God called us to be.
No way
I
in
like
hell
how
I'm
you
not
said that though, because the thing is, I be tired of this one thing, right? Because that's just like that's what's creating the separation out with the man and woman, right? I could feel like we be what's that? Basically, with the woman, we can get on them like, hey, you gotta hold yourself accountable to that. But when it comes to like stuff like, oh, it's in a man's nature and all that stuff, and I'm glad you dang these things these things hitting the way you I ain't even that's crazy though. But it make a lot of sense though. And they always be like, well, it's in a man's nature. He must get it out and all this. Be trying to make a reason why men should not discipline themselves. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that you
The
you put
man's
that out in
sinful
that way. And
nature.
I'm like, I be tired of that excuse. Like,
See,
dog.
the Bible says we were born in sin and shaping in iniquity. That's
Mm-hmm.
from
Come
our
on
sin.
now.
That's from our sinful nature. That's not
Preach now.
that's not God said no, don't lean into your sinful nature. The laws of Moses that God gave to Moses to tell to the people was to be a schoolmaster to keep us to Christ. See, everything was leading up to Christ. The whole Old Testament was a foreshadowing of Christ, what was to come. And so it wasn't supposed to save us. These laws and statutes wasn't supposed to save us. It was supposed to keep us in line until Christ came.
And
Right?
here I thought I found marijuana in the Bible. Dang.
So okay, I'm about to give my man's what he asked before I see you in the comments going crazy though. So this is a perfect person you could
Isaiah
talk to right here. It's
18:4 and
Peter.
5. If anybody want
He
to
can kind
help
of
me
give
out.
you all the answers. If you down for this, Peter, because Conscious love doing this. I guess he tried to find every
He ain't
reason
got no
to
answers for me. He
huh?
ain't got no answers.
Okay,
If
we'll
it come
see
from the
then.
What
We'll
is
Bible,
he
he
see.
what is
has
he
no
So
saying?
answers for me. I
yeah,
promise
cause
you.
yeah, okay, cause yeah, he tried to find every reason to I guess downplay the Bible. I guess because he just don't like. I don't know what the deal is
Hey,
though.
hey, go ahead,
So
Kel.
Can
Drop
I
me
can I ask
down
a
because
question real
I
quick?
want to hear him and
Because
Peter.
Hold on.
the
Xavier,
Bible is written by man. That's why.
Kel,
Xavier,
drop me
no,
down
this him
because I
right here.
want to
Yeah,
hear him and
Yasmin is
Conscious
conscious.
go.
No, Yasmin is conscious. He just got the second profile.
Oh, Yasmin is a conscious.
Yeah,
Okay, well, come
Yasmin
on
is
then,
conscious though.
Yasmin.
So
hey, can y'all
yeah.
let this Xavier speak first, and then y'all can
Yeah,
be.
because Xavier ain't said nothing, and I
Oh
want
yeah,
to
go ahead,
hear
Xavier.
y'all
Then
say it.
Yeah,
You know
he can go.
what?
He can
If
go.
anything, I'm just gonna try to add a little comical relief real quick, but maybe it's something also educational. I don't know. Since Peter here, I haven't been in church in a while, so I ain't gonna lie about nothing that I don't know. And ain't no point in trying to brag on nothing that you don't know. But when I jokingly looked up a verse for marijuana, I'm like, is it in the Bible? It's in the Bible. So I kept looking up this verse, Isaiah 18:4 and 5. And I'm not gonna quote it verbatim, but if anybody has it handy right there, once again, I haven't been to church in a while and I don't have a Bible, but I can Google it and bring it up. So either or if somebody has it handy and is quicker than me at the hand, please assist. I'm asking. Isaiah 18:4 and 5, it said something of, as I sit in my dwellings and as a heat dew upon an herb. Now I'm like, all right, it's very small and whatever, like the phrase and stuff, because I'm like, I notice a lot what we do in our community is we become selective about the Bible. Because then we start using its like back doors to either give us excuses to do stuff or to even get away with stuff after we did it. You know, we'll either say a sin is a sin. So if I disrespected my temple, it's just the same way as committing a crime. So it's the same punishment. All I got to do is repent. You know, you see how we always have this constant running back door with our behaviors, even though we're not listening to everything. Like we all know we've heard most of the stuff we really shouldn't do, but a lot of us do it and did or have and actually still will and still continuing. Like it's some of them sins that we've heard not to do that we're all continuously actually doing, but in our minds it's like, all right, I'm working on it. So then it's like, all right, am I working on it? Am I planning on, you know what he said, as long as I repent, I can get rid of it. So like, I'm just gonna pick a day right before I think it's too late and say, all right, now I'm sorry, and repent, and it's all gone.
It's like it's like I don't know if we're knee-jerk reacting to the safety nets of our interpretation of it. That's why when I asked the question about the marijuana, I'm like, well, you know, if this is a vice and this is a sin, right? And I'm all about trying to improve my connection to my temple as well. And I feel like it's something that calms and actually helps me because my mind, it works so scattered, like with ADHD, I don't want to take a medication. And I feel like it helps me actually focus more on what I need to do. But that could be debatable for every other person. But when I asked what was the verse about marijuana, I looked it up, like Isaiah 18:4-5. I'm like, well, what would someone interpret in a church like that? And I haven't been in church for a while. But you know how we be selective.
Right. So to answer you, okay, I'm gonna start out saying this. Paul said, and he said that all things are lawful for me to do, but all things are not expedient if they don't edify. Right. Look, there's a lot of things in the Bible. You can find psychic readings in the Bible. You can find dealing with familiar spirits in the Bible. A lot of these things God said stay away from. A lot of people say it's in the Bible, so is that okay? No, he was pointing it out to stay away from. But I will say this about marijuana, right? I will say this about marijuana. The Bible says be sober minded, right? It's a reason why God wants you to stay sober minded, right? So you can be ready when the devil tries to attack, when the enemy tries to come in and creep in. A lot of this stuff opens you up to vulnerability in the spiritual realm. And so his instructions to protect you is to say, remain sober minded, right? So anything that doesn't make you sober minded, you should stay away from. And so when it comes to marijuana, if it doesn't make you sober minded, if it takes if it
Thank you, Peter.
then I would say stay away from
I was
anything.
catching
It
something.
could be
I'm like,
marijuana.
wait a minute, where we going here?
Cause thank you, Peter. Cause
I like how you
it
did
don't
that.
make it make me more focused. It make
I
me
swear
So,
to
see
God, I
in
was like, I'm
so
it make me get more tunnel vision.
I
It
don't
make
like to
me
drink.
Hold on.
but I can't drink though. Right. I can smoke, but I can't drink.
Right.
I did want to ask that question too, real quick about that.
Now when I'm talking about this, listen, because now when it comes to weed, it has a different effect on different people, but it has different effect each time you do it on that person. So, like I said,
Especially on the
you have to keep your sober mind, your vigilant mind, your ready to attack mind, right? I seen people that be smoking, they be so relaxed, somebody come in and rob their whole house and they just be like, what's up, man? They let them walk right out the front door. I see people smoke weed and eat up all they whole they whole they whole their whole doggone refrigerator
Yes.
for the groceries for the month.
that's what they was there for.
You know what I'm saying? And so all I'm saying is this: be sober minded, in your right sober mind, not in your more relaxed mind, in your more content mind. Be in your sober mind, and I'm
You
gonna
know what,
leave it
brother?
at
I'm gonna
that.
take you right there. I don't need no more further explanation. Go ahead. Sober. Go ahead.
So I got a question then, and then next I do want to see the. Was you good, Xavier? You got what you wanted to say?
I'm
Because
good
I
right
do
now.
want to see this.
But once
Because
once we get to like another topic, I'm ready to go.
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because I just want to do this since Peter in here. Because I see conscious always like doing this stuff. And it's just basically just a test of how deep are we both believing. So conscious, look. or Yasmin.
What
Let
up,
me see,
brother?
put it that way.
What
Once
up,
we,
I got you.
once you do this right, because I know how you can get though. Don't. If you get put, or if you get to something you can't answer or something like that, don't get offended, man, or don't, or not offended, but don't get to where it seems like, because I know you get frustrated sometimes when you feel like somebody not hearing you or you
Nah,
something
it
like that,
just
right?
seemed like that. It
So
just seemed like that if I'm explaining something and I get cut off. But yeah, I got you, brother.
okay, yeah, because you already know. So all right, what's the questions you got for Peter? Because he more in the Bible than I am.
Really, I don't have no questions. I just about to.
Because you had 100, you got 1,000 on them in that chat. Don't act different now.
Oh no, those not questions. Those are
Oh,
statements. But one question is, because he was just speaking on the green thing. Why do we have cannabinoid receptors in our head to receive the THC if we're not supposed to be doing it?
You said we have cannabis receptors in our head?
Cannabinoid receptors is in our brain. Yes, we do.
Or NARD receptors in the brain? What you where you read that at?
That's actual science, Peter. Like
No,
we do.
no. Tell me what that science is. I have to read that study.
Okay, no problem. Let me look it up.
Because it literally says you have a part in the brain just to smoke weed. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, did I say that? I said what
I'm
I said.
asking. No, I'm asking you because I haven't read that study. You said
And I said
cannabinoid, like
no.
because it's cannabis, and you said cannabinoid, so they kind of
Cannabinoid,
close together.
cannabinoid receptors to
Okay,
receive
so
the THC.
right, so so it's a so cannabis and cannabinoid. So they called it that because it's close to the cannabis. Is that what the study is saying?
Kev, this who you tried to get me to talk to, bro?
I'm asking you if you don't know the answer, pull up the study so we can and read it.
If you
Because
want,
I've never
I can
read
put
that
it.
study, so I can't tell you about the cannabinoid. I know that we don't use 100% of our brain, so there's a lot of stuff in there that we don't even use. We use maybe about 6 to 10% of our brain. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on in there that we as men don't know what's going on in there. But if if
No,
we
we use
discover
100% of our brain.
some cannabis receiving parts of our brain, I need to read that study.
I never
So
said that though.
you gonna come
I'm
in
We
here?
asking
use
you. No, you
100%
said
of our brain.
cannabinoid. You said it's to receive the cannabis, right?
The THC, cannabinoid
Can y'all
Oh,
see
just
that?
the THC part. So is when you're smoking weed, you're only getting the THC. You're not. Are you getting other things when you smoke weed?
I mean,
Because
the
I didn't know
CBD
that.
too.
I
All
didn't
of
know
that
that
is
THC was the only thing that's in weed.
No, it got CBD too, but all of that is cannabinoids.
So it also it doesn't just do the C. So it takes in the whole cannabis, not part of it.
Just the cannabinoids of the
So
marijuana
the
plant.
THC and what else does it take? Does the part of the brain take in?
The cannabinoids.
You
Do
keep
y'all
saying
want
the
me to?
same word, sir.
Do
I'm
y'all
trying
want
to.
me to read y'all the
That's
definition? I
Yeah,
got it
read
up.
that. Yeah,
No,
Hold
because
it's
he's
up.
not
literally.
explaining it
read the
though.
But I got
definition
up.
of
That's
what
like
from Wikipedia. Give me a study that we have something in our brain called what is it called? Cannabinoid receptors.
Receptor, right?
So Peter, here's the issue. I got a bone to pick with you, my
Yeah,
brother.
what's up? What's up?
You came in here and you gonna tell me I can't smoke weed and have my multiple wives? What's wrong with you, man? You sound like you judging.
Thank you
It's
so
too
much.
early in the morning for you to be
If you
judging me,
go
man.
if you go have multiple wives, you might need to smoke weed because
Hey,
you need to
man.
relax.
Facts. Let me. I forgot. I supposed to have asked this question before they went.
You
So
may need to
you
smoke
did say
weed.
about the sober mind thing, right? So what about the what about where it say? Because I know there's a difference between being drinking and being drunk. It also so I think it had like a verse in there you can drink but not be drunk. What's the deal with that one though? Can we drink a little bit?
Yeah, let me answer that from a professional standpoint. I don't mean to step on your toes, Peter, but here's the situation. So people don't understand the proper name for liquor. And the proper name for liquor is spirits.
Spirits, right. And
the fact of it is when you are consuming these spirits is to be festive. Because even in the Bible, it says that the wine makes the body glad. And so you have to understand that there are properties that everything that we consume has some type of natural order. You're not to indulge to a point where you're just overindulging. So back to the spirits, your main objective, as Peter told you in so many words, is your main objective through life is to keep your spirit intact. Prime example for those who get heavily intoxicated, driving behind the wheel, they're not that spirit. That's why they don't come up injured. Spirits don't have bones. Spirits loosely don't have bodies. So this is how Joe Blow can get behind the wheel, go through the front windshield, go through 10 more windshields, and wake up in the next county. Oh, man, that's the best sleep I ever had. And they're like, oh God, what did all this carnage? Did I do that? Yeah, because you don't allow something to come in and replace your spirit. And that's why people be having these issues. If you ever watched anybody fully intoxicated, you would literally see them battle with trying to get back in the host position of their temple.
Mhm.
I've always had
I-
like this.
that sound more like the drunk part though. And I understand that part.
Well, it's the same thing with anything though.
Yeah,
Rather it's alcohol,
yeah.
rather it's
So
drugs, rather it's women.
yeah. So I
You
think
know,
the question I was
They
basically
gonna
asking
say
is that can we
sex.
drink a little bit? Because I know
yeah,
he gave us wine. I mean, he do wine for celebration and
yeah,
on a communion, right?
right.
I'm just saying that can we do a little bit?
Yeah, it's permitted. Like I say, the point is not to overindulge.
Not
It's
to
not to
over. Yeah, I
consume.
got you.
Yeah,
Okay,
not to
okay.
let it overtake your spirit
Because do
because
you
that's
still
what
be
we.
sober though?
Long
Because
as you're in
I
limit,
was trying to I
you're
was kind of
sober
connect
and
that
sober.
with the what he had just said about the being sober minded thing.
Oh
Is
yeah, you
that's
can bro. Okay. So let me break it down to you. Y'all know I got my whiskey and I have my cigar. Y'all know I got that.
said perfect
But if you
timing,
ever
huh?
see me drink my whiskey, it's literally a shot, and I will hold that shot for the duration of 90 minutes
I'm
while sipping it.
shot shorty. Like literally, give me my 2, 3. I'm good.
Right.
I
And so
drink like that.
you don't need to be. This is why people don't understand or have any decent practice because they don't have any knowledge.
Mhm.
Bible
True.
simply means book, and where a
True.
lot of knowledge is held in books. So if you read your books, you will then become knowledge. But the problem is, a lot of people do read books, but they don't use implementation to follow up, so they don't have practice. This is why you have platforms full of times that people just speaking loosely or just don't know when to shut the fuck up.
My only thing about alcohol is rotten fruit is things that you wouldn't even eat that make it the alcohol, and I don't like that. Like yeast and stuff, that's rotten bread and all that. That's the only knock I have on alcohol. That's why I don't really mess with it.
Because of the correlation.
So now we okay. I guess I got my answer on that one a little bit. Okay, cool. So we looked up that. I guess that's the definition, right? So we can be on the same page. What is
And I did, and I got off of Wikipedia just for Peter. I went to a different site because I know how people feel about Wikipedia, but I went to a different site in regards of the cannabinoid and the receptors and things like
Yeah,
that.
read it
That's
for us, then. It's so tiny.
okay. So
2019.
Wow.
You can't read it like that, sis.
You ain't gonna be able to read. Yeah, you
Stay
ain't gonna
with
be able to
us.
hear you.
Auntie done got a booty call.
y'all don't do me like that,
Yeah, we ain't
man.
gonna be able to hear you when you read it off. If you looking at the website, yeah, we ain't gonna be able to hear you then.
Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna just read what the scripture shows right here. Okay, cannabinoid receptors, and endocannabinoid systems. Okay, cannabis sativa, also properly known as marijuana, has been cultivated and used for recreational and medicinal purposes for many centuries. The main psychoactive content in cannabis is tetrahydrocannabinol, that word, THC. In addition to plant cannabis sativa, there are two classes of cannabinoids: the synthetic cannabinoids and the endogenous cannabinoids. Okay. Now the ANA, which is anandamide and arachidonoglycerol. Okay, those two things. The biological effects of cannabis are mainly medicated by these two members of the G protein coupled receptor family. Cannabinoid receptors CB1R and CB2R, the cannabinoid receptors and the enzymes, proteins responsible for the blah, 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 blah. It goes on and goes on. So basically, those are the receptors to receive
Hold on, not
this
so
type.
hold on, sis. Not so basically. I need to read the
Okay,
read
so
the
you want
part of
another
this.
part
Hold
too?
up, sis. Let me just say this. I need you to read the part where it says that your brain, and there's a part of your brain that when you light up this cannabis and you inhale the smoke of it, you
Okay, let
have
me get to.
receptors in your brain that is saying, it's easy. You have the receptors to receive it,
Yes.
and so your body was made to smoke cannabis to a degree, because that's what I'm think. That's the argument
I
that's
can't
being
wait for
made.
this
That's
part.
and that
Basically,
and
yeah.
that kind of is like, what the
Now, now, so let me tell you something about the cannabis. There is a when you have a stomach ache. My dad grew up in Jamaica. They used to cook it in tea.
you gotta
Hmm.
make tea with
They
it, put it in
didn't
our
eat the
food.
leaves. They didn't eat the leaves.
Yes. Yes.
They didn't ingest it. They used to cook it in tea, and it used to calm a stomach ache and stop a stomach ache. Now,
Well, get.
now, now, I'm just
Let
talking about, it where it says when you light it up and the smoke of it, you're supposed to inhale all the smoke of it, and you got something inside your body that receives it, and so God made you to receive in the smoke of cannabis
Yeah, I was gonna say because it said
part, and
right clearly
then
it
I
put
could
heat
co-sign it.
upon earth.
I'll co-sign it. I'll
It
co-sign it,
said
and I'll
put
say
heat
that, you know
upon earth.
what,
I'm like,
the
what?
Lord,
What earth?
the Lord, told us to be sober minded, but when it come to cannabis, we got the receptors to receive the unsober mindedness that sometimes cannabis gives us. Trust me,
Okay, that makes sense then.
you know what I'm saying?
You in
But
So now you
and
got
thank
your
you,
answer,
Peter, for
Yasmin.
breaking it.
On to
Right.
the next, right?
Thank you, Peter, for breaking that down and for us putting this up and things like that. Because it's at the end of the day, it's still do not overindulge in it. It's still that. It's still do not
I'm
overindulge.
just,
You get what
he
I'm
just
saying?
brought up the cannibal receptors. We every, we got a lot of parts in our brain that we don't know, and we somehow found the part that receives cannabis. I'm just trying to figure out what part of the study that says smoking cannabis, your brain is it amped to smoke cannabis.
You will see it's right there in the third paragraph, first subsection. It says, "Let there be weed and women."
Do you know what? I'm not gonna play with
you know,
Let me
like I said, I'm just trying. If y'all could find that and let me read that study, because I'm just curious that we found cannabis receptors, and for weed, we didn't find no other receptors to receive other outside plants, but for that reason, in a world
Facts.
in the world that we're
Facts.
trying to legalize weed, and White T Man is legalizing, and now he's the king of weed selling.
And how many people was in
And
jail
all
for
of a
that
sudden we got
first?
studies of the brain receiving the weed that they're
but
trying to sell, and
but
it's all biological now. I'm just trying to figure out.
and
I'm
I
just
get
trying
it,
to
and
figure
I
out.
get it.
Upset.
But Peter, I must admit to you, I've been doing this research ever since when I say 2002, because I actually had to write a paper on in substance abuse class. You understand? And I wanted to, and this is a college class because I wanted to know the
Remember, they
difference
put it as a
between the
schedule
other
one. I remember
drugs.
that.
I wanted to understand what were the other drugs doing and why they were demonizing weed so much. You get what I'm saying? Now, you're saying that you wanted to figure out, like, how do they know that we got receptors in our brains for that? we also have receptors in our brain for other leaves, for like for lettuce, for tomatoes, for,
Right.
you get what I'm saying? Like those are things that we also have receptors in our brain to do. And I want to go back where you said, oh, they did not eat the leaves. You get what I'm saying? They smoked, they drank the leaves and made the leaves out of tea. Well, in my Jamaican family, on my Jamaican side, they do. You get what I'm saying? They would reuse that leaf and to put it into the spaghetti sauce, like like an oregano.
Yeah, y'all was
You
trying.
understand?
Y'all probably was rushing. That's what y'all trying.
So
Y'all was
So
trying
So
here's
to
the real
by
here's the
any
real
means
situation to
necessary.
that.
That's what,
The,
that's what
yeah,
y'all.
so that
here's the
Y'all
real
was trying to touch.
situation
Y'all
to
was
it.
trying to
There's
touch.
one thing
Well,
that
if I
hasn't
Y'all was
been
can,
trying to touch
defeated in
y'all
this
in your
country
mind.
was
That's what y'all was trying
marketing.
to do.
And
Touch y'all,
marketing
touch y'all in your mind. That's what you trying to do.
Your
and
family
mar-
was trying
and
to touch
marketing
him, like
and
give him a high five in y'all mind. That's what y'all was trying to do.
so in this
Well,
country, one thing that hasn't been defeated is marketing. One thing people need to understand about, particularly dealing with America, America didn't have no weed fields. Mexico, Colombia, and everybody else had weed fields. America didn't have any. They could talk all that stuff about California, so forth and so on. But if you go do your history, Rafa, who was the boss of El Chapo, who was the brother of the original cartel, was the ones that had the fields, and he was the one that knew that America would one day legalize it. But the
you
problem
better
with
know
that
your
was,
dang on history about Rafa Ochoa. You better know your history, D.
so the problem with that was, it was we couldn't market it the way we want to because we don't have control of it. And so they figured out a way to go ahead and get in position to get control of it to market it. And once they did that, look at lo and behold where we are now. And there's still federal issues behind it, but you can still have states that say, hey, it's good. We're clear to go. We're good to move on it. And so with marketing now, you then took this $1 billion industry and made it legal and added taxes on it. Cause ain't nobody coming up and say, hey man, I got this here dime bag. It's $15.75. Nah, that's not what was happening.
No,
So it was the
it's
marketing aspect that really took over for that and a whole bunch of other stuff. Alcohol the same way. The marketing, it's the marketing scheme that they put into place to make these things, and they gave you this market in return that told you, oh yeah, get you a drink, it'll calm your nerve, it'll help you out, it'll help your love life, help you see this. And then people end up growing these addictions to these things because they overindulged. And what was the next market? Oh, we have a rehab, we have a therapy session, we have this, we have a coping, we have that. Just marketing.
Facts,
Well,
so
I
because
just wanted to know.
with the
so
marijuana, it's the
Let me ask
THC
Peter
that
something
actually
real
gets
quick.
you high, but it's the CBD in it that actually has the medical effects. By the way, so they be trying to like take the THC out, but keep the CBD levels high.
so really quick, if I could step in for just a second and speak on the cannabinoidal system and things like that. Yeah, what he just said was exactly what I was hoping for someone to actually mention. There's two types of plants. There's a male plant and a female plant. The one plant that has the THC in it is the plant that everybody wants to use to be able to inhale and smoke or do those things like that. But the one that has the most power on your cannabinoidal system is the other, that is the CBD side of it, which has very little THC in it. There is still a little bit of THC in there, but most of it is null and void and not there. So you have an option to feed your cannabinoidal system without having to have the effects, and still be able to keep your clear mind, like he said wants to, but still be able to feed that cannabinoidal system. That was just what I wanted to come up and let
They
everybody know
asked
about.
me.
I've been in the
They asked me
Right.
to read this
listening
from
for
the
a while.
Bible
And the
again.
cannabinoids come from the
Hold on,
female
hold
plant,
on.
and the THC come from the male plant.
All right, so hold on. Yeah. So I'm gonna read this again. This 1 Corinthians 6, chapter 12. I referred to it. What's going on, Lola? I referred to it, and I'm gonna read it. It says, "All things are lawful for me, but all things are not helpful. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be brought under the power of any."
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Our overindulgence. Come on. That's all I've been saying. That's all I ain't been
So
saying.
I want to check that off and show
Speed of
that.
some.
Okay, that was the second thing that got debunked tonight, right? So this another
Right.
thing, like
We
this, like
debunking all of this stuff.
yeah, right. Because this the second time somebody, I guess, misused. I'm trying to be like you lower man when I grow up. You feel me? um. So
I think
yeah, that
it's
was like the second thing because
we
somebody,
do that
it's like
often.
we put that
We be
out
so
there.
selective.
Oh, while we have these things in our, we put these things out there, like while we got these things in our mind, or we got these receptors, right? And he just showed right there, it is there to take in other herbs, right? Not just sit there and say smoke that good. Is there to, because they had to do things for different healings and stuff. They had to receive different herbs for healing. So okay, that
Yeah.
got debunked, right? There we go.
Yeah.
So what we got next? Because I'll be
Let
tired,
me
and
let me
I'm glad Peter here. I'm learning a lot from Peter,
let
man.
me
That's why.
hey Kev, let me ask Peter something real quick. That's my big bro. I rock with him. Peter, can you overuse like your wife with JJ?
What the?
Oh, over
Not yours, but
JJ.
I'm
All
talking
right,
about
so
men in
listen,
general.
listen.
Wait, Peter, wait.
Hold on. I'm gonna tell him. The
Hold on, Peter,
Bible
wait,
says in Proverbs. Hold on.
Peter.
Hold on,
Cause you
man.
said excessive.
Wait. I just want y'all to understand. If y'all don't have a belief in God, God damn it, you better have one today. I just want y'all to witness. Matthew asked Peter a question.
I
I
wasn't
think y'all got
talking
that.
about his wife though. I was talking about married men.
I think
Listen, hold on. Let me reframe the question because I wasn't talking about his wife.
Matthew. He just made
I
a
was
disciple
talking
joke.
about married
He just
men.
made a disciple joke. He said,
it's
if you
being
don't
funny.
believe in the Bible, Matthew just asked Peter a question.
Right, that is funny though.
You better
I
make
think
that.
from my perception, even before you answer it though, I think any addiction is a problem. You know, a lack of because I don't think you even should be addicted to your wife.
Hold on, brother. The Bible says
Addicted to
Proverbs.
your
Y'all
wife.
turn to Proverbs.
Don't it
Y'all go
turn to
to
like the
chapter
lust
with the city
eventually?
on. The Bible says, let your wife of your youth satisfy you. Okay? That's what the Bible says. So I don't think that you can never get enough of that good loving. That's what it was made for, right?
So when do it turn to lust?
Huh? Against towards your wife?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
When does it turn to lust? What you mean
yeah,
lust?
because it's basically like just like greed. Like if you eat too much food, right, it turns to greed. Too much. It turns to
Can you
gluttony.
lust after yourself?
Um,
I'm
can
asking a
you lust
question.
after yourself?
Yes.
Can you? You probably can't. I don't know. That
You
sounds
can lust
weird.
after yourself.
Yup, because there's some
I
dudes
think
that
you
jack
Hold
can
on.
off
lust
a
What the
after
lot.
heck? I can't.
yourself.
I'm trying to answer this question
Hold
though.
on. Y'all
So,
sitting up here and saying that you can lust for
no,
something that's already
I'm trying to ask. What is that? What would
you
lust?
can lust you. You can
Because you
hold
doing
on,
you
hold
You can't
on.
jacking
lust
You can
off.
yourself.
lust after
You're
something that's
allowed to
already
lust for your
yours.
wife.
Hold on, real quick.
Is that
He asked me the question. Why everybody talking? What the
right?
heck? So,
Is that what we
I know
saying
you
here?
can't lust after yourself. No.
All right. It's not your. The Bible says that your wife is you and you are her. Y'all are.
Come on now, man. We know it ain't.
Did the
We know
Bible
that
say
ain't
that
literal,
the
man.
two shall
Because if
become one?
I feel you on that, but that y'all two different humans though. Y'all two different
Believe
people.
No.
lust
The
it
Bible
just
talks about.
intense
Hold
physical
on.
or
Hold
sexual
up. I don't need
attraction to
you asked me. You
somebody.
already just got shut down earlier, man. Let me do mine now. It's my
Actually,
turn
I
now.
didn't get
Now
shut down. My point got proven.
the Bible says,
Peter, everybody don't subscribe to the Bible.
and everybody can mute up their mic when I'm talking. That's
Because that's
what
what we
it
Okay.
says.
talk about. We talk about what
So
had
like
happened in the Bible. Go
right,
ahead,
we're
Peter.
talking about the Bible. So
I'm about to get somewhere though, because it's a reason why. Because I do come from a
so
different angle on different
so
things though,
so
and it
now
is
when
some
we
stuff.
now
But
the Bible says this is what the Bible says.
And we don't give a fuck.
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the
Well,
Bible.
fine.
The whole
Please.
we're talking about the Bible. That's why
Throw
I'm
that
bringing
Right.
up
book
the
of
So,
Bible.
lies in the trash.
so
Mute your mic.
come
Mute your
on,
mic.
man.
Mute your
stop.
mic.
Come on now.
We
What?
ain't worried
It's a
about you
book
what
of
you
Let
got
us
to
You got
say.
believe,
something to
man.
We
You
say.
don't
don't
worry.
believe.
We
Let us
don't worry
believe.
about what you got to
Come
say
on,
about the
bro.
Bible
and
because your lack
Jesus,
of
that's a lie
understanding
too.
of it doesn't mean that you know it.
Come
Okay,
on now.
so the Bible says that the two shall become one, right? it also says that the body of your wife don't belong to her; it belongs to you, and your body belongs to her,
Hello.
right?
Okay.
It also says
Love your masters.
it also says mute your mic. That's what it also says
Hey,
when
what?
people
I
talking.
can't throw some scriptures out there.
No, you're just doing random scriptures that have nothing to do with what we talking
Santa
about.
Maria Jesus. My bad.
So,
Go
all
ahead.
right. So the Bible also talks about that. Lost my train of thought because we got somebody working with the underworld this
That's
morning.
because the Lord is at work.
Because he on them spirits. He
God
opened
is at work.
his mind to
No,
the
it's the
cannabis.
underworld who wrote the
This is the
Bible.
cannabis
Sister Johnny,
receptors
ready for that
talking.
lesson?
This is the cannabis receptors talking,
So
y'all. This is what he's on. He's on the cannabis receptors. He's receiving
okay, I
cannabis.
looked up.
That's what.
I looked up. I looked up.
On that crack. He on the crack preceptors. That's what he
No,
on the
he's not on. No, he's on cannabis
No,
receptors.
that's
I'm
just
on
that's
crack,
just
but y'all listening, y'all reading a
no.
book that your master gave me. I'm going on crack.
Yeah, okay, we gonna do that. Okay, right. But what I was about to say is, okay, I looked it up. It did say, okay, so we talking about a wife, right? It did say, I guess it said it's not a sin to lust after your wife, I guess, because it's expected. It said rather it's expected, right? So I would say this then. The reason why I only say that because I think a lot of people their relationship is built off that,
Right.
and
I remember
and it becomes a
the scripture
problem,
was.
huh?
What the scripture was that I forgot. The scripture talk in the Bible. It talks about that if you don't treat your wife right, you hate your own body. Where it's talking about treating your wife
What is
correct.
one way to treat your wife?
No, I'm just saying when it's talking about if you don't treat your wife correctly in the way God told you to do it, you're hating your own self, your own body.
Then you're going against
I get you.
your
Yeah.
own self.
So it's y'all one. So
I get
having
you.
your
Yeah.
wife as many times, whatever, that's your wife. Now if it's just some random chick that you talking about, you already in the no anyway. But if it's your
Yeah.
wife, and y'all are one in God, you can they ain't no there's no evil there. The Bible says the marriage bed is undefiled.
Okay.
You can
So
be in that bed
this the angle I'm
she
gonna
could be
come from
swinging
though.
from the chandeliers. You hear me?
Yeah, for sure.
And
But
I
I think
approve that message. If you
yeah, I
married,
believe
swing
so.
your
This is what I'm
wife
gonna
from
get
the
to.
chandeliers. You hear me?
This dude, I'm gonna say this then. I think your love should be greater than your lust. Then I'm gonna put it that way because I think that's people's problem. They whole relationship is kind of based off that to where if that was to go away, right? Because imagine some of y'all stuff might go away at a certain age, right? But your love should be greater than the lust you have for your wife. And I think a lot of people be so in lust that they ain't have nothing else to offer. I mean, that they dang near lose the whole entire relationship because they can't, your wifey can't get that thing up no more, or your Peter ain't going nowhere. Speaking of Peter, that's funny, ain't that funny? But that's my clean version of saying it though. But that thing don't work no more, and then they have nothing else that really held it up. You know what I'm saying? So it's like for that instance, you will have to rely on love from there. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, people's base, because I think I just had a little, not a disagreement, but I had this little thing from earlier, right? Somebody was saying that say, I didn't meant to say the word, but making love is the center of their relationship, and I'm like, that's the problem nowadays. People make that the center and they don't look at it that it should be way more than that to keep y'all connected. You know what I'm saying? So I like how you put it, though. I like how you put it, and I think, yeah. I'm just learning today that I guess you can't lust after and I don't like calling it that, but I guess you could lust after your wife, but don't have it so great that you're not really in love with them to where that people talk about, oh, it's bad sex and good sex and all that stuff. What about a good person or a bad person?
Can I say this? Go ahead, Peter. I'm sorry. Not to cut you
Go
off.
ahead. I gotta let Peter. Because Peter, I know he want to say something. Then everybody can.
I have a question though. I have a question for Yasmin. Bro, do you believe in heaven and hell?
Heaven and hell? No, but I do believe in the creator God, the God in the Bible. Nah,
So
I ain't know.
so ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and that's it? That's what you believe?
That's not what I believe. That's what I know. Now,
No.
Oh yeah, let's get this going. I've been wanting y'all to
Believe in
go
what
the
you
ahead.
know.
ashes.
Okay.
All I know is this: in the Bible. Now, it says this. It says this in the Bible. When we are buried, we are supposed to be wrapped in the white cloth and returned back into the soil of the earth. We be pitting caskets, so we not pitting nothing back into the earth.
What?
Oh, okay.
I
All
said
right.
it clear as
So,
day.
okay. So, okay. So you just believe this is it?
Did I say that?
I'm asking you. What you mean? I didn't
No.
say what you said. I'm asking you. So do you
And
believe
I'm asking
after
you.
this is it?
No.
That's it. You don't believe in
As
I'm
far,
telling
afterlife.
you, yes, you about to get
nah.
challenged, man. Be ready for it.
I mean, that's the point there. But I ain't getting challenged. He getting challenged, really. But do I
Okay.
believe that? A belief, as what I know a belief
Oh,
is
so you
something
know
that you
that. So
accept.
you've
Hold
been to
on.
the other.
Hold on.
You've been
Hold on.
you on the
Let me
live
finish.
before and came back and told us
Let me finish.
it.
Let me
So you
finish.
know it.
Let me
Peter, you
finish.
know that works both ways.
Excuse me. So I'm asking you a question. He doesn't need help. He's not a child. He doesn't need help
I know, but
speaking.
I'm on the panel and I can join in.
All right, you could join in after
Thank
he
you.
answered this
You're
question.
welcome. Don't worry
Hey, but
about
Peter,
it.
You
can
Friendly
can
I
like
join in
finish
brothers,
my
after he
man.
question
asked
if
this
you stop
question.
cutting me off?
Go ahead.
All right, a belief is something that you just accept to be real or true without any facts being proven. Now I have heard plenty of stories of people who unalived and say that they went somewhere and saw something. Have I unalived? No. So I can't say that I know it for sure, but do I believe it? No, I don't believe it either. I will only see it whenever I see it.
What the heck? That's all
Clear
you
as
left
day,
with?
So
Kev.
you don't know. So that's what you mean. You don't know.
And you don't either. That's why
And
I
you
call
don't hold
faith.
on. And you don't believe. You don't
Hey,
believe
Labs, was
anything you
anybody
don't
else
know.
allowed to talk or is this just Peter talk today?
Hold on. So
I
No, I
mean,
had actually let them challenge each other though. But
I
matter of fact, yeah.
just
But
want to
I
know.
guess we could.
I don't
If
know
yeah,
Peter
I
talk
guess we
because it
no,
could.
today,
no,
hasn't been
no.
proven
No.
yet, but I
This
don't
is
I
all I
need
believe it
want
the
to.
either
This
memo.
is
because it
all I
hasn't
If
been
want to
Peter
proven yet.
know.
talk today.
So you're saying this is all I want to know, and I'm done. So you're saying you don't believe anything you don't know.
If I don't know about it, I can't believe it.
Okay.
And I would like to add that that is why you say the word faith, because you don't know either. You don't have to have faith in something you know.
No.
Ooh.
So he has to know.
Excuse me. So if somebody asks me, are you a man? How would I sound if I said I have 100% faith in me being a man? I would sound stupid as fuck because I know I'm a man because I can go check. I can go check
But
right
see,
now. Let me grab me 2 handfuls. Yep, there it is. There it is, motherfucker. There, still there. It's still there, goddamn. So I don't need to have faith for shit because I know. And Christians, they have faith in Jesus because they
now,
don't know
everybody
shit.
has faith.
So I got a
Women
question
saw. Let
then.
me say this.
So
Everybody
what
has
do
faith.
you? What,
Excuse me.
Wait a minute. Can I ask Saul something real quick?
Excuse
Wait a minute,
me.
Saul.
Let me
Everybody
finish
has
what
faith.
I was
Wait a minute, Saul.
saying. I
Everybody
would
has
like
faith.
to
Wait a minute.
finish
Oh
what
my
Disrespectful,
I
gosh.
was
y'all.
Hey,
And a
Saul.
saying.
Let me ask
disrespectful.
you this.
I don't
Saul,
want
do
to
you have?
answer your
Oh
question
my
until after I
gosh.
finish what I was saying.
Cannabis receptors, y'all.
It's Sunday morning, and I'm here to teach you something. When you say the
Lord have
word
mercy.
faith,
Cause
that
see now,
means you
now
got to
I
have
need to put my receptors
faith
into
in
play
something
because
that
right
you
now,
don't know.
no.
When somebody told you a story about a man coming down a chimney and delivering
Lord.
Christmas gifts in your house, you as a
Lord have
child
mercy.
believe in that word. You believe in the story. It just so happens that 2 fake white motherfuckers still on the same day, December 25th. Shut up, oh. And you believe with all your might until one day, you walked in your Bemis room and you looked in the closet and you was looking for something else, but you happened to see some toys and you said, hold on, wait a minute. Ain't these toys not supposed to be in this closet? That's the rockin'
This is
sockin'
cannabis
fucking
talking.
Ain't that
robot
the
that I
truth?
asked for
Not
Christmas.
making any. He's not
Santa
Please,
must
making
have came
anything
early
about
this year.
cannabis.
Star, please,
He's
I
not
got a
helping y'all
point.
case with
Hashakabo.
cannabis because he's
Now
all
let
up
him
in the reception
preach.
right now. The
And
receptions are
when
going
you
on right
read,
now.
if somebody was to tell you a story as I
Oh my
close,
goodness.
if
Let him
somebody
preach.
would,
Go
all I
on,
would ask,
Pastor.
all I would ask people to do is just think about this. If I was to tell you a story, and you was to find out that there was a lie in my story, just one, or maybe even a contradiction, would you then believe the rest of my story? I land.
Okay, so I'm
Okay,
glad you
so,
said
Let
that,
me
right?
get the mod break real
Let
quick.
me
oh man.
you said a mob break. Yeah, go ahead and do that. I got a question for Saul now this time. I got a question for
All right.
everybody now. Go
Yo,
ahead.
let's move these likes to 40K, yo. And let's get these shares up to 75. Whoa. Consuming harm. What who's consuming something?
Put it in
Kim,
restrict.
Oh, Kim. Oh,
yeah.
Kim. Oh, Kim.
Boy, it got
Oh, she
hot
was
in
on
here
the
for a
camera?
second. Boy,
Oh,
preach,
wow.
bro. Yeah.
You got
Boy,
me getting alerts and stuff.
boy, it got hot in here when he was preaching it.
So let's get the
He
likes
still
up
ain't
to
Felt
save you
40K.
either.
something.
He ain't save you either. You
Oh, so
still
you,
got
so
debunked
when he was
already.
speaking, you felt something.
But I got a
I ain't
question
get
for Saul
debunked,
after he get
Kev.
finished.
All right,
My
let's
point
get the
got
So
likes up
proven.
to.
Yasmin, when he was
Hold on
speaking,
real
you
quick,
felt
Peter.
something. You
Hold
felt
on real
something.
quick. To get the likes of the 40K real quick, y'all. Live's been going really good. Y'all been really good. So keep it moving. And then y'all can take a 2-minute break from right now. And if you're gonna come up on the panel, man, be mindful of what your activities will be. All right. Just be
Ain't had
mindful.
a camera on whole time.
I be saw stressed you out that bad. You had to go ahead and light one up. Good God.
Her nerves got bad.
There was damage, boy. He was shot.
Hey, the truth hurts. The truth hurts deep down to your soul.
So y'all keep tapping the screen and please let it be more than just a Nazi pariah. Like, that ain't cool. That ain't cool. That's two people liking the screen for all them damn likes. That ain't even cool, y'all. There's more than enough people in here. Y'all be tripping with the likes. But then let us been in here scrapping. Let us been in here talking about each other's mamas or posting each other's addresses. Oh, we all would have had 3,000 Ks and likes would have been beyond the roof. TikTok would have been calling Kevin first thing tomorrow morning. Hey man, we like that toxicity you brewing.
Mhm. Okay. So
I
Saul,
mean, yes, sir.
all right. So I see you're even conscious the same
Cam, I'm
thing.
gonna tell you straight
But
up. Do not have a theological debate with Saul because he
Excuse
doesn't
us.
understand.
Excuse us.
no,
Understand
I
scripture.
just want to
Believer,
see something real quick because I
faither.
always have questions for people that.
Hey, laugh. Never trust somebody who says
I
they're a
heard. Listen,
believer
I
and
learned
a
long
faither
ago,
at the same time.
and I
How can
know
you be
he
a
doesn't know.
believer and a
Listen,
faither
I
at the
learned long
same
ago,
time?
and I know. I don't believe he don't know.
Hey,
I
laugh.
know
Did you
he
say
don't
you
know
had a
what
question
what the
for
Bible
me?
really say.
Did you
I
say
know
you?
he don't know. I don't believe it. I
Hey,
know it.
listen, laugh. He's right. I don't read comic books.
Oh my goodness.
That's what the Bible is. It's the first
Him and
greatest
Saul
comic book
built
So
ever.
in a need to be right.
Now I'm curious. So what
Built in
is
a
it
need to be
something?
right.
Okay, you say you don't. So you don't do beliefs or faiths.
No. I said you can't be a believer and a faither at the
Oh,
same time.
okay.
That's an
But okay,
oxymoron.
what do you
You can't.
believe in or have or faith in?
I believe that men don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I believe
Okay.
that man is a liar. I believe that man is the greatest lie passer downer in history of lie passer downers. If I can't go to a restaurant or a bar and tell you Oreos are black on the outside, white on the inside, and got 50 dots on top, pass it around. If that fucking sentence can't get through a room of people in the same hour, in the same day, and get back to me the same sentence, how the fuck you expect me to believe that we know what the fuck happened on the first day with the first people? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
So you
We
like a
don't know
the
what the
science
fuck.
type person, science or something like that?
Say it
Like you got to
again.
be proven in front of you or something like
No.
that. I
See,
guess.
God, see, a lot of people think that intelligence was given to us to hurt us. I believe that there's a God. I know that there's a
Okay, I
God.
got you. Okay.
God, okay. I know that there's something that created us. We are created. There is you can't create perfection out of destruction. Okay, so I
True.
believe that there's a God, but I also believe that man has absolutely no idea what the fuck is going on. They have no fucking clue. They just made up some shit. There's 5,000 different motherfuckers named Jesus.
That's what you believe.
There's 5,000 different gods. There's 5,000 different Jesuses. There's 5,000. And he just don't believe in 4,999, just like I don't. I don't believe in none of. Well, I don't believe in 5,000. But what I'm trying to tell you is, it is it is crazy to me for you to say I am a believer and I have faith at the same time. How can you have faith?
You use the word believe like 3 times, sir.
Excuse me, Peter. Nobody's talking to you. Take
chiming in.
Go
I'm just
outside
chiming in.
and usher.
You're not the only one up here. I'm just
Go
chiming
outside
in.
and usher the parking lot. I mean,
Can
listen,
I
this
please
is the
say
crazy
something
shit.
after song?
This is the crazy shit. These people know that nobody ever walked this earth named Jesus, and they still use the name. They know it. They know it's a lie. They know it's a lie. I've asked pastors, why do you
I know
use
you
the
have
name
church
Jesus?
hurt. You
Excuse
understand.
me.
You have church hurt.
Excuse
I
me.
understand.
Hey, you have a panelist who's triggered. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, I asked the pastor.
You've been
I
triggered by
asked
this
the
whole
pastor.
conversation.
Hey,
You have church hurt.
laugh.
I
I
understand.
need you to take control of your panel,
Some
brother.
people,
You got some people who
have
are
church
out of
hurt.
control up here. They out of control and triggered. The truth will set you free. Listen, like I said, when you're around a group of people who use a name that they know is fake, they know it was made up. Nobody ever walked this earth and responded to the name Jesus. Nobody ever said, hey, Jesus, and somebody said, yo, what's up? Unless they were in Mexico. It never happened. And they know it. That's the sad part. The Christians know it's not true. They know it. And I asked a pastor, I said, why do you use the name Jesus and you know that wasn't his name? Oh, because I'd lose half of my congregation if I told them that, if I tried to change it. That's exactly what he said. They know it's full of contradictions.
So you heard me, right? Church hurt.
Excuse me. In
Yeah, I'm just telling the truth. Church hurt.
Excuse me. In Genesis 1, it says that man and woman were created together. And then it comes and says that woman was created after. Woman was created after the animals. Then you say it's in the Bible that no man has seen God. Well, there's another verse that says that I've seen the God is bright and glorious. I'm like, okay, which one is it? And then you remove 300 books. So it's more, convenient for you to carry around. You cannot have a book that is from the beginning of time, and you got a math book that's thicker than it.
So do you believe in the Black History books and stuff?
History book on
The
Oklahoma
Bible
has
literally
got more
says
information.
that
It's
you
got
can
more
contain
information than the
everything
Bible.
in the book. See,
Excuse
we
me.
don't
Hey,
even read it.
laugh.
We don't even read
I would
it.
love to just finish what I'm saying and land
Hurry
without
up,
being
sir. You
interrupted,
taking
brother.
And I would love to just,
I know,
you bleeding
I
on
know,
all of
I
us.
know they
with
get
You
this church
be
triggered.
hurt.
next, Royal. You
I
got
know
the
they
next.
get, I know
all
they
of us
get
with this church
triggered.
hurt.
You see, the truth is easy to understand. The truth is easy to believe. It's you can scratch a lie, find a thief. It was all to control people. That's what it was for. That's what it was created
Believe
for.
it's
It was for
I
control.
know.
It was to
You don't
instill
know that. You
discipline
just believe
and
that.
fear. Excuse me.
You believe that. You
Cannot,
don't know that.
excuse me.
You're just contradicting yourself, bro, this whole time.
Excuse me. So
You
when
believe
I'm
that.
done, you can tell me about all my contradictions. Don't worry about it. And then we could talk about all the contradictions in the Bible. But we'll be here till next year.
Yeah, we
Anyway,
will be.
so exactly. So like I was saying, you got to understand that this was created to control people because we were out of control. That's what it was for. It was to control people. And it's a dictator that tells you if you do not accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you will burn forever.
They don't say that.
How can if I don't accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior, I'm condemned to go to hell? Is that the truth?
Let me add in right there.
Wait.
You asking that question tells me that you don't know anything that's in that book.
Excuse me.
Why would the devil punish you for going against the same person he
The
went
devil
against?
doesn't punish you. You don't even
Well,
know
what
the
the heck?
book. Y'all just talking. The devil doesn't punish you.
Excuse me.
He's not with a
Excuse me.
pitchfork
Excuse
punishing
me.
you.
Excuse
You
me.
believe the lie.
Excuse me.
And then try to tell
Excuse
us
me.
that we
Excuse
believe
me.
that same lie that you
Excuse
believe
me.
that you're telling us.
Hey, say,
Excuse
This is
brother
me.
Peter,
ridiculous.
you supposed to
Excuse
be
Y'all
me.
don't know
Christian. Where
anything
your
about the
peace
Bible.
at?
Excuse me.
This is
You
why I
supposed to
don't.
be at
Hey,
peace, brother. You supposed
Kev,
to be
Excuse
this
me.
is why I
Christian.
don't go back and
Excuse
forth
me.
with Saul
Excuse
about the
me.
Bible. He doesn't know it.
Excuse me.
He believes
Yeah,
he
I
knows
see
it.
on both
He
ends, though. I'm
believes
feeling.
he knows it.
But
He does
Peter,
not know it.
but Peter,
He
if you know it's
believes
not the
he knows
truth,
it.
Peter, if you know it's not the truth, let him speak it. If you know it's not the truth, why you worried about it?
Because they don't
To
want
me,
the
man.
truth.
But
Y'all literally
no, my
saying the
whole
devil
point, the whole
punishes
point I'm
you.
trying to get
No,
to is
he
that
doesn't.
everybody, my whole point is that everybody gonna believe in something, right? Because I know he believe in some of these Black History books, right? I mean, it's still part of history or whatever. So is it? Did you limit yourself? Because it's the same people you said that gave us the Bible, right? They gave us all the information we done looked up now on Google and all that, right?
Do you think that I believe people?
Oh, you did say that. Oh,
I
you
do
right.
not.
So I was about to see. I was about to
You
see
don't
where you
believe
if
what
you
he
stand on
said.
what you stand on. So if you
I do
said that,
not
then
let
Hold
okay, I
on,
feel you.
Kev.
I can feel you
Kev.
then.
to lie.
No,
Anywhere
no,
you
it's
find, excuse me, anywhere you
Kev.
find money, you find
Kev.
corruption.
Yeah,
Anytime you find
Kev.
money, you
Kev.
find corruption. It is the
yeah.
root
You
of
got.
all
He
things
said he don't
bad.
believe people.
Hey,
So
hey,
he don't
Kev,
believe what
Kev,
he's
he
Kev,
saying.
he full of
Kev.
crap. If you
No,
got a job,
Kev,
if you got a
He's a
job, you
But
person.
believe
Unless
people.
it's
but
something other than
If
a
you
Kev,
got a
person.
job,
seriously,
you
Kev,
believe
He
seriously.
people
don't believe
because
people, so he
you
don't
don't.
believe
Kev,
himself. He
Kev,
don't
If he
believe the
got a
words
job,
that
he
coming out
believe
his
people,
mouth.
and I'm gonna show him
host,
how.
But he's not a
but no,
people,
host,
he's a
look. We
person.
gotta.
host.
The
When you
thing
on my
is, we got
panel,
the core
host,
thing already.
host,
He
Oh my
already
God.
said because
host,
I
Crazy.
tried to see if I could trap
host,
him. He
No,
said he
so
don't believe in men.
host,
So
if he
host,
work
I
a
mean that makes
job,
sense
host,
though. He just don't
host,
believe, and I
host,
feel him. I feel him to a certain extent.
host,
I choose to believe in what I
host,
believe in, but
host,
I get him.
host, host, host,
This is the
please stop
Yo,
it.
This is the
Like
cannibal
he
receptor
is very
Kev,
zone.
disruptive.
host,
He's being very
yo,
He is
disruptive.
host.
This
he
is
is
When
the
very
you're on
cannibal
my
disruptive. I'm
panel
receptor.
and
Yo,
we're
sorry.
talking,
Called
do I got
cannibal
people
y'all the
talking
receptor
ones
right
right
being
now?
now.
disruptive whenever he was speaking. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, host.
He won't
When I
stop
when you're on my
speaking.
panel, do
Other
I allow
people are
people to
trying to
overtalk you?
address him.
Do I do that?
Well,
He
his
won't
flight's not
stop.
done.
Hey,
Nobody says
Kev.
nothing when everybody else take the long ass
Hey,
flights.
Kev.
yo.
When you're on my
Bro,
panel and I allow
we
you to
know that,
speak, do I
bro.
allow people to speak over you?
Patience. Christian's
And you
supposed to
know
have
how it be
patience.
sometimes, man.
He
Nah,
won't
nah, nah.
stop
This is
speaking. He
your
won't give
spot.
other
This
people a
is your
chance.
spot.
Like I've been
If
trying to speak
Suffer
like
Saul.
this
forever.
is your spot.
Say what you gotta say and land the
This is your
plane.
spot. This is your spot.
Land the
You on the
plane. You
red
land the
eye.
plane
I'm
like
not
three,
gonna
Yes,
four
land
times
please
shit
land.
out as long as I
You on a
keep getting
17-hour
No,
interrupted.
flight.
you just
I'm
no.
gonna
You
sit
just
here
you
and wait. As soon as you mute up,
What the heck just happened?
It
Nah,
was
who did
Jesus
it?
gave him a
Yeah,
as
call.
muted
so
soon
what
as
who?
I
he
want
mutes up and shut the fuck up, then I'll finish.
Who called you, Jesus?
Nah, I don't believe in that bullshit. You the one with that white motherfucker on your wall.
I
I
was
ain't
just
got that
asking.
shit.
You got a call.
I ain't got
Did
that shit. I didn't get a
Jesus call you?
call. I ain't get a call.
no.
So
What you
if I
got?
All right,
What
could
well,
you got
go
over
finish,
ahead.
there?
if
So
I could
yeah,
finish, if
just
I
let him
could
finish.
finish
I
what I
guess
was
let him
saying.
finish. So we don't have no
No, he
reasons.
needs to be stopped. He needs to be
No, just go
stopped. He's
ahead. I mean, that's
starting
what he
off at
believe
us.
in.
You need to
So
be
we can't stop
slapped
what he
on
Why
the
do he
believes
need to be
in
mouth.
or
stopped
what he
all of a
feels.
Everybody
So
mute
sudden?
up.
You need to be
Why
Because
Everybody.
he need
he's
to
smacked
be
done
on
with
the
stopped?
all
Do
Let's
the
we
mouth.
stop
suffer
nonsense.
every
y'all?
People
Saul.
look,
want to
look,
sleep
everybody,
in.
because
Come
yeah,
on,
we did let
We
everybody.
I
don't
let
Mute
stop
I
up.
let
y'all
And
whenever
Priest
y'all
do
land
get
your
his
preaching.
thing.
Let
You
him
plane.
know,
preach.
Hold on. Everybody mute up. Let's suffer Saul. Come on, let's suffer Saul. We gotta suffer him.
Yeah,
Ooh,
son of goat.
child.
Fools.
Can I walk on water now, y'all? Can I walk on water? Now, all right, let me do my walk. So I will say what I need to say and land as long as I don't get interrupted. As soon as I get interrupted, I'm just gonna start over. All right, here we go. I and everybody in here has a brain. And the brain can figure out things very easily. When it don't make sense, walk the fuck away. God gave you intelligence for a reason. God is a title, not a name. I don't know what God is. I don't know what God looked like. I don't know if he has a gender. I don't know if it has a color. I don't know nothing. And nobody else does. Nobody knows nothing. We all know nothing. If you are foolish enough to believe the very man that your Bible tells you is wicked and is all sinners, then you the fool. This is my opinion. It's just my
Exactly.
opinion. If you're going to allow man to guide you to a fucking place and you gonna believe man because man wrote that shit down, not God. God gave you intelligence. God is already in you. You are God. You are made in his, in the image of him. If you believe that, if you believe it, if you believe that you were created by something. But don't allow man to tell you fucking bullshit ass stories and you run your life following behind a man's word. If God is real and you believe in God, God will direct you. God will give you what you need. I don't believe shit a man say. Nothing. I walk away from man and I follow what God has always given me. He's given me direction. And I believe that's why I'm blessed today, because I don't listen to man. I feel God. I have a relationship with God, and I don't need a book to tell me what's right and what's wrong. A baby don't need a book to tell him what's right and what's wrong. You feel it. You know when you're doing right. You know when you're doing wrong. And I land there.
So let me say this then real quick to make
Don't
it
answer
fair.
no questions, please, Kevin.
No,
Don't
I'm not
answer
about to,
no
I'm
questions.
not about to ask no questions. So I'm gonna make it fair though, because I believe God work multiple ways, not just the way you look at it, right? So that's what you had to do to connect with God. I think everybody got to do different things and might have to go through different religions to have a connection with God and stuff. Because why would He give us all the same mentality to be like, okay, you know what? Let me give my religion up so I can have a connection with God. I think God has a billion different ways to connect with Him, and I don't think that it's just one way to it. So I think that everybody can be right from where they how they had to get to God. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that you might have found different ways to connect with God. You ain't have to use religion or listen to another man, but some people do. That's how I look at it. You know, because just like you said, it needs some type of control. And I think God even allowed control because we have no control ourselves. We don't. So some religions, we might have to go in something to teach us control, just like we got our parents to teach us how to control ourselves and our our desires and all this other stuff though. So, I think it's multiple ways, and I'm just gonna be fair with it. People gonna believe what they gonna believe to help them be successful in life. That's just what it is.
Yo, Kev, I just think that him coming up here saying he knows he doesn't believe, but he used believe, and then he said he don't believe what people say, but he's a person and he's saying things, so he doesn't even believe what he's saying. But he knows he's saying something, but he just doesn't believe what he's saying. See,
he's a person, not a people.
Don't say that
Don't
again.
worry
Sir.
about it. Don't worry about it.
Please don't say that again. Please do not say that again.
Just let him go. Just let him finish.
No, please don't say.
I'm just saying.
And then we want to talk about. See, y'all missed that because y'all gotta catch up to what was being said. I know y'all part of this false supremacy on TikTok. I understand that. I'm just not.
Peter, keep my name out your mouth.
That's not your real name,
Damn.
sir. It's a tag. It's not your real name.
Out your mouth.
This is not your real name. Peter Anderson is my real name.
It's called an alias.
How are you doing, Saul?
That's
not your name. Stop calling my name. I ain't even calling your name.
It's called an alias.
I'm not even calling your name.
It's called an alias.
It's not even an alias, sir. You're not called that on the street.
Peter.
Okay?
When you say something that can help.
So anyways, so like I was saying, okay?
Saying nothing.
This is crazy.
A whole bunch
All
of
right. So Kevin, this is what I was saying, bro.
See, a real man can speak for himself. He don't need a Bible to speak for him.
So yeah, right. And he has to know or believe what he's saying is true.
Some people do need a Bible though. That's what I'm saying. You can't be one-sided with a situation, man.
He's just talking. He's just talking. This is
like some people need a Kevin Samuels to understand people. Some people need your platform to see something. You know what I'm saying? Everybody needs somebody.
See, hey Kevin, some people get on the had the cannabinoid receptors. See, look at that.
This dude is all right.
See, this is what cannabinoid receptors do to some people. See, it gets you like this, right? It's you don't know what's going on. So he's just playing stuff.
Y'all, we laughing, having a good time right now, man. And we laughing, having a good time, and you trying to unalive it. We having a good time right now.
Can we mute him?
That's
because
disrespectful.
persons aren't people. I understand that. I guess that. This is crazy.
No, this dude is horrible, bro.
All right, so
Music out, man.
Oh my
all right,
God.
turn the music off,
Kel,
man.
this might be
Anyway,
your best live so far,
Dude,
bro.
so
horrible.
we listen. Let me tell you straight up. Now I don't. That's why I don't have a theological debate with people who don't know theology, right? They're just arguing from their beliefs on what they think we believe, right?
What is
So
arguing?
they
What is
believe.
arguing? What is that? Is that digging a hole with an auger?
Dear God.
This is the cannabinoid receptors in action. Listen,
Just
y'all.
ignorant.
He's not making a good sell for this cannabinoid argument in your brain. Okay.
He's making the perfect sub for you,
No,
right?
he's
It's
not
not
making
good.
a
It's
perfect sell.
perfect.
This is crazy. So, anyways, you can't argue with these people. They don't. They believe they know what we believe, right? So it's
Wait,
crazy.
what?
Right? Yeah.
So this
So, anyways, right? Yeah, I know. If you own
this
cannabinoid,
y'all funny to me. People
if
read
you're
a couple
using
books and do some
cannabinoid,
studies and swear they know everything. Though
right?
that's what I'm saying. We
Right.
all learn
Well,
from
the
something.
people who wrote the
Kev,
Bible ain't
if
reading
you're on,
nothing, but
hold
they
on,
wrote the
Yeah,
Bible
but
and they
hold
ain't
on,
reading
Yasmin.
nothing.
If
even
you
that
know,
too,
if
though.
you're
But
on
you,
cannabinoid receptors right now, you won't understand what I just said. It's too deep.
I
that's what
understand
she
everything you
said.
just saying. It's a bunch
So,
of
That's what she
drama.
anyways,
said.
yeah, Lord said pearls before slide. No, I'm not throwing those pearls before slide. I'm talking to Kevin real quick, Lord. I'm not going into no theological debate. When we have people that said that the devil punishes you,
Too deep.
that therefore you don't even need to speak to that person about theology. They have no clue of what theology is all about if they think the devil punishes anybody, right? So it's just crazy. And then you're dealing with people who say they don't believe they know,
Have you
but
ever
then will
been
use the
swallowed
word
up?
then will use the word believe multiple times and then say they don't believe people, but then that
You
means
need
that
to
they
be
don't believe in
swallowed
what they're saying
up.
to us even at this moment. Then they talk
But don't the
about
Bible introduce us to the devil?
then they talk about hold on. Then they talk about this is the last thing I'm gonna say. Then they talk about writing stuff down on a
A
piece of
feeling of
paper and
swallowed
saying that
up.
you can't that the people can't read what's on that. If you pass what's on that piece of paper around to 20 people, people can't read that same piece of paper. See, there you go. See, and then you
This
go
dude
talk
horrible.
about
Go tell me how that I need to control my
But
panel. We
don't
take.
the hey,
He
that
be in
but
a
don't the
right.
hypocrite.
You see what
Bible
I'm saying? You
introduce
see,
us to the
they'll
devil
say
though?
he'll cause the trouble and then gaslight you and say control your panel. You're the trouble in the panel. He does that to
This
everybody
not
panel but his
gaslighting.
own. He does that to
This
everybody
not
panel but his own.
gaslighting.
This dude is horrible,
So
bro.
so
Let Royal go after Peter.
when they don't even know, can you hush? I'm trying to make it through this thing. I know we got to suffer y'all being disrespectful to the
Man, go
panel.
ahead, man. Talk, man.
So
Talk.
right,
No,
so
no,
be
no.
quiet then.
You
Mute
was
up. I'ma start
interrupting
over. I'm gonna
too.
be like Saul. I'm gonna
You
start
was
over if y'all
interrupting
don't
too.
be
So
quiet. If
I'm
y'all
gonna
don't
give you
mute up,
the
I'm gonna
same
start
energy.
over. I'm gonna start over. I'm at my last point and I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
give
back
you
to the
the
first
same
one.
energy you gave
I'm
me.
gonna go back to the first one. Y'all mute up. So my last point is this. This is why they don't know theology. Because what happens is it was something that was witnessed by many thousands of people, and all they did was talk about what they witnessed, and that's it. But if you don't know theology, and you believe that theology says something different, then your knowing isn't knowing, it's believing.
But ain't the
So
Bible written by people who witnessed Jesus? That's all it is. They wrote down what they witnessed.
Ain't nobody seen nobody named Jesus. It wasn't even no such thing as English. You don't translate names. If your name is Tyrone and you die for everybody, guess what? If I speak Japanese, I'm gonna say Toy de wa dogo desu ka?
see,
Tyrone son. There's no word
he
in
doesn't know
Japanese for
that
Tyrone.
names have a meaning.
There's no word
See, he
in
doesn't know
But the
that.
Japanese
J
for
wait,
He
but
Tyrone.
the
doesn't
J
know that.
wasn't
There's
even
no
invented yet
word
though.
in
And
Japanese
so
for,
when you
for
when you
Jesus. There's
translate
no
names
word.
in
His
other,
his
hold on,
name,
hold on,
his name
hold
wasn't
on. I'm
Jesus.
not
They
saying
just
that it was
made it the
Is
translated
his
fuck up.
name
properly.
Jesus or
Oh,
Yahshua
excuse
or
me.
Yahweh?
It's Yeshua Hamashiach. Stop. You not talking to a novice here. Y'all used to
But who
talking
did
to
Jesus
people that
pick?
don't know
So who
theology,
is
and y'all both
Jesus?
don't know theology
Who is
together,
Jesus?
and
Who's
y'all
this
just
Mexican
argue
motherfucker?
just points that are
Does
pointless.
does anybody
Right.
know who these
Levi.
So
people are in my picture? Does anybody
I
know
do, and it's
who
not
these
even
two
relevant to
I
what
never
we're
met
individuals
none of
talking
are?
them.
about,
I don't know
bro.
them. I don't know.
It's
Uno,
just
dos,
it's a
tres, cuatro,
drawing
cinco,
of
seis,
somebody of
siete,
his
A
daily living. I can
whitewash.
ocho,
understand that.
nueve,
So what I'm
Jesus,
saying is
Aliba.
this. See, this is what I'm saying. When they don't understand that names mean something, right? So when you're translated into another language, it has to change. I'm not saying that Jesus was translated correctly. Don't get me wrong.
Has anybody's name ever
So
changed in another language?
I'm saying that
Anybody here?
names can be translated into other language because
Give me an
names
example
have
other than Jesus.
meaning.
Give me
Names
another
have
example.
meaning.
Give me
So it
another
means
Says
example.
something.
who?
Okay, what was
Says
Oh
who?
Peter's
my
original
gosh.
name? Wait,
Names don't
y'all,
have
wait.
meaning.
What was Peter's original name?
No.
Peter,
All,
hey Peter,
What was
all,
Pe-
Matthew's
all of this
original
is
name?
made
What
Peter,
was
up.
Mark's original name?
Peter,
Taekwon
Peter,
doesn't have a meaning. That was made up.
Peter,
What was
Peter.
Peter's?
This
Takesha
is what
doesn't have a
Saul is
meaning. That was
saying.
made
Hold
up.
up, Peter, brother. This is what Saul is saying. Okay, so it
Please don't
wasn't
make sense of
until
his cannabis
it
receptor.
was.
Please don't
Wait.
do that nonsense.
Hold up, brother.
This is not what you're
Hold
gonna
up,
do
brother.
We're
today.
talking because he not
Bro,
Please
giving us
don't
bro,
do
hold
that.
receptive
on,
Saul
intelligence.
is
because
just
this is
talking right
He's
now.
gonna
hold
He's
do it.
on,
talking. Don't
because I
back up what
stuck
he's
because I
saying.
know theology. Hold on. So
Oh
for y'all
Lord.
who don't understand, it wasn't until the 1500s, close to the
Oh my
1500s,
Hey, everybody
did that
pause real
name
quick. We need a
actually come
moderator break.
into
Hey,
existence.
yo. We need a moderator break real quick. Hey, we only have
Go ahead.
41,000 likes.
No, we're not.
We have 41,000 likes. Y'all tripping. We got 100 people in here on this Sunday morning. We having church. You understand? We having church. So what we're going to do is we're going to pause for the calls and we're going to take around the plate. Y'all see, where's your Cash App, Kev? Boy,
Right
you got
there.
a whole pamphlet. You got websites, phone numbers, goddamn addresses. What is going? Where's your Cash App? Okay,
It's
look.
right under. It's right down at the bottom.
Okay, his Cash App is at the bottom. I'd like for you to reach down and deep in your pockets. We appreciate all money that jingles, but we prefer the money that folds. You can send a donation to the First Baptist Anorexic Laugh Your Kev Church. We have Pastor Peter here today, and we're gonna let him speak, and the congregation's gonna ask some questions. But before we do, we need to get to at least 60,000 likes, man. Tap the screen, give him 2 full bars. And while we do that, we will go ahead and let the church give us another selection from the choir.
We can have a little brief intermission real quick. Let the church speak.
Oh, red like this.
That is horrible, dog.
If God put a song in your heart, that's where it need to stay.
Listen, y'all. Hey, not for nothing. Nothing. Listen, God has put me on assignment for markup there. Trust that. God has put me on assignment. Trust me, I'm on assignment for him. So listen. I suffer him off this app too. So y'all get this, and I get more off the app. So trust me, I'm on assignment with him. So God's got me on assignment. We don't need him to be a theologian. We just need to get him saved. That's it. I'll take save, Jesus. I'll take save, Lord. That's it. That's all I'll take. I don't need him to know the Bible from front to back, left to right. If God wants to do that, hey, let him do it. But listen, I'll take him just being saved. That's it. So God's got me on. God's got me on assignment. So y'all, yeah. This is my brother for real. He my brother for real. But yeah. So
I'm crying right now.
that's why when I tell y'all he's pulling y'all leg and he playing with y'all, please don't take him serious. Listen to me. Trust me. I talked to him off this app. Trust me. I don't want to tell you what we talk about, but I talked to him off this app. When I tell you don't listen to what he's saying, don't listen to what he's saying.
When I charge liar,
Man, what the
Look, you gotta get a Rance Allen runs. You gotta hit that.
Oh my God.
Something about an urge.
It's the
I didn't.
sweetest name.
Anywho, let me
listen,
preach
I'll
for
be honest with
let me
y'all.
preach for a second, Saul. Let me preach
I
for just
honestly believe.
give me
Wait a minute. I thought I was next. No, I was
give me
next.
5
I'm
coaching
sorry.
minutes.
No.
Yeah,
Go
yeah, it's
ahead.
Royal. Yeah, Royal is
Okay,
Okay,
next.
go
Royal.
ahead, Royal.
I
Let
just need
Royal
30
go. Let Royal
seconds.
go.
So the problem that I have with people like well, I'm not gonna say with people, the rhetoric that you like Saul and Yasmin talk about, I only believe in what I know, I only believe in what I can see. And that's bullcrap, because if
I
you
didn't
have a
say that.
job,
I
you
didn't say that.
wait a minute, listen, wait, let me finish.
Yeah, just don't lie on me.
If you have a job, you walk your behind in there by faith every day. You don't know that them MFs gonna pay you. You walk in
Bullshit. I
there
had a
by faith.
contract. I
So
had a
listen
contract
to me. Listen.
on the
We did
street
the
with
law
people
for
That
with
that.
faith.
still gives you,
I don't
wait a minute,
practice
that
faith.
still gives you
I
no
practice
guarantee. They still
contracts.
can, sir, they still cannot pay you. That
No,
still is no
ma'am. No,
guarantee.
ma'am. It's
So
called
you guys only
contractual
Saul, stop it,
agreement.
stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it.
No, man.
You
No, man.
guys
No, man. No, man.
only
No, man.
you
No, man.
only come with that when you want to attack Christian. You guys only come with, you're so disrespectful. Like, we let
Yes,
you
you're right.
talk. We
That is
gave
me. I'll
you
be.
a
Wait,
whole
wait. But you was
hour and a
able to be
half. We gave
disrespectful when
you.
I was talking.
We yielded to
It
you.
wasn't an hour and a
Stop
half.
it. Just
No, you
stop it.
didn't. No, you didn't. You
You
talked the
guys
whole
only
time.
apply
You
that
ran your mouth. You said
mentality
we
when you
gotta
want to
stop
attack
him.
Christians.
I
When you
remember
guys
your
do the
ass.
same thing, you exercise faith
When
in what you
Anansi
don't
talk,
know.
I'm gonna be
You
quiet.
don't know that you're going to
When
get
D
your
talk,
money.
I'm
So
gonna be
stop.
quiet.
So
When
stop it.
Xavier talk, I'm gonna be quiet.
Oh
When
my
you and
God, he's
Peter
so
talk, I'm talking.
disrespectful.
Cause you
He's so
talk while I was
disrespectful.
talking.
Let her finish, brother.
Whoa. Why didn't y'all tell her that when I was talking?
Hey,
I
so
didn't cut you off.
You
All
a
of us.
damn lie. You
Oh
said
my
we gotta
goodness.
stop
you did
him.
cut him off, though. You did cut him off, but it's
Exactly.
all.
Excuse me,
Let her finish
excuse
though.
me,
Oh my
excuse me. Fake
gosh.
news. Excuse me. Fake news. Fake news.
This is
Excuse me.
crazy. This
Thank
is
you.
crazy. I can't
Yeah,
even
it's
get a
crazy
word
now
in
that it's
without him
happening to you. I
interrupting.
told you I was gonna get your
No,
ass
you know
back.
what?
Go ahead,
And
try to talk.
I stopped and
It
gave you
is
your
the
chance to
sweet.
speak.
Well, I
And
ain't
you're
ready to
not
stop
doing
yet.
this to me.
I'll stop
At
when
this
I get
point,
ready, like you
you're
did.
looking really immature and
And
childish. Just
I'll
stop
be that.
it.
I'll be
Just
that.
stop it.
I'll
You
be
are
that.
that. You are that. You are that.
I
And we
am. I
see
am
that.
that.
And it needs
And
to
guess
stop.
what? I'm
We're trying to have a serious
I'm still
discussion.
happy.
And here you come with your foolishness.
And
Just stop
cause
it and
I'm
allow somebody to
happy.
talk. Like I said, you exercise faith in things every day. So stop coming
Nope,
for
I
us
don't.
for
I don't do
our
that.
faith. Let us
I don't do
believe
that.
in what we have respect. And that's what you
That's why we
lack.
got
It's
insurance.
respect. It's
Do you got
respect for
insurance?
other people.
That's your
Respect other
faith.
people's beliefs. You cannot
I
believe
ain't
in what
gotta
we believe, but
respect
you don't
you.
have to
I don't gotta respect your
disrespect
belief.
us.
I ain't gotta
No,
respect your
you have to
belief.
I don't
respect
have to
us. If
admire
you want
you.
respect, if you want the respect that you've been crying about,
Okay.
let me speak, let
Yeah,
me speak.
yeah,
You
yeah.
want
Okay, well,
respect, so
next
give
time I
it.
speak,
So give
when
it.
I say my
Give it.
whole
You
thing
owe
and you
us
don't say
respect.
nothing.
Everybody
Okay,
is
okay,
owed
hold
respect.
on.
And that is your
Seriously.
problem. You have
No,
no
seriously,
respect.
seriously. I
You
will
have
be
no
respectful to
respect.
you. Listen, I'm being honest. I
You
will be
aren't being
respectful to
respect
you.
because you're still talking when I'm trying to
I
talk.
know,
You
but
aren't
I'm
being
trying to
Respect is an
respectful.
admiration for somebody. He don't
I
have
will
to
be
admire you.
respectful. I will be respectful.
No.
I'll be quiet. But
Respect is
after,
consideration, and he's not
after,
giving it.
when I get a chance
He's
to
not
talk,
giving it.
when I get a
He's not
chance to
giving it.
talk and I can talk all the way through without you interrupting me, I'll do the same for
No,
you.
you've already talked. You've talked enough.
It is
You talk
the
too much. You talk
sweetest
too much.
name.
I'm a female and I don't even talk as much as you do. You talk too much.
Name.
And I've already landed my plane by saying you guys exercise faith just like we do. So you're a
Landing
hypocrite to
your
say that,
plane for
oh, I only
Hey,
believe in what I know and what I can see. No, you walk your behind in
Landing
that
your
job by
plane
faith.
for
You walk by
Jesus.
faith every day when you take your behind in that job because
It
you don't
is
know that
the
they're going to pay you.
sweetest
And
plane.
I'm
that's why they
done.
have a
I'm
courthouse for
done.
that. They have a courthouse for that called the law, baby. That man also
And you
created.
don't know, you still don't know that the judge is going to rule in your favor. So you're having faith in the government
I
system. You don't
bullshit.
know
I
that
bullshit.
court
I
system is
bullshit.
going to avail you of justice. You don't know that. You go
If
in
you got
faith,
proof of your
hoping
work,
that they
they
will
will pay
avail
you.
you of justice.
How you
We've
know that
seen
though?
it
That's
work.
not
Like I
That's
guaranteed.
said,
why we have.
y'all
That's why we
exercise faith
believe it.
every day. So I don't want to
We've
hear that
seen it
bullcrap. Y'all
work
some
in the
hypocrites.
past
Y'all y'all
for
some
others,
hypocrites. Stop
and
coming
that's
for
why we
us for
believe it.
our faith, for what we choose to have faith in. When y'all mofos
Nobody
have
told
faith
you
in
not
stuff
to
We hold
every
believe
on.
that
daggone
We
bullshit.
never
day.
came
I
for
can
y'all.
tell
Y'all
you
came
I'm
for
not.
us. We turned it back on y'all. We never came for y'all.
We
No,
did
neither
not.
one
We
of
did
you. I
not
mean,
come
ain't
for
no, it's
y'all.
not no
Y'all were
competition.
asking us
It's
You
just
can go
questions.
put
everybody
up
believe
all
what
the
they
white
believe.
pictures
And
and have
Y'all
you,
were
I mean,
asking
you
Kev,
us
still
she
ain't
the
questions.
got
one
no.
brought it up,
He
Kev.
Saul can't help you either though. He just that's what he is. You know what I'm saying? He just believe what he
He
believe in. So
basically,
it
he
is what it
basically
is.
said everything
But
that I've
you
been
still
saying for
haven't
the last
proved
2
nothing that
years.
you believed in. Just
He
like he
couldn't
didn't,
even, Kev.
right?
I did with the
So
THC receptor. See, I did.
yes, even the THC thing you said Peter just mentioned that part about that too. That it was really for herbs for you to take in herbs or some
No,
type of healing and stuff. It's not for
no,
the
it's
green
not.
stuff.
No, it's not.
Right.
The
So
green stuff is a herb.
no, duh.
got a
Right.
point.
Hey, so
Exactly.
hey, Kev. Hey, Kev. All right, y'all. And I ain't going to be long because my service is going to go in and out. So check this out. This is what a lot of people don't seem to realize, that the Ethiopian Bible is to date the oldest version of the Bible in the world. All right? That's first and foremost. Because the Bible has been translated, recopied, and translated and recopied again, we don't know what it originally said. We don't.
True.
We don't, because nobody in here speaks or reads in Ethiopian, Arabic, or Hebrew, even though my original name is in Hebrew. My original name is Hebrew. So, and I can't read in Hebrew. Now, with that being said, it wasn't until 325, the year 325 of Anno Domini, AD, after the quote-unquote crucifixion, did the Council of Nicaea hold its first meetings about what is and what will be considered theological in the Bible. After the death of Emperor Constantine, which the Roman Empire was a paganistic empire, did it adopt Christianity. Now, why is that important? Because the same day that Jesus is quote-unquote born, December 25th, everybody celebrates that. His date of birth stays the same.
That's not his birthday.
Right, exactly, it does not. But why does his date of birth stay the same, but the day he dies changes every year? I want y'all to pay attention to something, because I'm getting somewhere. I'm going somewhere with this.
The date
wait, hold up. Yeah, I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. Hold on. I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah, because I remember Good Friday was
wait, hold on, brother. I promise you, I cannot be long, because again, my service is gonna go in and out. Right. Now, with that being said, this is the point Saul was trying to make. If you read if you even try to translate the original text, his name is not in there. Until it was around 1460, 1469, Pope Alexander VI, aka David Borgia, became the new pope. The picture that I have up is the picture of his son Cesare Borgia. He made the church.
No. That's his lover. That ain't his son. That's his lover.
Hold on, brother. If you want to debate, if you want to dispute it, I'm gonna let you dispute it. But hold on. He made the church, okay, the church that dictated of what will be considered our modern day Bible. This was back in the late 1400s, early 1500s. Paint his son as the depiction of Jesus. Now, why is that important? Because in 1611, the church removed almost 30 books from the Bible. Those books contain the actual name of whom he was, which is the name that Peter gave. Yeshua, I can't say the whole thing, Peter. I'm gonna let you say that. But Yeshua. So what Saul said is not wrong. The name that we are saying is not the name that was originally given. What Peter says is not wrong either, is that names get translated, but people get lost in translation all the time. So what Saul was saying in the beginning, how you gonna tell me a story from 2,000 years ago and expect it to be the same story today? Because believe it or not, Disney has, I don't know if they have completely, but Disney is purchasing, or they have purchased the rights to the Bible. See, a lot of y'all don't even know that either. Disney now,
And
who ain't
Elon
even been
Musk is
around for
about
2,000
to buy
years.
Disney.
Disney is purchasing the rights to the Bible. So imagine what it's gonna say in another 2,000 years. Now, the reason why a
Mickey
lot
Mouse
of cultures
came
around
and
the
he
world,
said, "Let there be
It's gonna
light."
say Peter and Moses were banging each other in the back of the boat.
Right. So the reason why every culture around the world seems to have the same story, is because a lot
The
of the
gospel
same
according to
things, but
Pinocchio.
at different points of view. Different light.
Y'all still breaking up.
There goes the signal.
Yeah, he
There
said
goes the
he
signal.
It don't.
Your signal dying, brother. So one thing I will say that he hit on a lot of good things, but that picture there, Caesar Borgia, that's actually the lover of King James, the man that revamped the entire Bible. That's actually his lover, and he made that
How do
image
y'all know
into the
these
image of
things?
Christ. Well, I did my research at the Library of Congress when I
Yeah,
was
right.
homeless in the States
But
during the
according to even
pandemic.
Saul stuff, their research is pointless too, right? He
Well,
he
see, it
said, shoot,
depends.
he don't
It
believe in
depends on the
anything
source.
dang
Yeah,
near.
Cap. because it's written by
It
men.
depends on your sources. See, I do my
You know, you just
research
can't
at the
believe
It
it.
Library of
depends on your
Congress.
source, but that's another man.
It's another man writing it, so you just can't believe it's from man. I don't believe people. That's
Right.
what was said.
And that's
See,
the only reason why I
see,
can't
the
really
thing
do
is,
the argument with or not even the argument, but his beliefs, what he
Yeah,
believe in,
that's
because
why
he don't
you see why
believe
I
in
don't
nothing. So it's pointless. It's a pointless argument. So
see why I don't
yeah,
argue
see,
with him.
but I
No, no,
get,
no. I didn't say I didn't believe in nothing.
well, you said you
well,
believe in God
hear
though.
me out,
You did
y'all.
say that.
I did not say I
See,
don't believe in nothing.
this,
I said
but
I
my
believe
research
there's a
came
God.
from the
I just
Wait,
Library
hold
of
up. What you say?
about
Congress.
Just real quick. Let me see what Saul said. What you say?
wait. You know Saul's here. I can say what I said.
Go ahead.
And what I said was,
Saul's-
I believe there's a God. I just don't know nothing about God. I don't believe any description of God because nobody's seen God. Even their book says no one has seen God. But you know, if you read a little bit longer, you'll find somebody who's seen him. But
All right.
anyway,
I got you.
we don't
Galatians
know
4:24.
anything. There's nothing factual on earth about God. Nothing. There's no fact that exists on earth about God. None. There are
I can actually
beliefs.
prove it scientifically the existence of God.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please prove that you can shut the fuck up? Please.
Well, I
Please.
was speaking, brother.
Respectfully.
But you
Respectfully.
interrupt.
Respectfully.
All right, go ahead and play your
Brother,
music,
you
brother. Go ahead.
interrupted me. You interrupted me, so be respectful. Cut the
No. Go
bullshit.
ahead, Elite.
Go
I
ahead.
want to see if you got your signal back. That's the only reason why we started talking. Because
Yeah, but we were just, I just talked because your signal dropped. Go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
Interrupt fair, but on the record, you know. But you, man, talking person.
I mean, Saul had to say his part because I guess I had to make sure I got the part right where he said he
Yeah,
he
I said I
believe in a
believe in
God.
God. I believe that
Yeah.
there's a God. I believe that there's a creator. My intelligence is what I believe
Awesome.
I'm going to follow. I'm going to believe my intelligence that was given to me by my creator. I don't know anything about my creator. I have no clue, and none of us do. But
Okay.
I'm not going to sit here and praise a false God because that's what Jesus is. It's a false God. It's something that was
Speak the facts,
created.
brother. You're
His
right.
image, his
You're right.
face, his name, everything was just made the fuck up because a translation,
Exactly.
your language is English. Guess what? A man made it up. Your language was made up by man. So how can you then have somebody look at a story? I want y'all to imagine that your son was the one who did it. Just imagine if it was a true story. Your son name is Tyrone, and he gave his life for all mankind. And then you find out that everybody calling him Christopher. Well, Christopher, there's something about the name Christopher. There's something about the name Christopher. Who the fuck is
Dude,
Oh
that's
my
horrible.
God. Hey, Saul, you know I wasn't
But
disagreeing
no,
with you
let me
one
say
bit,
this
brother.
then.
So
If that's the case, right? If I think our creator would the same creator that you believe in, right? How wouldn't this person that created everything not know what if that we was gonna be lost in the source, right? That's what I'm getting to about that.
Okay,
Ooh,
wait, say
let
that
me
one more
answer that.
time.
Let me answer that.
How would our creator, the one that you believe in, right? How would he not, or he, it, whatever, not know that we
Yeah,
were
he's not
going to
smart
be
enough for it.
lost and trying to figure out what really Christopher is or Tyrone is and all that stuff? I think, okay, let me say this. Do you believe that he know our confusions?
No, I believe when you create a narrative, you can also understand what the result of that's going to be. If I know that I put
So we're
all of
good.
y'all, if I take you, Kev, if I take you and 10 of your friends, I take 5 of your friends and I put them in jail cells, and I take you and the other 4 of your friends and I make y'all police officers.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you what's going to happen in the future. I can tell you that y'all are going to turn on each other.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you that they're going to start resenting you because of the privileges and powers you got. I
Mm-hmm.
can tell you, and it's never happened, but I can set up a scenario and I can tell you what the results are going to be because I'm the one that set up the fucking scenario. I know what's going to
Yeah,
happen.
yeah. So we on the
All right,
same
so we're
tip
gonna
It's
we're
then.
just
gonna open up.
understanding human behavior.
Yeah, we on the same tip, right?
Yeah,
That mean our
Yeah,
creator know what
yeah,
we gonna
yeah.
do, right?
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what I'm about to.
So
That's
now
what
we're
I'm
gonna.
getting to. That's what I'm getting to. So our creator gonna know what we gonna choose, and at the end of the day, it's gonna come back to the creator because he the one, he, she, it, whatever. I don't know how people look at it. it's gonna always come back to that. So it's like at the end of the day, I think all
Hey,
this stuff is
Kev.
happening. The beliefs. Dang, I'm trying to get to. I'm gonna try to get to it real. I'm just trying to get get Saul because I know he got a certain way against
I know
different things. But I
Nazi,
think
I've been in
also.
the Nazi's position. He trying to hurry up and talk while he can because he only he got
Yeah,
7 minutes.
I know though, but it's just I'm just trying to build some understanding. Just because I like trying to make balance with everybody. That's just what I do, kind of on my platform and stuff. I don't.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
yeah, it's just, and I'm gonna be done in a minute. I'm just saying that, just like I'm glad that you had admit that part that you can at least we can at least under, or I don't know if you want to call it belief or whatever. We can at least say that. And I do also see that, just like I was mentioning before, that all these religions is nothing new to the Creator. So he knew what we was gonna worship. He knew what we was going to call him, even if we don't know if the real name might not be Jesus or not. It might be Tyrone. You might be right about that too, right? But at the end of the day, I don't think we gonna get 40 for a situation, that's like that, because our Creator knew all these things. Well, I mean, how could it be our fault for what we don't know?
I think it's because you chose, instead of using what God gave you, which is your spirit, your intelligence, everything that's inside of you. You was given that. Instead of you trusting that, you trusted a man. And you followed the man and his word. And that's what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to allow a man to cattle me into a field to be slaughtered. I'm more intelligent.
If you open up, I agree with Saul right there. Now, if you open your Bibles to the Gospel of Dumbo,
hold on,
we can be able to.
I would rather lose my life on my hill by myself than to lose my life around a whole bunch of cattle that I followed.
Exactly.
Yeah, something don't
Now,
sound right
let's open
about
up our-
that, man. I don't know about that.
Let's open up our Bibles. Let's open up our Bibles to the Gospel of Pinocchio, since Disney's getting ready to buy the Bible. And but no, I'm just joking. But you're speaking facts, Saul, because we were born with that intuitive knowing. And
I don't
when
believe that
our
either.
heads were still soft, they were pounding. They was putting that stuff in our head.
Why we got to
about
get
religion
taught right
while
and
our head
wrong?
was still soft. Exactly. Nobody had to tell you it was wrong. It was wrong.
Yeah, they do. I don't believe that at all. That we just know right and wrong from the inside. Because if we was to go off our human nature, a lot of us be unalive right now.
Hey, Kev, real quick. Hey, Saul, real quick. So let me throw this in y'all imagination. All right. So if you don't understand that we are living in a simulation, you got to understand that first and foremost. That
How you know
creation
that?
has been because think about it. Take the sun, take the universe we live in right now. If the sun was slightly bigger, gravity would be too powerful. We would all fall into it. If the sun was slightly smaller, gravity would be too less, and we would fling away when we would freeze. So gravity is exactly where it needs to be in order for the universe to work the way it is. Roughly about 4 billion years is what it took for life on this planet as we know it to be created. The reason I say that is to say this: when you create a simulation, even if you play the Sims or anything of that nature, when you create a simulation, the simulation runs to its fullest potential, and it'll continue to run until the simulation gets shut down. When you talk about God, right, and what God knows and what God doesn't know, one thing that I know that God knows, that may sound crazy, but hear me when I say this. One thing I know that God knows is that God knows that his creation is going to find a way. That's evidence. It's going to find a way in order to keep going. So when you look at a group of people who say, you know what, I'm going to find a way to keep going, and then you look at another group of people that say, well, as long as I kneel before the tree, it's going to give me a way to keep going. Which group do you think is doing what the Creator programmed it to do?
Y'all hurt my head, bro.
Bro, you really gotta take time and think about it. You really
This don't make sense though, because like, what about people that's mentally ill and stuff that don't know what to follow? Or what about babies that ain't get a chance to even be born and stuff? Like, they don't have the same exact thing. Well, they just gonna automatically not doing what the Creator asked them to do.
Okay, even the mentally ill understand. Even the mentally ill understands that there is a reason for them being there. They may not can tell you. If you ever seen the movie Rain Man, that's a great example. They may not can tell you straight up. Because understand this, Kel, the chances of you existing, since we're talking about simulations, The chances of you existing is 1 out of 400 trillion. The chances of you being here, it's just like a computer programming. The chances of you getting a computer program right to the T to function perfectly is around 1 out of 4 to 500 trillion. That's a programming fact. That is a true programming fact. Whether if you study Python, HTML, any type of coding, just ask any coder, they will tell you. So if you don't understand,
He's speaking facts.
so if you don't understand that the chances of you being here was divinely designed, and then once you got here, you think the only purpose of you being here is to completely forget why you came here, that's when the Creator has a problem. That's when
How
God
do you
says
know
this is
that?
not, because I'm here. What's the chance? Because
I'm
I'm
saying,
here. That's how I know that.
how you gonna
Wait a
tell
minute. Wait a
God
minute.
Bro,
what he
okay,
gonna
Kev,
what he got about you?
Kev, hold on, Kev,
Anasi.
And
how
then
many
I'm
times,
gonna tell
bro,
y'all this. Thank
Kev,
God
hold
that
on,
your
one
parents
question,
gave y'all the
one
mind that
question,
y'all got now.
one
Because if
question,
your
hold on.
parents ain't teach you what you teach, you wouldn't be talking like this.
Kev, I grew up in a
Everybody swear
Kojic
they know the
church.
truth though. That's
I
funny
grew
to
up
me.
in a church. I grew up in a church. Believe that. I'm talking about revival lasted 2 weeks, 10 to 12 hours a day kind of church. I shit you not. I went to church day in and day out. Bro, but let me ask you this. Okay, if you don't believe that, believe this. All right. And I'm gonna get a little in-depth. Think about it. How many times in your lifetime have you beat your meat or skeeted and none of them made a child? Think about that. And how many of those did not turn out to be children? Think about how many times you done skeeted and how many kids that you did not create. Now think about the ones that you did create.
Man, I'm too high for this conversation. Y'all take care.
This
Peace
is
and love.
divine. We are
Boy,
divinely programmed to exist at the moment when we do exist. That's how the multiverse works. That's
Okay,
how the
Anasi, you
Creator
going down?
designed it.
You way off topic, bro.
Okay, yeah. Let me reel it back. All right. At the end of the day,
He's speaking
at the end of
facts
the
though.
day,
He was speaking
at the end
facts.
of the day,
I woke up
when
this
speaking for, oh,
morning.
you believe in a
people who
man
don't
right
understand
there?
their
You believe
purpose,
him?
people who don't understand their purpose get herded like sheep. They get herded like sheep when they don't understand their purpose. The ones who do understand their purpose know their purpose. And I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut up. If you don't believe that this whole thing was designed or misconstrued, that we have been led like sheep, go look at who the Italians and the Russians and the Romans, go look at who they worship. They look like you, me, Saul, Peter, and almost everybody on this platform. They don't look like the one that they told us to believe in. I promise you that. Go look up Mary and the Child. Look at the pilgrimage that they make in Italy every year, because those people understand the true divine worship. They don't and we don't understand it the way that they understand it, because they told us to believe in a white God versus they believing in the God that they know to be true. And I'm gonna
Well,
shut
did
up.
you see
But
that in
y'all,
the
but y'all ain't
video?
ready. Y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
You
No,
Everybody,
seen that in the
everybody,
video
we
that a
got
white man gave you
it's in the
too?
45,000
original.
likes.
It's in the original Dead Sea Scrolls.
Anasi, hold
It's
on
in
one
the
second.
Dead
We
Sea
got
Scrolls.
45,000 likes. I asked y'all almost 30 minutes ago to get us to 75,000 likes. So since y'all don't want to listen, we're going to cut the comments off here in a minute and we're going to just play some music and let y'all sit here and listen to that. If you don't fucking tap the screen, just fill up the bar twice. That's all you got to do. And then you ain't got to do it for a minute. Give Kev, you know what I'm saying? Just taps. It's free.
Bro,
You know what I'm saying? But if
right.
we would have a real church, y'all be digging down in your pockets and giving money to the church fund. They ain't changed the doorknob on that motherfucker. Tap the screen, yo. That's all we asking, just for, a few minutes, just 2 minutes of tapping it, or maybe a minute, or however long it takes you. 2 full bars. Everybody do that. We'll be fine.
If you ever get a chance to look up the Dead Sea Scrolls, the original
Nobody's
Bible
gonna do
before the
that.
1611, I guarantee you will understand so much more than what they lead you to believe. Like, this is literally what I do. I could go back and forth, but I don't.
Anasi, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir.
What did we do before we could read?
We believed in science. We believed in what was and what
Sir,
is.
did you hear what I said? What did we do, humans, before we could read and write?
We don't know.
We believed in what is. Like hunter, gatherer, build, survive, basically.
Okay.
We don't know that.
So
Evolve.
hold on.
You're not getting what he's saying.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. So life was good. We didn't need cars. We didn't need skyscrapers. We didn't need religion. We didn't need script. We didn't need text. We didn't need information from the past. We passed down our traditions and how to survive, just like every other mammal does. Humans' minds are so intelligent. Do you know that only human's the only mammal, only animal that you can put in a room and they can just create their own fear? You can create your own fear. You can create your own crazy story and you're in a room by itself. You put a cow in a room by itself, it'll just sit there. Put a cat, a dog, a monkey, anybody, anything, it'll just sit there because its sense says, I have no danger. There's nothing here. It's just me. But your human brain is so vastly intelligent that it can create bullshit. And you are living in millions of years of bullshit that human minds have created because fear is something man could create all by itself. I believe that that book is full of nothing but metaphors from motherfuckers who were high. Motherfuckers was talking to burning bushes and shit, writing shit down. There was a time where humans lived and they didn't even have language. You talking about all this shit that we need to learn it. No, we already was there. We were peaceful, living on earth, living off of the natural resources. That was humans. So why all of a sudden do we need all this shit now in order to make it? Did all of mankind go to hell before Jesus was introduced, or religion or something like that? Did everybody go to hell? No, because there was no such thing as hell. There was no Jesus. There was a God that they didn't even understand. They just prayed. They prayed. There was a God for everything. There was a fire God. There was a rain God. There was a crop God. It was a God for everything. Because humans have the ability to create shit, because we got this thing that's called an imagination that no other mammal will waste their time using. It has made our life a lot easier, yes, but we've also created a lot of chaos and bullshit with these thoughts that come in our head that we can't even control. You could have been sitting on the ground and just all of a sudden had a thought of a man that did a whole bunch of crazy shit, a superhero, and then you wrote it down and you called him Superman. That's what happened. That's how we got Superman. Some human was just sitting around and thought of the shit. Superman didn't fucking exist. But we
Actually, they copied him from Jesse Owens. Just had to let you know that. They copied him from Jesse Owens, the black track star. That's where they got Superman from. But go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
I'm gonna just let y'all humans keep playing with each other and have y'all stories. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let y'all just be just love your Jesus. Just love your Jesus.
He's gonna tell you like it T.I. is and how he thought of it from the beginning. He's the God. Yeah, he's talking from a God position. Go ahead.
But here's what's crazy though, Saul. Think about this. The only reason humans are the ruling class of species on this planet is because of our intelligence. We only have a 2% intellect above primates. I want y'all to think about this. Imagine a being that had a 2% intellect above us. The smartest primate is equivalent to the smartest toddler. So if a being had an intellect that was 2% above us, that means the smartest human would be equivalent to their smartest toddler. We will worship that being like a god, sadly, because you're right, Saul. Because that's just how creation is. That's how creation is. It sees something that it can't understand and it has to make up a story about it. Now, were they on shrooms? Were they on shrooms and hallucinogens? I don't know. Because the way Ezekiel explained angels in the Bible, it sounded like he was probably on shrooms, like the seraphim and the ophanim and the cherubim and all that. Yeah, he could have easily been on shrooms. But when humans can't explain something, they got to chalk it up to the unknown. That's why we at where we are today.
They didn't have no jobs. They didn't have no careers. They didn't have no TV. They didn't have no video games. They didn't have shit. What else? What the fuck was they gonna do? Just
eat
till the fields? Till the field? They done tilled the whole goddamn planet. What else they gonna do? Okay, we gotta sit down and talk because we out of control. Everybody just sitting around fucking, smoking, getting high. Eating shit we ain't got no business eating. Fucking people all in everywhere. They didn't have nothing to do. They do the crops, they take care of the livestock, and at night they spark a fire, and it was on, baby. Everybody's getting nutted in the night. Ain't no motherfucking rules, nigga. Strongest survival of the fittest. Don't bring your girl around me. I'm gonna bust. Ain't no rules. You can't take me to court. Ain't no court. I'm getting everybody pregnant. Please put me back there.
So what I take out of this, and it's only like probably one thing I actually can I guess I can agree with some, right? Otherwise, the rest I'll let them believe what they believe. Everybody can believe what they believe though. But that one thing about the man, right? I do say I don't trust no man, right? None of them, right? No man, no woman, no nothing. But it's just, now I think even with that, I still hear beliefs in what he's saying, because it's just a belief thing. Because nobody was here at the beginning of the time. And one thing he said, he believed in a God, right? So it's still some type of belief there. Because I do believe every human believe in something. They believe in something at the end of the day. Even just like you even have hope or faith that you make it to a job and stuff. You're not guaranteed that you're going to make it there. You believe you're going to wake up. Oh yeah, now I got to bring. That's the even the ground. No, we got like Jesus on the way up.
Hey, Kev, I think that's the reason why I made the decision I did with my career. I didn't believe in any of these man-owned companies, these private-owned companies. I didn't believe that shit. I wasn't trusting that shit. I put my faith in the motherfuckers who make the money.
I wasn't trusting that shit. I put my
Mute up. You gotta. No, that's Yasmin. It's
Oh, my
Yasmin.
bad.
Okay, so like I was saying, I didn't go the route of going to college and then trying to work for a company and trusting that company was going to pay me dividends in my retirement for the rest of my life. I didn't trust that. I don't trust men. I don't trust people. So the only motherfucker I was willing to gamble on, because it's still a gamble, was the motherfuckers who make the money. So I said, you know what? I'm going to work for the government, because they make money. And if they can't pay me my retirement, that means everything gone. If they run out of money, that means it's all gone anyway. So I wasn't trusting nobody's private company either, because there's a lot of people who work for Sears that's fucked up right now. And all other kind of companies that done went bankrupt. They ain't getting shit else. They done retired, retirement check is done disappeared because they trusted man.
Yeah. So I'm gonna put it this way too, also. And I'm not like 10 toes on every last situation, and I'm very open minded and stuff. I still choose to believe the Bible though, no matter how no matter what you say though, or anybody say, because it's
God
a
is
lot
a
of
title, not an entity.
it's a lot of truths in there. That's the reason why I believe it, because it shows a lot of stuff that's happening right now. Even if we don't want to say if it's true or not though, and it actually helps out. Just depending on how you use it. But my thing is, like I said, I do take and I get why you saying what you saying too, is because anything can get tampered with, anything can be, and that's why I try to see if I can get you with the do you believe in Black history and all that stuff, because like they can get tampered with too. So, and people, what they do, and just like with a Nazi now, he kind of seemed like he believing in some stuff, and that's why I'm kind of trying. He not coming from the same angle as you, because you said you don't believe, just like you said, in what men do, right? And I do feel that, but he believing in these research or whatever research he did. Same thing with Yasmin, right? It's like, of course, if you're not gonna believe in the Bible, at least do like how Saul doing, right? Believe in what no man write or do or even display to you. You know what I'm saying? Because these things y'all be looking up has came from another YT man, or whatever you want to say. The reason why you don't want to believe into a man or something like that. It has came from somewhere. The Google's research and all this other stuff, it came from there. So that's the only reason why I can't really make a full argument on what Saul saying, because I understand why he's saying what he's saying though. I mean, it makes sense though, and he I mean, that's what helped him.
Hey, Kev,
you know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
Kev, let me ask you a question. Can there be truth in a lie?
No, that sounds like an oxymoron.
No. Watch. Okay, I'll give you an example. You had a girl that you was trying to get with, right? and I know you was trying to get with her. And I tell you a story where, you know, me and her happened to get together and some shit went down, and I'm letting you know. I'm letting you know as my boy. I'm letting you know something went down. Now, I can tell you the truth about the whole way how it went down. I can say, yeah, we were both at a club and we were both drinking, and, you know, one thing led to another, and we winded up at her place. And man, when I tell you she came on to me and she laid it down, bro. So I just wanted to let you know who you're dealing with. Now, I told you the truth, and all that happened. But I also didn't let you know that that was my intent the entire time. I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew exactly where she was going to be at. I knew I'm the one that sent her the drinks. I sent her the drinks. I'm the one that got her fucked up. So I'm telling you something that's the truth, but I omitted all of the context so you would believe it a certain way. That's how you can use the truth to enforce a lie. And humans do that all the time. Kids do that shit. They do that shit between mama and daddy. Well, mama said that I could go. Yeah, she said you could go, but she says you can go if your daddy said yes. But your child didn't say that. She just came to the dad and said, Mama said I can go, daddy. All right, well, go ahead and go. Oh, daddy said I can go too. But I said it a certain way in order to get the answer I wanted, in order to get them to do what I wanted. So you can use the truth in order to enforce the results of a lie. And that's what happens a lot of times. And that's why I don't fuck with people. I don't trust, no, I'm gonna go with what God gives me, and God is a title. It is not an entity. It is not a specific thing. It's just a title. It's a title for something. I don't know what God is. I know there is a God. I believe that because of my personal experiences.
True.
That I experienced with God.
Right.
So I'm gonna trust me over all of you every day, because I would rather lose my life believing in me and what God has put in me to protect me from all of this crazy shit than to follow a whole bunch of cattle and be slaughtered. And sitting there while I'm watching y'all getting slaughtered and waiting on my turn, that I knew I shouldn't have followed y'all.
So can I ask you this question? Let's see if we can at least get an agreement on this part. Do you believe there's multiple ways to get to God?
I mean, it has to be. That, you know, it can't just be one way. That would be to believe that there's only one way, and you have to believe in Jesus and accept Him as your Lord and Savior.
Okay.
Motherfuckers
Okay.
just, oh, they automatically go. Yeah, makes sense. You know what? I'll just tell God I never heard about it. Oh, sorry about it. Didn't hear about it. Don't know who you talking about.
Hey, Kev, can I say this last thing, and I'm gonna tap the screen. So the reason why I feel the way I feel is this. Again, I grew up in the church, and I started asking so many questions at a young age, like 11, 12 years old. Like, if there was only Adam and Eve, and Adam and Eve only had Cain and Abel, and the Bible says Cain unalived his brother and went to the land of Nod and found a wife. And I'm like, where did the wife come from?
Everybody the same line all the time.
Right. And I'm like, and then I have the questions like, you know, if God sent the flood to destroy the wickedness of men that were known as the giants because of what they were doing, how did David and his brother, how did Goliath and his brother survive? So I would have questions like this, questions that got me in trouble a lot in church, questions that lead me to read other books such as the Torah, the Book of Enoch, and et cetera, to help me find answers. And the more answers I was seeking for, the more questions I had, and my answers just turned out to never get answered. Some of them, but majority, not all of them. So eventually, I just came to the conclusions that, you know what, not everybody had all the answers, or if they knew all the answers, they must have hidden them from me. So I just came to the conclusion to myself that the stories are out there. True enough, I appreciate and knowledge stories. I mean, my name in and of itself is the God of stories. But one thing I had to accept was the fact that you just might not find all the answers. You just might not. So that's why I feel the way that I feel now. Like, I know there's a God, I know there's a creator, I know these stories had to come from somewhere, but it's probably just not in my best interest to to believe everything that I hear.
I believe if you can,
So
a
I'm
man
gonna tap
can
the screen
find
down.
more, fellowship in a bar than he can a church. If you did something wrong in your life and you're down, you can go sit at a bar and 3 or 4 different guys will buy you a beer, come over, sit down next to you, back. Man, you all right? You good? Oh man, you know I lost my job. I got hooked on this drug, and I'm lost my wife. And shit, people in church will look down on you. They'll talk about you behind your back. People in the church will freaking be like, oh, here he come, girl. Look at him. I can't believe he even showing his face in here. I'd rather go to the bar. Because at least the bar, I'll have men and women there that have probably went through it, and they're not going to judge me. And they'll sit there and have a conversation with me and try to offer to help. And I ain't going to look down on me and talk about me behind my back. So
come on, you can't do that, man. That's some you
hey,
can't
I'm
do
just
that.
talking about my experience. I'm just talking
Oh, I was
about
about to say, bro. I'm like, they'll judge you too. You trying to make them sound good.
Kev, I told you got church hurt. I'm just being quiet. I'm just letting it come
I'm
out.
about to say that's bold. You gonna try to
Pray
make
for
it
our
seem like
brother.
a burn, but I'm like, I
I
get
think
you.
we all
You
got
can,
our brother. Pray for him.
yeah. So
let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard of a group of people who are sharing pain together?
True.
Kick somebody the fuck out because of the same pain? Have you ever
Is that a
heard?
trauma bond?
Yeah, well, we call it trauma bond today. But usually when you get a group of people, that's why they have AA meetings. They get a whole bunch of people who have the same shit so you can understand it's not just you, right? But everybody in the church, oh, they're sanctified. They're holy, holier than thou. They're sanctified, don't sin, but they'll cuss your ass out in a heartbeat, and they won't forgive your ass in a heartbeat, and they will fucking walk away from your ass. I just don't like it. I don't
Nah,
like it. I don't like the environment. It's fake as fuck to
we the
me.
church though. We the church.
Right.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about when I
I
refer
get
to
you though. I get what you're talking about. Yeah.
As soon as you
Facts.
ask me for money, everything you said before that goes out the window.
Facts.
If you call me and you're like, hey, Mark, man, how you doing, man? I just wanted to talk to you, man, see how you doing. I just called and check up on you, man. Hey, man, we got to look out for each other, brother. Yeah. By the way, you think you can cash at me $100? Motherfucker, you just called me for the money. You said all that goodwill shit just to get some money out of me. Guess what that is, y'all? Church.
And stop telling people God told me to tell you. You know God ain't told you a damn thing. Stop using
Yeah,
that.
I'm about to let Basic go real quick though. But let me ask this though.
Dang, you
Let
gonna
me
skip
ask
me?
this
You
then. The
gonna
reason
skip me,
why
host? Skip the
reason why
ladies that been here first, Kev. Then that's super light skin in there.
so let me do this then. So is it this dude about to owe himself to? So with this, all right, bro, dog, something about. I'm trying to. There's something named about Black Chick. Wow.
So light skin, bro. I can't.
Hey man, he did get me. I'm trying to think. No, this is all I'm about to say though. So basically, you said this. A lot of this stuff is inside of us, right? I want to know, like, because basically, what I look at the Bible, it teaches us self-discipline in a way, and I don't see the crime in trying to teach somebody self-discipline. I don't see the crime in it, and this reason why we own this app right now over here getting mad at these women nowadays because they can't keep their legs closed and all this stuff, or getting mad at the men and all that stuff. So I really just don't see what's kind of wrong to not
I think the only
Self-discipline, man. David sent a man to war to die because he wanted his wife. The same
Oh my
David
gosh,
that
y'all pick
died.
one section out of that. Okay, that's the reason why you disregard the Bible. Okay, I got you. We got you.
Come on
We got you.
now.
We got you. Everybody keep doing that same old thing. They pick one part of the Bible and then say, but that wasn't what the whole Bible was about. Just like everybody do with Kevin Samuels. They be like, oh man, he said this. That wasn't the whole Bible about.
God said David was a man after his own heart.
Okay, yeah, we got it. You don't like the Bible. We got it. Everybody, so we got people that don't like the Bible. But
Can I hop in?
Free choice.
I'm just gonna say this and be done, y'all.
A burning lake of fire.
I ain't been talking.
If I don't make the certain
Hold on,
choices that you told me to.
Hold on.
No, I'm
So-
not holding on. I was
So
talking before you
listen,
started
what
talking.
this is what happens. This is what happens, Kev. You say something one time. Y'all need to drop him because he's not gonna he's gonna keep doing this until you drop him.
No, I didn't
He
do it to
won't say.
nobody but you and no girl.
Anyways,
Can I make a point? May I?
anyway,
Hey, Kev,
how
may I
you
make
just
a
jump up
point?
here, bro? I was just talking.
Oh, my bad, Peter.
Yeah, just wait.
Skip over.
Listen,
Y'all
listen.
is wild.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do now for here on out on
Over
TikTok. Especially, y'all need to mute him or drop him.
Oh, but it's okay when you did it to me.
No, he been did it a long. You about to keep doing it. He done did it a long time ago.
Right.
Peter,
You,
go ahead.
we
I
done
only
let you
did it
talk
because you
about
did
3
it to me
times
first.
already.
I only did it because you did it to me first.
Can y'all let Peter talk, please?
No, that was a long
Right?
time ago, right? He not being fair now.
So I'm gonna tell you something straight up. But you know, Saul's more of a leader than me. You know, I get it, ladies. Anyways, this is
I'm
what
taller.
happens.
Yeah, I'm taller.
And so, anyway,
You gotta be
I'm
able to
just
see the leader in the front. You
I'm
can't
gonna
lead
just
if you're
see.
shorter than
Okay,
everybody.
all right,
They can't
okay,
see you.
all right. We got you. We heard you. We heard you what you said. This is all I'm gonna say. All I'm gonna say is that from here on out on TikTok, if you say anything wrong, I'm gonna say that I don't believe nothing else that you said the whole time. If you said something wrong, if you ever missaid something or misspoke or if I misunderstand you one time, then everything that you ever said at any time on this app, I don't believe it. And that's how y'all sound when y'all talking about when y'all try to pick out misunderstandings in the Bible that you probably took out of context and say, I don't believe the whole thing now.
But that's the thing, Peter. What is the like? How do you confirm what the context is supposed to be? If I put an address in my GPS, I expect it to take me from A to B. I don't want to have to stop along the way and get interpretations from different pastors or gator boots to tell me how to get to B. I just want to go. I just want to go straight there, right? I
Well, you another one? You another
yeah.
Bible disliker or something?
I'm on South side on this one.
Okay,
So listen.
cool. That's cool. Now we got 4 people. We got, because I already know Black Jesus, Alter, and 1K. They on the same. I think, I don't know, Peacock. I think Peacock might be more on Sauce side. I think I seen her in the comments. Nazi on Sauce side. So yeah,
So
we got an even playground right here.
So I'm gonna try to be concise. I'm gonna try to be concise and quick. Okay. I'm gonna read this. Why can't people take out the meat and spit out the bones with the Bible? It has some great stories.
That's what we do.
It has some great stories, but there's some things in there that are highly questionable by
Like
today's
what?
standards. There's a lot. Come on, just any
Say it though. I don't like when people just say these things and don't put a verse
anything.
out.
Okay. Anything in the Old Testament that deals with grape, forcing your daughter to marry their grape. Like there's all kinds of weird, crazy stuff in that
Love
book.
your
Yeah, say a verse,
masters.
but then you gotta stand on what you
Love
stand
thy
on though. So if you don't got a
master.
verse, then you can't just
Okay,
throw it
well,
out.
Slaves
then
love thy
take that out.
master.
Take that out since I don't have the exact verse.
That's how a lot of these men
We
end up
all
in
know
jail who they be half
that's not
saying
in
stuff.
there. There's nothing like that in the Bible. I must be tripping. Okay, here's the thing: humans have a really hard time accepting and expressing that they just don't know. You
No,
cannot
I
speak.
can accept that.
Yes,
I
you
tell people
cannot
that. I
speak.
tell people that.
You cannot speak definitively. If I told you I know Santa Claus is real, I know it.
You know, Black History is real.
You know how I know Santa Claus is real? Because every Christmas under that tree, miraculously, there was presents that weren't there before, and that's how I know.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, kids don't give a fuck about no damn Jesus. They give a fuck about Santa Claus
I
though.
bet you she celebrated Black History Month this whole month. Is that
Ask the
real?
kid to choose between Jesus and Santa Claus.
Listen, you can verify. I can't go back in time. I don't have a time machine, but
None of us.
there are verifiable things about Black history. I mean, I can't verify a burning bush talking to someone. I can't verify that, right?
Can you verify George Washington and all them?
No, I said there's something.
Yeah, they actually have burial
There's
sites.
there's
Where
something.
was
I
Peter
have
buried?
Black
Oh, they
history in
do.
my. I have. Okay, how about this? My grandfather
I
was
thought
one
they
of the
said
first.
Jesus had one too.
Hold on. Wait.
Where's it at?
Hold on. My grandfather, Otha Lee Kelly, and you can Google it, was one of the first 6 Black police officers in Orlando. How's that for Black History? Now, moving forward with what I was saying, I'm fairly certain.
Uniform?
Say it again.
Did you see him put on his uniform?
I have. Are you serious?
It's a yes or
Did
no.
you see Jesus down the cross?
No, I didn't see
No,
him.
no. What I'm
I'm
using her.
passed
That's
when I
not
was
my
1 year
argument.
At the end of the day,
That's not
we
my
all could get
argument. I'm using
questioned
her
though.
argument.
It's funny though, because
Why would you say that,
Can I
Anasi?
just please finish what I'm saying
Y'all
without the
listen.
interruption?
The
I'm just trying to
same
get through.
same argument.
Peter,
Hold
you're
on,
Go ahead.
everybody.
Peter,
Hold on,
let
everybody.
me
The
finish.
same
Y'all
argument that y'all
interrupted
be
somebody
using,
again.
y'all are contradicting
Y'all
the argument
interrupted
that y'all
somebody
use
He
on
asked
this
again.
me if
all
I believe
Go
in
ahead, let
Black
her. I
history.
guess
Y'all
yeah.
interrupted somebody again.
Wow.
Yeah, just let her.
He asked me if I believed in Black history, and that is Black history that I can verify from newspaper clippings. If you need, I mean, I could submit my DNA to prove that he's my grandfather. Like, I don't know what, like, I can verify that. Okay. It's highly documented in Orlando. That's where I'm at. Okay. I am fairly certain that there is a God. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know for sure because it's not possible for me to know that for sure. I can't definitively speak on that. Okay? I was raised a Christian, all right? And I'm just going to end it here. I'm going to tell you how one of the many things that pulled me back and I zoomed out and I had to turn away from this. The story of Job. The story of Job, when I was a devout Christian, was a story that was a source for my faith, right? The fact that he could go through all of those things and still have faith in God was, I mean, it brought me to my knees a few times, more than a few. Okay, hands up at the altar, tears streaming down my face type of faith. Now, when I examined that story closer, the devil, Satan, literally, if you break it down, he said, "Hey God, I don't think old boy really has that faith like that." And God looked back at Satan and said, "Bet." And then proceeded to destroy this man's life just to prove a point to Satan that he already knew. Like, what was the purpose of taking him through all of that? Taking lives of people that he cared about, destroying his whole world just to prove up. That's the most petty shit that I've ever heard in my life. And I was like, yo, what am I doing? What is this life that I'm living where I am completely guiding myself based off of stuff that I can't even verify? I was indoctrinated as a child, the same way I was indoctrinated to believe in Santa Claus. The only difference is at some point, I had to grow up and understand that, okay, I don't even have a chimney. I land.
So what
Yeah,
happened
may I
at the beginning
respond?
of the
Because
time though? Then
I gotta go, Kel. Can I respond real quick?
it's a few people that was ahead of you, but
My
I'm finna
question is,
jump
I
in. I
don't
gotta.
know. Did she
yeah, I was about to say,
answer?
okay, that's good though. So I'm glad. I just don't like when everybody be trying to, and that's what everybody been doing. They trying to stand on something like they know, and none of us know at the end of the day. We just don't know.
I'm the
So
main one that said
we
I don't
still
know.
believe at the end of the day.
I'm the main one that said I don't know. I think it's a certain level of intelligence for a human to be able to say I don't know
Are we
and
going in
be
order?
okay with that.
Kev, are we going in order? Is Saul's turn chance now?
If we do go in order, you dang near last though. But you can go ahead since
Well, I'm just
you
saying he
said.
just spoke. I heard all these noises. Can I make a noise for 2
Yeah, well,
seconds?
see, you could have said what you needed to say, but you've been talking about some
Because I'm
bullshit.
trying not. Because I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to respond. I ain't say nothing.
Man, just say what you got to say.
Go ahead.
No, okay, thank you, Kev. So here's the thing. My thing is we have to understand that God is not on our timing. He's not on our dime. He's not on our. He doesn't have to submit to what we think is right or wrong. If God is the creator of the universe, he made a creation, right? Most of us agree that there probably is a creator. Why does that creator have to be confined to whatever you think is morally right and wrong? And why can't he just do whatever he wants to do? And I think that's a big part of it. If he wants to make a donkey talk, if he wants to speak from a bush, or if he wants to make Job go through whatever he go through, or allow him to go through whatever he goes through for his glory or for his grand purpose of everything, how come that has to make sense to us with our however many pound brain and however many years we've been on this earth
Because we
to an
get the choice.
everlasting
We
God?
get the choice to follow him, if it is a him, which I don't think it's a him.
Right, that's fine. I'm just saying.
See, I don't think y'all understand it. You're contradicting yourself. Your religion tells you if you do not do what we tell you to do, you're going to burn in a lake of fire
No, it
forever.
don't say that. It don't
That's
say
not a
that.
choice. Okay, so if you do not accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, what's going to happen to you?
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a time where we be able to, even if, right, it
No,
do
I'm
say
just
that he's the
asking, I'm
one.
just saying, what does the religion say? What does the religion say about those who do not accept Jesus as their
In
Lord
the
and
Old
Savior?
Testament, yeah, it did say that.
No, it
Okay,
There's a
so
lot
doesn't.
of
if you
It,
do
things.
not
no,
accept
no,
Jesus
no, it
as
does
your
not.
Lord and
Hold
Savior,
on.
you will
Stop,
be
stop,
lost.
stop,
You
stop,
will be,
stop,
excuse
stop,
me, when you
stop.
go to the gates,
Hold
this is what
on.
it says. He will
I'm
say, go away from me. I do not know you. You ain't my child. Get your ass
no.
in that lake of fire.
That's not what it.
Excuse me. How is that a choice? How is that a
Saul,
choice? If you got
Saul, it's
choice,
not what it says.
if you
You don't
and
know what
then last thing I'll say is this: if there's something about the name Jesus, why is it that Christians are okay with basically Black Jesus using his name as his prompt?
he's saying randomly
If
random
there's
stuff,
something
bro.
about the
All right.
name Jesus,
Crazy.
Hey,
is that
Kevin,
respectful?
Kevin,
I'm
can I
just saying,
respond?
basically, we boys.
Yeah,
But if
I
I
there's
know
know.
something
you ready
about the
for
name
this.
Jesus, how
All
could you
right,
have it as your name on TikTok if it's supposed to be so holy?
all right. So, Saul, all
Because it's made up, basically, and you know it.
right, Saul.
Quiet, sir.
So I no, he doesn't have to be quiet. We just got to be able to have dialogue. So Saul, you said that that the Bible says if you don't believe in Jesus in the Old Testament, then you're going to hell. But
No,
the
I
thing
didn't say
about
that. I didn't say that. I said that the religion,
you,
because I used to be a Christian,
all right.
I
Well, I
was told in the church that if
mhm.
you do not accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you will burn in hell.
All right. So let me help you with that, Saul. Let me help you to understand that. All right, that is not what happens. Okay, if you don't accept,
Oh, I
everybody
know it.
goes.
I know it don't happen.
All right. Well, I'm trying to talk to you about the religion. I'm not trying to argue with you, brother.
Now I know
Okay.
we brothers. We going back and forth. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right. Cool. So what the Bible says is that after you pass, you go to be judged. Okay. And so going to be judged means that there's a final account that you have with God, right? And that's what happens when you die. Not that if you didn't believe in Jesus, you die. The purpose of believing in Jesus is so that you can have forgiveness and grace here on earth, right? And so that you can live a life that is going to be filled with God's blessing. And that is a direct path to set you up so that when you go to judgment, right, then you could be on Team Jesus. But that doesn't mean that if you didn't believe in Jesus, you go directly to hell. All right. So that's not what the Bible says. Okay, Saul. So you can let that go and never say that again. The Bible
No,
does
no, no,
not
no,
say
no, no. I
you
never
go to
said it.
hell.
Said the Bible said that. I said
Okay.
I was told as a
They told you
Christian.
wrong. They
Oh,
told
I
you wrong.
believe you. They told me a lot of things are wrong, like Jesus. There's nobody that ever lived on this earth named Jesus, and you know
All
it.
right. All right. So check this out.
Wait,
Saul.
wait, wait. Can we tackle that first? Was there a human that walked on this earth
So check
named
this
Jesus?
out. So mute.
No, Saul, let me Peter, allow me. It's okay.
Peter, he don't need your help. You
Yeah,
deacons
okay.
always want to jump up and help the preacher. I asked you, do you believe that there
hmm
was a man who died and came back, and his
hmm
name was Jesus?
Well, his name wasn't Jesus,
Thank
was
you.
it?
So why do you use the word Jesus?
All right, because Jesus is what we refer to this person as, and this
Who
person's
is we?
name was
Who is we?
people who follow the doctrine of
Okay,
Jesus
who
Let
created
me
the doctrine?
respond.
Who
I
created the
would like
No,
to
no,
doctrine?
no,
respond.
no, no. Saul. I want to answer your questions directly because I don't want to evade them, but there's information I'm trying to give you, and
I
your
know,
questions
but
are not going
this is
to
the
get to
information I need. You're
that.
trying to give me
No, no,
something I
I
don't
got it.
need. I'm
That's why.
asking you what I need.
No,
I
no,
Can
need
I
to
do
know
it?
this.
Saul,
May
no,
if I may do
team,
it,
no,
please let
team.
me do it.
No, I'm having a conversation with them. I don't know. I don't
Okay,
need
but
any
you got to
assistance,
get right
brother.
to the bush. You got to go through the bush, sir. Or
No,
you just keep
I
going
got
off.
it. I got it. Thank you. This is allow me to. All right. So Saul,
Go ahead, brother.
yeah, Saul.
Hmm.
So in the period of time that Jesus walked the earth, his name was Yeshua, and Yeshua
Hmm.
was actually the etymology of the name Yeshua was actually Joshua. So Jesus's name, as he was known on earth, was closer to the name Joshua than Jesus, but it's how we pronounce it, and it's how it's been pronounced throughout the world, and we all know that we're referring to the same person.
Okay, now you're saying did that person ever historically exist? Yes, there are non-secular accounts of his existence.
I didn't ask that.
Well, that's an answer to your question. You
No,
did
no,
ask
no.
that.
My
You asked.
question was, where did the name Jesus come
I
from?
just explained it to you.
No, no,
I
you
just told you.
explained how it should be Joshua.
No,
That's what
no,
you
no.
explained.
May I please do it?
No, I
Somebody.
explained. Hold on. No,
And
no, no,
and and let me ask you this,
no.
because
Go ahead.
I consider you be a very intelligent man.
It doesn't have to be
So
philosophical.
excuse me, sir, you're not in this conversation. Stop trying to ease your
Okay,
way
but
in.
I
We
thought
don't
y'all
want
wanted
you.
to answer.
So like I was saying,
Mhm.
basically, I
I
Yes,
wasn't
sir.
consider
talking to
you to
you,
be
big
an
dog.
intelligent man. I
I
consider you to
am.
be an
I
intelligent
try to
man.
be. I
So
try to be.
explain, how do you explain to yourself? Because maybe I can get to your level of understanding, and I hope I can one day, but right now I'm not there. How is it that you know that you do not, your name, your real name, let's say your real name is Derek. It don't matter what language you go around this earth and speak, your name will always be Derek. Bonjour, tu t'appelles comment? Je m'appelle Derek. It don't matter where you go. It don't matter where you go because you cannot translate a made up word. Translation means to take something that somebody else calls something and you got the same thing and you call it something else. If it's a toilet, in America we call it toilet. In Japan they call it toi de wa. So, toi de wa, toilet, it's a translation. It means the same thing. There's not a word in a language for Derek.
All right. So
Derek
I
is
can.
the name your mother gave you. So it doesn't
Mhm.
matter where you go on earth. I had people in the military from every walks of life all over the world. Some people's name was so long, and I know you remember this because you was in the military too. Some people's name was so long, you had to have 2 rows of letters. We called them alphabet. Motherfucker, I'm not trying to read that. You got 17 letters in your name. Why? Because it took 17 letters for us to pronounce his name that his mother gave him. If his name was Badu, Ashu, Kuku, Baba, guess what? You sit there and use English letters to try to say Ashu, Babu, Kuku, Dudu. That's what you did. You don't change his name to Tom. Well, your name is Tom now. You can give him a nickname. Is that what it is? Is Jesus Yeshua's nickname?
No, when Jesus, so the name Jesus comes from a translation. You have to understand how old this text was. And back at that time, they used different names for people. So even John the Baptist, he was called Elijah, but his name was John. But nobody sits up and argues about him or anything about
Oh,
him
I say that
because
all the time. I ask, what is everybody's original name? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John,
all
Paul, Saul.
right,
And where are these people at? You mean to tell me they were this critical in life that they don't have a burial site? We
all right,
can't find
so
one motherfucker in the Bible's body. Not one.
all right,
Nowhere.
because during the, I
Oh,
got
because
it.
of the flood.
No, no, that's not the truth. The flood happened before the existence of Jesus. The Old Testament and the New Testament are two different things.
No,
The
no, no. I
people
wasn't
who
talking about
went,
Jesus. I was talking about the other
yeah,
characters in the Bible. But go ahead.
all right. So listen, if you're not going to allow me to give you any responses to anything, then the conversation can't go anywhere. So
You
you
just gave
asked
me a
first.
response.
So the first question you asked was about the name of Jesus, and I was going to tell you an answer to that question, and I haven't been able to get that out because every
I
time I
heard what
try
you
to
said
give
the
you
first time. Go ahead. You can do it again.
no, 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 no. You said why did they change it afterwards? You asked a subsequent question afterwards. You said why would they change it if this is the person's name? Then you can translate it to any language and this, that, and the other. Okay. The reason why is because after the Bible was after Jesus died, right, and the stories and all of these things were being compiled in the different places that they were being compiled, and this body of information was translated through multiple languages. Okay, so the original Hebrew, which Jesus spoke at his time, the original Hebrew, which were the first translations, and then you also had the language that he spoke while he was there on earth, which was Aramaic. And then the first Bible didn't come into existence with the New Testament until it was Greek. And so all of these people had different pronunciations of his name because they came from different lands. So they changed it in the same way that here in Michigan, you have people who their original name is Muhammad. And when they come here, they're called Mo. And then when they, but with their white friends, they're called Mike.
But
So
what's
this
their
has happened
name?
to, I just told you his name is their name was Muhammad. Jesus's
Okay.
name was Jesus. But that is after the different iterations of his name. But it all starts with the name Yeshua, and we all know who this person refers to. Now, if you're a person who hasn't done any studying, you can get caught up on something simple like this. But this is a very simple thing to resolve. It's because of the way the body of knowledge came into being. You have to understand that when Christianity first came onto the scene, it's not like people just accepted it. It went for hundreds of years as a small cult where people did not accept it. They persecuted Christians. That's how Paul and all of the apostles were killed, because they were persecuted. The information and doctrine they were trying to pass around. Jesus was killed by the Pharisees, the people, the synagogues, and the existing religious structures that were there punished and killed this man. And then his followers propagated his doctrine, and they were all captured and punished and killed. So it's not like the information that they had was just readily accepted. And hey, Christianity came into existence. Let's print a Bible and everybody accepted it. It didn't happen that way.
So Christians didn't go around and murder people that didn't follow their religion. That never happened. Christians
No,
never put
hold on.
war on
So
nobody.
now you're talking about the Crusades, and that was after the institution of the church, the
Yeah, but you
Catholic
made it
Church.
sound like people
That is
just
a
willingly accepted the shit.
no. You're just
Like
not
the only reason
understanding.
why your
You're,
black ass is talking about Jesus is
no,
because your people were in
no,
chains.
Hold on, Saul. You're confusing the timeline across which these things happened. If you understood the timeline across which these things happened, you wouldn't be conflating early Christianity with Roman Catholic Crusades.
Okay, so let me just ask you this, and then I'll land with this. I won't ask you anything else. How did the black people here in America get the religion of Christianity and the word of Jesus? How was it delivered to us?
Okay, so the Black Americans, which are an incredibly small sect of Black people,
Yes.
right? The Bible was introduced to them as a mechanism for control. They stripped out only and gave us maybe a couple of chapters out of like 5 different books, and they allowed slaves to teach out of those 5 or 6 different books, the handful of chapters that supported them trying to enslave us. They had
Now pause right
weaponized
there.
the
Pause
book and
right there.
stripped it
Pause right
down
there.
to
Would it
nothing.
be far-fetched? Would it be
Okay.
far-fetched for that exact same plan to be pushed to everybody? Because they
Yes,
don't want
yeah,
just
I'll
black
tell you
people.
why.
Hold on, let me finish
I'll
let
tell
me
you
finish
why,
this
but go
thought.
ahead.
Because
You don't have to
they
finish
don't
the
want
thought.
just
I've
they
already
don't
heard
want
the
to just
argument.
have black people as slaves.
I got
They
it.
want everybody to be slaves.
I got
So
it.
the same plan, they took out 300 books. It only gave the masses. That means white, Indian, black, they don't give a damn who you are. If you are not part of the elite, you are part of the slave trade. You are part of the slavery group. And now they zoomed out. They said, why would we focus just on this one group of people? Well, we can enslave everybody. We can make everybody slaves and work for us, as long as they believe what we're trying to push. As long as they believe these things, because what would the world be without religion right now? What would we all be doing? Would there be much order? Or would there be chaos and everybody just doing what the fuck they want? So what you just said, and that's the reason why I asked you the question, how did they deliver it to us and why?
Yeah.
And now they changed it for a mass group of people, not just black
All right.
people. They want to control
Let
everybody.
I got it, Saul. Let me answer, Saul. Okay. And I get what you're asking is how do we know it didn't get changed? Because
No. We both know it got changed.
no, Saul, we don't. You're just saying this stuff, and you
Wait,
got this.
basically, you don't
I don't
believe
want to
that the
argue with you.
Bible was
Let me
changed?
answer the question. Let me
I just
answer the
asked you the
question.
question. You do not believe that the Bible was
Saul,
changed?
Saul, listen.
Yeah.
I want to answer your question, but you're asking more than one question before I can answer the first
No.
one.
I asked the question
So let
based
me
off the statement you just made.
no. And your question,
Yep. I know what I did because I was there when I did it.
Saul,
You made a statement and I asked a question based off your statement.
all right, Saul, your questions are packed with a whole bunch of shit I don't agree with. So I
I
have to
know, and
unpack the part.
it's upsetting that you
It's not
and this level
upsetting.
of intelligence would be fooled
Saul,
by bullshit.
Saul, it's not upsetting. You're just not allowing me to
I'm
answer you.
upset. It
Okay,
upsets
well then
me
you
that
have
my
to.
brother would be fooled with bullshit with your
All
level
right,
of
well,
intelligence.
Saul, I don't want to discuss my intelligence. I just want to answer your question about the Bible being changed,
You know,
okay?
Yeah. All right. You know
All right.
what? It doesn't matter because
I
you're
know.
gonna believe
Well,
what
it's
you want.
I
I'm gonna believe what
all right.
I want, and
I'm
that's
not
just.
trying to change your
I
beliefs. You
know. I
asked
know.
me.
I know. I know. But
All
that
right. Well
means that
then,
the conversation is useless
no. The
because
conversation
we're
is
not gonna
only
change anything.
Saw the conversation is only useless if the goal of the conversation is to change one another's mind. If the goal of the conversation is that you ask questions about things you don't have the answer to and you allow them to be answered, then you can at least understand a different perspective than yours and then say, you know what, I think it's all bullshit, but he answered my questions. So let's
Basically.
do that form of
I know,
conversation.
but
I don't know if
I just want to gracefully bow out because
okay,
you
well, you
don't
can
know,
gracefully
you
bow out.
know just as much
I'm
about
gonna
God
still
as I
answer the
do.
question. I'm
You
gonna
know
still answer.
just as much about Jesus
All
and
right,
God as I do. Absolutely nothing.
I'm not
You
trying.
don't
I got it.
know nothing.
Mhm.
You
All right, thank
believe
you.
and you have faith.
All
Faith
right.
is only required when you don't know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Saul. I'm going to go ahead and answer the question for everybody else that was curious about the changes to the Bible. So the earliest Bible that was found that we have access to is from the second century. It's from the second century. So this is 200 years after the death of Christ. Okay. And that Bible has been matched against the Bible that we are reading today. And that Bible is 98% the same. There is less than 2% difference. Now, the differences in the Bible are a couple of books that have been removed. There are, I forget the exact books that were removed. I know the Apocrypha was removed. I know the book of Enoch was removed. And I know that there were a couple of gospels that were removed. People who had written gospels about the existence of Jesus, and those were removed. But they're basically a match for Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. But there's a 98% match. So 2% of the Bible has changed since the second century. The papyrus that they found, 2%. So you have folks who try to make it seem like the book was cut in half
You
because they
don't
haven't
know
done any.
that.
Well, so I understand what you're saying. I'm just telling you that other
I
people
know,
have
but
asked the
we're
same
all
question.
adults. We're
Well,
not
you hold
kids.
on, Saul, you already said you're done with the conversation, so I'm not speaking to you right now. I'm telling everybody
I'm
else to
on the
ask the
panel,
same.
so that means I'm hearing it.
Okay, that's fine. But I want the respect to be able to finish what I'm saying, even
Okay,
if you
my bad,
disagree.
brother. Go ahead. My bad.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So there are people in the past who have said, hey, parts of the Bible have been removed. It has been translated, and this, that, and the third. How could we know that what it is we're studying today is a match for what it was that we studied in the past? Well, the answer to that is they found a Bible that was from the second century, and they matched it against the Bible we are reading today. And it is a 98% match, except for a couple of books that have been removed. And those books, like the Book of Enoch, things of that nature, they deal more so with mysticism than they do the actual doctrine that Jesus espoused while he was here to give us access to salvation and a good life filled with God's blessing, the instructions that we needed as human beings. So if you are a person who wants to believe in the Bible, and part of the reason you have been stopped is because you think that it has been so manipulated by man that it is no longer the word of God. Take solace and comfort in knowing that it is a 98% match to the same Bible that they found that came into existence 200 years after the death of Christ. There you go.
So basically, just to understand, are you saying that Enoch, that was so favored by God that he was one of only two people whom the Bible mentioned that didn't die, that God called him up? Enoch, this highly favored person, equated for less than 2%, that the book of Enoch and all of its texts equated for less than 2%. We talking about just Enoch alone? Did you hear what I said?
Yep. And the answer is yes. Yeah. The Bible is a very big book. There's 66 books in it. And of the 66 books that make up the Bible, the book of Enoch is one. I've read the book of Enoch. There wasn't great spiritual information that was in the book of Enoch. The stories were incredible and amazing, dealing with the Nephilim and things of that nature. However, none of that was central to the doctrine of Christ. And that's why it was removed, because it was more mysticism and magic than it was doctrine.
Okay, now I like what you said right there. So, being that it was considered, for lack of a better word, blasphemy or paganism, you know, it wasn't considered right for the Bible. If that's the case, then why?
Stuff lagging again, man.
1 second, I'm getting a call too. Hold on one moment, y'all.
Basically, how can somebody so favored by God be removed from the Bible? That's what I'm saying.
Hey, I'm back with you, Anansi. You got to restate what you were saying, brother.
All right, long story short, how could somebody who is so highly favored by God be considered so toxic to be removed from the Bible?
I didn't frame him as toxic or anything like that. The book wasn't removed to my knowledge because it was toxic per se. The book was removed because it goes over an entire body of information that is not useful to understanding the doctrine that we're supposed to live by. And so there were several councils through the construction of what we now have as the Bible that agreed that it should be removed. Now, you have to understand that because of the way Christianity came into existence, multiple doctrines of it sprung up. And a lot of Paul's work while he was still alive was trying to root out those false doctrines. You know, he met with lots of people who had began to teach Christianity and tested their wisdom and understanding of Christ's doctrine, and, you know, was like, hey, no, this is not what he was saying. This is not what he was teaching. And so when they took all of the books that they were going to canonize into the Bible, and Paul didn't do this, right? This was done by different councils that had basically come out of the church that had sprung up, that was created in the name of Peter, because Peter essentially was said to be the first pope of Rome, of the Catholic Church in Rome. And then Catholicism, I've got my own beefs with Catholicism, but they have become the keepers of a lot of the ancient wisdom, and they've done a good job of protecting that information against time, even though I've got a ton of criticism about the Catholic Church. So don't say that just because I said something positive about them that I'm signing off on them as a religious body or as a irritation of Christianity.
Oh no, I believe that. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, but for the books that were removed that we now still have access to, any information that's in the Apocrypha, the Pseudepigrapha, and the Book of Enoch, I have read those texts, and they are not central, even in my estimation, to the doctrine and understanding of Christianity or the creation of the world or a better understanding of God. Have you read those books, Anansi? Did you find that they were filled up with information that changed the typography and geography of how you understood, Christ, the doctrine of Christ, or the religion of Christianity? Did you find those books to be so significant that they needed to be in the Bible because they just really added to the story and helped you to understand God or what you're supposed to be doing on earth?
I have read the Book of Enoch. I haven't delved deeply into the Apocrypha, and I've read some of the missing books that they removed in 1611. I haven't read all of them, but see, my confusion is this, right? Because you say that 98% of the Bible we read today equates to the original Bible that was found in the year 200 Anno Domini. Okay, so that, and you say that there's a 2% difference. Here's the rub that I have with that, brother, and I appreciate you. You are highly intelligent. You're one of very few people who understand the understanding of understanding. But here's the thing that I have. If somebody baked your favorite cake and of all the ingredients, they put 2% poison in it, would you still eat it?
No, but they didn't add 2% poison. They removed some things. That's not adding poison.
But when they remove something, they did add something to it.
Well,
although they did remove it, because if you read a Bible, my parents have a Bible that's roughly about 100 years old, right? Okay. When I read that Bible and it speaks about, I'm gonna take a passage out when the children of Israel in the desert, right? In that Bible, I've read it. When it talks about the children were thirsty, it says Moses struck the rock. If you read a Bible today, it says he spoke to the rock. You see where I'm going with it?
Okay.
So even in the past 100 years, it's been changed and something has been added to it. I mentioned this earlier. I don't think you were on here. I don't think. Go ahead, Peter. I know you've been itching. Go ahead.
Let me address that. Speak to the rock. Moses did speak to the rock, and it says it in the Bible, right? No,
right.
God told,
earlier he struck the rock. God told him to speak to the rock, but he struck it.
No, I was saying it wrong because you kind of got me flustered when you said that and kind of get it right. Because he struck it before, right? This time God told him to speak to it, and he disobeyed it and got mad with the people and struck it in anger, and that's what caused him to not go into the promised land. So I just wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, I know the passage. Like I said, I've read 2 different passages when it came to that specific passage. But the point I'm making is this. It has been changed yet again. And when you spoke of the 2%, see, I don't disagree with you. But what has been happening is that they do add things to it. Because what's the point of Disney trying to purchase it to change it yet again? Because yes, if you don't believe it, you can look that up. Disney is in the process of purchasing the rights to the Bible, and who knows what it'll say 100 years from now.
Then we're very blessed to get the version.
So I want to ask this because I seem like everybody picked like the littlest stuff to find a reason to not believe in something. So I'm gonna ask this question. The main question I ask all the time with everybody that have either a problem with the Bible or decided. So what is so freaking harmful about the Bible that you choose not to follow it? I don't get it, because it's like really, and that's what made me kind of believe it in it deeper, right? Because it tell me like the 10 Commandments. What's so bad about the 10 Commandments? You know what I'm saying? Thou should not unalive, thou should not steal, and all this other stuff, right? All these commands that he basically trying to get us to do to basically fight our own flesh. What's so bad about it? Oh, and then the 2 new ones, right? Love your neighbor, love thy neighbor and all that. What's so bad about that? I'm trying to see.
I don't think that's the thing that I was trying to say earlier. There's a lot of gems in terms of stories that have morals and a lot of things. I often tell people my morality is founded in Christianity, and that's not something I don't think I can change. I think that's just inherently what it is now. But my question is, if we want to step away from overanalyzing the Bible, and maybe basically you can chime in and answer this question: how do you discern the difference between chance and circumstance and divine intervention?
Well, hold on. Before you answer that question, Kev, I want to answer your question. So, I never said that the Bible was bad. Just like Pariah said, I grew up in a Christian home, and again, a lot of my morals, just like she said, is based off of that. Where I feel is that if you have to base, right, on if you are going to treat me right or wrong, on your chances of making it to heaven, I don't want no part of it. If you can't treat me right, just out of the pretexts, and not pretexts, I'm sorry, just out of the fact that I've done you no wrong, because there are people out there like that they just hate you for the sake of hating you, no rhyme or reason. And then you have people out there that are like, oh, well, I'm doing this because I'm trying to earn my spot in heaven. Take a second and think about it. Why don't you just treat people right because it's the right thing to do?
Because that's not human.
sometimes
That is human.
No,
That
it's
is
not. What
human.
make you
You
think
have
that?
if you put wait, hold on.
We got taught right and
Let me
wrong.
show you. Wait. Let me show you. Here's a prime example. Hold on, I'm gonna say this. I promise I'll be quiet. Here's a prime example. I have witnessed babies put babies of all races in a playpen together, and they will play together. They will cry together. They will laugh and poop and eat and sleep together, and they will. And I've seen toddlers do the same thing. And it's not until you remove something from their love of understanding that they're not hurting me, I'm not hurting them. It's not until you remove something and add something to it to say, don't play with that baby because that's a white baby or a black baby. Don't play with that baby because that baby comes from this, their parents are from this walk of life. Don't play with that baby because that baby they believe this in their household. And then the baby starts thinking, literally starts being programmed thinking, well, they must be bad. So I have to either distance myself or treat them in a bad manner. But if you don't tell them that, they treat each other with love and respect. Now, how come
Not
even
true.
with no teaching, I didn't say that they wouldn't go and disagree at times, but at the end of the day, they'll still treat each other and
Yeah, they will
respect each other.
beat each other up if they don't get a bottle or something.
Anna C or whatever.
Hold on, Kathy, you just came up in here.
I'm sorry.
There's a
I'm
whole
talking about
line.
the children because children.
How come
Yeah, it don't matter, but you gotta wait. You gotta wait because there's a whole line behind him.
Okay, wait a minute.
How come?
Children do
Oh, wait,
not treat each other with love and respect.
Hold on, man. First of all, you didn't even say
Bro,
my name
what the
right,
heck?
so I'm
She
gonna
must
stop
can't
right
hear
there.
or something. I don't know what the heck is
All
up.
I'm saying is, even without being taught, babies will they know right from wrong. They do, to a certain degree. They do. They're not going to try to drive a car, smoke a cigarette, but like I said, you put them in an environment, and they will generally know right from wrong. Like they'll know when someone's hurting.
What?
They'll know when someone's hurting. They'll know when someone's happy.
Anansi, don't use the babies as a reference. Just give us
I'm
the
just
point you
using
want us to
humans.
get. Yeah, just give us the point you want us to understand.
Even a
Because
baby
this
that.
is- so
Okay, so
the point you
so
want us to understand is what? We're listening to you.
the point that I want to understand is that even without teaching from religion, that children know how to treat each other without being
don't.
told. Oh, that's your belief, brother. I'm not.
There ain't no belief. Okay, have a baby real quick and don't teach him anything. Don't feed him. Don't do nothing. Then let's see if he gonna teach himself.
I didn't say don't feed them. And we're not talking about survival. We were
Because
talking
we naturally,
about.
if you really look at it,
we were
human
talking
nature,
about
we're
treating each
naturally
other
evil.
right and wrong.
We're naturally bad people.
All right.
I don't believe. I don't believe that.
All right.
Okay.
So
Like there's great good and great evil. True enough.
That's why we
but I
gotta get
believe
taught discipline. We gotta get
people
taught
want
all
to be
type of
more.
stuff.
People want to be more good than bad.
all right.
Like
So
people want to be good.
Anansi, listen, I think people want to be good too, okay? But I don't think babies understand what goodness is or really anything.
Exactly.
Because they're babies. They don't have words. They don't have a way to understand reality, and their nature is primarily selfish. And if you read anything pertaining to behavioral science, then you will find out that babies are supremely selfish because they cannot really conceptualize themselves and they are only considering what their next want is. So this idea that somehow they've got more moral information than adults do because of the things that we learn throughout the course of a life, I don't think is a good premise for you to stand on. But let's just keep the conversation moving to why it is that you said, hey, people need the Bible to know right from wrong. Yes, you do need faith. Okay. And I'm going to tell you why you need faith. You need faith because it's hard to do the right thing because we all want to do the easy thing that feels good. We want to do the easy thing that feels good because it's easy and because it feels good. But what makes us do a self-sacrifice instead for the benefit of our future self or for the benefit of the group that we're supplanted in is faith that that sacrifice will yield a boon. And the Bible talks very clearly about how important human beings moving in that perspective is to the cooperation of us across society and across time. Across time means your future self. across society means the group you are supplanted in. Okay, and so you have to be able to make self-sacrifices where you could do something that's easy, that feels good, but instead you're going to do something that's hard, that doesn't feel good, but it gives you a benefit in the future. Well, how can you do that without faith? You have to trust that there is a process that is at work that will yield a favorable outcome for yourself and or for the group benefit of the group of the people that you're in. So faith is what? It means you believe in something you can't see. Well, that's an aspect of faith. The true mechanism of faith is to believe in something greater than yourself. And what's greater than yourself? Well, your future self might be, right? What's greater than yourself? The group that you're supplanted in, that you count on for security and safety and all of those things. What's greater than yourself? Concepts and ideas like God, right? So without conceptualizing that there's something greater than yourself, then your aptitude for morality decreases tremendously. Because if there's nothing greater than you, and you're the greatest thing that you can think of, then what could be more important than pleasing yourself? And if you got a whole bunch of people where they can't conceive of anything greater than themselves, and the greatest thing they can think of is pleasing themselves, what type of behavior do you get? What type of behavior are we seeing in this very hedonistic society we live in right now, where everything is about pleasing yourself, pleasing your vagina, pleasing your penis, getting money, pleasing your aggression? What type of society do we see? It's a fallen society. And that's why the primary edict of Satan is do what thou wilt. Don't think about the future. Don't think about anybody else. Do you like it? Does it make you feel good? Well, go ahead and do it. So how do you begin to separate your conceptualization of yourself and other people from that? You do it through faith. That's the only way to do it, is to believe that you're doing this for a better outcome in the future for yourself and for the people you care about. And you gain access to that type of thinking through faith. Okay? So that's why it's so important. Now, the Bible is one of many faiths, but to me, it's the only way to go. And the reason it's the only way to go is because of Jesus. And the reason that Jesus is so important, if we were to discuss him conceptually, is because Jesus gives us a person to aim at. Jesus is the concept that a man can be in perfect alignment, perfect harmony with God. And not only does he give you something to aim at, they turn around and say, hey, look, we're going to give you an example of a man who lives in perfect alignment with God, and we're going to forgive you because you're never going to do it right. We're going to give you grace to cover the difference between how close you could get to him and what he actually was. We're going to give you grace to cover the distance. We're going to give you a bell curve just for trying. If you accept him as an example, you aim yourself at him and you try, then that's good enough. That's got to be good enough, because it's the best any of you can do, because you're all horny and stupid and selfish.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the mechanism of Christ. And that's why it's so important. And that's why if you got Muhammad was a prophet. He wasn't a perfect man. He was not supposed to be. That's why if you've got Joseph Smith of the Mormonism, or you've got Buddha of Buddhism, Gautama Siddhartha, none of these men claim to be God on earth. There's one guy who said, I am the way, the truth, and the light. And what does that mean? That means aim at me. Aim at my example. Aim at me. And if you just aim at me, if you miss, I don't care. But if you were aiming at me, I'll act like you hit the target when it's time to pay the piper.
Can I jump in here and say something?
Yeah, I want to add something too real quick. And even like according to your logic that you said that babies or something start off, if you still believe in it, right? That we supposed to be good or something like that. Who you think we got taught evil by then first, if according to that? Because somebody had to taught it first. Or not?
You said who? Who do you
Who
think
taught evil first?
first?
According to your logic, because you saying that if we was born as a baby, we should be good.
No, what I said is that babies have pure intentions. That's what I feel. All right, I didn't say that, but that's what I feel.
True. Okay, pure intentions, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
now, to answer your question, I can't say who threw the first drop of poison in the well. I really can't, because nobody truly knows. Regardless of what the stories that have been told, nobody truly knows who was the first person to steal the cookie from the cookie jar and said that it was okay. But one thing I know and two things for sure is that the concepts of good and evil are taught. They are indeed taught and passed down.
Okay.
Things such as what? Hold on, ma'am. Just let me ask this question. Because people who want to be good do good. It's as simple as that. And people who want to be bad do bad. But the reason why they do it is because they were taught that because somebody don't look a certain way or believe what you believe, if you don't believe what I believe, you're wrong, and that makes you a bad person. If you don't look the way I look, you're wrong, and that makes you a bad person. And those concepts are taught. They are. Nobody's born with those ideas. They are taught. I mean, that's true. Because if you had a nation of people who literally just preached love and respect everybody, regardless if they don't believe the same religion you believe, they not harming you, they not harming nobody that you care about, respect them. They not trying to make your world burn, respect them. You ain't got to give them a side eye or give them a bad day just because they don't look the way you look, respect them. But somebody somewhere at some point in time said, no, that ain't what we gonna do, because you from here and you from there, nah, we not gonna get along. That's taught, brother. That's a fact. That's taught.
Okay, can I jump in?
Go ahead.
Okay. I've had 3 children, and they were stress ups. And what I learned from just my children alone is that you don't have to teach a child how to sin. They come here already built to do it. A child, there are things in the Bible that God hates. One is the lying tongue. A child, by the time they get to the age, usually about 3, where they can say, yes, I did something, no, I didn't do it. You ask that child, did you eat my cookies that I had on the table? They are going to say no. They did not eat it. Not only will they say no, the Bible also says we should not bear false witness. They will bear false witness and say that the other sibling did it. No, I didn't do it. Well, who did? He did. And the other sibling, they will throw them under the bus and blame them on it. Also, when a child gets into, also thou shalt not steal, a child will go and take something that they're not supposed to take. They will take it, and some of them will hide what they took. The other thing is when a child goes in, the parent would start it too, but when they go into kindergarten, one of the first things they learn is how to share. They will not inherently share, because children they are very self-centered. It is about them and them alone. They'll go and snatch another kid's toy and go, and the other kid can break down and start crying. They don't care. They will go. Thanks. They got the toy. Okay, so there are. If you have a society with no rules, and a lot of the rules we have now today are biblically based. I'm talking about rules in terms of the laws that you can go to jail for and all this kind of stuff that we just have in society. These laws came from the Bible. If you have a society where there are no rules, for example, if you let something break, where we have something that happens here in America, okay, where we don't have electricity, we don't have this, we don't have that, we don't have water. You watch, civil unrest will just break out. People will start stealing from each other. People will start killing each other. People will start doing a whole lot of things. So you can't say they will just become barbarics. So you can't say that a children just let a child just be and they will just do the good things. No, I witnessed that with my own children. I never said that. The Bible said we're born and shaped in iniquity, and it's true because I saw it with my own children. They had to be trained to be good people.
See, and again, Kev, I find excerpts from the Bible to be extremely helpful. And what I don't. The problem that people have when I say that is that they're like, well, you can't half believe this and half believe that. Yes, I can. Because if they can omit certain parts of the truth, then I can choose to believe in certain parts that I want to believe in. Now, Miss Kathy, you do make a good point, and I've said this before, not on TikTok, but with a different individual I was having a conversation with, is that the laws of the land are primarily based on the Ten Commandments. But the same religion that they quote unquote deem the law of the land, even though they say you can worship and believe as you see fit, which we know that ain't the truth. The same individuals who push that rhetoric on a daily basis worship paganistic beliefs. Here's why. Nobody ever, I've never not heard one Christian ever debate the naming of the planets. Not one. I've never heard not one Christian ever debate the naming of the days of the week. Not one. And these are things, and okay, well, you first. You're the first and only one I've ever heard say that. And the reason why I say that is because it's like, if you have such an issue with me just believing that there's a God, I believe that. It's religion I don't believe in. Or if you don't believe in religion, then it's these same peoples that believe in star charts. And, well, not star charts as far as like mapping of the stars, but
horoscopes.
Horoscopes. Same people believe in horoscopes. Same people that can name all the planets. Venus is in retrograde. Yeah, because it's the fastest rotating planet. It's gonna be in retrograde. Duh, dummy, that's science. But you believe in Venus, you believe in Mars, Mercury, and Jupiter, which are Roman gods. You believe in Monday through Thursday, which are Norse, which are most are named after Norse gods. You believe in everything else, but when I say that what I believe in, all of a sudden I'm crucified. Here's the problem. There's over 5,000 religions worshiping over 2 million gods. But don't worry, only yours is right. Only yours is right. Over 2 million gods, but only yours is right. Go ahead. I'm done. I'm done.
And that's it. And I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let Basically cook, because he been cooking and I ain't had to say anything. Listen, bro. The biggest issue is this. The key parts of the Bible that are crucial, we're asking people don't take that part out. See, what happens is this. We were just talking about planets, days of the week, and all that kind of stuff. Earlier, we were talking about dates. None of that is important. None of it. It's good conversation starters. It's good, to tickle the brain and tickle the ears and all that kind of stuff. That's fine and dandy. But what are you going to do about the crucial parts of the Bible, especially what Basically brought up? I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to the Father but by me. These are crucial statements, definitive statements that you can't, if you ignore it, you miss the whole Bible. You miss the whole thing. You might well just throw the whole thing away if you take out the crucial parts. If you take out the parts about the salvation and what the cross represents and what the unaliving and resurrection represents, you take those parts out, you might as well throw the whole thing away. I say, yeah, go ahead, and I say, throw it away, because those parts you cannot throw away. Throw away the rest of it, but those crucial parts, do not throw those away, because guess what? There is no book known to man that makes definitive statements like that, to where you can't say, hey, all the other books are the same as those definitive statements, because I would tell you no, because I've studied many religions. I studied the occult, and those definitive statements right there ain't no other book. But that's why I tell people Christianity is different from all other religions, because it makes those few definitive statements. And if you're going to look at the Bible, I promise you, bro, I'll be with you. Throw everything out, but not those definitive statements. Because if those definitive statements are true, you be in trouble.
And I would like to add on to what you said, Peter, as well, because I'm an author. And what I've done with several of my books is that there were parts of the book that I did take out. I took out because it was fat. I took it out because it didn't change the narrative of what I was writing. It was not anything that was going to impact any kind of truth or anything, or the turn of the story or what happened or anything. It was just the fat. And so there is a such thing as you can take something out, not necessarily that you're hiding anything or that it's just that this piece right here, even in a sentence, if you've taken rhetoric and composition, they even talk about even a sentence or a paragraph. What you want to do is you want to write economically. And there are certain, you look at that sentence, look at that paragraph and see if it's something in there that if you take that out, it does not change the narrative of that paragraph, of that sentence or whatever, because some things can just be just a bunch of, just fat. It's not even needed. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to do anything to the narrative. So yes, you can take something out without feeling like someone just took and just, messed up and whacked up the narrative of the Bible.
You see, basically spoke on this earlier.
Oh,
And go ahead.
Yeah, so check this out. So the Bible itself, people don't really understand what they mean when they say it's a divine revelation. So this is what you got to understand, okay? There were essentially three different ways that people came to understand the doctrine of Christ in the Old Testament, right? Or people came to deliver prophecy, or a story was something that became significant enough to be included in the Bible, okay? Now, when we talk about the New Testament, right, you could A, have been directly taught by Jesus, right? B, you could have received a divine revelation, meaning that, something was revealed to you by the divine, right? And then 3 is you could be trained up by one of the disciples of Jesus who is adept at the doctrine and then be qualified to teach based off of that. Okay? Qualified to teach the doctrine because you have shown an understanding of the doctrine to the extent that Paul would have sat with you and said, yes, you get it, brother. You understand what Jesus was trying to give us, and you're qualified to instruct others on what Jesus was trying to give us. Okay, so there were some people who received a revelation, right? A divine revelation. And some of those folks are writers in the Bible, or they're mentioned in the Bible as folks who are qualified to teach. And then there were folks who were taught, and then there were folks who were taught directly by Jesus himself, right? So those are the three sources. So now that you understand, hey, you know what? It wasn't that each word that they said was divinely guided by God. It was their revelation was divinely guided or qualified by somebody who either received revelation, was taught directly by Jesus, or somebody who was taught by somebody who was qualified by someone who had divine revelation. Now you can say, okay, well, if they changed the word that they hit the rock, or they did that, not in that story because that's an Old Testament story, but in the stories that came afterward in the New Testament, which primarily were letters, right? There were 13 or 16. There's 16 epistles of Paul altogether, which were letters that Paul wrote for different reasons to different places and different peoples to describe how the church needed to be set up. And in that, we get a lot of instruction about how we're supposed to behave as Christians and treat one another in this fallen world. Now, in the Old Testament, these are most of these are stories and that were taught that are old as heck. Anansi, some of the stories that are in the Old Testament are 14 and 15,000 years old. There's proof of an oral tradition and different writings and stuff that have been found that show that these stories, some of them go back older than we even thought civilization existed. Okay? And so some of those stories, right, are just incredibly good stories that show the nature of God. And some of those stories are actual prophecies that were fulfilled in the New Testament. Okay, but for people who don't take an academic approach to the understanding of the Bible, to read something they don't understand and based off of that to disqualify the entire Bible is not a good way to deal with your own salvation. It's something where you should try to seek mentorship yourself, or do an incredibly deep dive to see if you can find the answers to some of these questions. But to say, hey, you know, Cain came out of it went into the land of Nod and he found a wife, and that means there were other people on the planet. And the Bible only talks about the people that he created in the Garden of Eden, the very first people he made, as if he just stopped making people after that point. Because we talked about the first people he made and stuck with that story, and because there's no book that talks about him making people anywhere else or mention of that in the Bible, then that means they were the only people, and because they were the only people, then that this is an inconsistency. It's not an inconsistency. The Bible isn't a history book. It talks about something that's happening in history, but it's telling it to you for a purpose. Did you miss the purpose because you don't like the history? Because I promise you the purpose is more valuable to you than the history. The purpose of the story of Genesis, one of the primary purposes, is to talk about some of these questions you asked. You talked about the introduction of evil into the world. And the Bible does a perfect articulation of exactly how that works, right? But you have to be able to read past whether or not there's a snake in the garden and all of this stuff. You have to understand it from the standpoint of a parable, because it's talking about something that is deeply psychological that now the very best psychologists, they agree with. Sigmund Freud agreed with, Carl Jung agreed with, when they talk about these principles as psychological principles. What is laid out in the Bible is perfect. It's a collegiate level, PhD, master level understanding of human consciousness that is synthesized down to a story that you could tell a child.
And then also, I used to be a sign language interpreter, and when I would interpret, there was sometimes I would interpret, but then there was sometimes I would translate. If there was a word that I could not interpret because they didn't have that sign in that language, then I would have to translate. So, for example, if the pastor was saying, "Ooh, that suit he had on was bad," right? Well, in a sense like that, I can't interpret because the sign for bad is a negative term. It's a negative sign. So if the pastor had to say, "Ooh, that sign that suit was bad," and I used the sign for bad, I would have told the people that the suit that the person had on was ugly. It was horrible. So what I had to do as an interpreter, I then had to translate it. And I had to use the sign for nice. That suit was nice. All right. So, but it meant I didn't change what he was saying. I had to change the sign so that I could communicate to people who didn't who needed to know what the message was. And thus you have with the name Jesus, because in the Greek they didn't have a sound for SA, right? And so what they did, they translated and used the S. And so and then of course they threw on the other S to give it a more masculine, the name Jesus, a more masculine term. So, but the point of the story is they didn't change the story. Okay, the name had to be translated because of, it had to, because it had to be translated because of the language, but the story is intact. And so a lot of times we can get so caught up in, things like, well, they took stuff out. Well, that was not the original, and things like that. What is the story? The story is what's more important.
Yeah, so
So let me say this real quick.
So yeah, you got Asians. You have people who are Asian. Hold on, you got people who are Asian that struggle with the TH sound. They can't make the sound. They come here to this country. They've lived here for 30 years. They still speak with an accent because there's certain sounds that they couldn't make. So this is what I was trying to explain to Saul. But Saul wasn't trying to ask questions to understand. God bless him. Saul he doesn't believe. And so the only questions he asked were to affirm his disbelief. And so the conversation went absolutely nowhere. When he asked me, "Oh, well, the Bible has been changed and parts of it have been removed," I had an answer for him that was a good answer. that he could look up and vet and verify for himself. He wasn't open to that answer. He did not want to hear that answer. He wasn't here for an answer to his question. He was here to question, to affirm his disbelief. And you have a lot of people who talk to folks who are not qualified to ask these questions, to answer these questions, which I would even throw myself in that bucket of people who aren't qualified. But I've done the best I can up to this point to have an understanding so that I could answer, right? But because of their disposition, even if they receive a good answer, they didn't get a good answer. Saul got a good answer to his question about the Bible and the changes and the things that have been removed. It was unacceptable to him because he wasn't looking to understand it.
I have a
I
question.
wanted to say this real quick
Can
though.
I please go? I've been waiting.
Yeah, I got you right after. Yeah, I got you right after. So I wanted to say this real quick. What you gonna notice though, because this is what's been happening all night, and I learned this a while ago. It's no different with this Kevin Samuels situation, right? You're gonna find, just like Kevin Samuels, you're gonna have people that's gonna find every reason to not like the guy or believe the guy. You're gonna have people that's gonna find every reason to like the guy. So no different from like with the Bible right now. Oh, since we talking about the Bible, we're gonna have people that's gonna find every reason to dislike the Bible or not. And everybody got their reasons why they want to do it, because some people don't like control, feel like it's control. Some people just had a bad experience. It is what it is. So you're gonna have people that actually gonna find every reason to believe in it, because some people just want to find some type of truth or something like that. So it just really just depends. Just like other people might be trying to find their truth in whatever make them feel comfortable. So everybody be trying to lean into what make them feel comfortable. But and that's why everybody probably fighting on both ends. And it's always gonna be like that. It's just no different, because if once some people write something off, they're gonna think of everything or find everything, even if it's the littlest thing. What about the part that they ain't tie their shoe? And that's why I'm not gonna believe. They're gonna think of anything, right? So and that's what's going on right now. It's just, it's gonna be people that's gonna find every reason to believe it, and there's gonna be people who gonna find every reason not to believe it. So that's what's happening.
So, I just to speak on what you just said about comfort. Like, I call it the comfort of faith, right? When you have something to lean on, and I know this because I've lived on both sides of this situation. When you have the comfort of faith, when something goes wrong, you can, some will say, look at the devil. He's trying to, do his work to dissemble something, right? Or if something good happens, look at God, right? When you remove both of those entities from your life and the way you look at things logically, you have no choice but to be accountable for your actions, right? So when something good happens to me that I did the work for and I put in work, I don't say look at God anymore. I pat myself on the back. And when something goes wrong in my life now, and I had something to do with it, I hold myself accountable. And it's much easier for me to do that now than it was back then, because back then I could just pray away the sadness, right? Weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And that can be true, right? But at the end of the day, I stand on my own feet, and I stand on what I believe in. I stand, as they say, stand on business, right? And I've arrived at...
Made up your own belief?
Say it again?
You made your own belief up or something? That's what it sounds like.
No, I didn't make up my own belief. What I'm saying is, as I experience life, as I go through good things, good times and bad times, I no longer have the comfort of faith. But at the same token, I don't want to rock anybody's faith. I'm not up here trying to get people to convert to what I believe, because one thing I know is true. Some people on this earth are inherently good, and some people on this earth are inherently bad.
How you know that?
Say it again?
How do you know that?
Because I can observe it in reality. You can see that some people have no empathy no regard for human life, no regard for the planet. They only care about greed. And then you see people who will give you the shirt off their back if it's their last.
Who
I
told
know
you
it's
that what was good or bad though? 'Cause
Actually,
I
she
know
does
it
make a
because
good point.
this
I
yeah,
got
but
a
how
scar on
do
my
who
body to
told you
prove
that
it.
though? What's good or bad though?
hold on. This is the thing. I believe, and this is the thing. I'm not void of believing in things, but I can always say that there's a margin for error, right? I believe that what is good is universal. Human beings instinctively,
Somebody taught you that.
life in general instinctively wants to survive. From cockroaches to human beings, we have an inherent need to survive, right? That's a basic instinct, right? No one teaches you that. So if survival,
What?
which means say it again.
Say that nobody teach you what?
The desire to remain in existence is not taught to you, right? You inherently don't want to unalive. Most people.
True.
I think that's common, right?
True.
Instinctively. Yeah. So if danger comes, you run, right?
Right.
If danger comes to a deer, the deer takes off, right? So because of that, I believe that
But if I feel like you a threat to me, then according to that, right?
Say it
and the
again.
only reason I gotta challenge this part because that's when it basically because I'm just trying to see something. So if I do feel like you're a threat to me and I don't feel like it's wrong, I could be able to take you out because I want to live, right?
What I'm trying to say is that
yes or no.
Ask me the question again because you're breaking up.
I said according to what you said, right? Because I do feel that you said that we inherently want to survive, right? I said if I feel like you were a threat to me, I could take you out. You know what I'm saying? I could be able to take you out because I feel like that you could basically hurt my life. You know what I'm saying? If I feel like you were a threat to me. So
that's not the same,
true?
brother. That's a feeling.
I mean, most definitely the same because if I feel like you're a threat and my innate is to survive, I can take you out.
No, if you feel like it's a threat instead of knowing that it's a threat.
No,
that's
yeah,
different.
but we based off feels. So humans, that's what we do, right? We got to get taught what we know.
Can I? Because I understand why you're asking that question, but it's actually derailing the point that I'm trying to make. Like
I'm just trying to see if you're gonna answer that question because it was actually going along what you were saying about we want to survive.
Morally speaking, I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
It's something that human beings have been debating for quite some time now, right? Where does morality come from? How do we know what's good, what's not good? So I'm trying to give you my best amalgamation of my thoughts on the matter, right? And so I believe that what is good is universal, right? I also believe that there are deviants from that baseline, right? People are born with that are devoid of empathy, right? And so you guys mute.
Bro, mute up or drop down. Take your pick.
All right, muted.
Some people are psychopaths. You have, all kinds of different terminologies to describe it, but we've studied this, right? So and this is why I asked the question earlier, and I think it's a valid question. How do you discern the difference between divine intervention and chance and circumstance? How do you look at a situation that goes well, your auntie miraculously the cancer goes away, right? And you say, look at God. Or is that chance and circumstance? Did she?
Oh, they got taught.
That helped? Could it have been something random? How do you know what's different? I mean,
all this get taught.
So, to quickly answer your question, Pariah, it's like this. As the Bible says, faith without works is dead. Nobody in no lifetime is ever going to convince me that if I do nothing, God is going or Jesus is going to just take care of it. It don't work that way. You can't pray
Nope.
yourself. You can't pray yourself into a, if you know you overweight and obese and you about to be put on dialysis, you ain't gonna pray yourself back into a healthy state. It ain't gonna fucking happen. It just don't work that way. But if you start eating clean, you get up and get up early in the morning and you pray and you walk a mile and you eat healthy and you work out 30 minutes to an hour and you start taking care of yourself and you pray that God gives you the strength to do so, that the Creator gives you the mindset to keep on going, then yes, you can look at it in that way. But you can't also take away the fact that faith without works, the works that you put in. It's okay to say,
True.
thank you, God, for giving me that mindset, but you also got to give yourself the credit to say, and I give myself credit of also being able to get up in the morning. I wanted to answer this question
Yeah, we got taught
because
that.
I've seen that. No, actually, I didn't get taught. Well, I got taught that, but I
All
got
of us
taught it in
got
a
taught
negative
that.
way.
That's why you
I
saying
got
that
I got
first.
taught it in a negative way. I had a family member. Keyword: had a family member that was, oh well, the doctor said this, but God got the last say. Oh, I'm on. Y'all pray for me. And this person had a seafood allergy and couldn't stop eating seafood. Well, I got this EpiPen, and if the Lord's will, it's the Lord's way. And I'm like, you dumb motherfucker, you really sitting there talking about it's God's will, and you going into anaphylactic shock, and you think that the Lord is going to, and God looking at you like, you dumb son of a
Also
bitch.
say
I
you reap
gave
what you
you a
sow in there too.
mindset to think for yourself, to know better. I even created people who studied the science of why your body is the way it is, and you ignoring all the signs, and you is talking about God saved me. Oh, if it's my time to go, it's my time to
Given the
go. And
allergy
guess,
in the first place.
and when it became their time to go, they was like, well, Lord, I ain't ready.
Why?
Now, how
First of
stupid do
all,
you sound?
first of all,
Yeah, that's
well,
the
you know
person
what?
that have read something.
According
That's
to
what happened.
Leviticus, first of all, this is according to Leviticus, eating the shrimp is, that's against the rules. But also,
It's against your body.
give
Right.
the person the allergy in the first place?
Okay, can I add this to
Well,
it?
it's because naturally the human body, and I agree with you. There's some things that the human body was not designed to process, such as lactation from animals and the things that are secreted from the shells of shellfish. And medically, scientifically speaking, for those of us whose bodies can process that stuff, it's because of a mutation, such as myself. Like, I can drink milk and not have a problem. I can eat seafood and not have a problem. But I agree with you. But that's why they do it, is because they just mutated.
Yeah, but my question was, how do you discern? And I really wanted to ask basically this.
I want to answer
How,
that for you.
how do you discern the difference between divine intervention and chance and circumstance?
Teach it, judge
Okay.
it.
All right, so I want to jump in on that one. Um, so we do have the term divine intervention, okay? So because there are things that there is no question is divine intervention. Where you're in a situation where you had cancer, you went back to the doctor, they have the proof, they have the slides, the x-rays, and you go back to the doctor and it's gone. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's divine because you could not have played a role in the outcome. Okay, but
No,
then
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I know I know the examples of what they are. I'm
well,
asking, what is the
that's
difference?
what I needed to do. I needed to do that in order to make the other point.
Okay, I got you. Go ahead. I'm
And
sorry.
so, yeah. So that would be what I would call divine intervention. But then you do have these situations where something could be left up to coincidence or serendipity. I personally, whenever there is anything positive that happens, I do say I give credit and I give honor to God. Lord, thank you for blessing me to find that $10 that was on the ground in front of me. Okay, thank you, Lord. Right. However, if I have something negative, this is me. Now, this is not everybody, but this is me. And this is the reason why I don't struggle with depression and all this other stuff, because there was a time I did. Right. And I struggled with it about 15,
Same here. Same here.
50, about, you had to call me about 15, 20 years ago. I struggled with it and it went on for years. All right. Now, but this was the game changer for me. When anything that happens to me, I don't go where I'm talking about negative. I don't go talking about, well, the enemy, the devil, no. And the reason why is because that's a victim mentality. And when I feel like, because the devil is he comes to kill, steal, and destroy. And so for me, that thing that happened is about somebody trying to steal, somebody trying to kill me, somebody trying to destroy me, and somebody trying to take me under, and all that kind of stuff. That there's an energy that goes with that. So when something negative happens, I always say, Lord, what is the lesson? What is it that you want me to learn from this? What is the takeaway? That's what I do. So I don't say that the devil is doing something. I say God is doing something. I lost my son back in 2018. He was 33 years old. He had a asthma attack and died at work. And so I did not take, oh God, why did you take my son? You know, and I only had 3 kids, and everybody else has large families, and I had this small family, and you took, and why? No, I didn't do that, because I had experienced depression, and I know the abyss that I could have gone into. So instead of doing that, my perception or perspective is everything. And the perspective that I took was God loved my son, and he was special, and he wanted him back. And Lord, thank you for allowing me to have him and experience him for the past 33 years. That was my attitude. If I had taken the other attitude, well, why? And you're supposed to, if you love me, why would you take my child? And all that kind of stuff, that kind of energy will cause you to plummet into a place that I was afraid I was not going to come out of. And so rather than go there, I chose to view what was in front of me, what I was experiencing in my life, as something that God is in control, not the devil. Because if the devil did it, then the devil was in control. Then why God said, let the devil take my child? And I don't believe that the devil is in control and has power to take anything from God. I believe so. That's my perception, whether good or bad, whether circumstance, whether it's a coincidence or serendipity, whichever it is.
And Kathy, I would never. That is exactly what I mean.
That's a great way
That's
to think
exactly
about.
what I
That's a
mean when I
great
say.
point. That's a
That's
great
exactly.
point.
Hello. That's
At the end of the day,
That's exactly what I
right?
mean
At the
when
end of
I
the
say
day,
the comfort of faith.
ma'am, let
Right?
me finish.
When I was talking.
Go ahead.
That's exactly what I mean when I say the comfort of faith, and I would never take that away from anybody, because I understand what it means. I understand what it does, and at the end of the day, Kathy, you were saying something earlier about what the state of the world would be if we didn't have these rules in place from religion. And I actually agree with you. That's why I would never go on a campaign to try to, Thanos snap my fingers and make everybody snap out of it and see the reality the way that I see it, because everyone doesn't have that inherent goodness in them, right? And there are people right now who, if they suddenly lost their faith, would become unhinged and would be a danger to society. So it's a very tricky subject. And usually when it gets to a certain point, I back off for that reason alone, because I'm not up here trying to convince anybody to lose their faith, to lose that comfort, and to be able to navigate in this world just because I choose to navigate this world without it. And I'm not gonna lie, it's not easy. It's much easier to navigate the world with it than without it. But that's a choice that I make consciously, and it's something that I feel has better, it's better for me personally. But I'm not up here trying to make everybody do what I do.
Is it okay if I
Power up, really well said.
Can I say something real fast?
Hang on. There was an order. Hang on. There was an order.
Okay.
Mr. Wholesale was up here, and then Queen was up here, and then
Thank you.
and then Tansy. Say what? Okay, Queen was up here after Mr. Wholesale, and then Tansy. I was gonna speak, but I'm gonna let those who came up after me go ahead and speak. So go ahead, Mr. Wholesale, and
Okay,
then Queen, and then
what that lady
Tansy.
was saying was so prominent and was so beautiful. So at the end of the day, y'all not supposed to disrespect the Most High. Okay? A lot of y'all is eating pork, shrimp, and lobster. A lot of y'all is eating stuff y'all ain't supposed to be eating. Y'all don't understand he put those things on the earth to be a certain thing. Baby, you making mad noise. He put them on the earth to be a certain thing. They supposed to be garbage disposals. Okay? That's why you don't eat pork, shrimp, and lobster. He didn't just wake up one day and say, well, I don't want you to eat pork. I don't want you. It's in the scriptures. The reason why he said it is because they're garbage disposals and they're supposed to be cleaning the earth. Y'all sitting around here over here eating it. Y'all disgusting. All right?
You make me feel bad.
Y'all ain't supposed to be eating no pork, shrimp, lobster, catfish. What else? Y'all ain't supposed to be eating nothing. No, you can't eat no damn catfish because it's here to clean the earth. That's exactly why there's no clean oceans over here in America. That's why you can't look into the sea and then look at it and then be clear. You know why? Because y'all going to Red Lobster. That's why. Y'all disgusting. And another thing is, everything that woman just said, that lady, that great woman, she said it prominently. All right? Something happens to you, it's a lesson learned. Okay? Every time I get punished for some reason, I don't turn around and be like, why do you do this to me, God? I don't do that. I turn around and be like, I'm sorry. Y'all can't do that because y'all a bunch of punks.
Wow.
So I turn around every time something happens to me. I could bump my leg at work. I'm still gonna say I'm sorry. What did I do? What did I do that made you get upset with me? That's how I talk to the Most
Punk
High.
just now? You gonna say sorry for calling us a punk?
Like I said, y'all a bunch of damn punks. All right.
Okay.
I don't like being referred
Hold
to
on,
as
I'm
a
about to
punk.
can I land my helicopter?
Apologize.
Thank you. I'm about to land my helicopter right now. All right. Y'all women need to stop manipulating. That's all y'all good at. Damn it. All of y'all is manipulators.
You're so cute.
Wait, hold on, hold on, y'all. Let him finish. Let him finish, y'all.
Who said I was cute?
Hold up. Let him finish.
Thank
Finish
you.
your point, brother,
I'm about to land my jet.
Queen is after him.
Kevin's paying plans to come up
I'm
here.
about to land my jet right now.
Okay.
Y'all are all manipulators. All right. Y'all need to teach y'all daughters. First off, a lot of y'all be lying about y'all damn ages. How y'all just be lying?
You went a whole nother tangent.
Bro, let's stay on topic, brother. Let's stay on topic.
Yeah.
Okay, look. I'm about to land. I'm coming down.
Okay.
Crash landing.
Like I said. Y'all are manipulators.
It's just later.
I'll land.
Okay, cutie.
Okay, we're gonna go to Queen, the state, what they came up with, she came here to say. And y'all tap the screen, man. Y'all been slacking on the tapping, like real talk. Y'all just bullshitting in them comments. Some of y'all digging in your noses right now. Some of y'all ain't even brushed your teeth this morning. You just woke up and jumped right on TikTok with your stinking morning bread. Some of y'all ain't even told God, I appreciate you for waking me up. You ain't even checked to see if your feet work. You just woke up, pooted, probably peed and got back in the bed, and you went and got right on TikTok. Tap the screen, y'all drama loving junkies. Tap the screen. We need to get to 60K.
You are right. I gotta give you that one.
Okay. Okay.
Which is thinking.
Right,
bread.
thank you. Tansy, please. Tansy, okay. Wait your turn, please. Well, Mr. Wholesale, you said a lot. Okay. I'm going to be polite here. I get why Kevin Samuels has caused some controversy, but going to the meat of his message, if we're true Christians, then it is to try and raise our daughters in the right way. But in order to have that, it's got to be an equal play for play. So it's all very well, Mr. Wholesale, spat on what you do, but when you speak in a certain derogative tone, it's not going to win the fight. And going over to Miss Pereira, absolutely the way you said it, of course you can have difference of opinion, but I think to win people over, you have to have hearts and minds. When you're going to come, down hard and ram it down someone's throat, do you honestly think that's going to win anyone over? And quite frankly, the answer is no. Land in my little helicopter.
Oh, okay. It's my turn.
All right, go ahead, Tansy.
Okay,
So
so Mr. Wholesale, you are the cutest thing ever. Like, I agree with a lot of things you say. Like, we're not supposed to be eating these things, but they're good though. And I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I see you on a lot of lives that I'm on. I think it's Anansi. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Tansy, don't act like you don't know me, girl.
I
Go
know I
ahead.
know you. I know you, but you just said something that's the honest to God truth. But the only thing is, right? I just have to say something. I brush my teeth in the morning and at night, right? But I did honestly just wake up, took a poop, did everything, washed my hands, didn't even brush my teeth, got on the line and just started talking shit, right? So I have to give that to you. You called that one out for real, for real. And I think everybody needs. I'm just so happy to hear what the Wholesale said, because he was like really serious about. Don't show me that picture, because see, my breath don't stink though, for real, because I brushed my teeth last night and I floss and I do all that stuff. But I hear you though. I should have taken a shower. I should have got dressed. I should have brushed my teeth, washed my face. I should have did everything before I got on live, but I sure enough didn't. But I just want, you guys are used to me like giving hell, but right now I can't, because Mr. Wholesale, everything that he said, I was like, damn, like he's telling the truth, but at the same time, the way he's saying it, I just think he needs a hug. And Anansi, I want to give you a hug too. Like, you men deserve hugs today.
You ain't wash your hands. You took a shit this morning. You ain't even. Hell no. You keep your stinking ass right up over there. I don't want no hug. Virtual hug. Nah. I'm good.
Virtual hug. Let me give you a virtual hug, and you too, Mr. Wholesale. But I'm gonna get my stinking ass in a tub. How about that? Because I like to soak in sea salt. You see, you feel me? Don't let me flip my camera around and let you see the soaking tub that I have. But forget about all that. Look at you looking at me side eye. I'm gonna soak and chill. But you know what? I'm gonna bring you guys with me. So while I'm soaking in the tub and stuff like that, I'm still gonna listen to you guys, because I love you guys. You guys give me purpose in life. Oh my God, I love you guys so much.
All right, y'all need to tap the screen if y'all enjoying the live. Again, y'all can be doing anything else, but y'all decided to be here. I'm just doing this as a favor to Kev, good friend of mine. We don't always see on everything eye to eye, but we got enough respect to respect each other, and respect is what it's all about. Y'all enjoying what you hear, and tap the screen to protect the live, to say the live. I'm gonna make my last point, and I'm just gonna listen. Probably charge my phone. And I wanted to say this while Black Jesus and Peter was in here, because Peter said something, Kev, and I don't know if you remember. He was speaking along the lines of not taking out the essential things. And here's what I stand on, always will stand on, is that when an individual's beliefs makes them a better person, there's no reason to shoot that down. Regardless of if you're spiritual, like myself, and don't believe in religion, you believe there's a God, but no religion, whether if you believe in any of the 5,000 to 6,000 religions, whatever the case may be. Because, and I wanted to tell this to Peter when he said, what other book does that when it comes to the code of morality? And there's so many examples. If you go to the Hinduism religion, their heaven and hell is called Asura and Naraka. And when you die, when you get judged, the king of Naraka gives you a test where he holds your tongue and he asks you questions, and if you lie, he tears your tongue out and you go to hell. In Greek mythology, These are religions that existed thousands of years before Christianity. In Greek mythology, you got the three judges of the underworld: King Rhadamanthus, King Aeacus, and King Minos. They judge you before they decide if you are going to go to Elysium or if you're going to go to the underworld. And in Egyptian religion, you know, it's Anubis who weighs your heart on the scale with a feather. And if your heart is heavier than the feather, then you don't go into the field of reeds. You don't cross into a peaceful afterlife. So these rules have been put in place. Even the 10 Commandments derive from the 42 laws of Ma'at, aka the Book of Tobit. The Book of Tobit. So there are so many examples out there. I wanted to say this to Peter and basically before they left. There's so many examples out there from religions that existed tens of thousands of years before Christianity. And fun fact, the word Christians only appear once in the Bible. Fun fact for those of y'all who did not know. But the case in point I was making is this: if it makes you a better person, at the end of the day, then that's what you should believe in. You're not hurting nobody. You're not causing harm to yourself. You're doing it because it literally gives you purpose to be being a better person, to treat yourself right, to treat others right. You don't cause no ill will, no harm. That's what I believe in. If that's your religion, if that's a religion, then I respect that. If it's not a religion, I respect that. And that's really all I got to say on that matter.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of with me, right? Because like I said, I started off as I don't know. I'm like a Christian / spiritual at the same time too, because I'm just open to believing that every religion has some type of connection. And that's one thing I actually got out of Saul, that he do believe everything is not one way, and that's why I was kind of like setting that situation up, not one way to God. And that's one thing. If they believe in God, right? He said he believed in God. So that was the point of me saying it's not, I know it ain't no one way to God. And I believe that all these religions or whatever it is, I know that deep in the Creator know deep in our heart what we really trying to do. We all trying to look for some form of type of truth or whatever. And all of us at the end of the day is still guessing. We really don't know these things. I mean, you could say that we learn from spirit and all this stuff, but it's still a belief. All this stuff is a belief. All we know is, and I'll tell people all the time, all we know is our experiences and what has got taught to us. Like even English right now, like we are only coming up with these words and rearranging in a certain way just because we got taught English. You know, I mean, all this stuff is literally has gotten taught to us, and and that's why I do tell people that, you know, believe in what you believe in. But don't down everybody else's belief because you had that bad experience with the belief. That's what I've been hearing the past few times, right? Oh, I had a bad with Christianity because I got forced down my throat and all that stuff. But I didn't have it bad. You know what I'm saying? I found different routes and I learned to figure it out my own self. So I look at it that, you know, let everybody, if everybody got their way of how they, you know, how they got to better their life or whatever, and you know, but if you believe in something else and you still treating people like trash and don't know how to control your emotions and all that stuff, it's time to change your beliefs. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm on the same tip on that. I do believe there's multiple ways to get
You're singing the truth. You're singing the truth, because when people say they are a particular, how can I put it, Christian, or I'm this, and then they're projecting onto others in a negative manner, that is not being a good person. That is not connecting to the good Lord. And thank you for being brave in telling it how it is. I do believe we're all on a journey and we're just trying to find some warmth, some purpose. And I believe eventually we're all heading the right path as long as we're trying to do our best in a compassionate, non-judgmental manner. I know my faith means so much to me because I don't need to, how can I put it, push on others. But it's so sad when I get others telling me, well, you're stupid, you're this, you're that. And it's like, you know what? I can't have a chat with you because at the moment you're not in the right headspace. It doesn't matter if I come up with the greatest of facts, the greatest of stances. If a person is in the wrong headspace, they will tear it asunder. And I've just learnt that one of the greatest gifts from God is compassion. Not always, but you know, I'm a human being. I am flesh and blood. I have a whole range of emotions, but I'd rather just come away with more peace in my heart than get riled up and go, "How dare you!" and rah
Yeah.
rah rah. How dare you try to besmirch my good Lord? Or who do you?
Yep.
No. I don't want to do that. Don't want to do it.
Yep. And I'm about to say, I would say
See,
this too, though, that I gotta, I do have a grace for people that even demonize me. I tell people that stuff because, like I said,
Amen.
all of us, we all got different ways of thinking. And I look at it, if you are a better, if you know sometimes we gotta be the bigger person, right? Some people don't even believe in that. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, if you so-called believe in something, right, and you so-called I know what's good and bad, you know that matching energy is not a good thing. You know that trying to get revenge and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if we don't need a Bible or something to teach us that, right? We should know these things, and yet we do these. We still do it. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like if you somebody was and this how you know when things are right or wrong. Because when these things get done back to you, you wouldn't like it. You know what I'm saying? And people make mistakes.
Precisely.
People gonna go soft and stuff. So I look at it. I look at it that what was I about to say? I'm about to say I look at it that people, like I said, if people demonize me, if they feel like they holier than thou and all that, because I got people in my family that's like that too. But I realize that this is their route and this what they feel that they doing is right because of what they got taught. And some people just really don't have a mind of their own. They are built. Some people are just built to be followers. But I look at it that and everybody's not meant to be a leader. So the people that know a little better and stuff, if feel like they know the real truth or the path to be a good person, right? This quote unquote good person. Why sit here and just because somebody said, oh, you're going to go to hell and all this other stuff or whatever. If you so deep in your faith, this person shouldn't affect you. You see what I'm saying? They shouldn't affect you because that's how they feel.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? This is how they feel. If
Can I
you know
say-
you're not going to go, why are you arguing with somebody or in your beliefs, right? Arguing with somebody that think you gonna go to hell. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I be mean about it. And that's how I adjust myself. I'm not saying that every Christian is the same type of Christian as me, but I really realized that even if people was really looking at the Bible, it really just want us to love one another and give grace. But people want to go so
Correct.
deep in it that where's the extra person at and why you ain't working on water, or anything to find a reason not to do it. But I actually read it out of love. Some people read it out of fear. Some people read it out of superiority. So I read it out of love, and I see all the love in it. You know what I'm saying? Even that's the whole point of okay. People got something against Jesus. He died on the cross. I mean, he died on a cross. He died on the cross to help us at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? Because he knew that we couldn't. And if you if you took the time, right? Because everybody took that one part, it said that we no longer off work, we off faith. You know what I'm saying? So he realized that we could not follow them 600 and something commandments, and it just was unhumanly possible. We couldn't do it. And that's the reason why he sacrificed himself, because he just knew we couldn't do it. That's the biggest love we can ever get in ever. You know what I'm saying? And we still want to get a chance, even for the people that don't believe or choose not to believe or not, just according to the Bible, right? We still going to get a chance to be able to still turn over to him, make the decision to turn over to him, even if we unalive, even the babies that passed away, even if
big
people got
bro,
mental issues, we gonna all still have that chance at a later time. So, and that's the biggest fairness I ever seen in a book. That's the biggest fairness out of all these religions. You know what I'm saying? We still gonna get a chance, even if people mad, even if people want to go their own route and feel like they're gods themselves.
Hey, hold on, Miss Soul Cell. Let him finish. Hold on, let him finish. That's
Sorry.
all
I
right.
haven't talked all this time though. I'm just trying to finish. Yeah, I'm just trying to tell you my point of view. I'm
Everything
not
you're saying
saying
is on point, though.
Kevin,
Everything you're saying
you're
is on
speaking
point.
from a great place, please. This is what a good Christian is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I don't even like say. Look, Queen, I don't even like saying stuff like that either, though. It's just I can't.
You're a good man,
I
sweetheart.
can't.
You are a good man.
Yeah, and I just can't. I don't want. The thing is, I'm like I said, I'm thinking fairness, and I look at it that everybody don't think the same way as me. I don't want to demonize them because they don't think the same as me. It's just some people are a little. I don't like to call it weaker or something like that, but some people
Insecure.
just, they got the way that they believe and stuff, and that's what they had to do to have a connection with God. You know what I'm saying? Everybody had to do what they got to do to have a connection with God, and this is how they feel that they got to help somebody else. You know what I'm saying? So they really don't know what they do, and they do say in there that
Knocking
forgive
on
for they
wood.
know not what they do, or my people perish from the lack of not knowing. We a lot of us just don't know, and we trying our best. You know what I'm saying?
Land
So
the
that's the
plane.
reason why I
Land
think
it.
grace is the key
Land it.
word that we
Land it.
should give to one another, and that's
I
even a reason
agree.
why in our community why we can't even connect with one another, because we can't even give each other
Because
grace
the
because
grace is
all we
not
do is get
there.
our little feelings hurt. And then we want to
And
get mad at them. We want
judgment.
to unalive them and all that stuff. Well, where's this thing called grace? And that's one of
Land
the
it.
biggest things that get taught in taught in the Bible. You know what I'm
Land it.
saying?
Right there. Right there. Right there. Land it. There you go. Land it. That's perfect. You landed it at a perfect time. Can I say something, host? Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because you said that you had lowered here. You say you had Peter in here. Okay. These two fellas are really disrespectful to me. All right. And let me tell you why they have an issue with me. Do you know their issue with me is because I didn't marry my girl yet? They get
Oh, I
it
think I
every
remember
time.
you. Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, every time I get on live, they got an issue because they talking about, oh, if I don't know how much lives these guys get on, but the fact that they can get on lives and get me off alive because I didn't marry my girl yet. It's been 3 years. I could marry her after 15 years. But would I be wrong if I told Peter he need to lose weight before he get on live? The hell?
No. But look, this go right back to what I was
no. The
talking
way
about.
they be doing me is wrong.
Yeah,
And they
no.
be
I mean, it's
on
cool though,
every
but
live. As soon as I get on, they try to kick me off. Oh, did you marry your girl yet? He's over here. He got 3 baby mothers. Mind your damn business.
Yeah, but
The
that's what I'm
hell?
saying though. That's exactly what I just said, and that's what I was just mentioning. My thing is, okay, people gonna be them. It's some people you're just not gonna connect with. It's some people. That's what they feel like they gotta do was right. That's how they got taught, and that's how they view it though. That's what I'm saying about that giving grace thing. So that's it's. I don't think it's really. They don't really know what they doing
Why
and
are they
stuff, and
allowed
they
to
and
get
they,
on
and
your
they feel
live and
like
get
they're
me
doing.
kicked off?
Look. If you pay attention now, I'm trying to explain to you. They feel
Please,
like if
let them
they
speak.
feel like they're doing the right thing and stuff. But if you that's what I mean about if you deep in what you believe in, what they say can't really affect you. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna make their judgment. It's people that's gonna be like that on here. If you don't follow a certain way that they follow, they're gonna look at you, you know what I'm saying? Because they really care for you though, and they think that paper, that connection, because really marriage is, I mean, to me, I already know marriage is more than just it's not just that paper. It's more of a spiritual connection though. And for all we know,
Thank
you could
you.
be spiritually married to this person and just don't have the law part of it. You know what I'm saying? Only God can make that situation. I mean, can judge that situation for real. But from
Hey,
me
Kev.
looking at both perspectives, right? I look at it that that's just them. They feel like that's the route to, because they want more out of, they want you to be basically like them. You know what I'm saying? And they don't understand it. It's multiple ways, and they feel like you probably playing your person or something like that. That's how they feel though. But if you
For
know you're
keeping
not
your
playing,
options open.
How is it that?
if you know you're not
That
playing
is
that
the case.
person and
Why is
stuff.
it their business?
No, the thing is they're
Unfortunately, darling,
trying to
when you
pivot.
come, please listen to Kev. He's only telling you, that only can get to you if you
Okay.
allow them to
Hey,
get to
Kev.
you.
True.
Hey,
No,
Kev, let me
I
jump in. How you doing
What's
understand.
up,
this morning,
Mary?
brother?
There you go.
Hey, what's
What's up,
good?
man?
What's good? Hey, check it out. If I don't care nothing about you, I ain't gonna waste my time and energy on you. The fact that these brothers are wasting
I
their
like
time and
that.
energy with you means that they care about you. Because they don't even have to deal with you. They could just block you and not deal with you at all. But they
Care
trying
about
to
them.
help you.
That's a real
Hold on,
harsh
hold
way.
on, hold on, hold on, brother. Listen. We got to start with listening. We got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and we got to learn to use those 2 ears more than we use that 1 mouth. I've been sitting in here the whole time listening. I ain't said nothing. I just been listening. I've been there, brother, and I understand. Yes, it seems like it's harsh, but the word says that he corrects and chastises those that he loves. They just want you to walk right. 1 came to you and talked to you about it. You didn't want to hear what he had to say. So they brought 2 to come talk to you about it. You didn't want to hear what they had to say. So now the next step is to excommunicate you until you want to listen. It's not because they don't like you. It's not because they trying to hurt you. It's not because they trying to do anything but make your life better and make things better for you. They know a better way and they're trying to help you to get there. But they're not going to force you to do it. But they're not going to deal with you and still be okay with you walking with them. That would be living a lie. That's why so many of us as Christians get in trouble, because we try to walk with people in lies and be okay with stuff that our words say we really shouldn't be okay with. And it's not that we trying to hurt that person. It's not that we are trying to do anything wrong with that person, but what you doing can corrupt what we're trying to do. If I got a bunch of Kool-Aid over here and it's all made up right and good, and you got a bunch of oil over there, and you come over there and you spilling the oil and you spill the oil into my Kool-Aid, it corrupts my Kool-Aid. So I'm just asking you to keep the oil over there until you decide you want Kool-Aid. I don't know why I chose Kool-Aid and oil, but it's, I guess water and oil, they don't mix. Water and oil doesn't mix, but I'm saying it's not to hurt you. I know that you don't like the situation, but it's like we just talked about people wanting to live in fantasies. You want to have it your way and still operate with them in the way that you want to operate with them and be okay with it. And they're trying to tell you, no, that's not how it works. And they only doing it out of love. It is not to hurt you. Like they said, they're not saying you can't come in the room, but until you decide to make a different change. And you the one that decided to tell them about your life and presented it to them. So that's when it became their business. It wasn't their business till you told them.
Peter he has to lose weight before he could get into the room. Would I be right for that? The hell? He telling me that I can't get into
that's
a
your
room
problem,
unless I'm
man.
married by a
You
woman.
think with your
That's
feelings
none of
and
his
stuff. That's the
business.
thing. So it's no way we can really connect.
No,
I mean, better get past with you
but
though.
how is that his business?
What it is,
You the one put it out there. Don't blame
what the problem
yourself.
is.
You gotta
What the
blame
problem
yourself
is,
at the end of the day.
check it out. What the problem is,
You're being emotionally compromised.
what you want is you're letting what you want dictate over what you need. You letting what you want have more power than over what you need. And you're trying to get what you want without doing what you need to get what you want. You can't get what you want without doing what you need. It's just that simple. And there's no argument to it. There's nothing else you can say about it.
Okay. Okay, let me ask you a straight question. I'm gonna ask you a straight question. Me not marrying her yet. How is that anybody else's business? Why are they allowed to come on every panel that I be on and kick me off?
Who told?
Because
Who told them about?
I don't know if y'all
told
have
them
a
about your
alliance
life?
to these.
Who came on their live and told them about your life?
They kicked me off.
Because they're not mind readers, are they? Hmm? You volunteered that, yes? This isn't having a go, Mr. Wholesale. This is mirror check.
I'm
What
going to
you
tell the
just said
truth.
is very
I'm going to
beautiful.
tell honest.
Yeah, bro,
I'm going to tell the truth.
I'm finna go
my
live.
problem with
so I'll
these
catch
two
you in a little bit.
guys, if I turn around and tell
All
them,
right,
Gotta go
later.
live.
Yeah, so I'll catch you. All right, later.
All right, for sure.
if I turn around and tell
Oh,
Peter
okay, cool.
he can't get on the live because he's overwhelmed. That's my whole point. They come on the live, and I was on the live. I got dropped every time. I don't know if y'all got an alliance to him, alliance to Peter, or alliance to Lower. But every time I get on the live, they be like, "Did you marry a girl yet? Oh, you didn't marry her yet? Kicked." Why are they allowed to do that?
Because it's their
That's what I'm
life, darling,
saying.
whether you
Now, if I
like it or
turn around
not.
and say Peter's overweight, if I turn around and say Peter's overweight, he can't be on the live. Nobody
That's
will
not the
listen to
same
me.
context, darling.
That's my whole problem. I don't got no problem with these boys, but why they got a problem with me? Talking about I'm
It's not so
a
much a
pookie.
problem, sweetheart.
You
That's
upset
not a
that
problem. You just allowed it to get to you.
You upset that I could sleep with a bunch of women?
That's not it.
I don't understand what the
Don't
hell is
get around
going
in
on.
circles. Mr.
Yeah,
Mr.
because
Mr.
first of all, I have to run
Wholesale.
away from women. Go ahead.
What? That makes no sense. Oh, dear God. I think rather go round in circles. At the end of the day, if you're going to go to someone's live, my darling, no, let me I'm gonna say, I think if you're gonna go into someone's live, you're gonna be slightly at a disadvantage. It is their live, darling. And the thing is, if you're gonna give information about you, then people will say something. The main thing is, and I do agree with Kev, have a bit of grace. Let it go over your head. At the end of the day, it's your business. You don't need to take it. But if you're going to keep going back, you're not going to change these people. And I did like Mira's other take on it. But they might be coming from a place of caring. You know, if you're going to go into, like, I presume, because I wasn't there, a traditional Christian life, then being a Christian is about marriage, and they will probably want to check in with you and challenge you. Yes, of course, it's your life. You could do as you please. But if you're going to go to a Christian life, be prepared to have to answer some difficult questions. Landing my helicopter.
I just don't think it's fair that when I get on live, I don't. And they can stop me for speaking. They can stop me. My girl yet? The hell? I'm with her. She got a ring on her finger, and she's about to get married. But guess what? I don't have to do it on y'all time. Time limit for me to get married. Like I said, if I turn around and I said, "Peter, you gotta lose weight when you get on the live," everybody look at me crazy. But they tell me, "Oh, well, you," and straight kick me off.
So let me get a
That's my issue
example.
with Peter and Lower.
Yeah. So let me give you an example of some situations, because like sometimes you got to realize that, I mean, everybody got their own rules, their own lives. It is what it is. So that's like, would you fight? Would you fight to get into a like a LGBTQ live or something like that if they didn't accept you?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Mr. Wholesale, hello.
Wouldn't fight to get into that. But the thing
Right
is,
then.
I was on your live. I think you kicked me off.
Oh yeah, right.
That's the
Because
thing.
once you get emotional, it's a wrap, bro. That's the problem. You don't know how to control your emotions.
So I
That's
was
the thing. I do
emotional.
that to everybody that can't control their emotions, because that's what I preach on over here is controlling your emotions and accountability and putting your ego to the side, because that's what's destroying our community to this day. You know, and that's the reason why I try to, you know, this is a real big problem, because once we get our feelings hurt, we just want to take it on everybody else. We don't want anybody else. I mean, we don't want to hear anybody else, because all we care about is I'm hurt right now, so keep hearing me and stuff. But sometimes it take time. It take a little breather. Sometimes we just gotta. All right, let me see what this person talking about. Even though it's making me feel uncomfortable, I don't feel right or something like that, or I feel disrespected and all that stuff. Let me see what this person is really talking about. You know, so that's the only reason why, because it's like pointless to talk to. Like when emotions is high, the thoughts is horrible. You know what I'm saying? You can't think straight when you're super emotional. That's just with any man or woman. I mean, that's just how that is, man. And it's impossible. And then I just like running my stuff a certain way.
Kev, I love your energy. Honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure. And it's true, when you lose your emotion, you lose your objectivity. And please don't get me wrong, we're only human, but I feel, Mr. WS, there's some undercurrent issues here. And until he sort of addresses it, I think it's also landing on deaf ears with him, bless him. I think there's a good chap in there. But, oh dear. And please, I'm not trying to judge. I have my off days. I came out of a certain live where I want to give, not going too much into it, because I just love this live and the great energy and everything you're talking about. It's just, honestly, it's resonating.
It's your first time
I went
here?
into another live, but I love it, darling. Absolutely love it. Look,
Okay,
I'm a
appreciate it.
Christian. I'm a Unitarian, and I do not judge people unnecessarily, and because I don't want to be judged unnecessarily. I come from a place of love. I may not agree with you, but I'm not going to rain hellfire and damnation on you. That is not, take the Christian out. That's just not being a cool person. That's just not being a cool person.
And that's all I was
You know
trying
what
to
I'm trying to
say.
say?
It's good.
They're
You
not
agree?
beautiful people. Lower and Peter. I don't like either one of them.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, you gotta, like I said, you just gotta respect with how they run their stuff. It's a certain image they want to keep
No,
over
but I
there,
was
and
on,
that's what I look at. That's
I was on your stuff, and I got dropped because they come around here with their big ass bodies.
yeah.
Damn,
I know you just still hurt. That's all
That's
that
getting
is. But
personal now, sweetie. That's getting personal.
yeah,
And,
right.
and
That's
unfortunately,
why I
you're
say
walking
that.
right
So
into it. You're walking straight into a trap there where you're never going to win, darling, until you understand that it's not your life. And they do have a certain control. But it is up to you how you control yourself. No one's not saying that you're not entitled to your opinion, because the only person that can live your life
good
is
Lewis
you.
Carlson.
But are you going to allow certain things that are triggering you? Maybe you've got to look at the deep-seated root. Why are you being so triggered? If it's really not
Facts.
bothering you, why do you keep coming at it? Let it go, darling. Just let it go.
Right.
There's nothing more I can
Can't
say,
force
really.
nobody to be something you want them to be.
Amen. That's it.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Okay.
That's true.
You can look. You
hold
could be as mad as you want over here. That's still not gonna help them change their mind. You can call them out 1,000 names,
I'm
and you
on
still gonna be
another
hurt.
live, if I'm
Insult
on
their
your live, let's
way,
use an
whatever. It's
example.
not going to win them over.
It's not.
Let's use an
Please
example.
listen. Kev has got a great energy. He
Okay.
really has. Mr.
So I'm
Mr.
wrong
WS.
here. I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's not about being wrong, darling. It's not.
It's just you
Stop.
lack
I
understanding. You
think
gotta
you could be
understand a little bit.
I think you could be a fun chap, actually, darling. Just don't take it so personal. No one's against you. Just look. If you're gonna look, let me tell you now. I would not go into a certain LGBT lives, yeah, and try and change them. That is stupid. Why try and move a mountain? Yeah, go elsewhere. There's so much more variety at the buffet, yeah. And I wouldn't go to certain women's lives, yeah, just because I won't fit. My alignment won't fit. There's a time to sometimes have a good jaunty, have a good bants, have a good chat. But occasionally, in the end, it's their life. Okay? If you're going to keep going back for more, sweetie, you're just basically hitting your head at a brick wall.
Right.
And I'd like to see more of you. I think there's actually... Oh, he's gone. Oh, well.
What the?
That's a shame. That's a shame.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully.
But Kev, no, what you're saying, love it, darling. It feeds my soul. Feeds my soul. Absolutely. And no, I can learn because I went into one live and I was a bit annoyed with myself, going, "Oh, gee, why did you allow your emotions?" But then I'm human. That's why I took myself out.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes there's a place to have a chat, and there's just times where you're right. You can't change people. You can't. So in the end, it's like, nah, save myself some grief, or better still, give grace. Give grace.
Yep. And that's all that really is about, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say, even with the people, we were just talking about the Bible all dang on day. Wow, that was crazy. But,
Kev, you've got great energy. Honestly, what other advice can you give? No, babes. You've clearly gone through a hell of a lot, yeah. And you're very young, and I love that. No, I'm not trying to chat you up. I just, from one person to another, please. What quote could you, what positive quote can you give today? I love grace. I do. It's not always easy to access it, yet it's one of the most freely given gifts from God, along with compassion, non-judgment.
I would say even with that, how I learned about grace, like I said, I mentioned before earlier, it's just basically, it's just like no different from the empathy, right? It's just putting yourself in other people's shoes, man. That's all it really is. Realize humans are humans, man. And just like you said, we make mistakes. We gonna have times, but we all, just try to be better every day, for real. That's all we can really do. Every day we wake up, we have a chance to, try over again, because we gonna fail. It's like I snapped maybe some weeks ago. That's because it's this person that I knew of. I ain't think that he was gonna come at me like that, huh? Say it again.
Oh, bless you. No, bless you, darling. That's not nice, because when you're reaching out to someone and then someone snaps at you, I get it. You're only human. You're only human, yeah?
Yeah, and that's what, and this is what I'm about to get to. Even with that, it's like I know what I signed up for. That's the reason why I can only be disappointed in myself for, kind of trying to almost match his energy a little bit and stuff. So I just looked at it like, okay, this is where I'm weak at. It's where I'm weak at, and I got to get better. Because like we keep putting, that's why I just call this the accountability room. We keep placing the blame on everybody else while we get triggered and all that stuff. I will never personally grow because I'm gonna all keep saying like, oh, I only became this way because that person made me, or stuff like that. When I'm gonna ever get any better? That's how you strengthen yourself up. It's no different from like working out. All that stuff. It takes time, and I realize that it's habits though. People like living off of saying that things is just me. This is my personality. This is just how I am. And
Oh, yes, the
that's
personal
putting yourself in a box,
insults.
huh?
Mm.
Yeah, that's
It's when
putting
they
yourself.
go. Yeah.
Say it again.
I
Go ahead.
think no. I'm just saying when people go for the personal insults. I know it's easier said than done, but yeah, just try and step away.
Yep. Peace.
I'm
I
a
choose
middle
peace over
grounder.
everything.
Yeah, and yeah, it's true. It's true. It's like if someone's going to do that, it's like, oh, I could either continue to engage, hopefully with a clearer mind, and try and understand where they're coming from, and then once I've done that process of elimination, then maybe change tactics, maybe then assert or challenge. But sometimes you just got to face the fact you can't always change people
Nah.
and walk away. There's no right or wrong way of doing it. But clearly, you've gone through some very interesting experiences, so you either learn from it or you don't. And I love to learn. I really, really do.
Yeah. I mean, all that stuff take time, man. Like I said, you take a lot of sacrifices and risks.
Yeah.
To become a better person, like to really do that, because a lot of us, like I said, we voice it, we say it to everybody. I want to be better and all that stuff. We
Yeah,
do.
definitely.
We try to take the cheapest route to get to it too, and that's
I
just
know,
like
it's
I said,
human
that's like
nature.
putting like chicken and trying to put chicken in the microwave. We try to find the fastest way to get the chicken cooked.
Oh my God,
And it's,
you should have said that to Mr. Man.
yeah, that's exactly what we be doing nowadays. We try to find the quickest route, or let me find the fastest way to lose weight, or let me find the fastest way to, and it never work. Or let me fastest way to get over this pain. So I'm about to smoke something, or I'm about to drink this. Them are
Change
just quotes.
tactic.
Huh?
Change tactic. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. And that's what it is, and it make us dang near worse. You know what I'm saying? We always.
I'll vote for you, Kev. I'll vote for you. How old are you?
33.
Hey, my gosh, you got great energy. Great energy.
He said super slim.
Have you thought about going into politics, my dear?
Yeah, it took me, and I ain't gonna lie. Like, I mean, when I had read this book called Atomic Habit, I think that kind of like changed my life and stuff. And then I realized that we are built off habits. Yeah, I realized we built off habit, and that was like 3 years ago. Then I started to be practice on discipline. What's up, Marie? I see you down there. I started to practice discipline and stuff.
That's a nice hello.
Hmm?
That's a nice hello. To Maria. Sorry, the connection's awful. I don't know what's going on today. He's cutting it out.
Yeah. But this was happening like I said, it's like within 4 years when I kind of made this change and stuff, because I was really, because I told myself, I was like, yeah, I want to be either a motivator or positive person. Once I found out we build off habits, so I had to do all, and there was a lot of tests too. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah,
but then I was looking like, man, what if I shouldn't say good morning to this person or something like that, because they might not say good morning back. It's gonna make me mad. You know what I'm saying? Then I had to think to myself like, why do I gotta determine or be a kind person based off somebody else? That's just being nice, right? Because I learned the difference between being nice and kind. So I'm like, I'm just being nice for the moment, because if somebody treat me a certain way, then I'm gonna turn back to me. So I had to focus on building a habit of being a certain way and sticking to it, or trying my best to stick to a certain way without somebody else changing me. So if a person didn't say good morning to me, I'm not about to get mad at them. I just look at it like, okay, maybe they wasn't feeling it and stuff, instead of me internalizing what they got going on through them. You know what I'm saying? As long as I do my job, you know what I'm saying? Why am I worried about them not saying something back? I can't. I think a lot of us take things personal, and most of the time it be other people projection. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree.
So
I agree.
that's how I had to learn different things. That everything it ain't always me or the reason why. And then
You've
the
hit
things
it
that
on
I
the
do
head,
blame
Kev.
myself on is to have full control of my life.
Yeah. And it's a balance as well. It's a balance. I
Yeah.
love that when you can see it from somebody else's perspective, and just for a little while, even if they are coming across as cantankerous and about to blow your patience or whatever, I try and see it from a different viewpoint. And 9 times out of 10, you're right. It's not a personal thing. They're just in a different headspace. They're going through something that is. I'm not saying it excuses the behaviour. It doesn't. But I've got to ask myself, but why do I need to involve myself in that? What am I going to gain from that? Is it going to align with my principles? It's having your own self-awareness, isn't it? It's having your own coping mechanisms. Oh, a D, hello.
Yeah. I also look at it like my man's that's happening because he like that type that be trying to think you can force people to bend the way you want them to and stuff. And
It doesn't work. It doesn't
yeah,
work. It's a shame he
yeah,
popped off because, yeah.
go ahead.
It's a shame he popped off because no one's trying to convert him.
No,
Absolutely not.
no.
Absolutely.
But he just hurting his own self because he thinks he gonna change somebody. Well, they not gonna accept me. Well, you gotta realize there's gonna be people in this life that's not gonna accept you. You can't win. You can't win everybody over. Just like me, right? My message ain't for everybody. Some people get mad at my delivery, the way I say things because I don't sugarcoat stuff. Some things I'm straight. They want me to pander to them. I mean, it's so much, but then there's some people worse than
and
me.
I'm from the United Kingdom. You're someone I can relate to, and I'm sure we're not always going to agree. But you hold it sincerely, and you say it from the heart. You got the three magical words here: your head, your heart, and your psyche are all aligned, and you can live with yourself because you are being factual. You're being authentic, and oh my gosh, your energy is brilliant. Love it, honestly. No, you know what it's like on TikTok. There's a lot of extremes, and I try and come from a place of well-being and trying to be positive, and that's not always easy. And
Yeah, stuff put out.
Uh-oh.
I got a phone call. Oh, that one bar. Oh, that's what happened at one bar.
That man called.
Hey, y'all in the comments, y'all can come up. Don't be scared to be in the box for a minute. I'm gonna probably give y'all about another. I don't know. I'm gonna see though.
You scared shitless.
Yeah. Man.
why are you scared? Beep beep beep. D. I'm G, by the way. D and G. See what I've done?
I know.
D and G.
You know who came before the other? Haha.
I can trump you.
It's all subjective.
Alright, that's what they do nowadays. It's subjective.
It's all subjective.
Depending on where and when and how you use it.
Actually, you men can be so good at that. Honestly, I love it. It's all about tonal work.
I told this motherfucker, show me how gravity is subjective. Show me a single bitch that bounces mid-air.
If you go upside down on a bed, your feet is floating.
Mm-hmm.
And
mm-hmm. Yeah, but let's try the method from 20 feet up.
Right.
I want to see that.
But that's my truth. That's my truth.
That's a good.
That's what they say.
I think Kev won that one, D. Kev won that one.
I like you to prove my truth is better, right? I just want to see your truth all the way through. So I got this crane outside. Let's go up about 20 feet. I want to test your truth.
Oh no, that's too much for my metal.
Get out of here.
But ain't that quick jump I do considered flying?
Mm-hmm.
See? I flap my wings and jump.
Shit. My truth is so
but hit the ground quick.
Well, my truth is not an opinion. It's a lie. That's what that is.
Oh my!
My truth is an award at the end.
That I can respect an opinion. My truth is just another way to say my lie. It's better than your truth. Or it's better than
Why do you want to have a better lie, though, D? I find that exhausting.
That's just for them reframing, for them actually telling the actual fucking truth. I'm just living in my truth. Okay, show me your case of oxygen.
Right, they true be a lie all the whole time. So I just want to say, I do want to mention my man's with that. 'Cause that's I feel like that's a like a good example. Dang, it was something I was about to say. It's a good example
Hmm.
of what the
I'm still howling about trying to rush the chicken in the microwave. I would say
yeah.
air fryer.
Yeah, people do that too though. Like and that's how they hurt themselves. That's like
Yeah, they're rushing
I
it.
use a
Yeah.
weight analogy too though. Because
Oh
people like
yeah.
want to rush into relationships that they're not ready for and stuff, and then
Oh,
blame the
correct.
relationship, and it
Correct.
was them that wasn't ready. So they I want her to lift a
Actually,
300-pound weight. They try to hurry and rush it and break their back, and then start blaming the weight while they back
mm,
broken. You know what I'm saying? You can't blame the weight because you wasn't ready for the weight. You got to blame
yeah, you got to
yourself.
do the right. Yeah, the risk assessment. So actually, guys, from a male viewpoint, I'd love to. Yeah, what would you think would be the sort of like good foundational steps then to navigate a modern day relationship
You need to
with
just
wanting
like the
more than?
weight. You got to build yourself up and be until you ready. And I don't mean,
Correct.
but I mean build yourself up. I don't mean sitting there sleeping with everybody though, but just take your time to get to know yourself. Ask many
Yeah.
people that have relationships, of what you do to keep a good relationship or whatever. And even just you might have to do some research on it. Everybody do research on so many other things, but except for that.
Mm.
And then treat it like it's a joke and stuff. Realize what can come out of it. Learn from the mistakes of other people that probably have failed ones and stuff. And then I guess go out. Maybe you can date. Date and see how that go. Don't get that thing up so fast. 'Cause that's what everybody else rush to. So practice self discipline so you can really get to know a person. And then
Bring
from
back the
that point.
value. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
because
what do
I
I know?
don't
I'm
like the
single.
way.
They
It
say
doesn't
single
matter,
people
Dan, but
can't give advice.
you're on the right journey, sweetheart. You're on the right journey because that is so true. When you what's that word? Oh my god, my brain fog today. Commodify everything. Just turn it into a product. This is where we've got problems. When you take the sincere value away from a person and reduce them to the sums of the parts of their body, you want to know why we got problems? Bingo. No one wants to be objectified.
Yep.
The
Well, some
biggest thing
people
is
want to,
this.
but
I
the majority
always
of
tell
people
people
don't.
this. If you really want to see a great relationship, find two people who are in great relationships with themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I was asked.
D, you got a good voice. A radio voice.
I was asked about 3 years ago, right around the time when I first got on him, and I would do a couple of clips with me and my wife, and somebody was like, "Well, why you love your wife so much?" I said, "Hell, because she loves herself."
Mm-hmm.
That was the biggest thing for me. And I'm not talking about just going through life. I'm talking about somebody who truly had a self-love that wasn't looking for me to be the person to give them the very thing that was solely meant for them. That's where things really get confusing with people when they get complacent for the very thing that they're supposed to do. Kevin's a good guy. And I ain't saying it just because I like the guy. I'm saying it because I like the guy and it's fucking truth.
Yes, you
Kevin's a
are.
good
You
guy.
like Kevin, and you're biased, but I
And the
like it.
situation with that is, I always wish this man, the good energy. And it's not just to be with a good woman, but I want the best for him all the way through and through. Simply put, because I want the best for me through and through. My grandfather taught me winners want to see winners win. And I believe I'm a winner. So even if I don't like you, I want you to win. Just win the hell away from me. That you do so good in life that you forget about any issues you truly have with me. But I still want you to win. And you got so many people who haven't got to a place where they're okay with their own silence.
What is that?
Right. They haven't got to a place where they're okay with their own silence. And so the
Actually, D, you're
moment,
speaking from the truth and vulnerability, because vulnerability is not necessarily a bad thing.
listen, you talking to a man that before I found a real person that I can lose with, I can win with, I had to be that person first. I had to have the basic necessity of discussions with self that, gee, when I tell you I wasn't against marriage, I just wasn't for sure that I would ever be. So knowing time only goes forward, I had to have a real fucking talk with myself as to, okay, if you're going to be single, will you be okay with that decision? And I had to ask as many possible scenarios that I could think of, that I could research, like, hey, some bitch, there's a strong possibility you could wake up 95 years old, and no woman in sight. And you're going to be the one have to figure this thing out on how to get up and down stairs or around corners, the whole nine. Will you be okay with that? Will you be in a position to say, hey, I can live with no regrets? Will you be willing to go out and do the adventurous things to say that you're going to be fulfilled in life in certain ways? And I had to have that agreement. I had to have my soul and my mind aligned with that particular decision, and even emotional checks and balances with that. And then on the
Gee,
flip
you're spot
side,
on. You're so spot on.
and then on the flip side of that, I had to have the discussion about, okay, let's have this real discussion on, do I know what it takes to be a husband? And the fact of the matter is, I had to say, I don't know. I know I wanted to be a good husband. I know I wanted to be a great husband. I wanted to be right. I had to, again, checks and balances here and there. And then I also had to go and clear out all the superficial shit that was ingrained and remove all that. I had talks with variations of
D,
couples.
could you give an example of the superficial stuff from your viewpoint?
Okay, so a preference or ideal that comes with some shit that's not necessary.
Mm-hmm.
A big attraction for me was very, very vibrant light eyes.
Ah, okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Those super. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Right.
Superficial. Can I say that? Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
You can put in the corner of shallow. Just
Okay,
shallow
we
shit.
can.
Don't you come over and talking to me with those shit brown eyes. So
Damn! Oh.
What?
I'm so shallow.
But
No, respect, D. Respect.
so
You're a good man.
just like
You are.
shit like that, and then I
Yeah.
come to have like a discussion with married couples when I tell you this was the work that I prided myself on, was having that discussion with as many combinations of married couples that, one, the world said this shit wasn't supposed to be. Right? I'll give you an example. A 575-pound woman
Mm-hmm.
and a 160-pound man.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking, the truth of the matter was, she wasn't always 575 pounds.
Correct.
So she became that over the 20 years that they have been together.
Because yeah.
And it was, wow, that to have that discussion with them and to see him light up about when they met, and then to see him light up about certain milestones. Like I'm talking about when you see somebody that is truly proud in the thing that they've gone through together. And I'm like, dude, I can't recall a time that I really wasn't 200 pounds in my life. I played football for a good portion of my life. I've been a personal trainer. I've always done the athletic shit. And to think of something that if I was 160 and had a woman that was just for me, the dynamics of that switched. And so I had the discussion with a Muslim woman married to a Jewish man.
Wow, D, you are evolved man, darling.
Well, when I tell you I went to go do the hard brick laboring work on this just to have an idea of what differences, because it had to come to the realization of, again, people are looking for the perfect person and not the right
Yes, they
person.
are. Mm.
And so it got to a point when I tell you I've done so much legwork on that situation and spent time and talking to people.
My hat's off to you, D. My hat's off to you.
My conclusion before I met my wife was it was a strong possibility that my wife could be a ugly, possible amputee. Like I had to go look at all the possibilities of what was out there for me. And I'm thankful my wife's not a hideous woman. My woman's actually a gorgeous woman. And I say that again because it's true, and she's my woman. And if it wasn't, she's still my woman. And motherfucker, I don't care. I couldn't care. But at the end
I
of the
believe
day,
you, D. I so believe you because you've done something incredibly brave. You actually was prepared to work on yourself. And as a very masculine man, and you've just given some wonderful examples, you have grown. And I'm happy to say you've got the best reward. You have found someone that you are compatible with because you've gone in there with your eyes wide open. Even if she was ugly and she was the right person for you, you are open to you're knowing that there are more options. But D, that's lovely. No, I like that. I do like that. And sometimes trying to explain this to others, that they just get so frustrated because, as Kevin rightfully says, everyone's just trying to rush it and you know, it's this throwaway culture, you know, and it's frustrating. And I'm not here to judge others, but if you're truly going to talk about relationships and what is defining of a good relationship, you have put the work in. And if you don't put the work in, not everyone's going to be lucky to just find their soulmate. It doesn't work like that.
well,
I wish to God it did, but it doesn't.
Well, Queen, this is what I surmised it up to, right? I took a good hard self-assessment of what the hell of routines that I found myself doing when it came to interacting with relationships. And then I had a real hard talk with myself as to what I didn't do was when I was single was take that same type of energy and pour into myself that same way. And so I say I like to say this. I learned how to be single. I learned how to be single. I learned to be good with me. I learned how to build that relationship with myself. I learned the meaning of what it was to be single, to have that time and pour into myself like I would pour into a relationship. And I learned to remove all the negative connotations from being single. And this is why people rush, because they lean toward those negative connotations and not understanding at that time that you're single, this is the time that you won't have ever when you're in a relationship, because that me time, that self time is not a time for you to gain. It's a time for you to be selfless, because now you have to go and build a different type of goal. You know, it's a big thing when you play golf. You don't have nobody to rely on. But it's a different when you have to play soccer or a team sport where you make sure that you have people feeling like they're contributing in certain ways and you're encouraging them and that they're pouring back into others. That's a difference. It's a big difference. So I learned to make that contributing factor to self something worthwhile. Hey, hey, that rookie up there need to learn how to drop people in a timely manner.
Oh,
Come and talk to you just a second.
you say he's stupid. Hey, I was about to say I came up with this quote though. Hopefully it should be. I patented it through a hashtag though, so in case somebody steal it. But I put out a while ago that your significant other should be your significant other should be in addition to your life, not an addiction to your life.
Right.
And then the reason why I said that is because a lot of people, just like I kind of mentioned it earlier, they try to find their partner as like basically they look like their partner is them basically, or you complete me type stuff and all this other stuff or whatever, which you should be completed before you be with this person. So it's like people even use their partner as a hobby and all that stuff or their happiness, their peace. Like I was mentioning earlier before, their peace, their happiness, and all this stuff you should have yourself. It's like you even mentioned about your girl, and you already knew what happiness was. And then y'all basically added to one another. You know what I'm saying? So you're not like how freaking Jada Pinkett and all them. I need you to make me happy and all that stuff. And then that's where it becomes a job. And I mean, they're relying on you for that happiness and stuff. And I think a lot of people are built that way, and they use other people to see because they got. I think it's because they got taught that. You know what I'm saying? People have got taught like, your true happiness is another person, or it's a family, but and it's all this other stuff. But no, your true happiness is within yourself. You can't get no truer than that. Nothing can't, another person or a field trip or a freaking spa can't make your true happiness. You know what I'm saying? And then once you get that out your mind, I mean, it get easier though, and people will treat one another because you already get these things yourself, give them to yourself. That's why I got something against the love languages and all that.
Hey man, listen, I always thought that was a crock of shit too. However, people buying anything when they don't have standards for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is hard to do. It is hard to live up to somebody else's standards. Like I said, I used to play football. I don't play football now. So what the fuck am I working out 3 times a day, 6 days a week for? I ain't going to go hit nobody. I'm not running no touchdowns ever again. I am good. So what would be the purpose of me working out that much and for that particular sport that I'm not going to participate in? But again, when you don't have no standards for yourself, you start to live up to other people's standards to be a part of a discussion that's not even meant for you anymore, or you don't fit in ever.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, it is simple. We don't scale back, bro. We were taught shit that was like the blueprint. You treat people how you want to be treated, right? With respect and kindness and dignity, integrity. If somebody go left field with you, okay, well, you give them back with hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you this one time only. Don't do this shit again. That's a fair warning. You don't have to go to the extremes, but you got to say something. But people like shit to be complex for it to feel like it's an achievement of any sort.
Mm-hmm.
Something big, okay? First of all, this is my first morning on the job, okay? So I am trying to analyze what exactly my job duties are and to the level that I can
finally done.
Because it's like, okay,
you finally watched that booty of yours, Tansy. I was wondering what that smell was when I first came up in that box. I was like, what's going on? And it was somebody's box.
Oh my God.
I never smell. My guy always tell me, even when we be having sex, I don't have an odor. I
Hey,
take
okay.
a sea
You
salt.
believe
Yo.
that? Okay.
I
Thank
take a sea
you.
salt bath
It's what it
every
smell like,
night.
peaches or something. That's what they say nowadays.
I do smell like peaches, and I taste
Hey,
like
okay.
No, your
peaches.
coochie does
Peaches,
not
they
smell
got
like
it.
peaches.
My
Now I just
everything
bubbled.
smells like
First of all, you
peaches.
shouldn't even be having anything scented down there. So why does it smell like peaches?
Get
They
facts.
smell like peaches because I eat peaches, baby girl.
No, that's
Oh
not
my
how it
god.
goes. That's
That's
not how it
exactly
works.
how it works, and you should
That
try
is
it.
not how it works at
You
all.
should
So,
try.
if a man
I
eats a
I
whole bunch of
have
pineapple,
a
his
fruit
sperm
that
tastes like
I
pineapple
Pineapple.
now.
you don't be telling me how I taste. My man tell me how I
I'm not
taste. What
telling you.
the
I'm asking
hell?
you a question.
Hey,
I'm
let
asking
them
you a
Why
taste
do
question.
it.
you want to
Hey,
make
Yo.
my
let them
man
taste it
taste
without that
yourself?
shower.
What was that?
Let them taste it with
Coochie,
that shot.
what's
Without
that?
that shower, that'll be the last taste.
He did do that one day
Oh
for real.
my
My
god.
ex,
Oh
my ex.
wow.
Actually,
Yo.
I've had an ex
Whoa.
that wanted
Why
me to
are
do
you
that. Wanted
outing
to
your
do that.
man on TikTok, yo?
Boy, that boy said
Listen, because
forever. I take it.
because he knows that I'm a clean person. So even if just like I said, I brush my teeth at night. So in the
I
morning
don't
and
think he would appreciate you telling people how he tasting you.
No, he eat booty.
he didn't know when we have anal, like sometimes he be
Oh
catching.
my gosh.
Oh
Okay.
Yo!
my god!
There you go,
Ted, why
Tansy
you
boy.
do that?
Oh man, you
What?
did
I
that.
like it.
No, you did that.
You asking her too many questions, man.
No,
So
you did
anyway,
that, bro.
so okay. So what I
Oh,
was trying to explain
dookie
was,
Like
booty head.
eating me.
Lord. So I
No
I
wonder
feel
she
I
be
feel
talking
like
boo boo.
she
I
kept
was just
listen. Shut up.
AJ, come up here and talk to your mans, cause he is violating not only
Nah,
TikTok
that's
rules,
her that's
he
violated.
is
Right.
violating
you
he
asked
is
me a question, I'm gonna
violating
give you the truth.
basic logic
I
rules.
mean, I always knew she was
Well,
an a-hole, but dang.
Yep, I'm both.
Wow.
I like it there, and I am an asshole for real, for real.
Boy, that's
Wow.
two and one, huh?
Yep. You gotta love me or you gotta hate me. You pick one.
My,
I
your
don't
mother
shit.
hate
So
you, all right.
do you love me or do you hate me?
If he love you, he'll tell you
Ooh.
that booty.
I
Let
don't
me
do- I
stop,
don't have
bro.
I don't have either feeling.
No, like a personally, like we've been on platforms plenty of time.
No, I
And when
wish
I
you
say love,
well.
I
I,
don't
I
mean
don't
real love.
I don't love nor hate you. I wish you well though.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I need. Don't
Yeah,
be putting up.
listen. I hope you
You're
do so well that
all I
it benefits
need
you for
to get.
eternity. But they gonna determine me loving or hating you.
Okay,
And I
that's
gotta
what's
look at
up.
Tansy all different now. Ain't that something?
You be having plugs,
The
Tansy?
booty ram.
Huh?
What I
You have
do hate is
plugs?
I hate that
What's
your
that?
man ain't here to tell you, hey
What
woman,
plugs?
don't be out here telling my business.
Well, listen, I'm not
Cause you got
ashamed.
some
No,
ruthless ass
I'm
women.
not.
They be like, oh what? He gonna eat it even when it ain't even been showered yet?
Gotta eat
No,
it
I didn't
like
say that he's
groceries.
eating nothing.
Yes, you did.
No, I
Yes, you did.
said that we have anal
No,
even
And
before
before.
Oh
that.
and then after that, before
my.
Tansy.
that,
Tansy.
On this
Yeah.
Sunday, right? On this Sunday.
On this
Tansy, you
Kev,
blessed
literally
Sunday,
said
I be
that,
blessed
Tansy.
in every way possible. Any hole that is available, yes, my
Oh
man will take it.
Wow.
my.
AJ. AJ,
Who
I've been
did that?
asking you, please stop this man. He must be stopped. AJ,
I'm
come up
done.
here and counsel your guy.
I'm done. We just
oh
changed the
my
whole energy up now.
gosh. Oh my gosh. See,
I
that's
have
why
a
I don't
holy
be
went
doing.
from
See,
a holy
but
moment to
Kev,
a holy moment.
but Kev, that's what
You and Buddy, you
that
and
was.
me are gonna learn.
Okay, I want to talk to Kev, but that was kind of what my point was gonna be earlier. Is because like I understand that Kev obviously wants to keep the conversation going, but I no, hold on. Let me finish. So, but I also
The day,
understand.
guys, my guy's at work and he just called.
Do your thug thizzle.
So, but I also understand that Kev knows the importance of having certain characters on the panel because the rah-rah that they produce bring followers or keep people on the live. So it's like I'm trying to like it's like a balance, you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, sadly, they'd rather see. Well, I'm not gonna lie, Saul is like my new favorite person on TikTok. But anyways, you know,
Saul
it's
is
like I
hilarious.
know
Saul is hilarious.
when I say, because here's my thing. Okay, I'm gonna switch this up there real quick. Okay. Saul is ignorant as hell, okay? Right? And a little like petty and immature, okay? But at the end of the day, if people would listen to what Saul says, even if they don't fully agree, he's making valid points from his perspective. But it's
Most
like
definitely. That's why I
everybody
support him.
is like trying to, they're just focused on
But
debunking him, but then they try to debunk him with the same methodology
I think,
that he just kind of debunked in his. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like they
yeah, I
don't.
think we was playing an even fairly game. That's all it was, because he wasn't trying to see. Even though I understand his side, and that's the reason why I ask these certain questions, though, because I already built myself up to actually being just open minded overall. Though I don't stand absolute on anything
Right.
because we truly really just don't know. But that's why I say I can agree with him to a certain extent, but then again, he do this thing where he got to talk down on something else, and that's why I'm like, well, we can literally play that same exact game, because you really don't know. But I try to trap him on a couple of things, but the one thing I can agree on that all humans lie, so you can't really. So that's the reason why I got that tattoo on my neck, dude. Only God I trust. So I mean, I couldn't agree on that though.
Only people that don't like Saul.
What's wrong with
Yeah.
Saul?
He was in here earlier. He had
Well,
the
you don't
he
know
had the
Saul by
picture
now.
of
That's
Saul.
crazy.
No, no,
Saul
no,
Peter?
no, no. I said what's wrong with him. I said because
Oh,
Nothing.
he gave
nothing.
me.
The
Oh,
No,
so
he
I
can't.
said
I'm
He
gonna
Kevin
was.
gave me
tell you
some
what's
great
wrong
ass
with I'm gonna tell
advice.
you what's wrong with Saul. He's too logical for most people on TikTok. And that's gonna be a big issue. Right then and there. First thing first, you can't talk to Saul and be a goddamn dummy. That ain't gonna fucking work out.
No, that's the issue. Or honestly, I feel like there's honestly intelligent people that talk to Saul, but they're so focused on. I feel like
The
some people aren't.
attitude.
They don't want to hear other perspectives. They are just listening just to give their rebuttal to whatever the fuck your perspective was, even though they're not even trying. They're not even trying to understand the other perspective, right? Because, but you know what? I'm glad Peter, because he was debunking the whole cannabinoid receptor thing, and we had to go in a little circle. We had to go along. We had to do a whole roller coaster ride, but it came full circle. But here's the thing: Saul said his thing. The cannabinoid situation was brought up, and they brought out the Bible scriptures, and then we broke it down for Peter, and Peter even had a resolution himself. I just feel like some people I feel like they just want whatever they believe confirmed, and if it's not what they believe, they gotta like assert their belief to debunk the other instead of just at least, because here's my thing. Kev can say something. Kev has said a couple things that I don't necessarily agree with, but honestly, we haven't had specifically those conversations for me to know why he feels that way. And even if we have the conversation and I still don't agree, I can still understand why he feels that way. And it doesn't mean I disagree. And just because you disagree with someone doesn't mean you don't like the person either.
Well, the problem with that is most people that are looking for somebody to agree with them is not because they actually presented something of intellectual stances. They're revealing their emotional position. And if you don't validate their emotional position, now you're everything wrong in the book. And that's not how two intelligent people come together or separate. Two intelligent people understand clearly out the gate. I'm not going to always agree or disagree with what somebody is saying. Hell, I've seen the viewpoints of many people, and I didn't. Hell, it was to a point I didn't even respect the position, but I'm like, I clearly understand it.
I just feel like I feel like when it comes to people like that, and because I actually spoke to both Peter and Saul on some, we had a live, and they basically like turned the live into turning it on to me, but in my situation, but I didn't mind that. I guess Saul thought I was gonna come in with like a feminist mindset, but actually took it in like as if he was talking to me from like a brother perspective. I don't receive information as if somebody's trying to get me to do something, or just like, I don't know, I just take in information. If it's helpful, it's helpful. If it ain't, it ain't. I don't sit up here and feel like the way that he speaks to people is the problem. I think the problem is certain people just find comfortability in receiving information from people that they're comfortable with. Meaning, whether it's your, sometimes it could be your mama, your daddy, your brother. You will receive any information, best friend. Just you will get that information from people who you love and care about. But when it comes to somebody that you really don't know or really don't agree with their point of view, you tend to sit up here and stray away from agreeing with them or seeing their point of view, because it's something about them that literally you want to be combative with or not have clarity on. And I just think that's where we're at in society. People don't want to receive information from people who actually got the information. It's like, oh, I'm gonna think what I want to think. I'm gonna take it from certain people who actually can't relate to me. If you can't relate to me, why am I talking to you?
So I'm gonna tell you one revelation that I've made this week. Honestly, it ain't even been a whole week, Kev. This has been like 3 or 4 days. But I think this was I don't know if you were there, but I was in Mirror's Live yesterday, and literally last week, me and my best friend were texting because it's like that need a man versus want a man thing, and me and her were both in there, and that's each other's text messages. Yeah, like I don't need a man. I want I want a man that wants me. I don't want a man that needs me, or vice versa, right? Within 7 days, my perspective has completely changed because Mirror broke it down in a way that I understood it differently, right? And I feel like that's part of the problem with multiple views, right? Because my original beginning thought process was like, if you need me, it's more like a...
She is a rookie. She's not even looking at the screen yet. She a rookie, man. We gotta give her grace.
What? Oh, I'm not looking at the screen.
She said, "Bring me up."
Oh.
He trying to get you. He in mod testing. He doing mod school right now.
Because I'm thinking.
She done brung you up. You wasn't supposed to look at that. You didn't get. You got your. Now you got to redo the test over now.
Yeah.
She done sit there and assisted you.
Got to send you back to mod school, rookie.
Oh man.
What? Okay, well,
she called a lifeline.
Well, I'll take that because sometimes when I'm thinking, I'm not looking at my phone. Damn, y'all interrupted my damn thought process. But anyway, yeah. So my understanding or even belief of needing a man or wanting a man, needing a woman versus wanting a woman, changed just listening to someone, right? And also, I feel like some of us are listening to the wrong motherfuckers. I'm not gonna sit here and scroll through people's lives, and like if I would have came in here first night seeing Kev and seeing that he was kind of being like a dick about the whole Kevin Samuels thing, I'm not listening to the motherfucking thing he says, but he comes from a perspective or asks questions to get you to think and to get you to understand a different perspective, and I appreciate that. So I came back, and through that, my mind has been blown the past 3 or 4 days. It's honestly pretty insane the amount of things that I've heard in good ways and insanely terrible, sad ways. But yeah, some people didn't. And people just don't. A lot of people don't listen.
That's the special part about life, right there, is when you could understand I have emotions and then set them to the side just for a brief second to be in a position to say I have a clear understanding of where someone is coming from, right? But you have more people who want to feel any and everything. And I'm like, everything ain't worth feeling. It just ain't. Like, if you know somebody hates you, why do you want to feel that way? You already got the main point. You got the knowledge of it. Why would you want the feeling of that? You know, people want to be felt like they're loved. I'm like, what's wrong with you just being cool when knowing somebody loves you?
You know why I said the needing and the wanting is the same thing, Rush? I said that because the same thing women feel like they need. It's like when I think about somebody needing something, it's like you desire to have it. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you feeling like you need it in your life because it's gonna benefit you in a way where you could actually grow in a certain area. Um and it shows like because like I said, why I always ask this, why do you ask for something that you say that you want, but you claim you don't need it? How do you not need, like, that's like me praying for a good man, saying, oh, I need a good man, I want a good man in my life. But when a good man come and I treat him like I ain't never needed him, like, but I want you though, I ask for you. Why wouldn't I need you if I ask, if what I wanted or if what I needed or I felt like I needed is
That's where we're messing up. That's where we're messing up. And if I'm not saying this is something you're praying for, but if this is something you're praying for, even with that, be more specific, because at the end of the day, what you think you want, you may not need ever, right? Women and men both. This whole want, no. It's what you need, because here's the thing. You may not want a man to put their foot down, but you need a man that's going to be able to put their foot down in situations where you need to back up, calm down, hush your mouth, and chill, and let your man take over, right? But that's not what you want. You say that, you think that, but you, even then, with the dominance, you want it to be in the way that you want it to be, not in the way that you need it to be. You see what I'm saying? And because my other question after that was, do you need air or do you want air? You need air to breathe. You don't want air to breathe. You don't even have to think about breathing, because your body automatically
Go
knows it
underwater
needs it.
and breathe. You don't know my life. You don't know my life.
D, shut the head.
Nah, I sit up here and let somebody sit up here and tell you about that whole anal expeditions, and Kev sit up there encouraging that shit. I can breathe underwater.
Well, that's what you believe.
This is officially it's the first
Rush
time
is
I
my
gotta
homie.
say D's nuts
On her chin.
Kev, that was lame. Shut up. I think Kev just like
I'm
his
just
Kevin
calling him nuts.
Samuels
He's nuts. That's what
topics
I mean.
because
I
his
didn't mean it the
his
other
name
way.
is
So did
Kev.
y'all know?
On her head.
So
He still
Kev,
said on her head.
I
Kev, did
bet
you explain the topic?
as soon as Kev saw Kevin Samuels, he's like, "Ooh, he got my name."
What the heck?
Nah, that's not how it went
I
down.
think
Nah,
I think I think I think that's what
I
piqued
keep
really
forgetting his
piqued
name is
Kev's
Kevin.
interest.
I'm so used to
Oh,
putting his name together, I forget it's Kevin.
I'm just
Listen,
trying to
Like
figure
Kevin
out how
Durant. I'm like, no,
that
I just
one
feel
man
like I
had.
be forgetting his name, Kevin.
I'm just trying to figure out how that one man had the whole community of women just hate on his life. Like, it's worse than Trump. They treating this man like Trump.
True.
Because they don't want to accept the truth, and the thing is, it's like, I think I said this earlier this morning. Is I feel like the women that were going on there, he was addressing those type of women that have a quote unquote high value men wouldn't accept women with these quote unquote qualities: 4 kids, 3 baby daddies, overweight, whoa. And instead of just sitting with that, and analyzing and taking accountability for certain things, they are trying to go on there to try to see if they can get Kevin to prove wrong their delusion,
right.
when it's not going to happen. He's going to put his foot down, and then what happens when he puts his foot down, let's say the analogy is, oh, quote unquote, BLK women were too loud and aggressive. They go on there, He asks a couple questions. He gives a couple answers, and then what do? Get loud and defensive.
Oh, me right. All right.
I remember Kevin had called a talking. He called himself talking to a trans person. I ain't gonna lie. It was trying to sit up here and act like a woman, and you can tell the questions it was asking Kevin, like that. He was like, "Hold on." He said, "Hold on, bruh. Hold on," like, cause it's like it was something that I guess that the trans person did or said, and he was like, "Hold on, you don't sound like I can like you can tell he understood you didn't sound like no woman." After a while, it was like, "Huh? Nah, bruh.
Bruh, stop
Why are
messing
they
with
on
me.
there?
Yeah.
Why are they on there?
But
I feel like honestly, I do feel like some people are
I ain't no
emotional
friend.
masochists. I feel like some people are emotional masochists. I feel like some people love to put themselves in situations to
feel something.
either provoke people or to react in a way with that person knowing is they're going to hurt them. I really do. This is just my theory. It could not be even a thing, but I really do feel like some people are emotional masochists. They love it.
That's not a theory. Yeah, that is a proven fact that you got them assholes that exist.
Prove
And
it. Go.
the thing with Kevin was he was just a person, and this is the thing about people when they get to certain positions and around certain people, that your personal feelings do not have a place in their company. That's just that. And so you had so many people
Over feelings.
right. You had so many people that even like before he even talked to women, he was talking to men left and right and demolishing any delusional factors.
Hey, y'all. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's go to what you call it.
Mirror Live.
Yeah, mirror. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh
we had
my
the same
God,
idea.
we like it here.
No,
He said,
mirror's cool. If you like it
"What's
over
wrong
here,
with
you'll
mirror
like
live?"
it with mirror.
Nah, ain't no
Trust
wrong
me.
with it.
Man, I don't
I'm
know who we got on
participating.
stage over there, bro. Who we
Oh
got
yeah, let
on
me see. Let me
stage?
double check too, real quick.
Yeah,
I know
man.
last time I went to Mirror
I'm just
Live,
trying
they
to
had
stretch out.
karaoke.
Cause you had butt
Oh,
play
yeah,
lady up
karaoke was
here,
fun, girl. You should have
and she
stayed.
you know more than likely she's over there, cause y'all two
Yeah.
like bringing her up.
Yes, sir. He's fun.
I ain't know he was doing karaoke on.
Somebody got a recruiter, man. Ain't nobody else want to receive it.
Shit, y'all
How
crazy.
do I get there? You can he just follow you, Kev? And ain't you going over there?
I mean, long as you follow anybody, you
Yeah,
go
follow
when they go
anybody.
Don't
live.
go
You
fall
see.
asleep in that box. Trying
I'm dead.
to find a way to not come out right there. Pause.
If his live is full, we coming back here and
It's
starting
4
our
people.
own.
It's 4 people in there. Y'all
All
Bro,
right,
ready or
bye.
I
not?
am so
All
nervous,
right.
bro. All right, let's go over here and do this, cause Kev, man, if you set us up, bro.
I'm about to go sleep in the box. All right, y'all, man. We over at Mirror Live, man. Y'all see my